Every time of this dream stand that goes super psycho crazy stalker mode on the subscriber, and it's absolutely insane. Anyway, sit back, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, subscribe, and let's just jump right into it. Real quick disclaimer, dude, I don't care if you like Dream or not, you're like, that's totally okay. And even if you're like a stan of Dream, aka like a super huge fan, you're totally okay in my book, as long as you don't do what this specific Dream stan does in this story. As long as you don't do this and go to these lengths of craziness, you're totally okay in my book. I just wanted to make that clear before I got into the story. Anyways, right, so let's begin. So there's this guy, he sent in this story, the subscriber. So anyways, right, the subscriber, you know, there's this girl at his school. He never really talked to her before, but they were kind of just randomly assigned to each other as partners in class. And for that reason, right, you know, they started talking and, you know, they actually really liked talking to each other. And there was nothing necessarily romantic, like this was a platonic friendship, or at least it definitely seemed to be that way. And let me just say, as someone with like a lot of friends that are like girls, and I have like no interest beyond being friends, and neither do they, I'm just gonna say, like, having friendships of different genders is totally great. Like, it's really cool, bro. Like, I'm being like 100% serious right now. If you don't have at least one friend who is a girl, you're missing out, if you're a guy at least. Oh my god, my voice just got destroyed right there. Anyways, right, so they were like hanging out a lot. They were starting to hang out like out of class as well. So they'd hang out at recess. They were hanging out at lunch. They were getting lunch together. And it was 100% platonic. They were just like chilling. They were just becoming boys with each other, bro. Like they were having like, they just related on a lot of stuff. And it was just like, they were just very nice. And the thing is, right, this girl was very cool at first. Like she was very chill. She seemed pretty down to earth. And the subscriber was really happy that, you know, he met her because like, oh, someone else, that's cool. Like that's very exciting. But anyways, right, so this is where things start to begin. This is the beginning of the end. This is where things begin to start going downhill. Anyways, so they're super close with each other and they start becoming really good friends. And the girl one day says, hey, like, you know, are you free this weekend? And the subscriber's like, yeah, I'm free this weekend. I'm not necessarily doing anything, or I don't have any plans, that is. And, you know, the girl says, oh, that's great. Do you want to, like, come over and just, like, chill at my house? He's like, yeah, no, that'd be sick, right? And, you know, I think, like, you know, both of their parents were, like, chill with this, as, you know, it was explained that it was, like, platonic or whatever, and, like, they're just friends. They're, like, not romantic interest or anything. And it's pretty cool for the parents to be thinking it's okay, because, like, you know, I'm definitely glad that my parents and my friends' parents, because I've had sleepovers, like mixed gender sleepovers before with friends. And I mean, both my parents knew it was, or like my parents and their parents knew it was cool because like I wasn't trying to do anything, neither were they, right? We were just friends and we still are friends, right? But anyways, you know, the parents, like, you know, the subscriber asked his mom and his mom's like, oh yeah, sure, that sounds fine. And the girl gets the okay from her mom. And yeah, sure enough, next weekend, you know, the subscriber's gonna go see his new friend. And oh my god, if only the subscriber like got sick or something, or had surprise plans that he didn't have to go to her house, because everything, it hit the fan when he went to his house. And to explain why things got so bad, I'm gonna pass it to my boy Tag Swag. He also does story videos. He's linked in the description. You must subscribe to him. It's not even an option, bro. You must subscribe to Tag Swag. Anyways, take it away.
How's it going, everybody? Thank you, Connor, for having me on this video, and now I'm here to finish the rest of this story. So the sub, he goes inside this girl's house, and everything seems normal, right? Until he gets to her room. At this point, he knew nothing about the whole dream stan obsession. Like, she told him nothing about this. So he walks into the room and sees the Dream and Dream SMP posters, stuff like that, everywhere. Like, the room reeked like she needed some fucking Febreze. Like, it was bad. Now, the subscriber, he looks a little bit closer, and he starts to notice some of the pictures. The pictures were of this blonde guy, and now these pictures were thought to be Dream. I guess they would be people who she thought was supposed to be Dream. I don't know. She just printed a random guy's face and just fucking put it on her wall. Like, that's not creepy at all. And, you know, this may be one of the reasons why I'm never doing a face reveal. Yeah. You know, personally, I would like my face, you know, not printed on people's walls. You know, that's just something, you know, I would like to avoid. The subscriber's like, okay, I knew nothing about this. maybe I should just ask, and maybe she could explain away like all this weird shit going on. So he asks him, he's like, what the hell's this all about? Like, what's going on here? Then she says, oh, these are all the possible people that could be Dream. You know, I looked up all the details online about these specific people, and I think I may know which one is Dream. Like, this girl is insane. Like, she thinks she's doing God's work by finding out, like, what? Which dude is Dream? Like, are you serious? And as he was looking around, there was a bunch of shit all over the floors, too. So, like, everywhere where he stepped, there was, like, a bunch of clothes, maybe some Dream merch in that pile. I don't know, but the room just, it was a disaster, okay? Like, it just looked like no parental attention. That's all it looked like. So the subscriber, he looks down, and he sees a piece of paper on the ground with somebody's face on it, and the face kind of seems a little bit familiar to him. He's like, wait, who the hell's that? He starts digging for this piece of paper, and on top of this piece of paper, there's like a bunch of shit in the way, like I said earlier, and then he picks up the piece of paper, and then the realization hits him. He's like, oh my god. And some of you might be wondering, well, what did he find, Tag Swag? And well, it was his face. Like, she printed pictures of this dude. Like, I don't know why she thought this was a good idea. Oh yeah, let me invite the guy over to my house that I'm printing pictures of. Like, nah, it's just gonna go horribly. Like if he were to get her into a relationship with you, like hypothetically, like theoretically, what would you think would happen? Like, if the subscriber broke up with her, like she would just start going absolutely psycho. Like, it seems like she's not in the best mental state, as you can tell by her room. And the subscriber, he made up just some bullshit excuse as to why he had to leave, and that was it. But yeah, subscribe to me. I tell stories as well. If you like story times from Connor, you'll definitely like them from me too. If you're not subscribed to Connor already, what the fuck are you doing? All right, bye.
Anyways, right, so the subscriber, just a little recap, he's in this girl's room, and she has a wall of people that she's trying to figure out, she's trying to reveal Dream's true identity. And since, oh yeah, by the way, the subscriber is blonde, so she's like, he might be Dream. But at this moment, right, the subscriber's kind of freaking out because he's alone in this girl's house. The mom left at this point, in her room, where it just became revealed that she basically, right, has a photo of him in her room, printed out, like put on her wall, that's probably gonna be put on her dream wall with this face on it, basically being like, I think you're Dream. And then, so he looks at her and he's like, just got this confused look. And she looks at him back with this like calm, cool, collected smile. The subscriber kind of expected that she was gonna be all like, oh my God, like, I'm so sorry, like, or kind of freaking out because like he just exposed the fact that she has a photo of him, like just a printed out photo of him. But no, dude, she is calm, cool, and collected. And she's like, I think you're Dream. And at this point, the subscriber's like, hey, yo, bro, what? What? Huh? What do you, what? I mean, that was his genuine reaction. He was like, what are you talking about? She's like, it's been a sneaking suspicion of mine for the last 6 months. Remember, dude, they've only been friends for about like the last 3 or 4 weeks or so, which is like the creepiest part. Real quick, if you want a free heart on your comment Dream down below. I'm gonna heart as many of those comments as I possibly can. Maybe even comment it 2 or 3 times if you want a better chance of getting a heart. Anyways, the subscriber's starting to realize that this girl has been planning to try and befriend him. Planning to try and befriend him so that she could get him over to her house, her room, to like interrogate him because she thought that he was actually Dream. So at this point, he's starting to like freak out. He's like, like, haha, I'm not Dream, but that's so funny. You're so funny. Trying to like play it down right now. He's trying to like play it down at the moment. And he's like, oh, I totally forgot. I have to go do something right now, actually. And she says, you're not going anywhere. And looks him dead in the eyes when she says that. Imagine, right, someone's acting super creepy and you say, I gotta go. And they just look at you and say, you're not going anywhere. So at this point, the subscriber is really kind of scared because he is like, first of all, he's really weirded out by the fact that she's been stalking him for 6 months and like planned to be his friend because she thought he could possibly be Dream, so to befriend him and like get him over at the house or whatever. So he's thinking to himself, like, this is really weird. This is really sketch. This is really sus. I got to do something about this. So he looks at her and he's like, hey, do you mind if I at least use the bathroom? Like, I'll come right back. Like, it's fine. I won't be leaving. And she's like, I guess that's fine. So at this moment, he's like, all right, this is my window of opportunity. He thinks in his head for a second, all right, so if I go out of this door and I take a left, I can go down the stairs and then I have to take a right into the kitchen, and out of the kitchen is like a door, right? That's the door out of here. And the good thing is he's like, all right, my house is only 15 minutes away. So if I sprint at least the first 3 minutes, I'll be able to get far enough away from her so she can't track me. And then also I'll be like close enough so I can walk the rest of it. So he's like, all right, yeah, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. So he walks out. However, he also realizes that, like, she'll know pretty obviously that he's not going to the bathroom because the bathroom's on the other way. So as he's leaving, he slams the door behind him and then sprints. Like, just literally sprints. Knows exact. So he's already mapped out all the places he's going. So he goes left, goes down the stairs, goes in the kitchen. At this point, he hears, "Get back here!" At this point, he's terrified, dude. This girl just went 100, like a pure 180 on him. And he just sprints out of the door and he's like, all right, I know I'm going to be so tired, but I just got to sprint this. So he literally full speed sprints towards his house. However, he's like, I don't want to go exactly 100% in the direction of my house. So what he does is he sprints and then he turns a corner and he basically does a 360. He goes like, he takes a left, and another left. But before he takes the final left, basically going around in a block, he basically kind of like hides to see if, like, you know, this girl is still following him. And he waits for a second and the coast seems to be clear. So he takes the rest of the walk back to his house, like a light jog, just so he's somewhat fast. He gets into his house. He just locks the door behind him because he's like, I'm not risking it, bro. I'm simply not risking it. Right, so the subscriber just feels so good to be home. But anyways, right, so the subscriber, he emails his teacher real quick just saying, hey, can me, like, and the girl, I don't, whatever her name was, like, he said, hey, I'm not trying to report anything, but I feel a little bit uncomfortable. Can you just make sure that we're not assigned into any group things? And the teacher said, yeah, sure, no, that's totally fine. Because the teacher would normally do like randomized groups and stuff. And the subscriber just didn't want to be like anxious the whole day, like every time they're going to have a group assignment or something that, you know, he'd be assigned with her. And you guys might be thinking, why did he not end up, you know, reporting this to someone or something? And the problem was, right, he just didn't feel like he had the evidence. He also felt like this girl would 100% deny it and cover it up and then call him crazy and then maybe like launch an attack campaign against him. And he's just like, you know what? It's just not worth me getting into, bro. It's simply not worth me getting into. Honestly, to the subscriber, if you're watching this, dude, you might want to actually pursue this because she sounds kind of scary, bro. Like, you might want to protect yourself and like tell them about it premature. At least set up a case file with the principal or something, because that's not cool what she did. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, leave a like on the video, and then click one of the 4 videos on screen right now, or watch another one of my videos to support the channel. Thank you, peace. Today we get a story time of this crazy dream stand that does something seriously unthinkable. Like the video for nothing, let's just jump right into it. So let's call the subscriber who sent in today's story Calvin. So anyways, right, Calvin was in class one day, and, you know, he was having a discussion with some of his friends about, like, Minecraft YouTubers, popular YouTubers, for example, and they were talking about, like, whether they liked them, whether they made good content, etc., right? So, like, Mr. Beast came up, and everyone was like, oh, yeah, Mr. Beast is great, and Calvin was like, yeah, I'm a big fan of Mr. Beast, and other big YouTubers came up, but then, you know, Dream, you know, the, you know, big Minecraft YouTuber Dream came up, and Calvin honestly wasn't a fan. Personally, right, it's totally cool if you like Dream, it's totally cool if you don't like him, I really don't care. At the end of the day, you like what you like, that's what I believe. But anyways, right, you know, so Calvin was pretty vocal about how he wasn't a fan of Dream, he didn't really like, you know, I don't know, the culture around his videos, etc., stuff like that. But, you know, there was, you know, Calvin and his friends were not the only ones listening into this conversation. There was another kid who was listening in. And, I mean, we're going to call him Ben, but he's also going to be referred to as the Dream Stan. So if you hear me say Ben or the Dream Stan, I'm talking about the same guy. Anyways, right, there was this kid named Ben, and he was listening into the conversation. And as Calvin was saying, like, oh, you know, Dream, he's a crappy creator, like, I don't really like him that much, you know, Ben, who is listening in, like, stands up and walks over to the table that Calvin and his friends are sitting at and comes over and says, you will regret saying that. And Calvin is, like, really shocked. Like, he looks up, he's like, hey, yo, like, what? Like, is everything okay, bro? Like, is everything good, dude? Like, are we okay? But anyways, right, so the day is over, and this is where things start to get really kind of really, like, weird, really uncomfortable, really scary, right? Anyways, right, so Calvin, he heads home. It's the end of the day, and, he's just, like, in his bedroom, like, just playing Minecraft, whatever. He's on his computer, and for some reason, right, he decides that, he's gonna, like, go and, I don't know, maybe make his bed before he goes into bed. I don't know about you, but honestly, like, whenever I go to bed and I just slip into a bed that, like, is pre-made and the sheets are done just right and the pillows are just properly, like, just put together just perfectly, dude, I'm having the best time ever. Like, that is going to be the greatest sleep I've ever had, if that is the case. So anyways, right, Calvin goes over to make his bed to make sure that it's looking nice, and he goes by his window, and when he goes by his window, he catches something in the corner of his eye, and it's like startling enough that he stops in his tracks and turns to face towards the window. Now that he has like full sight of looking out the window, he sees this person standing in his backyard. So he had a pretty open backyard. He didn't have like a fence around his house. Like, it was pretty easy for people to, like, if they wanted to walk in his backyard. But anyways, right, there was a guy standing in his backyard, and this guy had a mask on. And it, like, Calvin was like, first of all, he was freaking out. Like, this was terrifying. Dude, if this happened to me, I would legitimately just, my pants, they would be soiled. No question about it. Like, there isn't even a bit of a question about that, dude. Like, my pants, they'd be gone, bro. They'd be out of here. But, as he's, like, terrified, he's looking at the masked subject, and he notices that the mask is, like, the dream mask. Like, the two eyes and the smiley face, like the dream mask. So at this point, right, he's like really freaked out. Calvin is just thinking to himself, why does this random person who is standing in my yard, looking up into my window, and like there was lights on in his bedroom, so like you could see into his window at this point. Why is some rando like looking into my bedroom like with a dream mask on? And at this point, right, things are starting to click in his head. Because it's like, as he saw the dream face, he was reminded of Dream. And then he thinks, okay, when I'm thinking of Dream, what happened recently to me that involves Dream? And sure enough, right, he thought about the conversation he had earlier that day. And then he thought about when Ben, aka the crazy dream Stan, like came up to him after, Calvin said the dream sucked very publicly, right? Came up to him and said, you will regret this. So all of a sudden, right, Calvin is putting two and two together, and it has a pretty sneaking suspicion, right, that it is in fact Ben that has put on this mask, who he definitely had this mask. He definitely bought it either from Dream's official store or a bootleg version or whatever, right? And is to get revenge, is like stalking him or whatever. So at this point, right, Calvin, as soon as he figures this out, rushes to his window and closes like the curtains so that like, Ben or whoever is out there, because he's not totally sure who is out there, but Ben or whoever is out there can't be looking in anymore, because like either way, dude, even if that is Ben, bro, like that's super creepy. So the next day in school, right, he goes up to Ben and he just looks at him. He's like, dude, what are you thinking? And Ben just looks at him and has this kind of smug grin. Like, Ben, like, has a grin that kind of, like, shows, like, he knows what he's doing, and he's, like, very smug about it. And he's like, what are you talking about, Calvin? I don't know what you're talking about. And, Ben is looking at him, like, or no, Calvin's looking at Ben, and he's like, dude, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You were in my yard last night with that dream mask on. I know it was you, dude. Like, I 100% know it was you. And Ben looks at him and smiles even more, as if to be like, yes, like he saw me, like he's freaking out, like I'm getting to him. But Ben was just like, man, I have no idea what you're talking about. But the thing is, right, Calvin, he was not buying it. In fact, he was almost even more certain that it was Ben that was in his yard the night before. So he comes up with a pretty good plan, assuming that Ben is going to come back tonight, right, and do the whole thing again to scare him again. But this time, right, Calvin is prepared. Calvin is prepared this time, and Ben will not be as smug after tonight. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment dream down below. I'm going to try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can just to say thank you. If you don't get a heart, don't take it personally. I'm pretty busy, but just know that either way, I appreciate you watching this far into the video. And now let's see exactly how Calvin is going to, one, expose, Ben for, actually being the guy stalking him, and then two, get absolute revenge on Ben. It's pretty good. Anyways, right, so the night comes and Calvin is in his room. And his plan, right, is he's going to be in his room like normal. And he's going to wait for Ben to come and try and scare him again by looking into his window. However, Calvin has a friend. And we're just going to call this friend Bob. I'm not that creative with names. Anyways, though, Ben's friend, or Calvin's friend's Bob, right, is going to be secretly hiding outside. And I'm not going to tell you what he's going to do. I'm just going to explain what happens. So anyways, right, Calvin, he's sitting in his room again. And this time, right, he's looking out in the corner of his eye to see when, Ben is going to show up in his dream mask. And, he waits a little bit and he's just kind of chilling for a second. And then finally, right, he sees movement. And he looks all the way. And sure enough, right, someone about the size of Ben, about Ben's height, is sitting in his yard, with a dream mask on, looking ominously up into his room. And with that, right, Calvin looks down at his phone and sends a text to his friend Bob saying, "It's time." So as soon as, Calvin sends that text, Calvin kind of like walks up to the window to look out, and he watches as his friend Bob springs from the bushes and, goes up to whoever this guy is in the dream mask. Bob has his camera out with the flash on, recording. Bob goes up and because the guy is so shocked at this point because some rando jumped out, Bob is able to rip off the dream mask. And sure enough, it's the crazy dream stand. It is Ben. He is standing there looking at them completely dumbstruck, completely phased dazed at this point. Not phased, Glenn. He is completely dazed at this point. And right now, Bob is like, gotcha. Has the video recording, ripped off his mask, and after that, right, Ben kind of gets back to his senses and sprints out of there. But it was already too late because Bob goes up to the house and Calvin says, "Did you get it? Did you get it?" And Bob's like, "I'm not totally sure. Let's check the footage." So Bob pulls out his phone and they watch the footage, and it's a little blurry, it's a little shaky, it's not some TV production quality, right? But at the end of the day, it shows very clearly, who is behind the mask. So the next day rolls around and, Calvin and Bob and his friend Bob, they both go to the principal's office. Calvin explains what happened 2 nights ago and then explains that he had a plan to catch whoever it was and that he had a suspicion that it was one of his classmates. And then he shows the footage and the principal is honestly at this point very shocked. So sure enough, right, the principal goes on a loudspeaker and tells "Oh, we need Ben to the front desk or whatever, or to the principal's office." And Ben comes and the principal asks "Did you do this?" And Ben denies it. But the thing is, right, the principal asks, Ben denies it, and then the principal shows the footage that can't be explained. After Ben sees the footage, right, he knows he's defeated. He admits guilt. The principal says why. And Ben's like, "I needed to defend Dream's honor." And the principal just gives him a look. He's like, "What? All right, bro, you're getting a week of detention." Subscribe if you haven't already, and then click one of the videos on screen or one of my videos in the recommended. Thank you, peace. Today we got a story of a dream stand that gets so angry that the subscriber says that he doesn't like Dream, that the dream stand tries to get the kid expelled from school and ruin his life. Leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's call the subscriber Kevin. So anyways, this all happens one day when Kevin is sitting at a lunch table and he's talking with this guy that he doesn't know that well about just YouTube, and then the topic of popular YouTubers comes up. And Kevin mistakenly, he starts off when he talks about popular YouTubers that he doesn't like. And specifically, he talks about how he doesn't like Dream. And by the way, you can like Dream, you cannot like Dream. As long as you don't act like this Dream stand does in the story, I literally have no issue with you. But anyways, right, so Kevin leads with how he doesn't like Dream. And let's just say that the Dream stand is not very fond of this. So the Dream stand gets up from the table and looks at Kevin and says "What did you say about Dream? That's my favorite creator." And Kevin is a bit of a hothead. he's definitely not one to like de-escalate situations. So Kevin does admit that in this situation, he wasn't like the clear good guy at this point. It's gonna be very clear pretty soon that the Dream Stand did something totally not okay. However, right, at this point, Kevin does admit that he could have been a bit nicer, because Kevin goes on to say, yeah, I think Dream is the worst creator ever, and his fan base is terrible. And at this point, right, the Dream fan does not like hearing this, right? And let me just say, if you like Dream, once again, no issue with you. Just don't act as this Dream Stand is about to act. So the Dream Stand, he's up at the table, he's looking down at Kevin, and he says, I will make sure that you regret ever saying that. And he gets up and he just storms away. And honestly, Kevin doesn't think anything of it until the next day in school. He comes in, and sure enough, he's called at, like, he's on the loudspeaker, right? Says, Kevin, insert last name, right? Come to the principal's office. And Kevin, like, doesn't even think for a second about the interaction he had with the Dream Stand, like, earlier yesterday. He doesn't even think about it for a second, right? He's like, oh, what did I get in trouble for? Because Kevin was up to a little bit of nonsense here and there, so he was thinking it was just something kind of minor like that. But oh boy, did he have a surprise when he got there. So when Kevin walks into the principal's office, she's standing or sitting on one side, and she's looking very, like, stern. She's looking very upset. And Kevin's kind of taken aback because, like, while he was up to a little bit of nonsense, he didn't feel like anything he was doing deserved the look he was getting. And especially he was really taken aback when he heard the next thing the principal was about to say. Because the principal looks at him and says, Kevin, like, I'm going to give you one chance now to come clean to, like, what you did, and I'll give you a lesser punishment. And let me just say that this really took Kevin off guard, because he was like, what? Come clean to what? And the principal, like, when he said that, the principal's like, all right, like, just know I gave you an opportunity to come clean because we got some pretty good evidence on you. Kevin at this point is completely confused. And still, he's not even thinking about the interaction he had with the Dream Stand earlier, but as you guys will see that there's a pretty big correlation. So anyways, Kevin's sitting down, and the principal's like, Kevin, like, we take threats at this school very, very seriously. Like, even if you meant this as a joke, like, you got to understand that, like, we got to take it as if you meant it very seriously, as it's pretty disturbing. And Kevin at this point is so just bewildered and flabbergasted. He just has no idea what to think, because he's like, threats? Like, I didn't make any threats against any students. And he looks at the principal, he's like, I'm so sorry, I'm so lost right now. Like, I don't even know, like, what's up. And she's like, well, Dream Stand, right? We're just going to call him Dream Stand. She said his actual name, whatever that is. And she's like, well, Dream Stand, came to me yesterday, and he looked all flustered and upset. And he said that he found this in his locker. And the principal pulls out a handwritten note. And she's like, does this look familiar? And, Kevin honestly says, no, I'm being honest. Like, that does not look familiar. She's like, all right, well, I'll let you give it a read since you haven't seen it before. Kevin legitimately has never seen this letter before. So he takes the letter and he looks at it. And yeah, sure enough, and Kevin's reading the letter. And the letter reads like, Dear Dream Stand, says his actual name. Like, I will hunt you down when you're sleeping, and you will not wake up afterwards. Like, this is a threat. It literally said, like, in quotes, this is a threat. And then it's like signed, and then it said Kevin. And Kevin is like, oh my God. Like, Kevin is starting to put the pieces together that the Dream Stand, when he said, I'm going to ruin your life for saying that, he legitimately meant, like, he was going to try and get him in trouble. Like, he was going to try and get him expelled from the school with, like, a false, like, allegation like this. And Kevin is just completely bewildered. And the principal's like, Kevin, like, that's pretty damning evidence. And she's like, that I don't really know what else to say here. Like, you've been a pretty decent kid, but, this is going to get you expelled. So Kevin's thinking really quickly on his feet, because he's like, all right, I am not getting expelled for calling Dream mid. Like, bro, that's not going to be the reason that I don't have a, successful life, because I, drop out of school too early. He's just like, it's not going to end like this, man. It's simply not going to end like this. So Kevin's trying to think as quickly on his feet as possible. By the way, if you comment Dream down below right now, I'm going to heart a bunch of comments that say Dream. A little fun fact. But anyways, right, so Kevin thinks quickly on his feet, and finally, he figures it out. He says, I know how to prove this isn't me. And, the principal was pretty convinced it was him. So she's like, all right, like, I'm all ears. And he's like, I have my backpack with me. I can show you a handwriting sample. This is very clearly not my handwriting. At this point, the principal, like, her ears kind of perk up a little bit, and she's like, oh, what do you mean? And, he brings out, like, he goes into his backpack, and he's like, here's a random piece of work I was going to turn in for English later today. And sure enough, the principal's like, all right, let me see this. And she holds up, Kevin's work, and then she holds up the threatening letter. And she's like, yeah, okay, these are clearly two different, like, handwritings. Like, I'm no expert at this, but this is not your handwriting. Doesn't mean that you didn't do it, but it is now, this is put into suspicion. And, Kevin says, hey, is there any way you can get a copy of the dream stand's handwriting? And the principal says, oh, you think he framed this on you? And Kevin's like, yeah, I have a reason to believe. And Kevin goes on to explain the little bit of the story I explained earlier, and the principal goes, that would be ridiculous for him to make this up about. He's going to get in big trouble if it's true. And Kevin goes, yeah, like, I thought the same thing, but it seems like that's the most probable case. And, the principal says, you know what, like, I'm actually going to go, like, phone up his English teacher, and I will get the most recent written work he has. And sure enough, right, within, like, 20 minutes, the English teacher actually walks to the principal's office because Kevin wanted to stay there and see the whole thing through. He would be too stressed out in class anyways. And the English teacher comes in, gives the dream stand's work. The principal looks at it, looks down the paper, looks at Kevin's writing, looks at the letter, looks at the dream stand's writing, kind of sits there for a second, really thinking. This is like Kevin's heart is racing at this point. He is freaking out because he's like, this is kind of like the trial verdict right now. The principal looks up and she's like, yeah, this handwriting is a complete match with the dream stand, the same guy who turned this in. And she's like, Kevin, you're free to go. So Kevin heard a couple days later that, the dream stand actually ended up getting suspended for an entire week, as well his parents were told about everything. And if anything, his parents' punishment seemed apparently like it was going to be worse than anything the school could have dished out, because the parents were not having this at all. Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a great day, because today we have the story of probably one of the craziest dream stands on planet Earth, and you will not want to miss this. So sit back, relax, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, subscribe if you're new to the channel. And let's call today's subscriber who submitted this story to me over on Instagram in the description. Let's call her Ruby. Little disclaimer, nothing against you if you like Dream. Nothing against you if you are even a Dream stan or consider yourself one. I really don't care. You can like what you like, as long as you don't act like this girl in this video, because oh my god, is she psycho. Anyways, let's just jump right into it. So anyways, Ruby is at school, and she is just hanging out in the cafeteria, and her friend that she normally hangs out with every single day is sick today. And Ruby, doesn't have a ton of friends, because most of the time she spends with is that one friend who is sick today. So Ruby is kind of looking around for a place to sit, and she sees some people she kind of knows, and she sees like other people she doesn't really know, and she's like, you know what? I'm going to sit over there. And there was this girl who was sitting alone. In general, this is one of the greatest things you can do. Little story about me, one of my greatest friends to this day, actually, when I didn't have any friends freshman year of high school, I was sitting alone somewhere. She decided to sit next to me, and we've been best friends ever since. It's actually a really nice story. But anyways, this story does not end as nicely. So Ruby decides to sit down next to this girl. She says, hey, how's it going? Like, what's your name? And this girl looks up at her and says, hey, my name is Emma. My name is Emma. Sorry if there's a weird pause or cut there. I just had to think of a name. But anyways, right, so Ruby and Emma sit down and they just start talking. They just start talking about things. And Ruby really likes Emma. Emma seems like a very normal girl, a lot of things that, you can get along with. They were talking about, their struggles with, boys and the way that they perceive themselves and how they love these TV shows. They love Stranger Things on Netflix. They were just talking about stuff that they really enjoyed. And they had such a good lunch type, they had such like a good meeting at lunch that they would, routinely try and hang out with each other afterwards, because Ruby and Emma realized that, the last period of the day, a science class, they actually had together. Ruby just never really knew about Emma. She was always in that class, but since they weren't friends, they just never really hung out. So from that point on, every day, in that science class at the last period of the day, Ruby and Emma would be good friends, would hang out, they'd be lab partners, and yeah, it was really cool. And things were cool for a while until they weren't, which you shall see. Because anyways, one day Emma's like, hey, I just realized we've never really hung out outside of school. And Ruby's like, yeah, that's crazy. We're pretty good friends now. It's been about a month of them hanging out every single day in science class, right? So Emma's like, hey, how about this weekend you come over to my house? And Ruby's like, oh, that actually sounds great. Let me like just talk to my mom, make sure we don't have anything going on, or just to make sure it's okay. Because, you know, they are in 7th grade. They can't really drive themselves. You know how it is, like you're kind of, your mom's in charge. It is what it is. But anyways, right, so, you know, Ruby calls up her mom, or not calls up her mom. When she goes back home, asks her mom's like, yeah, of course. Like, this is a new friend I don't know about. And Ruby's like, yeah, I met her, like, eating lunch one day and realized I had a class with her. We've hung out every single day. She's great. So Ruby's like, oh, Ruby's mom's like, that's awesome. Yeah, we're totally free. You can go over to her house. So anyways, fast forward to the weekend. It's a Saturday. Ruby is packing up her bags for the sleepover at Emma's house, and, you know, she gets Emma's address, and she gives it to her mom, and Ruby packs up her bags, packs up the car, they get on in. So, you know, Ruby, you know, they're driving up to Emma's house, and, you know, she gets out, and, you know, Ruby's mom's like, oh, can I come in and meet Emma's mom? And Ruby's like, yeah, sure, whatever. So they get to the door. Emma's mom's like, oh, Ruby, I'm so excited for you to be here. Emma's just upstairs. And Ruby's mom goes in, and Ruby and Emma's mom talk to each other. So Ruby goes up the stairs and says, hey, Emma, I'm here. And you kind of hear some, like, rustling. You hear, like, movement in her room. And it's not like walking over to the door. It's like quickly shuffling papers, quickly moving stuff away, quickly almost hiding something. This is important for later in the video, because you'll slowly feel stuff start to turn a little weird, and then get a little weirder, and then get a little stranger. But anyways, at the moment, Emma doesn't think anything of it. Or Ruby doesn't think anything of it. So she gets to, like, Emma's door, and she hears, like, stuff being moved and stuff and rustling and whatever. Then eventually, she kind of hears this, there's a silence. And the silence lasts for, like, 5 seconds or so. And then she hears Emma walk to the door, open it up, have a big old smile, be like, hey, how's it going, stranger? I don't know, that's more of a dad joke. But anyways, Ruby has her bag, you know, they sit down. It's great. It honestly is great. You know, they're planning to go, you know, they go downstairs, they have dinner. They, you know, later on they go and watch a movie, and then kind of towards the end of the night, they're kind of like sitting in Ruby's room. And Ruby's like, oh, so by the way, like, I just want to let you know that, you know, there is a bed in here, but there's a whole setup downstairs in my basement. Basement, not sus at all. Anyways, so Ruby's like, oh, that's really cool. You guys have, like, renovated your basement to make it all up to date, all cool and stuff like that. And yeah, Emma was like, yeah, come downstairs, check out the basement. It's actually awesome. And they go down there, and the basement's actually really cool. Ruby can't deny it. They go down there, there's like a TV, there's like a whole bed type area, I guess, for guests. So if guests come down there, there's an air hockey table, and Ruby's like, you didn't tell me you had an air hockey table. And she's like, yeah, no, we can do this stuff tomorrow. And Ruby's like, yeah, you know, I guess I'm getting a little bit tired too. So, you know, Ruby and Emma, they say goodnight, and Ruby goes downstairs, plugs in her phone, is on her phone, and turns off the lights. So right now, Ruby is sitting in bed, not thinking of anything, actually planning on probably just going to bed in like a couple minutes. However, she would not be going to bed in a couple minutes after what you're about to hear. So anyways, Ruby's sitting there, and she's in her bed, remember, in the basement, and all the lights are turned off. So it's just the only light in the entire room is the light of her phone illuminating her face. And she hears, like, footsteps above her, and that's nothing much. She's in the basement, so someone's probably walking around the kitchen or something. She hears footsteps above her, walking, and then they stop walking. She's like, okay, whatever. It's kind of just sitting there. The only thing that's a little bit uncomfortable about the basement is since, like, it's in the basement, there are no windows, and when it is dark, it is extremely dark. And that's when she thinks she hears footsteps coming down the stairs. And she immediately says, Emma, like kind of says Emma, kind of like loudly, but there's no response. The only thing that happens is the footsteps stop, like she stops hearing the sounds of the footsteps. So at this point, Ruby's starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable because she's like, okay, well, maybe Maybe. These footstep sounds that I heard were actually from upstairs, and it just sounded like they were over there. And, you know, it's just a coincidence that as soon as I alerted, like pointed out that I was hearing them, that they stopped. Had to be a coincidence. So now Ruby is kind of just sitting there in her bed. And remember, it is like pitch black around her because it is like no windows, no nothing, no lights on. So Ruby's kind of sitting in her bed. She's like, okay, this is a little bit weird. And this is when she starts to hear, this is where things get really, really weird. She starts to hear a faint like sound. You know, as if something was playing like a couple floors above you, but it was playing so loud that you can kind of hear it. And she starts hearing like, this is gonna be very weird, but you know Dream. You know the Mask song, right? She starts hearing, it's very weird. It's like this distorted, lower pitched version that's also slowed down, but it was like very faint because it was like playing above her or something. And at this point, Ruby was like, what is going on? Like, what? So she's sitting there, she's sitting in her bed, she starts hearing this like slowed down, distorted Mask song, whatever, right? And she's like, oh, why is like the Dream song playing? This is so weird. So what she does is she turns on the flashlight on her phone. And she gets up and she walks over and she goes over to kind of like, has to kind of stumble through the very dark basement, or stumbles kind of like to the left because like she knows where her phone, where there's like, she left her backpack and she knows that there's a light switch there. She goes to the light switch, she flips it on and nothing happens. The lights were like, the switch was like manually disabled. At this point, you know, Ruby's like, okay. Just a lot of coincidences. In a row right now. Why is the Dream Mask song still playing? Why? Because she could still kind of hear it faintly above her. But it was weird. It was like slowed down. It was distorted. And that's when she starts to hear like, once again, footsteps. She hears footsteps, but slowly coming down the stairs. And this is when she starts to hear the Dream, like, Mask song that's, like, it's like a weird, creepy remix of it. Starts to play louder and louder. And she's just, like, she kind of, like, yells out, like, Emma, is that you? Like, I'm not a big fan of pranks, Emma. She hears, and then, like, footstep. She's like, okay. It's fine, whatever. Because she has a flashlight, right? So this is the creepiest scene ever. I'm going to try and explain it to you. So just a little warning, it's pretty scary. So she's back on the bed at this point. She's sitting there. She's terrified. And you know how she turned on the flashlight to her phone? That is still going on. Like, that is still active. So she's sitting there with the flashlight of the phone kind of shining forward. But remember, it can't illuminate the entire room. It's incredibly dark down there. And the flashlight on her phone is only so bright. But she starts to hear the sound of the music coming closer and the footsteps coming closer. And that's when the flashlight that's like shining out the light, very briefly illuminates, like from very far away. She can start to see the outline of a figure coming towards her. And she's like, Emma. And that's when the scariest moment ever. She has the flashlight eventually reveals like the face. And the face is this like cardboard painted white mask with like red dripping all over it. It's supposed to be like making it look like blood or whatever, as well as in like a green like hood cloak type thing. And of course it's supposed to be emulating like the Dream mask or whatever. And at this point, right, Ruby wasn't thinking, oh, it's my friendly neighborhood Minecraft kid. She was thinking, oh my God, it's a murderer in the house. So Ruby like freaking screams at the top of her lungs. And that's when she hears like more footsteps coming from upstairs. And that's when a really like big flashing light comes in and she hears, Emma. Real quick, comment Dream if you made it this far into the video. That will be the secret word of the day. And also, if you want to support the channel, binge watch these videos, meaning sit down and watch a bunch of these videos. And let me know which video on your binge you're on. For example, if you watch 5 videos, say, oh, I'm on binge number 5. And every video you binge, leave a comment so I can know and follow you and see what's going on. And also, I shout out random people like on screen right now. that tell me how they're supporting the channel. Anyways, let's get back to the story. So basically, you're probably a little confused at what just happened. So just a little recap. At this point, Ruby is just like screaming at the top of her lungs because it looks like a massive serial killer is coming right towards her. Kind of like the dream mask that's like been created with like red paint dripping all over it. This green cloak type thing, holding some kind of weapon, but it's not disclosed yet because it's so dark. And that's when she sees a bright, like almost like fog light type thing piercing through. And that's when she hears Emma be screaming, like, Emma, like this very angry voice. And that's when like the big blinding flashing light gets closer. And, you know, at this point, Ruby can see that like, oh, this is Emma's mom. And the big blinding flashing light is kind of like shining light on Emma, which, spoiler, it was Emma. And Emma was in this big complex costume with like this green hoodie that's like dripped in like a little bit of red paint to look like blood. This dream face mask with like red paint dripping down that kind of looks like blood, holding like a fake diamond sword or whatever. And also in the other hand, holding some kind of like speaker that is playing the creepy remix of like the Dream Mask song. It is the most ridiculous thing I have ever personally heard. And then on the other side is Emma's mom looking furious and holding a light. And she's like, Emma, did you like cut the power to the entire house? Like, you know, we thought that we're in a power outage, but then when I went downstairs to like the converter box or whatever, I saw that the wires were cut and there's a pair of wire cutters next to it. And then she turns around, she's like, and why are you dressed like that? Ruby, did you know it? And then points at Ruby with like the fog light, and Ruby kind of grimaces a little bit because a massive light was just pointed at her. Like, Ruby, did you know anything about this? Ruby's like, I don't even know what's going on right now. And then it's like pointed back to Emma, and she's like, Emma, did you do all this to terrify your new friend? I swear to God, every single time we get someone new coming over, I think that you have a new friend and that you've changed. You pull some stunt like this on them. Ruby is taking in so much information right now that she can barely process that, one, what is happening right now, and two, that this is not the first time. This is a regular case like scenario, like this happens. This is not supposed to be a thing that happens, bro. What? Huh? Like, are you serious? This happens all the time? Anyways, right. So Ruby's just sitting there, and Emma's mom comes over and is like, Ruby, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about what Emma's doing right now. I'm so sorry. You must be so scared. You know what? Come with me. Come with me. We're gonna put you somewhere else. And so sure enough, right, Ruby, you know, is walked up by Emma's mom, and Emma's mom like, you, I'm gonna talk to you later. I'm gonna talk to you. Yes, you, I'm talking to you later. It's pointed at Emma or whatever. And Emma's like very awkwardly standing in her like dream costume. And the entire time, like the Dream Mask song, like weird, creepy remix is still playing on her JBL speaker that she's holding. It's incredibly awkward and weird. But anyways, right? Anyway, so they're walked up and Ruby and Emma's mom's like, I'm sorry. Like, maybe I should have told you something. Like, Emma's done this before, but we really thought that she was trying to, like, you know, that she passed through these phases of doing whatever this is, right, this stuff. And I thought she actually had a friend, and I was so excited, and I'm sorry, I should have said something. And she said, I understand if you're not comfortable sleeping here, like, I'm going to make sure that, like, Emma doesn't do anything else to you tonight. Like, do you want to sleep on the couch? Like, you can take my bed or whatever. And Ruby's like, you know what, couch is totally fine, as long as it's kind of bright or whatever. And so sure enough, Ruby goes on the couch, sits down, gets like a pillow and a blanket. Emma's mom's like, I'm so sorry. I do gotta go. I have something to deal with. And, you know, Ruby hears, because remember, the house is like silent. It's nighttime. Ruby like hears Emma's mom walk over and then go like, Emma, this is the third time you've pulled something like this. This is ridiculous. I thought you were having an actual friend over and that you weren't gonna pull this stunt. Again, this is why you don't have any friends. The first time I felt bad for you. The second time I felt sorry for you. But this time, I think you wanna do this to yourself. I don't know why you keep doing this, but this is unacceptable. Like, just kind of like him going on and on like this. And Ruby's just sitting there like, oh my God, like Emma seems so normal. What happened? So sure enough, Ruby didn't sleep a wink the entire night. In fact, there were several times throughout the night where she was convinced that Emma was gonna like appear again in full costume and have no idea. Like Ruby had no idea what Emma's intentions were. The craziest thing was, like Emma wasn't like, haha, got you or whatever. Emma just kept coming towards Ruby, and Ruby has no idea what Emma would have done. Probably not anything, but whatever. Ruby has no idea what Emma would have done if Emma's mom did not come down and like intervene in the situation. So she did not sleep for a second that night. So anyways, Ruby's mom comes and picks her up the next day. And Ruby's mom's like, so how was it? And by the way, the breakfast was very kind of awkward because it was Ruby and Emma's mom, and Emma was in her room. She was not coming out, which, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So Ruby's mom was like, so how was it? And Emma's like, so you're not going to believe a word I say. And Ruby's mom's like, what? And Ruby goes on to explain everything I just told you. And Ruby's mom's like, you're kidding, right? Ruby's like, no, no, I'm not. And Ruby's mom's like, oh my God, like, I'm sorry. And Ruby's like, it's fine. It's just a lot to process. You know, I don't really understand what just happened, but something did just happen. That's all I know. But anyways, right? So Ruby, you know, while she's not at Emma's house right now, she realizes that the next, like, the remainder of her 7th grade year is going to be the most awkward science classes of all time, right? Because she goes there, and every single day from this point on, because this actually happened recently, so this is a continuous story, and it actually just ended this year. So she's on summer break now, but for like the last 6 months, every single day that Ruby went into science class, like the first day was the most awkward, because she went in and she saw Emma at the back of the room, and Ruby immediately parked her butt at the closest table to the front of the room. And there was like one instance that like Ruby and Emma, like where there was like a randomized partner thing, and Ruby was sweating so hard because she's like, oh my God, I'm gonna get Emma. Dude, I'm gonna get Emma. There's like, I'm gonna get Emma. Oh my God. But thankfully she did not. And on the last day, Ruby like left that classroom being like, thank God I survived. But yeah, moral of the story is, I don't even know what the moral of the story is. Is there one? How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a great day, because today we have a story of probably the craziest dream stand to ever exist. So sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and let's just jump right into it. I'm going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Sam. So anyways, this all happened when Sam, when Sam was in 8th grade, which was 6 months ago. Also, real quick, you can like Dream, you can even be a Dream stan. I personally don't care. We're cool either way. As long as you don't act like this girl, you're totally cool. That's all I'm going to say before I hop into it. So anyways, Sam was in 8th grade about 6 months ago. Well, this story happened around 6 months ago. So he was just, you know, in his, lab class or his science class or whatever you want to call it. And normally the teacher let them choose lab partners. But for some reason, one day, the teacher came in and said, hey, I'm actually mixing it up. Like, I'm going to give you randomized lab partners. You guys have been choosing the same people every single day. And everyone's like, what? No, but it's my friend. And he's like, tough. You're going to get a random lab partner, and you're going to like it. So anyways, right, Sam was randomized, and he got a random person that he didn't really know. Sam normally gravitated towards his, like, one real good friend in the class. But, you know, he's like, all right, well, this is someone new. So anyways, Sam was like assigned to this person for, you know, a lab partner, and, you know, they went up there, or Sam went over there and said, hi, my name's Sam. And the other person looked up and said, hey, my name's Sarah. And Sam and Sarah, you know, immediately got to work on the lab, and they actually hit it off pretty well. Like, things were pretty good. Like, you know, life was pretty great. It's not necessarily they had a lot in common right away, but they just had really good chemistry, and it was pretty apparent. And by the end of it, Sam's like, hey, like, I actually had a lot of fun today. Like, we should, like, hang out more. And Sarah agreed. It was always kind of like throughout the story, it's not super clear to me if they ever had, like, a kind of a underlying romantic theme or if it was truly just a platonic relationship. Like, I have plenty of friendships with women, and it's just 100% platonic. There's people lie on the internet and say that those can never exist. They can. However, I'm not sure if in this case Sam kind of had a little thing for Sarah or not, but throughout the story they do remain friends till the very end, and it's insane, but you don't want to miss that. Anyway, so Sam and Sarah, outside of this lab class, would start to hang out a little bit. Like, they still had like a free period or whatever type recess deal. You know, at lunch, Sam would normally sit with his boys, but, you know, he would sometimes be like, hey, I'm going to go hang out with some other friends. And they'd be like, what? And then they see him go sit with a girl, and they're like, ooh, you're sitting with a girl. You know, typical behavior, even from like my friends, and we're 19. It doesn't get better, guys, all I'm saying. But anyways, right, so Sam and Sarah, you know, they started to talk more, and they became pretty close friends. And, you know, it came to the point where Sarah actually invited Sam over to her house for a sleepover. And, you know, I will say, like, a boy-girl sleepover, I have been to one of them. They're pretty cool. But anyways, you know, Sam was like, oh my, like, really? And Sarah's like, yeah, I mean, we're buddies. Like, I've my other buddies over all the time. Doesn't really matter, you know? And, you know, Sarah's like, well, my mom's cool with it. Like, talk to your parents. So anyways, Sam went back home, and, you know, he didn't hit up his parents. His parents were there. Sam went back home, and he kind of, like, went up to his mom's like, hey, Mom, I got a question for you. And his mom's like, yeah, what's up? He's like, so I'm friends with this girl, and I really am just friends with her. And Sam's mom's like, yes. She already knew that, like, something was coming up. And he's like, well, so basically what happened is that, you know, she's invited me over to her house for a sleepover, which is, I go to sleepovers all the time. And Sam's mom's like, Sam? And Sam's like, no, Mom, I swear, like, I really don't have any feelings for her. She doesn't have any feelings for me. It's just, like, normal. I know it's weird because it's, like, boys and girls, but, Mom, boys and girls can be friends, too. And Sam's mom's like, well, okay, but I trust you on this one. Because, you know, Sam's in 8th grade. Hey, man. And, you know, Sam's like, thank you, Mom. Like, that's great. So the next day, Sam gets into school, and he kind of, like, runs up to Sarah. He's like, Sarah, like, I know I can actually do this. Like, I can come over to your house. And she's like, oh, that's awesome. Like, that's great. Like, I'm so excited. Do you want to do this weekend? He's like, yeah, no, I don't have anything this weekend. So they plan it for the weekend. Sam's going to go over to Sarah's house. Life is good. Well, life wasn't really good, but Sam didn't see that coming. But the only warning sign he got was that, you know, Sam was talking to one of his boys at the lunch table. He decided not to hang out with Sarah that day just because, you know, he had to hang out with the boys. You got to split your time. And he was saying, like, oh, it's really cool. Like, Sarah and I are actually pretty good friends. I'm actually going over to her house. And one of the boys was like, wait, Sarah, like Sarah, and then says the last name. And Sam's like, yeah. He's like, oh, dude. And Sam's like, dude, what? He's like, I don't really know. Like, I can't tell you anything specific, but I've just heard things. And Sam's like, bro, what do you mean you've heard things? What are the things? And Sam's friend's like, I don't know. I've just heard that she's like, really, like, this isn't meant to be offensive, but she's just like, she's just really, really weird, and something happened, but I didn't actually know. And Sam's like, bro, you can't just say that. You can't just say that and then not actually have an answer. And Sam's friend's like, I know, I shouldn't have even brought it up. I don't know. Maybe you want to do some digging. Maybe you don't. I don't think it's just like she's weird, like people don't like her weird. I think something like, I don't know. There's something there. I don't know what it is. But, bro, just be careful. That's all I'm saying. And Sam was kind of like, all right, well, obviously my friend's just being a hater and is jealous because I don't really spend as much time with them anymore because I have more than one friend. You know what? He can't deal with the fact that I have more than one friend. So you know what? That's tough for him. And, you know, sure enough, Sam did not heed his friend's warning and kind of paid the price for it later on. And this is probably one of the craziest stories I've ever told on the channel or I've ever received. By the way, submit your own stories to me on Instagram, Connor Pugs, or Discord. Both my links are in the description of this video if you want to submit the stories. Anyways, so Sam packs his bag, on that Friday and is super excited, and he's ready for the next day. Saturday comes around and he sends a text to Sarah being like, hey, I'm excited for tonight. She's like, yeah, we got a lot of fun stuff planned. And so anyways, Sam's mom is driving him over, and Sam's mom's like, all right, well, you have my number, and if at any point you want to leave, just let me know. Like, I will bring you back. Don't worry about it. And Sam's like, Mom, it's going to be fine. Stop worrying, Mom. God, Mom, why are you so... God damn it, Mom. No, okay. But he was like, oh, like, Mom, I'm fine. Like, don't worry about me like that. Yeah, well, his mom had an intuition, and that all of his friends apparently did too, but Sam just couldn't see. So anyways, Sam and his mom pull up to Sarah's house, and the first kind of red flag was that there was no cars in the driveway. And Sam's mom was like, wait, her parents aren't home? And Sam's like, And Sam's mom's like, all right, I'm coming with you, and if their parents aren't going to be here, well, then I don't think I can let you stay. Sam's like, oh, jeez. So they walk up, right? And, Sam's mom rings the doorbell, and Sarah greets them at the door. Sam's mom's like, hi, Sarah. I'm Sam's mom. I'm so excited to see you. I'm so glad that my son and you are good friends. Are your parents home? And Sarah's like, no, but they'll be back really soon. And Sam's mom's like, how soon do you think? Sarah's like, yeah, I don't know, like 30, 45 minutes. They just went out to get something. Sorry, I think they're just running a little late. They sent me a text. And, Sam's mom's like, okay, I don't think I'm going to, okay, that's fine. Sam, you have my number if you need anything. Sarah, Sam can give you my number if you need to contact me or anything. Bye, guys. And, Sam's mom walks away. Sam's mom should not have walked away, because things are about to get really crazy. And I keep hyping it up, but trust me, it is worth it. So anyways, Sam, walks in, and he's so excited, right? This is Sarah, this is his friend. This is the first mixed gender sleepover, which he hasn't been to one before, and he's really happy about that. And, Sarah seems pretty excited too. But there's just this weird energy that Sam kind of is, acknowledging, but also ignoring, because he just thinks it's his nerves. He just thinks he's, being, a little freaked out about his first, oh, my God, sleepover with a girl, whatever, right? But no, it was something else, and he should have paid attention to it. And, Sarah's like, oh, do you need to charge your phone? And Sam's like, actually, I do. And his phone was on, 20% or something. So she's like, oh, I got a charger, and takes his phone and charges it in another room. This was mistake number 15, but whatever. This was his next mistake. He's now lost access to his phone. So anyways, right, so Sam and Sarah, they walk over, and Sarah's like, welcome to my room. She opens it up, and it's your quintessential, very stereotypical, girl room. There's, all this, I don't know what a stereotypical girl room. It just doesn't smell like crap like all boys' rooms do. You know what? That's a compliment, girls. Don't get mad at me in the comment section. Boys, don't stop coping. Your rooms smell bad. I know, because I am one. Anyways, though, so they sit down, they start talking about stuff. They're actually having a really good time, because they're both, watching, I don't know, freaking Stranger Things. And this is before the new season came out, so they're kind of, theorizing about what's going to happen next. And, they're really having a good time and all that kind of stuff. And that's when Sarah's like, oh, I'm going to, go to the I have to, go downstairs and go to the bathroom. I'll be back in, 5 minutes. Do you mind just, chilling here? Sam's like, yeah, no, that's fine. So Sarah leaves her room. And Sam, he doesn't, look for her diary or anything, but he's looking around, he's bored. His phone's charging, so he goes around, and he sees a closet. And the closet is only, open, a jar. It's only half open, right? Or it's only open a little bit. So he goes over, and it seems to be, overflowing. And one thing Sam also noticed before he came into the room was there's, a lot of weird empty spots on the wall. You know when you have a poster on the wall, and it's it leaves a sun mark, the sun's been on it, that everything around it becomes lighter, and then when you remove the poster it becomes darker. And also when you have tape or whatever, it leaves a little it kind of peels away the paint where it was. There was a lot of weird things on the wall that just seemed like something was there that was recently removed. But Sam didn't think anything of it really at the time. But when Sam got to the closet, he opened up the closet a little bit, and he saw a massive pile of Dream SMP, all that type of stuff, a big pile of merchandise and stuff. And that doesn't really matter. You can have a thing, but the thing that really caught his eye was this big bulletin board type thing. And there was a very big, like, bulletin board shaped hole in her wall. It was not hole, but like a part that like felt like something was there before. And that started to weird him out. And he like looked at it, and on the top of the bulletin board, it said, "The quest to find Dream, aka Clay." And Sam was like, and down below it had all, you know, there's like in the horror movies or like the guy goes crazy trying to figure something out. He has all the strings attaching the stuff. It was pamphlets, it was flyers, it was everything, like trying to figure out Dream and who he actually is and what he actually looks like. And as he's reading it, it says, conclusion, like Dream, and then he finds like a little book, right? A little book next to it. All these flyers and posters trying to find who Dream really is. By the way, if you don't know, Dream is a very popular Minecraft YouTuber. And anyways, he picks it up and he starts reading through it. And a little bit through, he gets to a page where it says, "Dream's name is not Clay. He made that up," right? And he's like, "I figured this out through my deductive reasoning. I know," like, and then going ahead a little bit more, Dream's hair is blonde, like looking like this. He doesn't actually live in Florida. He lives where I live. I've come to this conclusion. Does some more like page flipping, and that's where Sam's heart starts to drop. And it says, "Suspect for Dream, Sam," and then his last name. Hair, check. Voice, check. Like, I believe that this is actually him. I'll have to do some more research. And Sam keeps on flipping the pages, and he starts to get really freaked out because it is insanely detailed pages, page after page after page of details about him and like Sarah's conspiracy theories that he is actually Dream. And that's when he gets to the last page that says like Operation Interrogation. And he reads it and it spells out in plain English that Sarah is going to invite him, befriend him even closer, and then invite him over for a sleepover to interrogate him to prove that he is actually Dream. And when Sam has this book open, he hears a voice behind him saying, "So you found the book." And he turns around and it's Sarah. Real quick, comment Dream if you made it this far into the video. I just want to see how many people made it this far. I like seeing the names and faces. And I'll try and heart a bunch of comments that say the secret word of the day, which is Dream. And also, if you want to support the channel even more than you've already done by watching this far and giving me the good watch time, which boosts the channel, all you got to do is binge watch these videos in one sitting, meaning sit down and either do something or try to go to sleep or draw or play video games and watch a bunch of videos in a row. And let me know in the comment section down below what you're doing like while you're watching my videos or how many videos you binge watched. I'll try and heart the comments, reply to them saying thank you, and even shout out random people who tell me how they support the channel, like this person on screen. Thank you. So shout out to this person as well as everyone else who's been supporting the channel in the last couple of weeks and forever really. And let's get back to the story. So at this point, right, Sam is petrified. He's at the house alone. His phone is in another room. It's probably not even charging. She's probably just taking it, like any source of communication. It's just him, and Sarah. And Sarah thinks that he is the Minecraft YouTuber Dream because he's blonde, he sounds like him, and she's gone crazy, right? And at this point, she wants to interrogate him to prove that he is actually Dream. So Sam is like, haha, yeah, I was just looking around. No, like, book? What? I just see you really like the Dream SMP. That's cool. I don't really watch Minecraft that much. She said, I know you'd say that. I know you'd try and back out of the truth. And Sam's like, what do you mean? She's like, you saw the book, didn't you? And Sam's like, what book? And Sarah's like, oh, it's just a little book I have of, like, my favorite Dream characters. And Sam's like, and Sarah's like, oh, follow me, follow me. Sarah comes over, grabs his hand, and leads him downstairs. Leads him past the room where his phone was supposedly charging. His phone was gone. It wasn't charging, by the way. Sam's like, oh, where's my phone? She's like, oh, it's charging in a different room. Sam's like, Sarah continues to lead him downstairs and then kind of to this basement area. And Sarah's like, look, come on. I want to show you something. Drags him basically down the stairs to the basement, brings him down there, and it's like, okay, so, like, there's a really cool game over there, and I want you to go over there and get it set up. And Sam's like, what? And he turns around, Sarah's gone, and he hears running up the stairs. So, like, he starts turning around and starts, like, speed walking towards her, and Sarah's already ran up the stairs, slams the basement door shut, locks it. And Sam's like, yo, like, open up. Like, what are you doing? And Sarah's like, I know it's you, Dream. And Sam's like, dude, what? What are you saying? And Sarah's like, I've been watching you for a while, and I know that it's actually you. You are Dream. I've been trying to figure out your true identity for the longest time. And I knew that, like, the red herring, Clay. Of course your name isn't Clay. That is a perfect idea, to tell everyone your name is Clay and then it's actually Sam. Oh my God, I'm a genius. You should have changed your voice. You should have used the voice changer in your videos, because it's so obvious when I hear you speak that you are actually Dream. And Sam's like, dude, what are you talking about? And Sarah's like, try and keep this up and you'll stay down there forever. And Sam's like, so what are you gonna do when your parents get back? And Sarah's like, my parents are gone for the week. And Sam's like, well, my mom's coming tomorrow. And Sarah will say, I'm just gonna tell her that you were walking home and you chose to walk home yourself. She's gonna think then that you got abducted and something like that, and I'll have you for the entire week, and you'll starve unless you admit it. And Sam's like, oh my God, this woman's insane. So he's looking around, and there's no actual windows. There's only like a light. And Sam's like, okay, well, what are you gonna do if I admit that I'm Dream? And Sarah's like, well, you gotta admit it first. And Sam's like, okay, you got me. I'm actually Dream. And Sarah's like, yes, I knew it. Oh, Dream, I knew it. Now, I have the identity of the most popular YouTuber ever. What shall I do with it? And Sam's kind of like, yeah, so are you gonna let me out yet? And Sarah's like, no, I don't think so. And Sam's like, well, okay, well, you know the truth now. Like, what else do you want to know? And Sarah's like, well, I gotta be certain, right? I need you to show me that you're logged into the Dream YouTube channel. At this point, Sam's like, what the fuck? Like, oh, this is the most insane thing I've ever... He says, okay, well, you gotta bring me my phone then. And Sarah's like, well, I'm gonna bring you your phone and then you're gonna give me your password. And Sam's like, no can do. I'm gonna type in the password myself or you're not gonna see the Dream channel. And Sarah's like, fine. Sam is so confused how that worked, but it did, so he's like, all right, screw it, we're going with this. And so Sarah, like, goes around, he hears her, like, because remember, Sam and Sarah are talking between a door at this point, and, he hears Sarah walk away, walk into a different room, get his phone, walk back, and Sarah's like, okay, I'm gonna open the door, Dream. Sam still thinks it's hilarious, now she's calling him Dream. And so she opens it, and Sam's like, all right, well, I'm gonna get my phone, grabs the phone, he's like, oh, so this has not been charging, it's at 5%. And Sarah's like, yep. And Sam's like, all right, cool, nice, all right, let me type in my password. So Sam starts to type his password, but is slowly moving himself into a position where he can bolt out of there. Because he's kind of remembered, he's putting in his head, he's like, all right, I've got to remember where the exit is. He's like, all right, got the phone. And turns around, starts sprinting. And Sarah's like, get back here, Dream. So Sam starts sprinting from the room to the room to the room to the room, closes doors behind him, knocks stuff over behind him. And she's like, get back here. Sam finds his way to the kitchen, gets out there, and starts like sprinting down because they live on a street, right? She starts sprinting down the street. And that's when he like hears a bell. And that's when he turns around briefly and sees Sarah getting on her bicycle, and Sam's like, oh my God, I can't ride a bicycle, but he's got the distance advantage. So he continues to run, and that's when he turns a corner and jumps into a bush, right? Jumps into a bush of another house, goes down there, and this is as still as possible. And he hears a bike approaching, and then a bike turn the corner, and then a bike stop. And Sam's like, she knows where I am. She must know where I am. Why did she stop right next to me? And Sam is in the bush as still as possible. He hears the bike be just sitting there and then start to move again. And Sam watches as the bike goes down the street. And Sam is like, oh my God. Oh my God. So he sends a text to his mom saying, like, Mom, can you pick me up? And she immediately starts calling him and he declines the call and says, hey, can you pick me up? And she says, answer my call. So Sam kind of peeks his head out, sees that Sarah is nowhere to be seen, and picks up the phone. And his mom's like, Sam, what's wrong? Like, why do you need to be picked up? And Sam's like, oh, there's just a little complication, and I just don't think this is a great idea for me to be here. And Sam's mom's like, okay, say less, I'm coming. So sure enough, and Sam's like, well, so can you actually pick me up, can you pick me up not at her house? And Sam's mom's like, what do you mean? Can you pick me up at the park that's, 5 minutes away from our house? And Sam's mom's like, why? And Sam's like, Mom, I'm just going to tell you when I get to the car. I can't explain now, but just pick me up there. And she said, okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. So now Sam is like, puts down the phone. It's like, okay, I haven't escaped. Sam's phone is at 1% too. So he's so glad he made the call when he did. And he starts like moving in the backyards of people's houses. So he starts like going from house to house in the backyards. And then eventually he gets to the place where the park is. And he's about to like jump over the fence when he stops just to look. And thank God he stopped, because he sees in the very distance a bike approaching him. And sure enough, it is Sarah on the bike. She does not see him, but he sees her, so he ducks down and he waits as the bike passes by. Sarah's been doing loops around the entire block because she must be like, how did I lose Dream? And anyways, Sam, hops out, runs into the park and like hides behind a bush or whatever, hides in a tree, hides behind some kind of shrubbery, waiting for his mom. And he waits and he waits and he waits. And that's when he sees a car pull up. And he sees the car pull up and he looks in, and sure enough, it's his mom. So he gets up, he sprints out, and he goes in, he opens up the driver's side car seat. He hops in, closes it, and says, Mom, go, go, go. And, his mom's like, Sam, what? Like, where's your stuff? He's like, I'll deal with that later. He's like, no, and Sam's mom's like, no, let's go pick it up. And Sam's like, Mom, let's drive around the neighborhood. Let me tell you what happened, and then we will make a choice from there. So Sam's mom's like, all right, fine. So Sam's mom starts driving around the neighborhood, and Sam's mom's like, fine, Sam, all right, tell me the story.
Click on the video on screen, right?
How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time, oh my god, of a kid who somehow destroys / floods the zoo over skibbity toilet. Bro, I don't understand. This next generation is absolutely ruined. But sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel right now if you like storytime videos. Press the like button to claim your free nothing. Limited time deal, by the way. And with that being said, let's just jump into one of the cringiest story times of all time. Let's go. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Will. So anyways, in Will's class, there's a kid who we're going to call Ben. Of course, we call the secondary character Ben. You know how it is around on this channel. But anyways, Ben was infected with the very, very destructive and dangerous virus known as skibbity toilet syndrome. Once you get it, man, you're a goner. So anyways, what do I mean by that? I mean Ben, over the summer, he was kind of chilling, wasn't doing that much, and he was on YouTube one day, and he saw, probably in his recommended, one of these skibbity toilet videos. And I don't know if you guys have seen skibbity toilet syndrome, but basically, kids will spend 25 hours a day. 25 hours a day. You heard me right? No, I don't mean 24. I mean 25. They literally pause time just to get an extra hour per day to watch skibbity toilet videos. The only music on their Spotify playlist is the skibbity toilet song. The only entertainment that they will ever consume are skibbity toilet related videos. And they do that every day on repeat. And you want to have a conversation with them? Well, if it's not about skibbity toilet lore, then get out, because they don't want to talk to you, buddy. I don't know how else to say it. Anyways, Ben was unfortunately infected with this very dangerous and basically terminal virus. And by terminal, I mean terminally cringe. Because everyone else around, it's actually terminal for everyone else around you, because they will die of cringe. So make sure you have your cringe make sure you have your cringe goggles on by pressing the like button. I give you not only a free nothing, but also a free pair of cringe goggles. So make sure you have that on before I delve too deep into the story and you pass away or something. I'm just impervious to cringe at this point. I have developed superhuman strength. Anyways, so this kid, Ben, he used to be a normal kid. Well, I mean, kind of. Will is like, he was a little weird, but wasn't this bad. But unfortunately, over the summer, he did nothing all day but just sit there and watch skibbity toilet videos. Yes, you heard me right. And he's contracted the virus. First day of school, they get back. Will's all happy. Life is good. And then, one of his last classes of the day he has with Ben. And, he kind of remembers Ben from back in the day. He kind of remembers, Ben was just kind of that kid. He was a little quiet, never really a problem man, never did anything bad. Will has only had good experiences with him. Gets to class, walks in, kind of struts in with some of his boys. They walk in and they see Ben sitting there and they just hear him like staring into space, like his eyes kind of floating in different directions, like he has nothing going on in his head, just singing like skippy bop bop bop, just skippy bop bop beep, like that's that song that if you like it, that's fine, right? I'm not coming for you. I've just heard it so much that it makes me angry. So I'm not gonna like replicate it too often. Just know that's the song I'm talking about. And Will is just thinking, okay, is this guy like trolling? Like, is this a bit? Because, at this point, they came back like early September, as, a lot of kids do. At this point, like Skippy Toilet was like super, super big and popular and all the rage and got 1 billion subscribers or whatever. And it was kind of becoming a little bit of a meme at this point. So he's like, oh, maybe he's just like doing a joke. No, my friend. It was not a joke. It's serious. It's not a joke, guys. Skippy Toilet Syndrome is deadly serious, okay? Listen to me. It is a serious deal. So I don't want to hear any jokes about it because it is terminal for everyone else. The worst kind of disease. Not terminal for the person who gets it, terminal for everyone else around them. Turns them into a monster. A cringe-bearing monster. It's terrible. Anyway, so yeah, in all seriousness, like, Will's just like walks the back of the class, kind of looks at his friends. He's like, dude, what is going on with Ben, man? What is Buddy smoking? Like, why is he doing that? Because after like 2 minutes of him just like looping the Skippy Toilet song and like staring to space, they kind of think that he, I don't know, got hit in the head really hard. Because that would actually completely explain his actions. Okay, so I've given you a good description of Ben. I gave you a little story, a little context. Fast forward 3 months. 3 months. Ben has gained a reputation of being an absolute menace because all he does all day is just scream Skippity Toilet garbage all day. It's what he does in all classes. He's been sent to the principal's office like 100 times for disrupting class. He has lost any friend that he had because, I don't know about you, but in my opinion and in my definition of a substantive friendship, does not include sitting there while I hear this kid scream Skippity Toilet songs like all day. That's not a friendship I'm looking to enter. I know that might be shocking to a few of you, but it's true, man. It's not something I'm looking to enter right now. I'm sorry. Anyways, he's gained a bit of a reputation. 3 months later, they have a field trip. Class field trip, whatever. They go to the zoo. I don't know if you guys ever had some class field trips. I never had one to the zoo, but I had a few to museums and exhibits. Always super fun. Messing around with the boys, get yelled at, look at some cool stuff. Don't actually have to do anything that day. Love them. Anyway, so Will and his boys are on the bus. Everyone's lined up. Ben is sitting, with his assigned seat partner. His assigned seat partner is like plugging their ears as Ben is like, just destroying his eardrums, completely removing all of his brain cells too. It should be a federal crime because with every skibbity coming out of his mouth, a brain cell of someone around you has died. So at a certain point, you kill off all the brain cells, they become a vegetable. So that's essentially killing them, right? So there should be a legal investigation into this, in my opinion. But anyways, they're sitting there, they're getting to the zoo, they're driving over. Will's pretty happy. It's always fun. It's always a cool day, as I said earlier. Everyone loves a good field trip, man. So sure enough, they get to the zoo, and everyone gets off the bus, single file line, you have your buddy, you have your partner, and the partners you couldn't select by yourself, which I understand. If you're having trouble making friends, a lot of these things teachers are doing it's to promote new friendships, and it's also make sure that people who don't have the greatest social skills don't get, left out or feel even worse about it. So sure enough, they had random friend groups. And what are the odds? Will's standing there, he's hoping for one of his boys, like he's hoping, it'd be Alex, or he's hoping it'd be, not Ben, sorry, hoping it would be Charlie or someone. He's sitting there, and the teacher's like, Will, your partner is Ben. And Will's like, no, God, no, God. You know that clip? I don't know if you guys are Office fans. I love The Office. Oh, you like The Office? You're so original. I know. Shoot me. Don't, actually. But, when Dwight, I don't want little spoiler, but when Toby comes back, Michael finds it out, and he freaks out. Just imagine that reaction. Anyway, so Will eventually walks over to Ben, and Will's like, hey man, how's it going? Because one of the rules of the buddy system is you must be with your buddy at all times. So this just went from a 6, 7, maybe 8 hour, I think probably closer to 6 hour, fun, awesome trip that he's gonna enjoy so much to a skibbity toilet induced torture session. So Will's mood just took a complete 180, completely swapped in the other direction. He's definitely not too happy about it. So he goes over, he's like, hey Ben, and Ben's like, skibbity bop, and Will's like, oh dear God, I can't even communicate like that. He's like, hey man, how's it going? Bop, bop, yes, yes. And he's like, ah, God. Because Will knew that this kid was a bot at this point. He knew that this kid was an actual non-playable character, but he didn't realize that he was to this degree gone. At this point, lock him up in a mental facility, get him some help. It's because this virus has probably taken over each individual brain cell in his skull. Every single neuron has been captured by skibbity toilet. Dude, guys, this generation seriously needs some help, man. So anyways, the day commences. And they're walking around. It's the zoo. It's fun. It's cool. Everyone likes it. Actually, no, I take that back. I do not like the zoo. I used to like it when I was a kid because, oh, funny monkey in cage. Now I look around and I just see how depressed the animals are. Every single one there just wants to off themselves, right? They're just sitting there being fat and doing nothing all day. So I don't know. I don't like the zoo, but I see the appeal. I really do. Anyway, so they're walking around, and Will and Ben or Will is just like, oh my God, like this is actually the worst. Like, Buddy just entered his own hell for the next 6 hours. And sure enough, Ben is sticking to character. He has just been mumbling. Okay, I got to give him points. He's not screaming, but still mumbling. Oh, screaming, just it's bad. It's really bad. Like I don't know what else to say. And Will is just like, bro, like, yo, like, I don't know how you feel about this, but do you want to, like, cover more ground and split up? Against the rules, but Will is like, I just can't handle this anymore. I'll tell my teacher that we got split up by accident. And Ben isn't going to correct the record because he's too busy skibbity-bopping anyways. And, of course, like, the one time that Ben would be able to speak in a normal English sentence would be to rat Will out. But beyond that, and Ben kind of looks at him and shrugs and then walks off. So Will is like, thank God. Peace, freedom, free at last. Probably should keep that. Anyways, so Will's walking around looking at the cool monkeys and hippos and dragons and whatever you see at zoos, or I haven't been to one in a second. And sure enough, he runs into some of his other friends. Let's call them Charlie and Alex. And Charlie and Alex are like, dude, like I heard you're partners with that Ben kid. Like that's so funny. Ha ha ha. Where is he, by the way? And, Will's like, oh, I made a deal with him. I said, look, let's cover more ground. Let's split up. And Charlie's like, oh, like, you should really make sure you find him before we have to go back because, the buddy teacher system, they're going to get really mad at you. Like, I know, Tommy that, he did that a couple years back and he actually got, just after school suspension for like a week or something. They're really serious about that. And Will's like, yeah, I know. I'm going to find them. Worst case scenario, I say we get lost, but I just honestly can't stand around that kid when he's doing all the things he's doing. And, they kind of agreed. Like, it makes sense. Like, this kid was being so annoying. It's just, you can only hear the Skibbity Toilet song for 100,000 times so long, right? Only for so long. And it just kind of goes downhill really, really quickly. So I don't know the exact details here. When I say I don't know, I mean Will doesn't know the exact details because he split up with the Skibbity Toilet kid. So this is going to be a mix of other people's perspectives. It's going to be a mix of logical conclusions, and it's going to be a mix of likely context. So what likely happened? The Skibbity Toilet kid, obsessed with Skibbity Toilet, just devoured by these toilets or whatever. I don't know. Goes to the bathroom. In the bathroom, there are toilets. And he must have just been, I don't know why he didn't do this at school previously. Maybe he just doesn't go to the bathroom at school, which honestly, I can understand. Boys' bathrooms, public boys' bathrooms at middle schools and high schools are dangerous places. It's just bad news. So I would understand if he didn't go to school or bathroom in school. But he sees the toilet and somehow gets like lodged in there and then starts like repeatedly flushing. And somehow it like gets into the pipe system and like starts overflowing the pipe system. And somehow he breaks it so bad that like the toilet starts rising up. And then all the toilets in the row start rising up because all the pipes are connected. And then the sinks start flooding. And then there's just a big pool of water spraying out of the bathroom and starts running through the inside part of the museum because the zoo also had like a museum section. And that's when Will and his friends were walking around expecting to have, I don't know, at least a few more hours to kind of hang out and whatever. They hear like on the loudspeaker, like, we need all like zoo attendants to get to an exit immediately. You know, there's been an emergency, like you got to go now. Very clearly not a drill. So they were like, oh, what? Anyways, so Will and his friends, Will not for a second believes, oh, of course, well, this must be because of the Skibbity Toilet Kid. Also, real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment toilet down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. And if you made it this far into the video and you want a heart, because I'm going to be trying to drop as many hearts as I possibly can, comment the secret word toilet 3 times in 3 separate comments. More likely, I'll see it when I'm scrolling through my comments. And also, just so you know, every couple of days, I sort through my comments and I filter them by super thanks, which you go into the little heart, there's a $sign. If you leave a comment as a super thanks, I will 100% reply to it, and I'll heart it, I'll reply to it, I'll give you a good long reply or whatever. I might reply to some other comments, but you'll get a really good reply if you do it that way. And just for a second, I want to direct you to the description where there's a bunch of links. Cameo page if you want something like that. If you want to learn how to make money with a YouTube channel, I also have a little instructional video of how to do that. I have some Amazon links for products you might need if you want to, make videos or whatever. Use the links. I get like $5 or something. Helps out a little bit. And also, of course, if you want to submit these stories, Instagram is Connor Pugs. Follow me on there and then message me your story. Now let's get back to the Skibbity Toilet Kid who has obliterated the zoo or something. So Will, his immediate reaction is not, oh, of course, Ben, the Skibbity Toilet Kid, must have gone into the bathroom and clogged up all the sinks and toilets from being an idiot or something. It's not his immediate reaction. His immediate reaction is, I don't know what's going on, but I need to find Ben immediately as he's like my escape buddy. Like, not escape buddy, he is my buddy and I'm gonna get in massive trouble. Even more trouble because now the buddy system is being employed. So anyways, Will is frantically like running around trying to find Ben. And he eventually runs by the bathroom and he's seeing like he's seeing like water pile up in places, and he starts to walk towards the bathroom and he sees like a bunch of staff members, bunch of like janitors, whatever, people like making sure that no one gets there, like a security guard. And he also sees Ben, and Ben is by the like 2 security guards. And he's like, oh God, what? So anyways, Will's like, okay, screw it, I gotta go. So Will goes over, he finds a teacher. He said, hey, I got separated from Ben, and I just saw him by the bathroom with 2 security guards. So the teacher's like, okay, like, whatever. They're not going to punish him because it's such a weird situation going on right now that they're just more focused on getting everyone together. So the teacher and Will, they go back to the situation. Remember, it's flooding everywhere, and this, like, security guard's like, hey, like, you guys got to leave. And the teacher's like, one of the students is over there. And they're like, oh, like that guy? He goes over, points to Ben. And the teacher's like, yeah, that's one of our students. And they said, okay, well, he kind of caused this whole situation, so we got to have a talk. And the teacher's like, what? And the teacher turns to Will and says, look, like, leave, go to the exit, tell, like, whatever teacher there that your buddy is here and it's fine that you're not with him. Say that, Miss Alexandra or whatever said that. I'll just go. So Will has to go. Will goes to the exit. Teacher's like, where's your accountability? Blah, 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 blah. And he's like, okay, like not with me, with Miss Alexandra, you can check with that later. And the teacher's like, okay, fine, I believe you. Why wouldn't I? Eventually, they get on the bus. They have to wait there for like 4 hours. Like, it was the most boring thing ever. But they have to wait there. And Ben doesn't get on the bus because, he had to do some stuff since he obliterated the zoo or something. Eventually, they get back to school. And not much more is known because Ben never returned to school. I don't know if he got expelled. I don't know if he got a punishment and then, you know, his parents were like, okay, buddy's got problems. We got to just do something with him. But Ben didn't have any social media. It's not like he got Instagram or LinkedIn or something like that. He just disappeared. Just poof. And he didn't really have any friends, so no one really stayed in contact with him. So still to this day, no one has any idea what Buddy's up to. No one. How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time of a bunch of skibbity toilet syndrome kids who have caught the skibbity toilet virus. A bunch of them formed together and almost burned down their entire neighborhood over skibbity toilet. Yeah, pretty crazy today. I've also lost faith in humanity. So leave a like on the video right now to claim your free nothing. Subscribe to the channel if you're new and like stories. With that being said, let's just jump right into it. Anyways, so we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Liam. So this all happened over fall break. So anyways, Liam and his friends always like playing in this big group of woods. So there's a big foresty kind of woods type area that's in the town. It's been a place that they've been playing for the longest time. They used to go there when they were young as 4, and they'd go there and have like fake lightsaber battles with the sticks, have adventures. I don't know, it was really cool. So they're all kind of growing up, and at this point, Liam is around 8. Most of his friends are from 7 to 8 to 9. So anyways, some of them, a handful, roughly half in fact, got infested with the skibby toilet virus. This is when a kid, or anyone really, but most likely kids, sit there and watch skibby toilet for 25 hours every single day. Yes, you heard me right. They found a way to stuff an extra hour into the day just to watch more skibby toilet. These kids actually do exist. So anyways, this year, or I should say this break, they basically broke up into 2 teams. So they were going into they've always having battles or whatever in the woods. And this time they broke up very much along the lines of team skibbity toilet, which means they just love it so much. They've all contracted the skibby toilet virus that they're willing to form an entire team around it. And then the other one was just team blue. They really weren't around it. They honestly were team anti-skibity toilet because they just thought it was so annoying or whatever. Because I feel like with 8-year-olds nowadays, you're either so in love with it or you absolutely hate it. I feel like there's almost no in between. I don't totally get it, but also I'm not 8 anymore, so yeah. Anyways, though, so sure enough, they were kind of planning to have a battle between each other. They'd had battles before, but let me just say, as you can probably tell by the intro/title of this video, that, this battle is going to get a little bit too extreme, and they're almost going to risk burning down the entire town because of it. Yes, they're going to risk burning down the entire town over a skibidi toilet. It actually gets to that point, which is pretty crazy. Real quick, anyone who's a channel member and watching this video, I want you to comment down below and just kind of spam a few of the emojis. Just so you guys know, if you see a join button next to the subscribe, you can also become a channel member and have access to channel member only emojis and flex them in the comment section. Anyways, though, let's go into the first battle. The first battle was not the dangerous one and not the scary one. So the first battle, as I said, was not the one that almost destroyed the whole neighborhood, but it was a precursor, and it does show that the team skibidi toilet was going to go way too far. So anyways, they all had these foam lightsabers. So they're the lightsabers from Star Wars, but they were made completely out of foam. So if you hit someone with the foam lightsaber, it would bend over, it would bend in half, it wouldn't hurt at all. So their first battle was going to be these foam lightsabers, and they were going into the woods. So Team Blue was walking in, they all had their foam lightsabers, and then in the distance, they seen Team Skibidi Toilet, which is the other half of the kids. And they were their battle chant, bro. Their battle chant was the Skibidi Toilet song. So you hear in the distance, and you can barely see them through the woods, and you hear in the distance, and all of Team Blue is like, oh God, not that song again. So they're all marching in, screaming that. And there was something wrong with their lightsabers. So this was the first sign that the Team Skibidi Toilet was about to go way too far. This was the very beginning signs. So their lightsabers were not that floppy. And remember, these were foam lightsabers. These kind of bend it over. It was almost like you were waving around something floppy, man. Like, guys, don't go there in the comment section, please. Anyways, though, so either way, they march in a battle. Team Blue goes in. The subscriber is like, charge! So all of Team Blue rushes in. Team Skibbity Toilet rushes against them. And they start swinging their lightsabers against each other. And almost right away, Team Blue realizes something is wrong. They make contact with Team Skibbity Toilet's lightsabers. And like the Team Skibbity Toilet's lightsabers are like hard as a rock. And they basically just like cut through the lightsabers. So they're immediately losing the battle. And that's when one of the Team Skibbity Toilet members hits one of the Team Blue members with a lightsaber, and it really hurts. So anyways, one of the Team Blue members are like, wait. Something's wrong with these lightsabers. They're like, ceasefire. So they call a ceasefire. They look around, and one of the Team Blue members takes one of the Skibbity Toilet members' lightsabers, looks at it, and so the lightsaber is almost like, you know those kind of like pool noodles? Yeah, these foam lightsabers were basically recolored like pool noodles. So they look in the pool noodle, and there's a metal rod in the noodle section. The reason why these weren't floppy was because there was a metal rod put in them, which one is a massive like cheating advantage, because if you're having a lightsaber fight and you're fighting someone has a floppy stick, someone has a hard as a rock stick, bro, you're gonna win. Second of all, if you hit someone in the head or something with a metal rod, even if it has like a pool noodle around it, that's still dangerous. Super quick, if you're listening on YouTube or Spotify and you go into the description of the video, or if you're on YouTube and you look at the pinned comment, the second link that says click this link to learn how to grow on YouTube. If you guys are kind of coming to the age where you're trying to make some money, YouTube's a pretty good place to make some money. So I put together all the knowledge I've learned over the years of how to grow a channel and monetize it correctly. And if you're interested in that, click that link. Anyways, though, back to the story. So yeah, immediately Team Blue is like, whoa. They start calling foul. And Team Skibbity Toilet is like, it's not our fault that you guys came into battle unprepared. Like, you know what, we're gonna have another battle tomorrow, and you guys better be ready for whatever we throw at you. So Team Blue's like, okay, well then what's the battle? And Team Skibbity Toilet looks at them and says, you guys will see. So, okay, things are getting kind of intense. And Team Skibbity Toilet also says, the battle can happen at any time, like it's your job to hold the forest. We can strike at any time, day or night. So basically one of the teams would hold down the forest in a sense, like it would be their home base. And the other team would like sneak in and try and take it over. Today, Team Skibbity Toilet had the forest, and the next day it's the other way around. So anyways, Team Skibbity Toilet took the metal rods out of the pipes, and they had another kind of like floppy lightsaber fight, whatever. But there was something plaguing the fight that just felt wrong. Like something, like it was just like Team Skibbity Toilet was definitely going to be doing, I don't know, they just were not going to be playing fair, and that was almost a fact. However, Team Blue played it smart. Team Blue had a mole on Team Skibbity Toilet. So anyways, that night, both Team Blue and Team Skibbity Toilet had their own like little meetings or whatever to plan for the next day. So during the meetings, Team Blue kind of brought up, first of all, they're like, hey, like, first of all, the Team Skibbity Toilet is like, they're not playing fair. They came here with metal rods. Like that could have hurt some of us. They were obviously cheating here. And even when like we won, like they kind of like, it was an unofficial win, but they definitely won, because I think the kids were too busy watching Skibbity Toilet to train with like the floppy lightsabers. It's like they obviously won when they weren't cheating, but they came in prepared to like go too far. And they also said, hey, like I'm a little worried. Like they said anything's on the table for tomorrow. Like what do you think that'll mean? So that's when the subscriber says like, I didn't want to announce this to any of you guys earlier, just in case like, you know, I needed to do my own digging. So the subscriber like did his own research, quote unquote. I don't necessarily know what that means, but the subscriber said that he did his own research to see if there was any moles in the team, and he kind of he deduced that there wasn't. So he said, okay, like I was hiding this from you guys because I wanted to do my own research and see if any of you guys were potentially spies or double agents, but we have a double agent on Team Skibbity Toilet. He will be giving us information about what their secret weapon will be or what their plan will be for tomorrow, so we can prepare in the morning. Unless they attack in the morning, then we're gonna know either way ahead of time. So anyways, they're all waiting, and later that night, the mole comes back, and he meets with a subscriber. And everyone else went home, so it's only the subscribers hearing this. They're going to meet tomorrow early in the morning, like 8 a.m. They're all going to get up. They're all going to go to a certain location. But the subscriber looks at the mole and says, okay, what did you hear? And the mole gives them this very terrified look. So basically, the mole says they're going to do a fire attack. And the subscriber's like, okay, bro, what do you mean by they're going to do a fire attack? And he said they didn't really go into a ton of detail, but apparently, they got a hold of, everyone went home and was, instructed. And, I don't know how I wasn't instructed. Maybe they have suspicions about me or something. But everyone was instructed to go home and grab a lighter and, find a lighter from their parents and then come here tomorrow. I don't know exactly what the plan's going to be, but, you guys got to be prepared for this to go crazy. So at this point, the subscriber's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. They're bringing fire into this? Okay, man, pause. This might actually be going too far. And the mole's like, dude, I don't know. Just prepare for anything. So anyways, the subscriber goes to bed, and he just, can't fall asleep because he's thinking, are they going to come in with, matches? Are they going to come in? What are they going to come in and do? So anyways, the next day comes around. It's 8 a.m. They all meet at the spot. The subscriber's a couple minutes late because he, slept through his alarm and very quickly ran out. And everyone's like, dude, where you at? You said meet at 8 a.m. and you're not here. What's going on? He's like, boys, we got bad news. The mole informed us that they're going to use fire. And everyone looks at him and is like, fire? Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment fire down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I'm going to try and heart as many comments as I can. I'm tapping away, trying to give some hearts. If you want the best chance of getting a heart on YouTube, comment fire 3 times in 3 separate comments. Higher chance I'll see it. Also, because I get so many comments, thank you guys. I can't reply to all of them. But if you want a guaranteed reply, all you got to do is leave your comment as a super thanks. So there's a little heart icon with a $sign. All you got to do is tap that and then make a custom comment. I check that every single night before I go to bed, and I respond to every single comment like that. So that is a guaranteed way to make sure that you get a reply and a heart. And finally, I want to let you guys know that I am on Cameo. It is one of the links in the description and the first link on the pinned comment on YouTube. So it's in the description for YouTube or Spotify. If you want me to say anything you want within reason, obviously, Cameo is the place to do that. It's my official account. I'll get notified and I'll get it done within a day. So I don't know if you want me to say something, that's a place for it to be. Anyways, let's get to the fire attack because this is about to get absolutely crazy. So anyways, they're waiting there all day. They're just kind of sitting, waiting, and they feel like they're just waiting for the attack to happen. So they're guarding the forest at 1, they're guarding the forest at 2. They also all have Nerf guns. They thought, okay, the best thing we can do is probably bring ranged weapon attacks. So they all have Nerf guns. I used to love Nerf guns as a kid. Super fun. Honestly, I've joked around with my college buddies, we should have a massive Nerf gun battle. And they might have been joking, but bro, I'm dead serious. Anyways though, so they're kind of walking around, patrolling the perimeter with their Nerf guns, waiting for signs of anything. So every 30 minutes, they kind of check in or whatever, or one of the patrolling guards will come back and kind of collect all the information, and no one saw anything. There was a few scares, a few times they saw movement and it was a bird or a squirrel or just some random dad walking his dog, but Team Skibbity Toilet was nowhere to be seen. So at this point, they were getting antsy because they knew that a crazy attack was coming. They didn't exactly know what they meant by fire attack, which, by the way, don't play with fire, boys. If you have to take one thing away from this video, do not play with fire. Anyways, so they're kind of antsy. They're kind of nervous because this is going to be a big deal when it drops. So they're all anxiously waiting around, and that's when it's getting late. Night's coming soon. And so they're kind of looking at each other do we just go back? Is this too late? And that's when they hear it. They hear in the very faint in the distance. They hear almost very far away chanting. So it's not it's being whispered. It's being shouted, bro. But it's so far away that it's very faint. But they hear, but they hear it in kind of a slowed version. It's almost like, ooh, skibbity, bop, 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 yes. I mean, you can't really take it that seriously, because it is the Skibbity Toilet soundtrack at the end of the day. However, I will say that it was very ominous, because it was getting dark out. They were on edge, waiting for the Team Skibbity Toilet to attack with an unknown fire attack. So they were already kind of tweaking out a little bit. And then you hear, in the dark, this very slow version of their battle cry. Yeah, bro, I don't know. If I was an 8-year-old, I would be tweaking a little bit myself. So first, they heard the battle cry. And second, they saw the flames. So yeah, Team Skibbity Toilet was coming in. Everyone held like a stick with fire at the end of it. Yeah, I'm not even kidding you guys. They came in with like torches, bro. They're literally coming in with torches. Like, yeah, it's actually getting that serious. So at that point, the subscriber's like, okay, team, they're right there, ready, aim, fire. So everyone has their Nerf guns and are kind of shooting their Nerf bullets, right? And Team Skibbity Toilet is not even dodging the Nerf bullets. They're ominously chanting, walking towards them with like the big flames or whatever. And they're walking towards them. And the Nerf bullets are just like bouncing off of them, whatever. It's doing basically nothing. So one of the other Team Blue members turns to the subscriber. The subscriber's low-key the captain in the situation. I've kind of alluded to that, and it's not explicitly said, but it definitely feels like that. He's basically like, Captain. He's like, bro, like, what do we do here? He's like, hold the line, hold the line. So they keep shooting their Nerf bullets, and the Team Skibbity Toilet is just getting closer and closer. But this is where blank hits the fan. One of the Skibbity Toilet, members gets one of the Nerf bullets, hits him in the face, hits him in the eye. He's like, ow, drops his thing, drops his like flame stick. And his flame stick hits the ground and it's like a brush. So it's like a bunch of really dry, dead grass because it's fall. So it's like the grass is dying out. It's getting really cold, which also means the grass is really dry and flammable. Almost immediately as it hits the ground, poof, like a big thing of flames, as if it hit like a gallon of kerosene or something. Like, it's bad. So at this point, everyone's like, stop, 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 and like the whole whatever is done. And Team Blue, like one of the people are like, we gotta call someone, we gotta call someone. It's like an actual fire. And Team Skibbity Toilet's like, so do you guys like give up? One of the members is like, oh, so do you guys like give up the forest? And that's when the subscriber's like, bro, like this is beyond our games right now. This forest could go up in flames. Yeah, so at this point, some of the people are like running back, trying to like get help or something. The Skibbity Toilet members are complaining because they said, oh, you guys are like ducking out. As the fire is growing, by the way. So the fire is starting to spread. In this town, it's a very old town. So like a lot of the houses don't have perfect like, a lot of them are made like from old wooden structures. A lot of them are like surrounded by the woods. And you know, a forest fire, that thing's actually deadly and it spreads super fast. And especially these houses would go down in seconds, bro. Like they'd be out for the count. So anyways, the subscriber and one of his other Team Blue members runs back home and says, we gotta call the fire department. So the mom immediately does and says, what's going on? And he's like, we're playing, and some of the other opposing team, they brought fire. And the mom's like, you guys were playing with fire. And the subscriber's like, I wasn't, my team wasn't. They brought fire, it's bad. And she's like, okay, whatever, where is the fire? So anyways, fire department's called. A fire truck goes over to the scene. The Skibbity Toilet members were still complaining with like the Team Blue members. So at this point, parents are getting called. Everyone's rushing to the scene. And like at this point, like parents are walking in, the subscriber comes over, and like still some of the kids are holding fire sticks. So at this point, the parents are like, put that down, put that down. And obviously putting that down is a bad idea. So anyways, the firemen come over and they're just like, boys, you shouldn't be playing with fire. And they have like the big hose, they're spraying it down. They're collecting like the fire sticks and extinguishing them. And let's just say that the last couple of days of break, they were all grounded. Unfortunately, the subscriber in Team Blue, they tried to explain to their parents that they were not doing that. They brought Nerf guns, and if you want a proof, you could look at, who was holding the fire sticks, the total number of fire sticks, which was the same number of Team Skibbity Toilet members or whatever, and that they brought their Nerf guns, but none of the parents wanted to hear it, because at the end of the day, they were all playing with fire and nearly burned down the entire neighborhood. And, that would have been kind of bad. How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time of a bunch of skibbity toilet syndrome kids who have caught the skibbity toilet virus. A bunch of them formed together and almost burned down their entire neighborhood over skibbity toilet. Yeah, pretty crazy today. I've also lost faith in humanity. So leave a like on the video right now to claim your free nothing. Subscribe to the channel if you're new and like stories. With that being said, let's just jump right into it. Anyways, so we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Liam. So this all happened over fall break. So anyways, Liam and his friends always like playing in this big group of woods. So there's a big foresty kind of woods type area that's in the town. It's been a place that they've been playing for the longest time. They used to go there when they were young as 4, and they'd go there and have like fake lightsaber battles with the sticks, have adventures. I don't know, it was really cool. So they're all kind of growing up, and at this point, Liam is around 8. Most of his friends are from 7 to 8 to 9. So anyways, some of them, a handful, roughly half in fact, got infested with the skibbity toilet virus. This is when a kid, or anyone really, but most likely kids, sit there and watch skibbity toilet for 25 hours every single day. Yes, you heard me right. They found a way to stuff an extra hour into the day just to watch more skibbity toilet. These kids actually do exist. So anyways, this year, or I should say this break, they basically broke up into 2 teams. So they were going into they've always having battles or whatever in the woods. And this time they broke up very much along the lines of team skibbity toilet, which means they just love it so much. They've all contracted the skibbity toilet virus that they're willing to form an entire team around it. And then the other one was just team blue. They really weren't around it. They honestly were team anti-skibbity toilet because they just thought it was so annoying or whatever. Because I feel like with 8-year-olds nowadays, you're either so in love with it or you absolutely hate it. I feel like there's almost no in between. I don't totally get it, but also I'm not 8 anymore, so yeah. Anyways, though, so sure enough, they were kind of planning to have a battle between each other. They'd had battles before, but let me just say, as you can probably tell by the intro/title of this video, that, this battle is going to get a little bit too extreme, and they're almost going to risk burning down the entire town because of it. Yes, they're going to risk burning down the entire town over skibbity toilet. It actually gets to that point, which is pretty crazy. Real quick, anyone who's a channel member and watching this video, I want you to comment down below and just kind of spam a few of the emojis. Just so you guys know, if you see a join button next to the subscribe, you can also become a channel member and have access to channel member only emojis and flex them in the comment section. Anyways though, let's go into the first battle. The first battle was not the dangerous one and not the scary one. So the first battle, as I said, was not the one that almost destroyed the whole neighborhood, but it was a precursor, and it does show that the team skibbity toilet was going to go way too far. So anyways, they all had these foam lightsabers. So they're the lightsabers from Star Wars, but they were made completely out of foam. So if you hit someone with the foam lightsaber, it would bend over, it would bend in half, it wouldn't hurt at all. So their first battle was going to be these foam lightsabers, and they were going into the woods. So Team Blue was walking in, they all have their foam lightsabers, and then in the distance, they seen Team Skibbity Toilet, which is the other half of the kids. And they were their battle chant, bro. Their battle chant was the Skibbity Toilet song. So you hear in the distance, and you can barely see them through the woods, and you hear in the distance, and all of Team Blue is like, oh God, not that song again. So they're all marching in, screaming that. And there was something wrong with their lightsabers. So this was the first sign that this team, the Team Skibbity Toilet, was about to go way too far. This was the very beginning signs. So their lightsabers were not that floppy. And remember, these were foam lightsabers. These kind of bend it over. It was almost like you were waving around something floppy, man. Guys, don't go there in the comment section, please. Anyways, though, so either way, they march in a battle. Team Blue goes in. The subscriber is like, charge! So all of Team Blue rushes in. Team Skibbity Toilet rushes against them. And they start swinging their lightsabers against each other. And almost right away, Team Blue realizes something is wrong. They make contact with Team Skippy Toilet's lightsabers, and like the Team Skippy Toilet's lightsabers are like hard as a rock, and they basically just like cut through the lightsabers. So they're immediately losing the battle. And that's when one of the Team Skippy Toilet members hits one of the Team Blue members with a lightsaber, and it really hurts. So anyways, one of the Team Blue members were like, wait. Something's wrong with these lightsabers. They're like, ceasefire. So they call a ceasefire. They look around, and one of the Team Blue members takes one of the Skippy Toilet members' lightsabers, looks at it, and so the lightsaber is almost like, you know those kind of like pool noodles? Yeah, these foam lightsabers were basically recolored like pool noodles. So they look in the pool noodle, and there's a metal rod in the noodle section. The reason why these weren't floppy was because there was a metal rod put in them, which one is a massive like cheating advantage, because if you're having a lightsaber fight and you're fighting someone has a floppy stick, someone has a hard as a rock stick, bro, you're gonna win. Second of all, if you hit someone in the head or something with a metal rod, even if it has like a pool noodle around it, that's still dangerous. Super quick, if you're listening on YouTube or Spotify and you go into the description of the video, or if you're on YouTube and you look at the pinned comment, the second link that says click this link to learn how to grow on YouTube. If you guys are kind of coming to the age where you're trying to make some money, YouTube's a pretty good place to make some money. So I put together all the knowledge I've learned over the years of how to grow a channel and monetize it correctly. And if you're interested in that, click that link. Anyways though, back to the story. So yeah, immediately Team Blue is like, whoa. They start calling foul. And Team Skippy Toilet is like, it's not our fault that you guys came into battle unprepared. Like, you know what, we're gonna have another battle tomorrow, and you guys better be ready for whatever we throw at you. So Team Blue's like, okay, well then what's the battle? And Team Skippy Toilet looks at them and says, you guys will see. So, okay, things are getting kind of intense. And Team Skippy Toilet also says, the battle can happen at any time, like it's your job to hold the forest. We can strike at any time, day or night. So basically one of the teams would hold down the forest in a sense, like it would be their home base, and the other team would like sneak in and try and take it over. Today, Team Skippy Toilet had the forest, and the next day it's the other way around. So anyways, Team Skippy Toilet took the metal rods out of the pipes, and they had another kind of like floppy lightsaber fight, whatever, but there was something plaguing the fight that just felt wrong. Like something, like it was just like Team Skippy Toilet was definitely going to be doing, I don't know, they just were not going to be playing fair, and that was almost a fact. However, Team Blue played it smart. Team Blue had a mole on Team Skippy Toilet. So anyways, that night, both Team Blue and Team Skippy Toilet had their own like little meetings or whatever to plan for the next day. So during the meetings, Team Blue kind of brought up, first of all, they're like, hey, like, first of all, the Team Skippy Toilet is like, they're not playing fair. They came here with metal rods. Like that could have hurt some of us. They were obviously cheating here. And even when like we won, like they kind of like, it was an unofficial win, but they definitely won, because I think the kids were too busy watching Skippy Toilet to train with like the floppy lightsabers. It's like they obviously won when they weren't cheating, but they came in prepared to like go too far. And they also said, hey, like I'm a little worried. Like they said anything's on the table for tomorrow. Like what do you think that'll mean? So that's when the subscriber says like, I didn't want to announce this to any of you guys earlier, just in case, like, you know, I needed to do my own digging. So the subscriber, like, did his own research, quote unquote. I don't necessarily know what that means, but the subscriber said that he did his own research to see if there was any moles in the team, and he kind of he deduced that there wasn't. So he said, okay, like, I was hiding this from you guys because I wanted to do my own research and see if any of you guys were potentially spies or double agents, but we have a double agent on Team Skippy Toilet. He will be giving us information about what their secret weapon will be or what their plan will be for tomorrow, so we can prepare in the morning. Unless they attack in the morning, then we're gonna know either way ahead of time. So anyways, they're all waiting, and later that night, the mole comes back and he meets with a subscriber, and everyone else went home, so it's only the subscribers hearing this. They're gonna meet tomorrow early in the morning, like 8 a.m. They're all gonna get up. They're all gonna go to a certain location. But the subscriber looks at the mole and says, okay, what did you hear? And the mole gives them like this very terrified look. So basically, the mole says they're gonna do a fire attack. And the subscriber's like, okay, bro, like, what do you mean by they're going to do a fire attack? And he said they didn't really go into a ton of detail, but apparently, like, they got a hold of, like, everyone went home and was, like, instructed. And, like, I don't know how I wasn't instructed. Maybe they have suspicions about me or something. But everyone was instructed to go home and grab a lighter and, like, find a lighter from their parents and then come here tomorrow. I don't know exactly what the plan's going to be, but, like, you guys got to be prepared for this to go crazy. So at this point, the subscriber's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. They're bringing fire into this? Like, okay, man, like, pause. Like, this might actually be going too far. And the mole's like, dude, I don't know. Like, just prepare for anything. So anyways, the subscriber goes to bed, and he just, like, can't fall asleep because he's thinking, are they going to come in with, like, matches? Are they going to come in? Like, what are they going to come in and do? So anyways, the next day comes around. It's 8 a.m. They all meet at the spot. The subscriber's a couple minutes late because he, like, slept through his alarm and very quickly ran out. And everyone's like, dude, like, where you at? Like, well, you said meet at 8 a.m. and you're not here. Like, what's going on? He's like, boys, we got bad news. The mole informed us that they're going to use fire. And everyone looks at him and is like, fire? Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment fire down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I'm going to try and heart as many comments as I can. I'm tapping away, trying to give some hearts. If you want the best chance of getting a heart on YouTube, comment fire 3 times in 3 separate comments. Higher chance I'll see it. Also, because I get so many comments, thank you guys. I can't reply to all of them, but if you want a guaranteed reply, all you got to do is leave your comment as a super thanks. So there's a little heart icon with a $sign. All you got to do is tap that and then make a custom comment. I check that every single night before I go to bed, and I respond to every single comment like that. So that is a guaranteed way to make sure that you get a reply and a heart. And finally, I want to let you guys know that I am on Cameo. It is one of the links in the description and the first link on the pinned comment on YouTube. So it's in the description for YouTube or Spotify. If you want me to say anything you want within reason, obviously, Cameo is the place to do that. It's my official account. I'll get notified and I'll get it done within a day. So I don't know if you want me to say something, that's a place for it to be. Anyways, let's get to the fire attack because this is about to get absolutely crazy. So anyways, they're waiting there all day. They're just kind of sitting, waiting, and they feel like they're just waiting for like the attack to happen. So they're guarding the forest at like 1, they're guarding the forest at 2. They also all have Nerf guns. They thought, okay, the best thing we can do is probably bring like ranged weapon attacks. So they all have Nerf guns. I used to love Nerf guns as a kid. Super fun. Honestly, like I've joked around with my college buddies, like we should have a massive like Nerf gun battle. And like they might have been joking, but bro, I'm dead serious. Anyways though, so they're kind of walking around, patrolling the perimeter with their Nerf guns, waiting for signs of anything. So every like 30 minutes, they kind of like check in or whatever, or one of the patrolling guards will come back and kind of like collect all the information, and no one saw anything. There was a few scares, like a few times they saw movement and it was like a bird or a squirrel, or just some like random dad walking his dog, but Team Skibbity Toilet was nowhere to be seen. So at this point, they were getting antsy because like they knew that a crazy attack was coming. They didn't exactly know what they meant by fire attack, which, by the way, don't play with fire, boys. If you have to take one thing away from this video, do not play with fire. Anyways, so they're kind of antsy. They're kind of nervous because this is going to be a big deal when it drops. So they're all anxiously waiting around, and that's when it's getting late. Night's coming soon. And so they're kind of like looking at each other like, do we just go back? Is this too late? And that's when they hear it. They hear in the very faint in the distance, they hear like almost like very far away chanting. So it's not like it's being whispered, it's being shouted, bro. But it's so far away that it's very faint. But they hear, whoa, but they hear it in kind of like a slowed version. It's almost like, whoa, I mean, you can't really take it that seriously because it is the Skibbity Toilet soundtrack at the end of the day. However, I will say that it was very ominous because it was getting dark out. They were on edge, waiting for the Team Skibbity Toilet to attack with an unknown fire attack. So they were already kind of tweaking out a little bit. And then you hear, in the dark, this very slow version of their battle cry. Yeah, bro, I don't know. If I was an 8-year-old, I would be tweaking a little bit myself. So first, they heard the battle cry. And second, they saw the flames. So yeah, Team Skibbity Toilet was coming in. Everyone held like a stick with fire at the end of it. Yeah, I'm not even kidding you guys. They came in with like torches, bro. They're literally coming in with torches. Like, yeah, it's actually getting that serious. So at that point, the subscriber's like, okay, team, they're right there, ready, aim, fire. So everyone has their Nerf guns and are kind of shooting their Nerf bullets, right? And Team Skippy Toilet is not even dodging the Nerf bullets. They're ominously chanting, walking towards them with like the big flames or whatever. And they're walking towards them. And the Nerf bullets are just like bouncing off of them, whatever. It's doing basically nothing. So one of the other Team Blue members turns to the subscriber. The subscriber's low-key the captain in the situation. I've kind of alluded to that, and it's not explicitly said, but it definitely feels like that. He's basically like, Captain. He's like, bro, like, what do we do here? He's like, hold the line, hold the line. So they keep shooting their Nerf bullets, and the Team Skippy Toilet is just getting closer and closer. But this is where blank hits the fan. One of the Skippy Toilet, members gets one of the Nerf bullets, hits him in the face, hits him in the eye. He's like, ow, drops his thing, drops his like flame stick. And his flame stick hits the ground and it's like a brush. So it's like a bunch of really dry, dead grass because it's fall. So it's like the grass is dying out. It's getting really cold, which also means the grass is really dry and flammable. Almost immediately as it hits the ground, boof, like a big thing of flames, as if it hit like a gallon of kerosene or something. Like, it's bad. So at this point, everyone's like, stop, 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 and like the whole whatever is done. And Team Blue, like one of the people are like, we gotta call someone, we gotta call someone. It's like an actual fire. And Team Skippy Toilet's like, so do you guys like give up? One of the members is like, oh, so do you guys like give up the forest? And that's when the subscriber's like, bro, like this is beyond our games right now. This forest could go up in flames. Yeah, so at this point, some of the people are like running back, trying to like get help or something. The Skippy Toilet members are complaining because they said, oh, you guys are like ducking out. As the fire's growing, by the way. So the fire is starting to spread. In this town, it's a very old town. So like a lot of the houses don't have perfect like, a lot of them are made like from old wooden structures. A lot of them are like surrounded by the woods. And you know, a forest fire, that thing's actually deadly and it spreads super fast. And especially these houses would go down in seconds, bro. Like they'd be out for the count. So anyways, the subscriber and one of his other Team Blue members runs back home and says, we got to call the fire department. So the mom immediately does and says, what's going on? And he's like, we're playing, and some of the other opposing team, they brought fire. And the mom's like, you guys were playing with fire. And the subscriber's like, I wasn't, my team wasn't. They brought fire, it's bad. And she's like, okay, whatever, where is the fire? So anyways, fire department's called. A fire truck goes over to the scene. The Skippy Toilet members were still complaining with like the Team Blue members. So at this point, parents are getting called. Everyone's rushing to the scene. And like at this point, like parents are walking in, the subscriber comes over, and like still some of the kids are holding fire sticks. So at this point, the parents are like, put that down, put that down. And obviously putting that down is a bad idea. So anyways, the firemen come over and they're just like, boys, you shouldn't be playing with fire. And they have like the big hose, they're spraying it down. They're collecting like the fire sticks and extinguishing them. And let's just say that the last couple of days of break, they were all grounded. Unfortunately, the subscriber in Team Blue, they tried to explain to their parents that they were not doing that. They brought Nerf guns, and if you want a proof, you could look at, who was holding the fire sticks, the total number of fire sticks, which was the same number of Team Skippity Toilet members or whatever, and that they brought their Nerf guns, but none of the parents wanted to hear it, because at the end of the day, they were all playing with fire and nearly burned down the entire neighborhood. And that would have been kind of bad. How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time of a Skibbity Toilet obsessed kid who destroys the subscriber's birthday party, partially due to his obsession with Skibbity Toilet. This is a pretty funny story and pretty cringy, so I know you'll like it. So subscribe to the channel if you're new and like story times. Leave a like on the video right now to claim your free nothing. With that being said, let's just jump right into it. Anyways, so we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Adam. So Adam was having a birthday party. He was turning 14, and he was having a birthday party at probably one of like the most favorite spots to have a birthday party in his town. And that was in this kind of like a combination of a laser tag, arcade, pizza place it was kind of designed for like a fun birthday party. And basically every single kid in that town really loved to have their birthday parties there. So there was also a rule at Adam's school, since he went to a smaller school, and because he was in a smaller school, there's a lot less people in his class, and for that reason, the school kind of enacted, they had kind of like more control over what the kids were able to do, and they also had a rule where if you invited one person to a birthday party, you needed to invite everyone to the birthday party. This was to make sure that no kids were feeling left out, and while I do understand like the idea behind the rule, at the end of the day, sometimes like if you're just not friends with someone, like I don't know. I feel like if I'm not friends with someone, like I don't know if I necessarily want them at my birthday party, you know what I mean? But anyways, so there's another kid who we're gonna call Ben, because of course we're gonna call him Ben. And Ben caught a case of the skibbity toilet disease, where basically most of the cases of the skibbity toilet disease happened over the summer, or I should say specifically last summer, last summer, where basically this Skibbity Toilet, which is this, I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of this web series, and I mean, you can like what you like. I really don't care if you like it. But basically, if you have Skibbity Toilet disease, you basically watched it for 25 hours out of the day. Every single waking moment, you were watching a new Skibbity Toilet video. And yeah, maybe it was decaying the inside of your brain. Actually, quite likely it was decaying the inside of your brain. And so, yeah, when Ben came back, Ben and Adam, the subscriber, were never like the closest of friends. Like they were okay. They were on, I don't know, like okay terms with each other, but it was never like they were the tightest or anything like that. However, when Ben came back, he exhibited the signs of extreme skibbity toilet disease, where Ben would only communicate by screaming skibbity bop yes yes at people in class. He'd be singing the skibbity toilet song all class, and would literally be driving people insane. He would be like perching out in the bathroom and like sitting on the toilet to pretend that he's one of those like toilet head people. Like Buddy had a full case of the skibbity toilet disease, and it was bad. Yeah, so sure enough, Ben, like the birthday was coming around, and since everyone needed to be invited, Ben also needed to be invited. So Adam was talking to his mom, and he was like, Mom, so like one day, this a couple days before the party, Adam was like, Mom, is there any way we can avoid inviting Ben? He's been super, super annoying. Everyone doesn't like him. I mean, this sounds kind of mean, but imagine if some kid was just going like, Skippy, boop, 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 yes, yes. Like every millisecond of the day, people were saying, Buddy, could you please stop with that? And he would just ignore them and scream it louder. Like, okay. At that point, it's almost like justified to call this kid annoying. Like, yeah, maybe it's not the nicest thing ever to go around saying, oh, you're annoying. Oh, you're doing this. But at some point, it's, bro, if you're being that annoying, to an extent, you kind of deserve to be called annoying. Anyways, though, so sure enough, the subscriber's mom was like, hey, I'm sorry, we can't really do anything about that. Like, if we could, I would. You know that. Like, but you also understand that there's a pretty strict rule. You could get in trouble, and it could be a big deal. I don't know if the school could actually like get him in that big of trouble. I don't know if it was actually that big of a deal. But either way, Adam's mom was really not budging on this. So unfortunately, Ben was going to come to the party. So in Adam's mind, what likely was going to happen was Ben was going to be annoying, like super annoying, but not much more than that. Like, sure, Ben would have been like, went in there probably just annoying everyone, singing like Skibbity Toilet songs the entire time. But little did Ben know that little did Adam know that Ben was actually about to completely just like destroy the entire party, like straight up destroy it. Yeah, so sure enough, the day the party eventually comes around, and Ben and his parents, they get there early to the place, kind of like I don't even really know what to call it, because it's an arcade, it's a pizza place, it's a laser tag. It's kind of like a combination of all three of those places. So whatever you want to call that. Anyways, though, so they eventually get there a little bit early to help set up. Adam's pretty excited because this is gonna be a pretty hype birthday party. This is gonna be pretty nice. So anyways, they eventually get there, and people start coming in. People start making it there. And kind of like in the there's like a designated time for the laser tag. But in between then, you get there, you get a bag full of these like arcade tokens. You get to go around, kind of like free roam, do what you want to do, spend your tokens, try and win tickets, try and win more tokens. I don't know. It's a fun time. Like, it's a really cool party. So people are pulling up, people are showing up. They're like, oh man, like this is so great. Like everyone's just going around having a really good time. So is the subscriber. And Ben is not there. So Adam is kind of thinking like, or kind of hoping or wishfully thinking like, oh, well, maybe, Ben is just not going to pull up after all. And, we can all be done with this and not have to deal with him, even though he got invited. But no, sure enough, eventually Ben pulls up. And Ben's mom goes to Adam's mom and says, hey, I got to go. I'll be back in a couple hours. And I don't know, like no other parent did that. Every other parent was there kind of like monitoring their child. But no, Ben's mom left for a little bit. That's okay. That's not like that big of a deal if your mom like gets up and leaves you at a birthday party. Because it's not as if you're completely unsupervised. However, it would have been, in this situation, yeah, let's just say it would have been a lot better if she was there to supervise a thing or two. Anyways, though, so sure enough, eventually Ben gets there, and Ben has like an iPad or some kind of tablet with him. And it has like 10% battery left, or a low amount of battery. I know that sounds like a really miscellaneous detail, but you gotta understand that's actually an incredibly important detail, which sounds kind of ridiculous, but just hear me out on this, okay? Hear me out. Anyways, so sure enough, right, the subscriber is having fun with his friends, and he looks over, and he sees that Ben is sitting at one of the tables all by himself on his iPad. So Adam and his friends kind of like look at each other and they're like, okay, like, I don't know, like maybe like we should go over there, tell him like he should join us. He has a bag of tokens, like he should go play some of the games with us. Let's just make sure he's having a good time. So look, Adam's a nice guy. He wants to make sure that everyone at his birthday party, even the annoying people, are having a good time. See? Good guy Adam. Everyone comment good guy Adam down below. So they walk over there, and they're like, Adam's like, hey man, how's it? And Ben says, don't talk to me, I'm listening to Skippity Toilet. And then he like turns it up even loudly, like he turns up his iPad to almost like mute them out. And you just hear, Skippity bop bop bop, yes, yes, Skippity bop bop beep beep. And at this point, Adam and his friends look at each other like, if the kid just wants to sit there listening to a Skippity Toilet, fine. Do what you want to do, man. However, you can say that politely. You know what I mean? Like, you can politely say, nah, man, I'm good. I appreciate it, though, but I'm good. But no, he had to be like, get out of here. I'm listening to Skippity Toilet. Anyways, so Adam and his friends kind of look at each other. They're all kind of giving each other side eyes. And they're like, okay, well, we tried. So Adam and his friends leave, and they go back to somewhere else in the arcade, and they find a game. And Adam's like, wow, like, I knew that Ben was annoying, but I guess I haven't really interacted enough with him to realize that he's not only annoying, but he's a big jerk too, which is kind of a bad combination, I'm not gonna lie. So anyways, they're kind of chilling, they're having a good time. And eventually, they kind of like walk around the arcade, they're winning tickets, and they go to the ticket booth because I think they hit like the jackpot at one of the games. Was the game's odds like rigged in a higher favor because the birthday boy was about to play? Who knows? But either way, they won. So they're going to the prize counter. They're collecting they're submitting all their tickets and they're seeing how many they have. They're kind of looking through all the prizes to see which one they want to do. And that's when they hear, oh, oh, and they look around and they see Ben sitting at the table and he's freaking out. So basically what happened was his iPad ran out of battery. And he's like, Skippity, I need Skippity Toilet. So, everyone's kind of like looks over, at least the people in the nearby vicinity, because some kid's just screaming at the top of his lungs. So you're going to go over there and see what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to see what's up. And so, Adam kind of looks over. He's like, I'm not dealing with that. And Ben just I need Skippity Toilet. I need Skippity Toilet. So he gets all like dark and demonic and stuff. And so anyways, he's like, Ben stands up, starts huffing puffing. He's like, he starts like walking around, like hunched over. And I don't know. Like, Buddy's actually having a full-blown mental breakdown because he can't have access to Skibbity toilet. Like, this is actually a full-blown problem at this point. So anyways, at this point, Ben starts screaming, "Give me Skibbity toilet!" And he like runs full charge at one of the arcade machines and kicks it, like slams into it and knocks him over. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, Ben is not like the most athletic kid ever, but he is quite a big boy. Buddy's a big boy. So if he rams into you with enough power, well, you're actually gonna like probably fly back. So Ben knocks over one of the arcade machines and then stands on top of it and screams, "I need Skibbity toilet." Real quick, if you made it this far into the video and you're watching on YouTube, comment toilet down below 3 times, 3 separate comments. I will try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can. I also want to let you guys know, if you're listening on YouTube or Spotify, if you go to the description of this video and you go down a little bit, there are a couple links. The first link, if you're on YouTube, is the Spotify link, but under that, there are 2 links. The first one is a Cameo link. I want to let you guys know that I am officially on Cameo, so if you want me to make a personalized video for you, either go on Cameo, look up Connor Pugs, or follow the link. The second one, I have a link to a YouTube course. If you guys are interested yourself in growing or making a YouTube channel, maybe it's something you've always wanted to do, I kind of condensed all the knowledge that I've learned over the last 7 or 8 years of doing this into a couple, probably 2 to 3, 4 hours worth of videos. And if you're interested in that, click that link down below. So just want to let you guys know that those 2 things are there. And finally, if you want to submit a story to me, all you got to do is go to Instagram, look up Connor Pugs, follow me, and then message me the entire story. Anyways, let's get back to this Skibbity toilet kid absolutely destroying the birthday party. And by the way, it's about to get so much worse to the point where he shuts down the entire place. The whole place has to be evacuated. Yeah, it gets bad. Yeah, so at this point, the subscriber's kind of looking around as everyone else has kind of stopped what they're doing. And you just see Ben go, "I need Skibbity toilet." And just it's just on there screaming, dancing, or it's actually a problem, bro. So anyways, right, sure enough, the subscriber's looks at his mom, because all the other moms are there. And remember, Ben's mom's not there to calm him down, give him a booster shot of Skibbity or something. I don't know what she'd do at this point. But anyways, at this point, Ben's like, "Does anyone have Skibbity toilet?" And everyone's looking around. The parents are super confused. And also all the kids are super confused. What do you mean, bro, when you say, "Does anyone have Skibbity toilet?" Bro, you're looking at them like they're some kind of, I don't know, dealer of something you shouldn't have. What? What are you saying right now? Anyways, though, so he runs over, because there's a fire extinguisher that's kind of open and laying there, just in case there's a fire. Ben grabs the fire extinguisher and starts going around, blowing it at people, saying, "Give me Skibbity! Give me Skibbity toilet now!" Starts blowing it around. So at this point, one of the managers looks over and he sees some kid absolutely decimating the place and other people with fire extinguisher, that white kind of foam substance stuff, which isn't just white foam. It's it's made, it's got all these chemicals in it. You shouldn't be breathing that in, all that kind of stuff. So immediately the guy's like, "All right, we got to call in security." All of a sudden you start hearing meep, meep, meep. I think they pulled the equivalent of the fire alarm to get everyone out of there, because there's obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but just so you know, there's not a Skibbity toilet kid has gone insane alarm, so they're going to have to go with the fire alarm. Yeah, so sure enough, right, the subscriber's just kind of looking around hello? So they're all ushered out of there. They all have to walk out. All the parents are walking out. And this kid is just "Give me Skibbity toilet." So there's some local guards on duty, because it's connected or near a mall or associated somehow. So eventually the guards go in there. They subdue the Skibbity toilet kid. Eventually it's speak of the devil. The Skibbity toilet kid's mom is walking back, gets out of her car, is walking to pick him up, because this is around the time the party would have ended. Oh yeah, they totally missed their laser tag thing, by the way. That was supposed to be scheduled for 30 minutes ago, but the Skibbity Toilet Kid had a different plan. So anyways, she walks up, and the subscriber's mom looks at her and says, I think you have to go get your son. And she's like, oh, what do you mean? And she like points over at like two security guards who have him like not chained up, but have him like together so he can't run away, and he's screaming, give me Skibbity. And at this point, Ben's mom's like, oh my God. She goes over there, talks to the guards, they exchange whatever, and like she's like dragging Ben out of there, screaming at him like, I can't believe you did this again. And the subscriber overhears her say, did this again. And he looks at one of his friends, he's like, did you just hear her? She said, did this again. How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time of a kid who almost murders his own mother over Skibbity Toilet. Dude, I know, it sounds ridiculous. I know. It's a crazy story. It's at least entertaining. Even though you'll probably, I don't know, lose a few brain cells from the absolute brain rot, you'll at least be entertained. So sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new, leave a like on the video right now to claim your very own free nothing. And with that being said, guys, let's just jump right into it. So we're gonna call the subscriber who submitted this story Alex. So anyways, it was another one of these stories where there was a kid in Alex's class, and we're gonna call this kid Ben. Because of course we're gonna call this kid Ben. Come on now, you guys know me too well. But anyways, this was another one of those classic cases of Ben. Over the summer, he got infected with what we call Skibbity Toilet Syndrome. You guys might be thinking, okay, Connor, what is that? Essentially, well, you know what? Actually, I'll give Ben as the case study for exactly what that is. So over the summer, Ben, the classmate of Alex, didn't really have that structured of a summer. His parents, maybe had a few ideas for what he was going to do, but honestly, the plan was more or less for him to just chill at home and play video games. Fair enough, man. I mean, when you're a parent, you're busy, and maybe you can't come together with the most amazing structured plan for your kid. Totally fair. I understand. However, right, little did the parents know that these set of actions would have dire consequences. So Ben, not really knowing what to do, spent a lot of time on the internet. He's playing video games, doing whatever he was going to do, and he stumbled across the new viral sensation of last summer, the Skibbity Toilet videos. And you guys might be thinking, like, 1% of you probably don't know what that is. And, I'm actually going to tell you not to look it up because I think my life was significantly better before I knew what Skibbity Toilet was. I think I actually had a quality of life decrease when I learned what that was. Anyways, though, so Ben was infatuated with the Skibbity Toilet videos, and he started watching hours. And when I say hours, I mean genuinely hours out of his day, just purely and strictly dedicated to these Skibbity Toilet videos. It was pretty ridiculous. And it got to the point where he watched all the episodes again and again. He watched fan animation episodes. He listened to this Skibbity Toilet song again and again and again. And did I say that he listened to it again and again? The point I'm trying to say is the sheer amount of time he spent listening and watching and just overall consuming content related to Skibbity Toilet would drive a normal person clinically insane. So sure enough, right, if you expose yourself to that much brain rot, then your brain will probably rot. I don't think that's a crazy comment for me to make. I don't think that's a ridiculous conclusion for me to jump to either. So sure enough, right, let's fast forward to the first day of school. So the last week of August, it's time for Alex and all of his classmates to come back to school. And Alex and Ben weren't necessarily that close. They kind of knew of each other, and Alex was aware of Ben. And, I think if he passed them in the halls, he's in a situation where he would say hello. He'd say hi. He was cordial. He was friendly. I think he maybe had a class project with him once. He was at that level of friendship/relationship with this guy. But he knew him well enough to know if there was a massive change in his behavior, he'd be able to pick up on it. Sure, if Ben came back and, he had a slightly different accent or he started saying some slang word a lot, yeah, Alex wouldn't have picked up on that. But he knew him well enough if there was a massive discernible change, he would notice it. So first day of class, they all walk in And Alex walks into his fourth period class. And in this fourth period class, Ben is in that class too. So Alex gets there a little bit early. You know, Alex throughout the year probably is going to start showing up a little bit later and later and later as the days go on. But on the first day of class, I will give it to Alex. It does make quite a lot of sense to get there early. Sets a good first impression with the teacher, and it's definitely what I try and do. And then I skip the rest of the classes. Just kidding, don't do that. Anyways, though, so he gets there, and he gets there before Ben, and he's sitting there, back to class with his friends and, saying hello and, trying to have a good first impression to their new teacher because, first impressions, a lot of someone's assumptions of you, like 80% of it or so is within the first impression. Sure, you can change it over time, but Alex was not trying to put in the effort later if you could put in a little bit of effort now. Ben comes into the class, walks in, and immediately he just breaks out into song. And it isn't any old song, right? I'm going to allow you guys, I'm speaking to you right now. I'm speaking to you. I'm going to allow you to guess what song he broke out into. And remember, he has contracted the fatal, and by fatal I mean fatal for everyone around him, virus of the Skibidi Toilet virus. What song do you personally think that he immediately started blurting out the second he saw another human being? If you answered anything besides the Skibidi Toilet song, then I'm questioning if you've been paying attention at all during this story, which, fair enough, you can do what you want. But yes, he just starts singing that song, and to protect my own brain cells, I'm not gonna sing it. But just imagine that the entire class period is just being on a very low murmur because he starts singing it super loud when he walks into class, which everyone's kind of looking at him like, are you okay, bro? Because he's just like, oh, Scooby Boo, but he's just like singing that again and again and again on loop. And when the teacher starts teaching class, because, the teacher stands in the front of the class, addressing the class, writing stuff on the board, instead of singing at the same volume, because I think the teacher would be like, yo, shut the fuck. No, the teacher would be like, hey, buddy, hey, Ben, whatever your name is, can you please quiet down a little bit? I'm trying to teach you a little class here. But instead, Ben was basically murmuring the song, so it was just a little bit under the radar of the teacher, and the teacher didn't say anything, but just loud enough so that everyone would get really annoyed. So you might be thinking, okay, well, maybe, this Skibidi Toilet, whatever the hell that means, right? Maybe that stuff just rubbed off on him over the summer. And, as he gets himself back into the normal daily routine, the day-to-day of going to school, well, maybe at that point he's, just going to, assimilate back into, I don't know, normal societal habits. He's going to be one with his community and not an outcast that spams Skibidi Toilet songs all day. Well, I'm sorry, but you'd be wrong. So yes, for the next several months, every single day, Ben would walk in and he'd just start blasting the Skibidi Toilet song. And there were a few times when, the teacher would basically tell him to, quiet down. And it kind of became a little point of contention between the two. And whenever that would happen, Ben would get super mad. He'd, cross his arms, put in his earbuds, and then start listening to this Skibidi Toilet song. Yeah, no. You thought that, oh, well, if he's not singing it, then, he wouldn't be consuming it. False. He's very much still consuming more Skibidi Toilet because, man, what else would you do in your life? If it wasn't for watching Skibidi Toilet brain rot compilations all day, I just think I would go to bed and never wake up again, because what would be the point? You guys agree? Yes? Anyways, so this goes on for a while. 2 months in, Alex is he's sitting at the table with all of his friends, and the conversation of Ben comes up because they're all aware what's going on. Sure, a lot of these friends Alex doesn't have this specific class with, but a few of them have been in other classes. Some of them have just walk by him, and he's like, "What? It's getting out of control." And they're having a conversation like this is actually this is becoming annoying. And they all kind of come to the conclusion that, they're not going to do anything about it, but it's just all of them have this unique experience of being profoundly annoyed by this kid, which is kind of funny. And, if you ever find yourself in a situation where a group of people are coming together because they are so incredibly annoyed by you, then either they're, jerks, or maybe you should look at what you're doing with a very, very, serious glance. Anyways, though, the following week is when Ben starts to up it a notch, bring it up a little bit. So he comes into school, And so, Alex is in school. He's sitting there. It's before the first period. He's chilling with his boys. And sure enough, the doors open up and Ben walks in. And Ben has a toilet head or a toilet seat over his head. And no. He doesn't have a whole toilet bowl. He doesn't have a whole porcelain toilet like ripped out of, the bathroom. No, but the toilet seat, toilet bowl head that can detach, right? He has that, and he's placed that squarely over his own head. So everyone's looking at him, and everyone's pointing, everyone's like murmuring. And sure enough, he's coming in, and he is, instead of like just saying the Skibbity Toilet song, because a lot of times he would just be like singing it at like, I don't know if you guys, ever sing a little song to yourself, especially you're in the shower or you're walking around in your house alone, or I don't know, you're singing the song, it's like a talking pace. But Ben was legitimately screaming at the top of his lungs. The top of his lungs. The Skibbity Bop, like that whole song, screaming it as loudly as possible. And with the toilet head on. So about 20 minutes later, or 10 minutes later, soon after, I should say, principal comes and he's escorted to the principal's office. You might be thinking, well, besides the, absolutely obliterating the cringe barrier and giving everyone around him stage 12 cringe disease, right? What exactly did he do wrong? Well, the principal wasn't exactly sure besides disturbing the peace, because the peace was definitely disturbed in whatever fashion it was before it was disturbed. So at this point at lunch, Alex and his friends are sitting there again being like, dude, no, this is like on the low getting kind of crazy. And they were like, yeah, this kid is getting like stranger and stranger and stranger. And like there were reports from other kids, and they were talking about this at this meeting, that this kid would like hide out, stalk in random like bathrooms. Like you would like go in a bathroom, maybe you're out of class, you need to, sit in the bathroom, maybe you're just going on your phone for TikTok or whatever. Who cares? Who cares why you're doing it? You go to open a stall that's not locked, by the way, so it's not like that you broke into a stall. It's unlocked, so you go in there, maybe not even paying attention, and you just see Ben sitting in the toilet. And then he starts singing the song at you, right? So this kid was starting to garner quite a bit of a reputation. And it was clear that things were, instead of progressing in the right direction, as, yeah, sure, he spent 25 hours a day over the summer listening to Scooby Toilet songs. I think I'd be a little weird after that happened to me. I mean, probably same with you, right? If we're being serious with ourselves, if we committed to watching 25 hours, 25, not 24, 25 every single day of Skibbity Toilet, I think I'd go a little crazy too. I think I'd be a little strange, at least for a little while. But instead of when, Ben came back to society, right, and is interacting with other human beings, instead of getting, a little bit better, and slowly every day, acting a bit more normal, he progressively got stranger, and stranger every single day. Slowly believing that he was actually truly a toilet head Skibbity Toilet. I don't even know what that means, man. At this point, I'm an adult, so I don't know what Skibbity freaking Toilet lore is. I'm trying to tell a story that one of you guys told to me, and I'm trying to bring the pieces together the best I possibly can. One like equals one prayer for me. Thank you very much. Anyways, this story is about to escalate more and more, because I don't know if you guys have been to, where you are in your math class, but if you've ever dealt with a exponential curve, it basically gets steeper and steeper and steeper by a larger and larger margin the farther you go on the x-axis. And this is getting exponentially worse. So in the very beginning, it was getting a little bit more cringe, and then he jumps very quickly to mega cringe, and now he is about to jump to psych ward insane Skibbity Toilet person. It's about to get pretty bad. If I could have your attention for just 30 seconds, that's all I asked, one little detour within the video. If you made it this far, I want you to comment toilet down below. I'm just super curious to see the names and the faces of people who made it this far into the video, as you made it pretty far, and that helps in the algorithm. And very finally, if you go into the description of this video on YouTube or Spotify, I have 3 things in there. I have a link to my Spotify, if you're listening on YouTube and you like Spotify. I have a list to my mailing list, which I really, really highly suggest, if you've not joined it, go on there. It's a Google form. Give me your first name and give me your email, and then I will always be able to contact you, because I'm not always reaching you in the social media algorithms, And I'm going to be posting a lot of really interesting, behind the scenes, like how to grow a YouTube channel and a lot of marketing because, I've been a little absent recently. And that's because, I've been developing some, businesses where I help other brands and individuals grow their presence online. And I've really been enjoying that. But I want to share a little bit of the insight I'm getting with you guys as well. Also being able to reach you just in case, there's major life events and something important happens. And if I can't reach you, right, well, then you're going to be kept out of the loop. So just go in the description right now and fill out that Google form. It'll take you 10 seconds or less, and you'll gain information if you want to start a YouTube channel or really anything online. Look, 30 seconds of the right information can save you 3 years of learning and failing on the learning curve. It's definitely worth your time. And finally, putting my Instagram down there because definitely go follow me because I post on my story a little bit, but also that's where you submit the stories to. You messaged me via Instagram, you send me a message with the story. Anyways, I told you guys and I promised you that things were about to get exponentially crazier. And you might be thinking, well, Connor, Ben coming in with a toilet head and screaming Skibby toilet and hiding on the bathroom, that's pretty bad. And you're making the claim that it's going to get exponentially worse from here? So maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 times worse? Yes. One day, Ben does not come into school. And, you don't really think that much of it. I don't know. Kids are always getting sick, right? The kids are always getting sick. You're catching the flu. Kids are being all nasty and those, Chuck E. Cheese ball pits. You're catching some disease in there. Let's not be wrong. So kids always don't come in. But then he doesn't come in for a week. And normally, look, if you got the flu, you're out for 3 to 4 days max. Then he doesn't come in for 2 weeks. And Alex and his boys are sitting at the lunch table. And that's when one of his boys sits down and says, look, this is this is crazy. I don't know if I believe this or not, but there's a rumor going around about Ben. So obviously people lean in and they're listening to hear what has to be said. And this friend at the table, he's like, this is really hard for me to understand, but apparently, and I don't know if you can trust me on this, but apparently Ben went crazy and thought he was genuinely Skibbity toilet, not trolling or messing around or anything, but genuinely thought it. And his parents were trying to stop him or something. And he grabbed one of his baseball bats and was swinging it at his mom. And he had to get removed by the police or something. So immediately everyone at the table's what? Because that's not just something you hear and you're like, oh, ha, Ben, so funny for that. I'll see him tomorrow. It's whoa, whoa. So yeah, rumors spread almost immediately. Before this moment, no one was really talking about it. And almost genuinely after this moment, everyone was talking about it. It was the buzz. And every single day that Ben did not come back to the school, the rumor doubled in its not only spreading power, but in the belief in people's minds and hearts if it was true. Every single day he wasn't there, it doubled that magnitude. And it all came up to a climax point when they all received one night. Alex was, sitting, on his computer, playing Fortnite or whatever with the boys. And on call, one of the guys was like, boys, check the email. So obviously Alex is like, oh, okay. Pulls out his phone or goes on his computer, opens up his school email, and he gets an email from the principal saying, there's a lot of rumors circulating around about one of our students. I would just like to say that, the student is no longer going to be in attendance. And for the sake of the family, please, refrain from, speaking about it. Terrible way to handle a rumor with a bunch of high school kids, by the way. Absolutely terrible call. However, that immediately sent everyone everyone's like, oh my God, it's confirmed, it's confirmed. However, it's not confirmed. If anything, there's, Alex has not found any reports or any publications or any public records about any of this happening. All he knows is to this day, Ben has not returned to school, and that the principal has not denied the rumors. Not that he needs to deny them or that him not denying it proves it to be true. It's not a strong correlation. You can't imply that directly. It's not a good proof right there. I do math proofs for my major, so I'm pretty good at how to put those together, and I can tell you if a proof is good or not. However, I can say that in most rumors, right, this might not be completely true of a rumor, but within most rumors, there's a grain of truth. And there's at least a grain of truth. And the question is, how much of this rumor is true and how much, how much of this is based on what really happened. And to this day, Alex still doesn't know what happened to Ben. He never sees him around. He used to see him around the mall a couple times, never sees him around. He has not returned to school. Alex's mom says that, like, Ben's parents have gone, like, dead silent on Facebook and any other place that they are. Apparently some parents reached out to make sure they're okay. Didn't even see the messages. So a little creepy, if you ask me. How's it going, everyone? Today we got a story time of a kid in the subscribers class who starts to identify as skibbity toilet, dude. I can't even say that with a straight face. I swear this generation is sincerely doomed. So if that's an interesting story to you, then sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new and like stories. Leave a like in the video right now to claim your free nothing. And with that being said, let's just jump right into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Tommy. So anyways, this all happened one day a couple months ago. So there's a kid in Tommy's class who we're going to call Ben. Ben was an interesting guy. I mean, if this kid is later on in the story going to start identifying as skibbity toilet, well, then you already know he's interesting. Anyways, so one day, Tommy's in class, and this kid comes in, and something's just a little bit different, right? They're wearing a name tag, and it was weird because at this point, like, why would you wear a name tag after, like, a couple weeks of being in class? Like, yeah, maybe it would make sense for, like, if you wanted to wear a name tag on the first day of class, which I'm not going to lie, it's even a little bit weird. If they're not handed out and it's not like everyone's doing it, it's a little weird to do that either way. Anyways, though, this kid comes in wearing a name tag. And the name tag, instead of saying Ben, which was Buddy's name, right, that's his name, it said Skibbity. So at this point, the subscriber, Tommy, kind of like turns over, looks at one of his friends, kind of gives him a little poke, and is like, yo, and like looks up at this kid who has a name tag, and it just says Skibbity on the name tag. Like, they thought, like, for a second, at first, the reasonable person would assume, okay, this guy's trolling, and this is some kind of, like, unfunny joke. Like, okay, Buddy tried to, rip a joke and missed. Like, this happens. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes it happens to some of us more than others, and maybe Ben just tried to be funny here and just, like, failed on the execution and the planning and the idea and the entire joke. It just wasn't funny. But either way, right, so Tommy kind of looks over at his friend and gives him a little nudge, and his friend looks up and, looks at Ben, sees the name tag that says Skibbity, and just looks back and is like, kind of gives, because it's middle of class, so they're not going to start talking, but kind of, like, looks at Tommy and gives him a bit of a confused look in the sense of, like, I don't know either, bro. Like, that's kind of weird. Anyways, though, so they kind of don't think anything of it. Like, Tommy really just at this point thinks it's some kind of, like, unfunny joke with poor execution that no one else found funny. He doesn't for a second think that it's, like, an actual serious thing. So the both of them, meaning Tommy and his friend, just kind of brushed it off, didn't think much of it, and honestly didn't even talk about it afterwards. I mean, I think they kind of spoke about, when this story gets crazier and crazier, they kind of, like, reflect back on it. But at the moment, in that moment, they just, or, like, later that day, they just totally forgot about it. It was just, like, kind of like a weird thing. Like, every single day, like, there'll be things that are like, huh, that's kind of strange. But if you don't really think much of it, which, you just thought it was kind of a crappy joke that just didn't work, you're not going to think that much of it. Anyways, though, so the next day is when stuff gets really, actually, no, I'm jumping ahead. That night is when things get interesting. So they follow Ben on Instagram, which, by the way, if you want to submit stories, like this story was submitted to me, all you got to do is go to Instagram, look up Connor Pugs, follow me, and then message me your story. Do not message me, do you want a story? Yes, I do. It's how I make my videos. So just send me the story, and I will find them there. Anyways, though, so they follow Ben on Instagram, so they kind of, like, I don't know, you just follow kids in your class. That's what I would do. I've always kind of had, like, a gripe against people who are in your class, who know who you are. You request to follow them, they accept your follow request, and then they just don't follow you back. I'm like, bro, you're not a celebrity. You're not famous. Like, even on my account, now, not my private one, but my public one has over 1 million followers. If I know someone, I'll follow them back because it's not that deep. Anyways, I'm kind of going on a tangent here. That night, Tommy was sitting in bed. He was on Instagram, probably looking at Instagram Reels, watching someone die on Instagram Reels for the 10th time that day, because I don't know why Instagram Reels is like that, but I see people die like 17 times a day from like car crashes. I'm like, dude, is this not against terms of service? Anyways, though, he's just kind of chilling. And that's when he sees that Ben posts his story. So I don't know, he was just casually like clicking through stories or whatever. And that's when he gets to Ben's. And it says, I now identify as Skibbity Toilet. My new name is Skibbity, and I would like you to refer to me as such. And it was like a photo of like, it was like a black background. So either just like a photo of like, you know, like if you just like press it up against your pants or a wall, it just, the photo looks black or whatever, with this text on top of it. So immediately, Tommy screenshots this, sends it to his friend, who we'll call him Will. I don't know, we'll give him a name. He sends it to Will, is like, yo, question mark, and sends that to him. So Tommy sends that photo to Will, and, you know, they get on call for a second, and they start talking about this. And Tommy at first is like, bro, if this is a joke, he's really, like, stretching this. Like, he's really, like, making this, like, he's milking this joke. And it's not even like it started as a funny joke. It started as a good joke. And over time, like, he just keeps making references and milking the joke till it becomes brutally unfunny. It started brutally unfunny. And there's a certain point where it almost becomes funny how much you milk the brutally unfunny joke from the sheer irony of you doing that. But this was not one of those cases. So anyways, at this point, Tommy kind of like is on the phone with Will, and Will brings up the possibility. He's like, dude, like, I know like this is super troll or whatever, but at this point, like, we got to consider the fact that maybe he's not joking. And, you know, Tommy looks at him, he's like, dude, come on. He says he identifies as freaking Skibbity Toilet. Like, get out of here. And Will's like, I don't know, man. Like, he came in with a name tag, and he wasn't, like, going around being like, hey, guys, like, nice to meet you, I'm Skibbity. He wasn't trolling. Like, he just very casually had that name tag on. And then he posts on his story. Yeah, I mean, the story post could have been a joke. It could have been a troll, very obviously. I mean, at this point, Tommy and Ben still believe that this was some elaborate, unfunny, cringy joke with poor execution. They were only now slightly considering, emphasis on the slight, because this was not like a number one, like, yes, this is what's going to happen. This was a slight consideration that there was potentially a chance that he actually was dead serious. So anyways, the next day, they roll into school. And this is where things get really strange. So anyways, they get into the class with Ben, which is towards the later half of the day. And there's already some murmurs about something happening. Like, anyway, so Tommy and Will were at lunch, and they overheard some kid being like, yo, you hear about, like, what's up with Ben? And Tommy's like, yeah, he, like, posted stuff on his story, right? And the kid looks at Tommy, he's like, dude, wait, have you not seen Ben today? And Tommy's like, no, that I haven't. And he's like, do you have, like, class with him or something? Tommy's like, yeah, actually, right after lunch, I have class with him. And the kid looks at him and is like, dude, you're going to want to go to that class. Tommy's like, what? He's like, dude, I don't want to spoil it for you. And Tommy is really confused. He's like, okay, that's weird. So anyways, Tommy and Will, they go into class, they roll in, and they walk in and they literally freeze at the front of the classroom. Like, they just full-blown stop. Anyways, so they stop at the front of the class, not because, like, you know, they were just, like, you know, casually stopping to, like, talk, or it was a abrupt stop, because they were so incredibly shocked at what they saw that they thought, okay, something is wrong. Like, my eyes must be processing reality incorrectly, because there's no way this is real. Ben was in class, and he must have gotten there before him. The rest of the class was, by the way, like, kind of like whispering and looking at each other or whatever, and kind of looking at Ben, because Ben was in class, sitting there. Yes, he had his name tag. He had the name tag, Skibbity, whatever. He also had a toilet bowl over his head. So obviously he didn't take like a whole he didn't take the whole like ceramic toilet out of like he didn't rip it out of like the bathroom or something and put that whole thing over him. But the cover in the rim of the toilet, like something you can like detach or something, he put the rim over his head, like, and the cover was like behind his head, essentially making him one of like the toilet head people. So at this point, Tommy's like, okay, this is obviously a prank. This is clearly, at this point, a joke. It's not the funniest joke ever, but one thing I can say is that Ben is sure dedicated to this joke. He is sure dedicated because probably wasn't getting too many laughs yesterday. In fact, he got 0. Probably wasn't getting too many laughs at his Instagram story post. And he's not getting too many laughs now, but he's definitely getting a lot more attention. So props to trying, I guess. But anyways, so Tommy and Ben walk to the back of the class, sit down. They just look at it. Or sorry, Tommy and Will. And Will looks at him just like, dude, I think this is real. And Tommy's like, get out of here. It's obviously not real. This is clearly a joke. No way this kid's being serious. This is just like a really long, drawn-out, unfunny joke that he thinks is funnier than it actually is. And Will's like, nah, dude, he wasn't, laughing or smiling or looking at people. He wasn't looking at people looking for the attention. If you're kind of doing, a little I don't know, physical comedy, what would that? I mean, it's like a visual comedy thing. I think physical comedy is more like you fall down or something. It's a comedy bit where it's physically there, right? You're dressing up to be a clown or whatever. And normally if you do that, you might be smiling a little bit, maybe trying to stay in character, but you're kind of looking around, gauging how people are reacting. But Ben seemed as if, he was very much just keeping to himself. Buddy was not looking at the outside world, as if he was nope, this is me. Why would people look at me? Why would people look at me funny? They're not looking at Tommy funny. They're not looking at Will funny. Why would they look at me funny? And Tommy, when he hears Will say this, is dude, get out of here. Obviously not. Will's dude, I don't know, man. So anyways, when the teacher gets in, she kind of stops, looks at Ben, and it's kind of oh, that's funny, Ben. And Ben speaks up for the first time, says, what is? In an almost slightly aggressive tone. And the teacher's oh, the toilet thing around your head. He's uh-huh, and? The teacher's oh, okay. This teacher was pretty chill. I mean, instead of being demanding he take it off, the teacher was okay, whatever. I mean, it's not really impeding class. Yeah, actually, you know what? I take that back. It is, in my opinion, impeding class a little bit because everyone is looking at this and they can't stop talking about it. They're clearly distracted over the fact this kid is wearing a toilet on his head, which is understandably distracting. Yeah, so I don't know. The teacher goes on with the class. Everyone's kind of murmuring about it a little bit, but eventually it dies down because at a certain point it's well, the joke's only so funny, man. The joke is only so funny, and we're only going to care about it for so long. If you want to be kind of weird and have this kind of peacockish attire and try and get attention, it's going to get old fast, especially if you're doing the same thing every day. Anyways, though, so things start to heat up. Things start to heat up a little bit because later on in that class, I don't know exactly, I wasn't given the exact context to why Ben's name was brought up. Maybe there was a project or something, or maybe someone needed a pencil. It was hey, Ben, can you get me a pencil? For some reason, someone casually referenced his name because they needed to. For the sake of the story, let's say someone was asking for a pencil, because it could have very well been that. Anyways, Ben, someone's it wasn't Tommy or Will. It was some random kid. He's hey, Ben, can I have a pencil? And Ben, snaps at this kid, what did you call me? And Ben's what? Or the kid's what? Ben's I don't know who this Ben is. And, people are kind of looking at him funny because he's, taking it super, super seriously. He's actually visibly upset. And at this point, I think everyone at the very beginning was thinking, oh, this is a joke. It's not that funny, but it's a joke. But now people were confused because they're this is a very weird execution of this joke where you're extremely hostile to anyone who questions the legitimacy of this, character you're putting on. Anyways, so the kid's I'm really confused. The kid just doesn't understand why Ben's getting so mad. He's my name's not Ben. It is Skibbity. So the kid, cracks a little bit of a smile thinking, okay, well, Ben's just putting on a character and he's actually doing a really good job with this character because he had me fooled for a second that, I did something wrong. Ben does not, he does not have a smile. He does not, break for a second. When you're, part of, a joke or something, or you're, messing around with the boys and, you'd be, super serious, saying something ridiculous for a second, and then eventually you just crack a smile because you can't keep a straight face saying what you're saying, you know what I mean? It's one of those situations. And this was not the case. No smile was cracked. It's just a straight pan face, whatever. So at this point, Will turns to Tommy, and Tommy just looks at him with this look of like, oh my God. Because Will kind of has a look of like, I told you so, bro. Like and Tommy looks at him with a sense of like, he might be onto something. Because Tommy did not believe that this was serious. But now, this was getting more and more convincing that it might be serious. So anyways, they get back home. And once again, Ben posts on his Instagram story. So Tommy's on his like watching reels or something. And just his daily dose of watching people just get brutally disembodied on Instagram reels, as, you know, it happens, you know? And he goes on the stories again. He sees Ben post it again. So he's like, okay, maybe this is about the thing. Goes on, and Ben posts this long, like, rant on his story about, like, oh, people at my school aren't respecting the fact that I'm Skibbity Toilet now. Like, I was called Ben by one of my classmates. Like, this is ridiculous. You guys need to have some respect for me, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And it was like a deranged paragraph, and it was like 15 different stories, like, ranting. Very, like, if this was a joke, Buddy took it way too far. And at this point, Tommy does not think it's a joke anymore. Yeah, so anyways, almost as soon as Tommy is done, like, going through all the 15 stories, he gets a call from his friend Will. And Will is like, I told you, as soon as Tommy picked up, he's like, I told you, did you see the stories? Did you go on Instagram? Tommy's like, yeah, actually, I just finished, like, looking at them as soon as you called me. And so they talk for a little bit, and they're like, okay. At this point, Tommy is convinced that this is more likely real than it's a bit. And if it's a bit, well, it's like the worst, it's the most poorly executed joke he's ever seen. Because at this point, like, I don't know. One, I think it's clear the reaction is just like, no one's finding this funny. So you would at least, maybe if you don't want to, like, you know, quit the character cold turkey, whatever, sure. But you at least wind it down, or at least try and change it up. Unless by changing it up, it means make you seem like a deranged psychopath spamming stories and screaming at people when you're wearing a literal toilet head on your head, bro. Like, how do you not know that you're the strange one here? Anyways, though, so yeah, it's likely, they both agree that it's likely he's being serious. Not super sure the implications of that are, but they think he's being serious. And the next day in school is the most insane thing ever. If you thought that the last couple days for the kid who thinks he's Skibbity Toilet has been insane, well, you're definitely in for something special, because the following day, it's the end of the story, actually. The next day is the end of the story. But it is, I would say, 10 times more insane, ridiculous, crazy, however you want to put it, than the last few days, which I know is a big, I know I'm saying a lot, but trust me on this one. If you made it this far into the video and you're watching on YouTube, I'd love it if you could go down and comment toilet down below. That will be the secret word of the day. And I'm going to do my best to leave as many hearts as I possibly can on your comments. But if you want the best chance of me seeing your comment, comment the secret word of the day, toilet, 3 separate times. It's more notifications will be in my feed, and I'll see, it'll be more likely I see you. And also, I do reply to people randomly, especially if you're quick and early, so of course have notifications on. But I do guarantee a reply, even if it takes 1 or 2 days, if you leave a comment as a super thanks comment. It's you go to the comment section, you're about to leave a comment, and you click the heart with the $sign icon in it. I will give you a full-fledged good reply, like not just a thanks, man, but like I'll actually try and reply, and of course you'll get a heart. So that's a guaranteed way if you're curious. And if you're a YouTube viewer and you don't know, I also have a Spotify that's linked in the description. And there's a few other links in the description. I have a Cameo if that's something you're interested in for the next month of January. Prices are reduced. I don't know, just decided to do that. Also, if you're interested in starting a YouTube channel or making money on YouTube specifically, I have a link where I've basically put together all the knowledge I've gained over the last 5, 6, 7 years of doing this. I put it together in a course. It'll only take you 4 to 5 hours, and I basically tell you everything I know. And there's a few other links down there as well. I've linked some stuff on Amazon that might help you with a setup if you're going to make a YouTube channel or just post or make any online content. They're linked. It's like a special link. So I sign up with the Amazon referral program. So I get a commission and you don't pay anything more. So it helps me out. But I've also been told if you just click the link on Amazon and then buy something else unrelated, I also get a commission of that. So if you don't want to buy any YouTube equipment, but you're going to buy something on Amazon, just click one of those links and then buy the thing anyways. I don't know, man. With that being said, let's get into probably the craziest day in this school's history. Anyways, so yes, a day in school that will go down in history for Tommy and Will and everyone else at that school, and infamously so for Ben. Anyways, they get to school. And first half of the day, totally normal. But then they get to the class. And Ben does not appear. He's late. He's not there. And Ben isn't usually like, oh, 15 minutes early to class every day, right? But he's not normally late. Like, no one's really late in high school. I mean, sometimes, but you're normally prompt on time. At least when I went to high school, like, people kind of had to be there on time. If you're a minute late, the teacher would just be so mad for some reason. I'm like, bro, relax. Not that deep. Anyways, though, so Ben eventually walks in 5 minutes into class. The teacher's like, Ben, like, where have you been? And Ben's like, I'm taking over this class for a couple of minutes. It's necessary. He's walking in with his skibbity toilet head or whatever. And he walks to the front of the class. And the teacher is too stunned to respond. Otherwise, I think the teacher would have never allowed this. But Ben stands at the front of the class. And he's like, I need to make an announcement to all of you guys. From this point on, I will be referred to as Skibbity. I am now embracing my new life as a Skibbity toilet, and you guys will not stop or stand in my way. I will not allow any of you to have any disrespect for me from this point on. And if I hear anyone call me by the name Ben, it's on sight. Basically insinuating that he would have a physical altercation with anyone who referred to him not by Skibbity. This generation is officially ruined. Leave a like on the video if you wanted. Anyways, so yeah, sure enough, the subscriber and his friend are just sitting in the back of the class like, what? Jaw slacked, whatever. And that's when some kid in the front of the class is like, okay, Ben. I think he did it on purpose. And the way he said it, and just because if someone, I feel like if I was in that situation, I wouldn't say anything just because I would just be so uncomfortable by how weird and strange this was. I would just want this guy to sit down and allow the day to go on. I would just want that so badly that I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't want to risk prolonging this epic tirade, right? Anyways, so Ben's like, what? He like screamed that. I'm not going to scream it because I don't want to disturb anyone around me. And this kid's like, yeah, like, oh, what, Ben? Like, I didn't hear you. And Ben literally lunges at this kid. Like, he jumps full force into this, like, basically attacking this kid. The kid's so taken off back, like, Ben basically lunges at him, and he's sitting at his desk and lunges at him at an angle where he, like, pushes him onto the ground, out from his desk, and is, like, wrestling him. And the teacher's like, Ben, get off of him. And Ben's like, my name's Skibbity. Imagine like you're wrestling some kid and the teacher's like, oh, get off of him. And your response is to correct them on calling you Skibbity toilet. Oh my God, bro. What the hell? Anyways, so the security guards are called. The wrestling continues on. Some kids try and go in and break it up, but they can't. The school security guard eventually comes down there, rips Ben off this kid, and like escorts him out of there. So the rest of the class is like not happening. It's totally disrupted. Everyone's talking. Tommy is looking at Will and they're just like, oh my God, like this is the most ridiculous thing ever. Anyway, so this Skibbity toilet kid, he got suspended for a week and I don't know, like he eventually came back to school a week later and I think he'd apologize or he had to do something. He did not wear a Skibbity toilet head in. He did not make a sound. He stopped showing up to class. And at this point, they actually haven't seen from him for a long time. He came back after a week of being suspended for a couple days, and then he just dipped. But he just never showed up again. So I don't know if he like went to a different school or just is taking a break or probably needs to go to a mental hospital. If we're being straight up about this, if you actually think you're a Skibbity toilet, dude, you probably need some help. Guys, Skibbity toilet disease has gotten out of control. So today we have a story time of this kid who almost murks. I'm not going to say the full-on word because YouTube's going to get me, but basically game ends, murks, almost takes out his entire family because they said, you cannot watch any more Skibbity toilet tonight. Yes, the brain rot has consumed the minds of too many children. The Skibbity toilet disease has gone too far. And that is today's story. So sit back, relax, get comfortable. Leave a like on this video right now to claim your free nothing. Subscribe to the channel if you are new and like stories. With that being said, let's just jump right into it. Anyways, so we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Sid. So Sid for during the week this happened, because this happened kind of recently, but for about a week, Sid was going over to his cousin's house. His cousin was a lot younger. Sid was around 18. His cousin was around 8. So it's not like him and his cousin are just going to be chilling, playing games together, hanging out, having a good time. He basically went over there because his cousin's mom, aunt, right? His aunt needed help babysitting the cousin, and just because she was having, like, there's a lot of people there, but a lot of them were busy, and she basically just needed some help. So Sid's mom very graciously volunteered him. I always love it when your parents, like, volunteer you to do something, and somehow, like, they take all the credit for it. Like, your mom's like, oh, my son can do that. And, like, the person or the mom, like, she offers you to, it's like, wow, that's so nice. Looking at your mom, it's like, bro, I'm the one doing the work here. Like, at least give me the credit. Like, if I'm being forced to do this, I should at least receive the credit for it. Anyways, so Sid had a cousin, and the cousin was always a bit of a problem, and we're going to call this guy Ben. And Ben had contracted the Skibbity Toilet virus, and it was pretty bad. He would spend all day watching Skibbity Toilet videos, whether he was in school, whether he was home, whether he was on a rocket ship to the moon, it doesn't matter. But he could be in the pilot ship in like $1 million moon, like a rocket ship ride to the moon, where you look outside and you see the stars and the planets, and it's so magical. But Buddy would be looking at his iPad on a downloaded Skibbity Toilet episode 48 video, watching it again and again and again for the entire duration. That's how bad the Skibbity Toilet disease has gotten him. Yeah, so anyways, this kid has a bad case of the Skibbity Toilet virus, and while Sid, the subscriber, didn't necessarily know that going in, either way, he knew that it was going to be pretty annoying to be over there, and that it definitely wasn't something he was excited to do. So the whole time, he was kind of like, Mom, are you serious? Do I actually need to do this? And his mom was like, yes, Sid, like, you know, you should go help out your family, the only people who will be there for you. And low-key in Sid's mind, he's like, dude, I know for a fact my little cousin, like, if it was between saving my life and watching, like, Skibbity Toilet for 5 minutes, my little cousin, bro, he would 100% pick watching Skibbity Toilet for 5 minutes. Like, we're at this level of brain rot. Anyways, so eventually Sid goes over there. He's going to be there for about a week. Pulls up to the house. His aunt greets him at the door. And immediately as he opens the door, he sees his aunt's face, and she's like, oh, like, it's so great to see you. Like, I'm so happy. Like, thank you so much for doing this. And there's a very faint sound coming from behind her. Can you guys guess what that sound is? Yes, it is very faintly, Skibbity bop bop bop, yes, yes, Skibbity bop bop beep. Like the freaking Skibbity Toilet song that has plagued my nightmares for the number of Skibbity Toilet Kid videos I've had to do. It's plagued my nightmares at this point. Anyways, you can faintly hear that song in the background. So anyways, the subscriber Sid is looking at the aunt like, oh boy, this about to be long. So she's like, come with me. Like, come upstairs. Like, you have the guest room, you have your own bathroom. Honestly, not a bad gig. Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, the subscriber's walking upstairs, and he passes by the Ben, his cousin's room. And he passes by, and he looks inside, and it is the most brain rot thing he's ever seen. Ben has two monitors going. He's holding an iPad. So 3 screens are going at the same time. On both of the monitors, there's a different Skibbity Toilet video playing with no volume. Just like in the background playing for like background, I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. There's 2 screens going on. They both have Skibbity Toilet running. And then on his iPad, he has the Skibbity Toilet song, like 8-hour edition, just looped again and again. And he's just like spacing out into space. Like, Buddy really sacrificed his brain cells to Skibbity Toilet. Buddy did a satanic sacrifice of every single brain cell, and now there's literally nothing left besides air in his head, which, kind of unfortunate. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of hate to see it. And real quick, I want to let you know, if you want a custom video from me, I am on Cameo. You can go to the description, either on YouTube or on Spotify, or if you're on YouTube, go to the pinned comment and click view more, and it is the link on screen that says get a video from me. Anyways, though, so yeah, Sure enough, right, the subscriber's just like, oh my God, like the brain rot is so real. Anyways, right, so sure enough, the subscriber is kind of thinking to himself, okay, this about to be a long week, which definitely long week was an understatement since he almost got actually murked by the Skippy toilet kit. You guys will see how that happens in a second. It's pretty crazy. Anyways, though, so sure enough, the first day, because he got there pretty late, he basically just went to bed and like whatever. Like he could hear like the Skippy toilet song playing all night. Like he got up at 2 a.m. to take a pee, and he walks by the the little cousin's room, and he actually hears Skippy boop boop boop. Like he was probably asleep at this point. But imagine you go to sleep and the last thing you hear is the Skippity toilet song. And imagine waking up in the morning and the first thing, like you're gently awoken by Skippity boop 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 every day. Every day. I think I'd actually lose all my brain cells too. I think my mental capabilities would approach zero, and I'd only be able to communicate in skibbity bops and yes yeses. That's how bad it would be. Anyways, though, so yeah, sure enough, this kid's up to something. And for 6 of the 7 days, I'm going to quickly summarize 6 of the 7 days because the real crazy drama happens on the 7th day. And, you know, I'm trying to cut to the chase here. For the 6 days, this kid is actually extremely easy to babysit. Ben basically sits there all day watching the Skibbity toilet. And the subscriber is genuinely concerned for Ben because remember that what I described that he was watching on the first day, which is literally just the Skibbity toilet soundtrack with like random Skibbity toilet episodes on 2 monitors, like playing on mute. Yeah, that's what he watched every day. Imagine consuming 24 hours worth of the Skibbity toilet soundtrack every day. And I say 24, I know like I jokingly say in the intros, trying to describe Skibbity toilet syndrome, being like, oh, they're watching it for 25 hours a day. No, but I'm serious. This kid's watching it for 24 hours a day or listening to the song because subconsciously, like that song is going into his brain while he's asleep, even if he's not consciously like rendering it, because it literally plays 24 hours a day. Like at some point, the subscriber was wondering, is he like cursed by some evil witch where if he doesn't listen to Skibbity Toilet for a second, that he'll like turn into a frog or something? Like the subscriber was genuinely confused why anyone would willingly do that to themselves. Yeah, so it's, I don't know, the subscriber is pretty concerned, but the really concerning thing and the really dangerous, crazy thing happens on the 7th day. I just want to say though, I'm not telling you the secret word of the day yet. I will tell you that later. But all I can really do, because I get so many comments, is heart as many comments as I can. However, I know some of you guys would like a custom reply to your comment. So one thing I do every single day is I filter by super thanks, which is a type of comment, and I give a personal reply to each one of those. All you got to do is you got to click the comment section, click the little heart with the $sign, and then leave a comment like that. And I filter and respond to every single one every single day. Anyways, so yes, finally, let's talk about the 7th day. If this was Five Nights at Freddy's, man, we're playing 2020 mode on this one. Like, it's about to be bad. Yeah, so anyways, on the 7th day, this is when actually the whole family is getting back a little bit earlier. So part of the reason why the subscriber needed to come over was because this was a super busy week at work for both the mom and the dad, so the aunt and the uncle. Normally, whenever they had super busy weeks, it just so happened that you know, it was happening at different times, so like the mom could come back early or the dad could come back early. But for some reason, this was overlapping both times. They had to go. Also, the little cousin was out from school for that week, so they couldn't put him in school and have him in aftercare or whatever. It was a really bad situation. It was just like it was a storm of bad things happening at once. So they kind of needed some assistance. So anyways, on the 7th day, both the aunt and the uncle got back at normal times, so they were thinking of having like a sit-down dinner with all of them together. So basically, when the subscriber was doing the babysitting, all that he was instructed to do was order pizza, pick it up, bring the slice up to the Skibbity Toilet kid, who's just like basically drooling, sitting there having no thoughts, listening to Skibbity Toilet all day, and just give him a slice of pizza, then go back downstairs. Remember, this is like the easiest job the subscriber has ever done. Like literally one of the easiest jobs ever. because all he had to do was just sit there. So yeah, sure enough, right, the subscriber, is this on this day, it's a little different. Because this time, the parents are gonna come back, they're gonna cook a normal meal, they're all gonna sit at the dinner. It's kind of like as a thank you, as kind of a send-off thank you. Which, the subscriber was paid pretty good, like he got some pay, which by the way, I kind of segued into that. If you guys are interested in making money with YouTube, I also sell a course of everything that I've learned over my period. Would have helped me out back in the day. It is the second link in the description if you're on YouTube or Spotify, or pinned comment. And if you're interested, go ahead, you can learn on there, but it's totally up to you. Anyways, sure enough, on this day, they were all sitting together. And you know what that means, guys? That means the Skibidi Toilet Kid has to be away from his Skibidi Toilet song. Because they're going to make him sit down and have dinner as a family. And you can only imagine, probably from the title of this video, you guys probably already know how bad it went, but you can only imagine how bad this goes. So let's just jump into the dinner from hell. So anyways, the day comes. It's around 6, the mom gets back, greets the subscriber, thanks him again for being there for the whole week. And then sure enough, after that, she gets to making a great dinner, like a big banquet, basically. And the dad gets back home, and eventually, it's time for dinner. So the mom calls up to the Skibidi Toilet Kid and is like, Ben, it's dinner. Please come down. We're going to have a family dinner. And I feel like they haven't had a family dinner in forever because Ben's like, Mom, I'm watching Skibidi Toilet. And Mom's like, okay, honey, you can watch that after dinner. And Ben's like, I'm watching Skibidi. Which honestly is super impressive that he could say words that are not part of the Skibidi Toilet song. The fact that he's able to communicate in more than just Skibidi Bop Bops and Yes Yeses is actually, to some degree, pretty impressive. So anyways, the mom starts to get a little angry. She's like, Ben, we've been gone all week, and we're just gonna have a nice, quick dinner as a family. You can watch that Skibidi Dibbidi whatever went later. You can watch that on your own time. I asked for 30 minutes of your time, so you can say thank you for Sid. Sorry, I forgot the name. Say thank you to Sid for being such a good babysitter. He's like, Ma'am, I'm watching Skibidi. Just bring the food to me. So the mom goes up the stairs and is like, Ben, you do not talk to me like that. And it goes into the room. Then Sid is overhearing yelling, going back and forth. And Sid's kind of just sitting there, with having little glances to the dad. And they're kind of looking at each other, glancing back and forth, what the hell? What is going on? All this kind of stuff. Eventually, though, the subscriber watches as Ben comes down, looking furious, so angry. And he's still holding his iPad. Ben is just angry. Right, in Ben's mind, he's going to be at the table watching the Skibidi Toilet. But the reason that he's furious is because he can't watch Skibidi Toilet with 2 additional monitors playing Skibidi Toilet episode. It's so insane. Anyways, they sit down. They all sit down at the table. And Ben's mom's like, well, thank you so much, Sid. It's so great that you could be here. It's Skibidi Bop Bop Bop, yes, yes. All of a sudden, you start hearing the Skibidi Toilet song at full blast. And Sid looks over, and this kid has his iPad out on the table, purposely 100% volume of Skibidi Bop Bop. It's just so bad. So anyways, the mom's like, Ben, could you please put that away and turn off your YouTube Skibidi Bop nonsense for 1 second? We're having a nice dinner with Sid, who spent his entire week here babysitting you. And at this point, Sid's like, oh my God. Because remember, he had such an easy week. He had such an easy time up until this moment. And Ben gives the dirtiest look across the table. He's like, no Skibidi, there will be consequences. And Ben's mom's like, sure, I don't care. No more Skibidi. He's like, last chance for Skibidi. He's acting like some kind of weird Wizard Gorlock type. I don't even know, bro. Bro's acting like a mysterious Mr. Something, right? But he's really threatening his family over a Skibidi Toilet right now. Anyways, though, so he puts down the iPad, and he gets up and leaves. And at this point, Ben's mom's like, fine, whatever. I don't even care anymore. She's like, you know what? Thank you so much for being here, Sid. We appreciate you, even if Ben doesn't know how to appreciate yet. He's still a younger boy, and doesn't know how to truly express his feelings, which, dude, I'm pretty sure Ben expressed his feelings, which were murderous rage over Skibbity Toilet. I don't think the problem here is expressing his feelings. I think the problem here are his feelings. Yeah, so in just a second, you're going to see how this kid, the Ben kid, takes revenge and almost murks, game ends, life ends his entire family, including the subscriber, over not being able to watch Skibbity Toilet. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, I'd like you to comment toilet down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I'm going to try and heart as many comments as I possibly can that say the secret word of the day. I've been on here tapping hearts, giving as many away as I possibly can. But once again, if you want like a heart and a guaranteed reply from me, all you got to do is comment a super thanks and you can customize the comment. I'm also going to be filtering for channel members. So if you're a channel member, all you got to do is hit that join button if you want to join the channel. It's like the same thing as subbing to someone on Twitch. I'll also be filtering for your comments, so I'll try and you guys will have a much higher heart receiving percentage. As well, you get some custom emojis. And of course, as before, link in the description on YouTube and Spotify if you want a cameo, a custom video from me, or you're interested in starting your own YouTube video and you want some tools and resources and education on that. And of course, if you want to submit your own stories, go to Instagram, look up Connor Pugs, drop me a little follow on there, and then DM me / message me your story. So now, how will Sid and the family react to Ben almost murdering them over Skibbity Toilet? Let's go. Yeah, so sure enough, Sid and all the other family members, the mom and the dad, are sitting at the table. And that's when Sid kind of looks at the mom. Because she's like, they kind of look at each other because they hear something. They hear like footsteps creaking, kind of like footsteps of someone sneaking around. And that's when they see Ben re-enter from around the corner. And he's grabbed a kitchen knife. But he has a kitchen knife like Chucky holds a kitchen knife in that movie, bro. This stuff turned into a horror movie real quick. So anyways, right, the aunt's like, what are you doing with that? He said, give me Skibbity Toilet. Give me Skibbity Toilet. And at this point, the uncle's like, son, put that down right now. He said, I will put it down if you let me listen to Skibbity Toilet at the dinner table. Bro, what? Huh? Are you see? Yeah, no, that's my reaction too, boys. Like I honestly don't know what's going on. All I know is Skibbity Toilet disease is bad. So anyways, you know, kind of Sid's thinking on his feet because he's like, oh my God, I'm trying not to get murked by my little cousin over Skibbity Toilet. Sid says, hey, bud, put down the knife and you can watch Skibbity Toilet at the table. Do you guys agree? Looks at the aunt and uncle. They both like nod their heads like, yeah, sure. Anyways, Ben puts down the knife on like the far end of the table. So not even close to him. Because if he put it close to him, then maybe he could have reached for it and I don't even know, man. Yeah, you know, like he could have done something. Anyways, he puts his knife at the far end of the table and then picks up his iPad and starts listening to Skibbity bop bop bop. Yes, yes. Imagine being so spoiled, so entitled, and such a brat that your parents literally disown you. This is what happened to the spoiled kid in today's story. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Brian. Yes, we're bringing the names back. Don't worry. Anyways, there was a spoiled kid in Brian's life. This is a bit of a longer story. I've been bringing these back. I know you guys enjoy them. But anyways, right, so there's a spoiled kid in Brian's life that was, you know, a very, very interesting character. He was notorious around the neighborhood. So there was like one super nice house in the neighborhood, and obviously the spoiled kid lived there. And, you know, he only lived there like for a third of the year because his parents had like crazy expensive houses all around the world in different countries and different states. But while he was there, while he was in the neighborhood, he was an absolute menace. And the kids really knew him because for the majority of the time, middle school, high school, he lived in the neighborhood during the years of like, or not during the time that he'd be going to school. So he was never there during the summer or winter breaks or something like that. But his parents liked the school district, so they sent him to school there. So anyways, the kids in the neighborhood, including the subscriber Brian, just slowly over time got like they just kind of got like a used to him. They were aware of him, and everyone kind of knew his antics. However, as Brian got older, he became kind of more and more aware of, how much money he had access to and kind of the stuff like that. And some people with age, some spoiled kids as they get older, become less spoiled as they kind of become more socially aware of the fact that, in all reality, it was kind of luck-based that you were born into this. So you should really act as if like super grateful and it's fine that you have it. Like at the end of the day, some people have it, some people don't. And if you have it, I feel like as long as you act like, nice enough and you're kind of not showy with it, you don't brag about it, you don't use it, I don't know, in the wrong way, then I don't really have an issue with you. So some kids, as they get older, they start as little kids who are spoiled and then they kind of, they grow out of it. But others, like this spoiled kid, kind of grew into it in a sense. He was always kind of known as being a bit jerky and a bit like showy, especially when he was just showing off things that he didn't get himself. But it got really bad the older he got. So this is a pretty long story of the road to him getting kicked out from his parents' house and them legally trying to disown him. It's a doozy of a story, but it all starts one night, right? So at this point, the subscriber and his friends are actually done with high school. It is the summer that they graduate. So actually, for once, the spoiled kid is actually staying in the neighborhood for the summer. Maybe later on he's a trip to somewhere else. But for the first time, it is a summer when the spoiled kid is going to be interacting with the other kids. So Brian, the subscriber, is kind of just prepared for whatever's going to be thrown his way. But he's also excited because it is, it's finally, they graduate. They're going off to college. This is going to be the last hurrah he's going to have with his friends who he's known ever since he was a little kid. Most of the people who went to the middle school and the high school, he's known forever, and they live in their neighborhood, so he'd hang out with them all the time. So this was kind of like the last kind of thing. This was the last kind of push before they go off and start their lives or whatever. So this all started one Friday night. And the spoiled kid kind of like pulled up to an event where they were a little kind of gathering, Brian and his friends were having. And, he pulled up in a really fancy, expensive car, right? So Brian had a car, but it was like super cheap car, whatever, which honestly, I think your starter car should be extremely cheap. Not so cheap that it's dangerous, but cheap enough that, you have the ability to kind of mess around with it a bit. I don't have a car yet, but I know when I will get one, I'll make sure that it won't be some... I won't go... I definitely, first of all, don't buy it used, or do buy it used, don't buy it new. And cheap cars function. As long as they're not going to blow up in your face, they function. If the brake works, the car is good enough for me. Anyways, though, he pulls up in this super crazy expensive car, which is kind of expected for someone like, the spoiled kid, right? And he pulls up, and he's just talking about how, like, he's just, like, extra arrogant. I think the kid, like, was kind of more vacant. Like, he didn't really the thing is, right, the kid never really hung out with the other kids in the neighborhood during high school, just because, he was off doing his own thing. He would hop into class, kind of be a jerk then, and obviously, during the summer, he wouldn't be there, and he wouldn't hang out with them on the weekends because he was too busy doing his rich kid things, right? But he decided to pull up to this event. He came in this super crazy expensive car, and people are kind of just looking at him as he kind of like walks around, kind of being buddy-buddy with everyone as if he was super close friends with them. Brian, the subscriber, and the other people didn't really care too much because, they're not going to be mean to this kid. This kid isn't great, but during this party, right, it was getting a little bit late. This kid was starting to get a little bit drunk, or Apple, okay, I'm just going to say drunk. YouTube doesn't actually care that much. Yeah, sure enough, right, the kid starts to brag. He starts to brag a lot about how he's got the craziest whip ever, how he's got access to all these things, how everyone else has to be like worker drones and go into like work a 9 to 5 and then have like 1 minute of retirement and then die while he gets to be like have this crazy awesome life. And people were starting to get a little bit resentful because unfortunately that may or may not be true. The truth is that this kid probably doesn't have to work, or so he thought until he literally got disowned, which is coming up. And trust me, it's worth it. I'm really trying to build a good picture of the spoiled kid so that there's a good payoff when he gets disowned at the very end of the story. So anyways, right, At this point, the spoiled kid's like, all right, I'm going back to my house. And yeah, this kid had enough to drink where they were like, dude, you can't drive. Because, like, obviously, disclaimer, one of the worst things you can do is, have something to drink and then drive. Get an Uber, stay at a friend's house, or have a DD, okay? Just a little thing from the channel. If I can spread a little bit of good knowledge, I'll do that. But anyways, this kid ignores everyone. No one was able to get his keys. He gets in the car and literally crashes into the first tree. People go over to make sure he's okay. He is miraculously totally fine. But something that isn't totally fine, but is very totaled, is the car. Yeah, completely destroys the car. The car is totaled. It's not a good situation. The spoiled kid actually has to end up calling his parents. His parents drive over. They're very clearly not happy because, their son was, drinking and then got in their car. They're not his car, their car, right? Wrecked it. They're happy that he's okay, but obviously they're not happy about the fact that like a $100,000 car is completely totaled. Not going to be great for the insurance, right? So sure enough, right, you might be thinking, okay, well, spoiled kid crashes a car. Does he really get disowned from that? No. This is a long list of things that the spoiled kid has done. Because he doesn't stop at totaling one car. The spoiled kid ends up totaling another car. Anyway, so you might be thinking another party and he gets in again. Nope. This is literally the next day. So the next day, the subscriber and his friend is kind of walking around at the mall. And they're kind of walking out to the parking lot. I think they're going to get into their cars to do something else. So it's the subscriber, it's some of the subscriber's friends, and I don't know, something like that. And so sure enough, right, the subscriber, he, is kind of like walking around and he sees a pretty fancy car pull up into the driveway or the parking lot of the mall. And once again, the parking lot of the mall, the car pulls up and actually, instead of going into a parking spot, pulls up, idles behind them, and rolls the window down. Sure enough, it is the spoiled kid. The spoiled kid, kind of is once again in another car. In literally any other family situation, I can almost guarantee you that the spoiled kid would not have access to a vehicle literally one day after totaling the car before. But since his parents had a bajillion dollars and probably infinite cars, they kind of just gave him another car because they're like, we don't want this kid around the house anyways. So sure enough, the spoiled kid is driving around in his new car, and he kind of like pulls down the window. He's like, "What's good, guys?" And they're like, "Oh, like you got access to another car so fast? Like, that's pretty crazy." Loki trying to throw a little bit of shade at him, but completely goes over to this kid's head. He's like, "Yeah, this whip is actually nicer than my last one." And then he goes on to be like, as you can see, this is a model S1 24/7X5. I don't know much about cars. Just talking about how nice the car is, right? And, the subscriber and his friends kind of just sitting there, kind of just looking at each other like, okay, man, that's real nice and all, but we do not care. And so sure enough, the kid's like, yeah, so I don't know. If you know any like banging chicks around here, don't forget to let them know that I have a super sweet ride and we'll take them and give them the time of their lives. Peace, bros. Rolls down the window and literally drives off into the back of another car and totals this car again. The subscriber is just sitting there and just shocked by the fact that the kid literally within 5 seconds of rolling up his window from bragging for 2 minutes straight about his new car after literally just crashing his old car, within 5 seconds just slams into the back of another car, totals his car, which he's once again completely fine. And I don't even know how you totaled your car slamming into the back of another car, but this kid is just so incredibly good at wrecking his own car. Okay, my mistake. I was about to say wrecking his own cars. No. He is incredible. He should go into the professional leagues of wrecking your parents' cars, because that is what he is incredible at, apparently. So sure enough, right, spoiled kid gets out. He's like, "Ah, man, you're in my way. Like, you have to get out of my way." And, like, the other guy was literally in a parking spot. The guy was still in his car. Thankfully, he was good, too. He was parked in a parking spot. And he gets out, and he's like, "You rear-ended me, but you didn't just rear-end me. You rear-ended me when I was in a parking spot. Like, how am I in your way if I'm in a parking spot?" And the spoiled kid's like, "Well, you should have seen that I was coming and got out of the way." Obviously, the spoiled kid is clearly wrong in the situation. And spoiled kid calls his parents because when the guy's like, "What's your insurance?" Like, let's trade insurance or whatever, and starts taking photos. Spoiled kid's like, "What's insurance?" So he has to call his parents. His parents come over, and his parents are very not happy because, yeah, after their son drunkenly crashed their car the night before, they give him another, seemingly even more expensive car, which is low key on them for that much trust. And he crashes into some guy who's parked in a parking lot. Like, dude, how do you even crash into a stationary car that's parked in the parking lot and end up totaling the car? I mean, it's just crazy enough that he crashed into a stationary car in the first place. But, dude, what? Yeah, so anyways, the parents are very much not happy. And from that point on, he drives, they give him a significantly less expensive car. It's still like really good. It's still like $20,000, which is an insane amount for a car, but it's nothing that like the spoiled kid would want to flex. This spoiled kid would only flex a car that is $100,000 or more, because anything less than $100,000 on a car is a brokey car. Obviously not. Like, as I said earlier, if the brake works, it's a car, in my opinion. But yeah, the spoiled kid would not be flexing his, "Oh my God, it's only a Tesla. Oh, I'm so poor right now." Yeah, that's the spoiled kid's mentality. So while he was still able to drive around a lot, yeah, he was not able to flex it. However, you might be thinking, oh, the parents disowned him just over, breaking a few cars. Like, sure, the kid's a menace, but really disowning him, like kicking him out and all that? No, no, no. The story continues. This kid gets worse. So this kid keeps on showing up to these parties, right? And the thing is, it's not only just these parties. This kid just like appears around the town a ton. And the kid shows up, doesn't flex his car too much, but shows up in his car, just kind of like appears places where people are, either that being during the day or at night if there's a party or something. This kid just kind of like appears places, which is kind of weird, but they kind of just don't question it. And the thing is though, this kid was super egotistical, and he also was like super aggressive. Like he was kind of crazy, dude. So like he would like just randomly get into fights with people. And at parties, it was a little bit easier to just be like, kick the two people out. Even if he just like fought someone like randomly, I don't know, like they'd still kick the person out as well who he fought, which just to like mitigate the whole thing, just to like cool it down or whatever. So whenever the spoiled kid came up to showed up at a party or something, there was like a 1 in 5, there's a 1 in 3 chance that he was going to get kicked out because he tried to fight someone. But the real problem started when he just started fighting people in broad daylight. So yeah, one day at the mall, this was about like 1 or 2 weeks after the whole he crashed 2 cars in like the span of 24 hours incident. The subscriber was hanging out with a friend at the mall, right? And for some reason, the spoiled kid was just walking around there. And for some reason, this kid had beef with his friend. The subscriber doesn't totally know what his friend did, but his friend after the fact was like, "Dude, like, I think he asked for test answers junior year and I just didn't give it to him. But like, other than that, I can't think of anything else he'd have like beef with me about." So basically the spoiled kid was so petty that he was willing to hold beef with someone because they didn't give him test answers back in junior year. I mean, this is the spoiled kid we're talking about, so it's not like I'm like, wow, blown away or anything. It's kind of expected. But anyways, right, at the same time, so the subscriber and his friend is kind of walking through the mall. The spoiled kid sees him, and the spoiled kid literally just like out of like nowhere basically jumps on this kid and just starts swinging on him. And it's ridiculous too. And the thing is that's funny is the spoiled kid decided to do this in front of the mall cop. So yeah, the spoiled kid just starts swinging on this kid. This kid obviously isn't gonna it's not obviously not gonna fight back, but he knows that he has a better chance of just kind of like trying to like avoid the confrontation entirely. So he kind of backs out, especially he sees that there's a mall cop right there. I think, the subscriber's friend had a bit more spatial awareness than the spoiled kid did, because the spoiled kid probably wouldn't have just like charged on him like head first if he knew that a mall cop was literally 10 feet away. But sure enough, right, the subscriber, is just watching as this all happens, and the mall cop almost like immediately, like 25 seconds in, jumps in, breaks them up, and puts the spoiled kid under arrest. I mean, as much as a mall cop really can. He calls the actual police because, like, this, I don't know. I guess he didn't have a lot to do. And so, he asked the subscriber and his friend to stick around. Eventually, the police show up. The mall cop gives, his eyewitness or whatever. He's interviewed and eventually the parents are called. And the way that the mall cop and the police agree to let this kid go is it's a little shady, but the parents, like, if they choke up enough money, yeah. So I guess the town they lived in was low-key a little bit corrupt because the cops were telling the parents, like, look, if you hand us $1,000, this won't go on anyone's records or anything like that. And, the parents were pretty upset about this. And, you might be thinking, okay, crashed a few cars, got in one fight. No, one fight? There's literally 4 to 5 other, occurrences that I was told, and I was implied that there's a lot more. But I will quickly run through them. I'm not going to spend too much time on each because that'd be a little ridiculous, right? One time at an ice cream shop, one of the subscriber's friends was getting ice cream when the spoiled kid came in and apparently just didn't like his fit. He said it wasn't drippy enough, so tried to punch him in the face. Once again, the cops are called, and it's the same cops that are around the entire neighborhood or whatever, or the town. So the parents once again have to pay them off $1,000. The next one happens at the movie theater. So the spoiled kid wanted to sit with these 3 guys that went to school with the subscriber and lived in the neighborhood. But there was only 3 seats left in the row, so the spoiled kid said, I want to sit in between. But the 3 kids sat down, said, hey man, you can sit behind us. So the spoiled kid literally grabs the kid in the middle and picks him up by the collar of her shirt and pushes him out. And then starts this wailing on the kid. Once again, the police come. Once again, another $1,000 down the drain. This kid's insane. Another instance, right? And remember, this kid is only doing it again and again because he genuinely believes no matter what he does, he can get away with anything. I'm just going to tell you one more of these because at some point they all kind of sound the same. But anyways, this literally just happened. They were walking down the street. The spoiled kid saw some kid that he remembered was I don't know, kind of weird in freshman year, but had totally changed by then, and was like, you're weird in freshman year, and just socks him in the face. The most ridiculous stuff ever. Once again, the police come over, and they're just call up the parents. They're like, do you want to just Venmo me $1,000 at this point to make it easier? So yeah, a lot of corruption is going down in the city, but at the same time, the thing we're supposed to be focusing on is every single time this happens, the parents are getting more and more upset. And apparently every single time this is happening, they are screaming at the kid. It's not as if they're like, okay then. At the end of the day, they keep paying the fines, which honestly, they probably should have just let their son go to jail for a night or two. Would have been a lot more effective than just getting him out and paying the cops $1,000 and yelling at the spoiled kid, because pretty clearly yelling at the spoiled kid was not functional. And the thing we've made it to that part of the story where I tell you the thing that really drove them over the line to disown the kid and kick him out. So remember, this is accumulation of everything. And if you made it this far into the video, comment spoiled down below. Real quick, we're bringing back the secret word of the day. So anyways, the subscriber has a friend. We're going to call this friend Will. And Will, a night before, was at a party that the spoiled kid was at. And the spoiled kid had a girlfriend. This girlfriend, he legitimately flew in from Dubai. He messaged some Instagram model on he just DM'd some Instagram model on Instagram, paid for her flight, said I'm gonna bring you all these crazy things or whatever. So this very beautiful girl from Dubai was just at the party. It was the weirdest thing ever, and only something that the spoiled kid of a super rich parent would ever do. And anyways, since the subscriber's friend Will didn't know who this girl was, he went in and introduced himself. The spoiled kid immediately, since he has a 1-inch weenie, right, just was threatened by this and needed to intervene. So sure enough, the spoiled kid goes up to Will and is like, hey, you're trying to steal my girlfriend. By the way, this was not his girlfriend. This was some kind of escort type business. Or I don't even know what it was. I genuinely don't even know. Maybe it was his girlfriend, but not really, if you know what I mean, right? So Will immediately backs off. He's like, all right, man, I don't know who this is. I was just introducing myself. And the spoiled kid didn't try and fight him, which is kind of weird. And I guess the subscriber and the spoiled kid kind of just assumed that the subscriber and his friend Will kind of just assumed that the spoiled kid, gave up or just didn't care about it anymore. Just didn't care about the whole instance. But they were wrong, because the next day they went to the beach because it was during the summer. And there was kind of a beach in the area that they were at. So it was a cool kind of attraction. A lot of people would go there. Water was nice enough. It wasn't a jacuzzi or something, but it was nice. It was temperate enough for a pool. And I don't know if it's a lake or an ocean, doesn't matter. It's a beach, either way. So they're at the beach, And the beach, the lake or ocean is big enough that, boats can be in it. So maybe it is like, maybe they live in a coastal town that's by the ocean. Because the spoiled kid's parents have a boat. And they let him drive around in the boat, which is honestly a more productive use of his time than like crashing cars or beating up kids. So especially more after he started to beat up a bunch of kids, they encouraged him to go more and more in the boat. So the subscriber and his friend Will were just kind of like in the water, and that's when they see this boat coming at them. And they're like, okay, that's a little bit weird. And that's when the boat continues to come at them. So the subscriber is like, hey, maybe this guy isn't really paying attention. Let's get out of the water. So they start swimming away, and the boat gets closer and closer, and it's very apparent that they're coming after him. So the subscriber and Will barely make it out of the water before the boat, like, literally crashes onto land and almost smashes through Will, right? Almost really seriously hurts him. The good thing is, right, the spoiled kid is not a good enough pilot to really aim this thing correctly, but smashes it onto land and goes, like, right by Will's head. It was a very close call. Obviously, a bunch of the people on the beach were freaking out. Boat was completely ruined. The spoiled kid was yelling at the subscriber and Will, like, you made me crash my boat. That's what you get for talking to my girlfriend. And they're like, what? So, yeah, once again, the parents are called. And there's like some lifeguards, security officer, police, whatever. It's a whole scene. Everyone has to clear the beach. And the parents come. And for the first time ever, the spoiled kid's parents do not come in a rage. They're not yelling. They're not freaking out. They're just completely silent. They're very calm and collected, which one would think that would mean that they were kind of used to this and they were just like, whatever. But no, actually the opposite. They're done at this point. So comes over, and the police officer's like, all right, this is a little bit bigger, so we need a $10,000 fine, and we'll clean this all up, right? And the parents will say no. The police officer's like, okay, well, that means we have to, like, pursue legal action with your son and all this kind of stuff. And they're like, our son? No. Him? Yes. And they point to their son, and the spoiled kid's like, what? This kid remembers, like, 20 or something. He had to repeat high school a bunch of times, which is fine, but just context. And they're like, yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, Billy. They look at him, let's call him Billy, right? Like, you are no longer living with us. You have no respect for us. You have no respect for anything that we've done for you. It's time that you learn how to actually be, a real person. And he's like, dude, what? Like, just pay the fine, Mom. Like, it's whatever. They're like, no. And at this point, like, they explain that they have been on, like, the verge of this for a while, but as of tonight, they're kicking Billy out. And as of a couple weeks ago, they had been starting to look into the process of legitimately disowning him as a son. And he's like, dude, what? That's not chill at all. Screw you guys. So yeah, they ended up not paying the $10,000 to the cops. So the cops decided to pursue him. And this kid was an adult. I didn't get an update on exactly what punishment happened. But apparently, like, Billy was still he was able to, he was able to get some money out of his parents before they completely cut off all of his credit cards. So he was able to spend a lot of money really quickly, but then all of his cards got frozen. And the subscriber, this happened last summer. So to this day, the subscriber has not seen Billy since. Maybe he's in some random European country. He has no idea. But moral of the story is, don't take advantage of your parents because, maybe they'll just drop you one day. Is that the moral of the story? Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. From a kid who thinks he can be a jerk because his dad runs the place and gets destroyed, to a rich kid who thinks he is great at everything because he's never been told no in his life, and life comes to him fast. These are the most satisfying stories of rich kids who think that they run the world getting destroyed in the real world. So the subscriber who submitted the story one summer had an internship at an investment bank or one of those type of banking internships. Basically, this kid was in college and he wanted to go into kind of banking or finance, so he got one of those internships at a bank, and these were pretty competitive, so he was pretty well prepared, he was pretty professional, and he was definitely up to par with the quality that this bank wanted. However, there was a couple other kids that were interns as well. I think the intern class was 4 to 5, but one of the interns, right, was distinguishably a lot worse than the others and very clearly did not care. The reason was because this kid did not get in this internship out of merit, out of skill, out of, grit and the ability to, persevere through tough times. No, this kid got the internship because his dad was literally CEO of the bank. This wasn't like one of the big banks like JP Morgan Chase, Citibank. This was a much smaller one, but it's still really big enough. And obviously, if your dad is CEO, you can probably swing an intern position at it. Like, you could probably do that. So anyways, right, on the first day of like meeting all of them, right, it was like the first like meeting was over Zoom, and then they were going to do it in person, but there was like a little like pre-meeting type thing where they told you about like information, what to expect, a little get together, the other interns and the subscriber and all the interns got together on a Zoom meeting. Well, 4 of them did, because the 5th one was 10 minutes late. Can you guys guess who the 5th one was? Let's see, A, B, C. A, it was the subscriber. B, it was another kid who actually worked hard to get there. Or C, the CEO's son who didn't have to do a thing and got the internship because of nepotism. If you answered A or B, well, I don't know, you're just wrong, because it was C. Sure enough, it was the CEO's son who was like 10 minutes late or whatever. So while the kids were like sitting in the Zoom meeting, like just listening to, okay, so you're going to have to get there by 9 every morning. You're expected to do X, Y, or Z. If you have any questions, here's a good contact for me or your direct supervisor. Like, this isn't like supposed to be like competitive, like like you're supposed to like work with each other. Like, you could all get job offers, because the thing about the internship is like you really want a job offer afterwards. That's like the best option, or in a couple of years or whatever. And so they were trying to say, like, it's not competitive between you guys. You could all get job offers, really work together, because that's what we do at the bank anyways. And then like 10 minutes in, this kid just shows up randomly. And this kid just like comes in, he's all disheveled. All the other guys dress up for their Zoom meeting, because like they were kind of told in the email, hey, be a little formal. Like, I know it's over Zoom or whatever, but kind of like show up, just kind of dress up a little bit for Zoom. But this kid came in with a big sweatshirt on, backwards hat, which is totally fine to walk around in. And like, if you're just totally fine casual outfit. But bro, if you're really trying to like, I don't know, put it together for like an official meeting or something like that, and it says don't dress casually, then don't dress casually. But sure enough, since this was the kid of the CEO, he literally didn't care. And he came in 10 minutes late, dressed up all sloppily or whatever. So anyways, 20 minutes go by, and it's time for all the kids to introduce themselves and meet each other. So sure enough, right, they go around, and they all say their first and last names. And the subscriber notices, because like the subscriber did a lot of research about the bank, just because during the interview he was prepared if they're going to ask a history question about the bank, like when was it founded, who's the current CEO, what is like all these kind of information, right? They ended up not asking those specific questions, but for that reason, the subscriber knew all this information. So when he heard the last name of this kid, it matched up with the last name of the CEO of the bank. So, very quickly with a nice little Google search, the CEO of the bank was like, it wasn't a huge bank, but it was a big enough bank that this guy had like a public profile. And through some Google searching, right, he found that the name of the kid who was in the internship program happened to match up exactly with the name of the kid of the CEO of the bank. And after a bit more research, he found a photo, and the photos matched up. So after the Zoom meeting and doing a bit of research, the subscriber realized that one of the interns is actually the kid of the CEO of the bank that they were working at. So anyways, on the first day, sure enough, this kid, the subscriber and all the other interns that actually worked to get there, they struggled. They understand what it takes, or they understand how valuable this is, because they put in the work to get it. That's one thing you'll see. When people are just handed everything, they won't understand the value of it. In fact, a perspective is, in a sense, they're robbed of the true importance. Like, they are robbed of, the joy of, reaping the rewards, because, you're not reaping the rewards of anything. You're just giving it. But anyways, it was very, very, very apparent in the way that all these kids showed up, because the ones that worked for it showed up 5 minutes early, if not 10 minutes early, because, you never know how long it takes with traffic, with navigating the New York City bus system or train system, whatever, right? So sure enough, they showed up like at minimum 5, 10, 15 minutes early. But the spoiled kid, we're just going to call him the spoiled kid from this point on, he literally came in 25 minutes late. And he had some lame excuse like, sorry, man, bus got I don't know, like traffic or something like that. Which, like, fair enough. like, sure, I guess. But at the end of the day, you got to be prepared for that. It's your first day. If that happens like 2 weeks into the job, then I think that's more acceptable. But on your first day of work, especially for something really important like this, you got to show up, at least give yourself a good enough margin, especially if you're doing work in New York City. Like, I know some of you guys are out of the country, or the country I live in, the United States, and you've never been to New York City, and some of you guys is in the country have never been in New York City. That place is crazy. You got to give yourself a lot of time, because like traffic and stuff will happen, and especially when you want it to least happen. So sure enough, they're in there the first day and they're doing work. And when you're an intern, especially for like a banking intern, you're not doing anything too crazy. Like, for the most, you will be like, the most extensive thing you'll do is probably like research or something like that. But for the most part, you're kind of just a coffee monkey and a PowerPoint slide monkey and an Excel monkey. You're not doing that much. So sure enough, right, they're just rearranging stuff on Excel. They're just kind of like editing PowerPoint slides. It's a lot of work, but it's nothing's like that hard or that interesting or stimulating. They kind of just give like the interns and the very low level employees like kind of the grunt work that no one really wants to do. So they're all sitting around doing it, and they're all given one big glob of an assignment. So it's like they're given one stack where it's like, okay, you got to do all of this, you got to do this, all this kind of stuff, right? So sure enough, there's all these things that they got to do. And the thing is, though, it wasn't divided up evenly between them. It was just given to one of them, and they said, okay, I need you to delegate all the, I need you guys to delegate the work between, like, amongst yourself. We're not going to delegate the work for you. That's up to you guys. So sure enough, right, they just kind of like all four of them, not the fifth one, all four of them, they go in and, they just, they go in, they grab some of the work, or they delegate some of the work if it's not like paperwork, because a lot of it was Excel, PowerPoint, stuff like that, research. So the one kid who didn't was the spoiled kid, because why would he have to work? His dad runs the place. He just shows up because his dad isn't going to let him play Fortnite all summer like he did last summer, right? He actually has to get a job or something. Like, screw you, Dad. Give me all these opportunities. I just want to play Fortnite and do nothing all day. Me. But anyways, right, sure enough, like all the other four interns, including the subscriber, kind of gave this kid a side eye. Like, are you really just going to sit there and not do anything? So yeah, sure enough, they end up doing all the work, and the kid is on his phone watching like TikTok videos or something. And by like 8 at night or something, because they wanted to make sure they got it all done and really show initiative on the first day. First of all, the kid left like at 3, which they're supposed to leave at 5. The others stayed till 8. Low-key, the reason was because it was work for 5 people to finish at 5. But if you only have 4 people working on it, you're going to have to like stay a couple extra hours because the last person didn't pull through. You really do hate to see it. And this was a pattern that literally just continued on and on and on again. However, one of these days, it's actually like about a month into the internship, and the interns are doing really well. I mean, the 4 of them are. The 5th one, aka the spoiled kid, literally sits there and does nothing all day. So is he doing well? I don't know. But really good reputation the interns are accruing right now. Everyone sees them as really capable and just really impressed by what they're able to do. So now they're given a more official assignment, and also for the first time ever, they're each given individual things they're supposed to do. Because the reason for this is they're each assigned to individual teams. So each of them is like given as part of a team or whatever, and they're all given a very important research role. Basically, they've been doing research the whole time, or the 4 of them have been doing research. The spoiled kid had not. And they had done a really good job, so they were all like 4 to 5 different teams were, going to be presenting to investors, and they were pretty important meetings. So these interns were given a super important job, and they were informed of how important the job was, to do research to give to the analysts and associates to put together for slides that would be given to the VPs or the MDs or whatever that would then present it. So what ended up happening was pretty funny. Because basically what happened here was you have to realize the spoiled kid had not done any research at all for the last 2 weeks. So he has no idea what this whole research thing is, right? So all the other kids do a really good job. The subscriber and the other 3, they do a really good job. They supply really good information to the VPs and the analysts and associates or whatever. They put together good presentations. And, it's a good enough presentation that if the investor wanted to invest based on the information, they would have. And if it wasn't right for them, then they wouldn't invest. But it wasn't because, the information was bad or was presented in a poor way. However, with the spoiled kid, first of all, he doesn't know how to do any of it because he's never done any of it. Second of all, he's too arrogant to ask for help. He's too kind of like full of himself to believe that he ever has to ask anyone else for help, especially the poor kids that he was like working with. Like he'd never have to ask them. He's above them. They're below him. And a combination of arrogance and procrastination led him to a point where like 2 hours before the deadline, he's like, okay, I just got to figure this out. And the thing is, right, instead of actually doing research on, whatever specific thing they're supposed to do research on, he just plugged in random numbers. The thing is, though, the random numbers were like close enough to being the right numbers. Like if you had no context and you just believed these numbers at face value, it's like if I said like a hamburger had 1 trillion calories in it, you wouldn't believe me because that's not reasonable. But if I said a hamburger had 300 calories and it actually had 800, you would probably believe me even if 300 felt a little bit low because it's in the range of possibility. Same thing if a piece of steak had 500 calories but I said it had 1,200, you would probably believe me. But if I said it had 1 billion, you wouldn't believe me. So the spoiled kid put in random numbers that were close enough to being realistic that the analysts and VPs didn't check them over, because to check them over would literally to be doing the grunt work again. And the whole point of the interns was to do the grunt work and to find the information. So the analysts and VPs created this whole presentation or an entire like deck or whatever these like bank people do. I'm not a banker, right? I'm into stocks for my own personal, financial security. If you ever want me to talk about that on my like second channel, let me know. But yeah, so they put together a whole presentation. However, mid-demonstration to these like very sophisticated, important investors, there was obvious holes in the presentation and something was fishy, and the investors were questioning the numbers that they were showing. And the analysts and VPs were starting to realize on the spot that something was not right about their models. Something was not right about the information that they were given. And apparently the presentation was a massive disaster. Like the whole thing completely exploded in their faces. So all the analysts the next day are kind of sitting in their office. They have the interns are all kind of sitting in their little intern office, right? So when they're all sitting in there, one of the managers walks in and says, I need to speak to the spoiled kid right now. And the spoiled kid is on his phone playing Fortnite or something. And like the other 3 or other 4 of them are doing work, and the spoiled kid looks up, and the other kids look over too, because they're like, what? And like a whole team of like executives walk in and like, we just lost like our 4th biggest client because the information you gave us was faulty. Like, where did you get that information? He's like, and they're looking at him. They're like, we looked over the data, and on closer inspection, it looks like you just randomly put numbers in there. And all the other kids are kind of looking at each other like, okay, I totally believe the spoiled kid would do something stupid enough like that. Like, it's totally not out of the realm of possibility that the spoiled kid would just spam in random numbers and not actually do the work. And yeah, sure enough, this is probably the greatest thing. The spoiled kid's dad is called down, and he walks down into the office, and he just has this look of like disappointment, right, on his face. And what ends up happening is the spoiled kid's own dad tells him that he's let go, that he's fired. The spoiled kid's dad fires his own son because he messed up as an intern so badly that they lost their like 4th biggest client. I'm not even kidding you. And if you thought that this spoiled kid was bad, then you are not ready for the next spoiled kid story. You're simply not physically prepared for the amount of spoiled in this next story. Let's hop into it. So the subscriber in this story is working at a sports broadcasting company as an intern over the summer. So I don't really know. It wasn't like ESPN or anything too big like that, but it was a pretty big, at least locally, sports broadcasting company. So they covered all things in sports or whatever, sports media, stuff like that. I'm not super well versed in that field. So if I make some mistakes, like with technical things, and you guys are super big sports fans, keep going. Don't take it too personally in the comments. I'll do my best. But anyways, right? So sure enough, right? There was 2 interns. There's a subscriber, and then there's the spoiled kid, right? So basically, the spoiled kid, it wasn't as if, his dad was the CEO of the company like last time. However, his dad was like a really big shot, like a hot shot, like big boy lawyer type dude. And he like knew the guy who like ran the sports company and basically said like, hey, like my son really wants to be an intern here. I know he's not qualified, but remember when we represented your company last time and we did a really good job? I would really appreciate it if you did a favor for me too. Kind of like a conversation like that happened behind closed doors. And sure enough, the very not so qualified spoiled kid got a job with a subscriber who was fairly qualified. And you might be thinking, oh, the subscriber just like has a big head saying that he's qualified. Well, at the end of the day, the subscriber didn't have a dad who like basically bribed his way in. So he was at least qualified enough that he did needed to be bribed in, right? So sure enough, the spoiled kid's arrogance was put on display almost right away because as interns, they were given a lot of work. So in some cases, when you're an intern, you're given nothing of importance, like literally nothing of importance. And I mean, that's fair enough. When you're an intern, you're coming in with no experience and you just want to gain some understanding of what you're doing here. But other places, interns will be given, really important jobs. They're normally not jobs that require a lot of expertise because, I mean, how can you get the expertise without having the expertise? Or how can you do something that needs a lot of knowledge without accumulating that knowledge, But sometimes, like, really kind of like jobs that anyone can do can turn out to be super, super important for, like, down the funnel, right? Like getting data, like getting information can be like, almost anyone could do it if they're taught briefly, but that is a super important role, you know what I mean? So sure enough, right, one of their very first assignments, because they were both given two different assignments, but they were in the same room, so they were like talking about it or whatever. Basically, one of their first assignments was to give information, like real quick information for an on-air broadcasting program that was going to go on literally an hour later. So they're like, hey, like this will only take you about 10 minutes, so we're giving you an hour to do it. But basically, we need you to get X, Y, and Z. It's like information. The broadcasters will use it online, like on air. And yeah, so it's super important, whatever, right? So they're sitting in the room, and the subscriber, he's going to have to go up first, and the spoiled kid goes up second. Or at least that's the line of like the information that'll be sent. So the subscriber really quickly goes up, finds like exactly what he's trying to look for, and yeah, gets it done in 5 minutes because bro's efficient, bro's got it done, and he sends it upstream basically right away. So he's sitting there, and the spoiled kid is kind of just like going around, browsing ESPN, going on Twitter a little bit. So since they have a lot of time and they're not really that much in a rush yet because they still have like 50 minutes till it's very much deadline, the subscriber asks the spoiled kid, so, like, what do you have? And the spoiled kid's like, well, I'm supposed to send them stuff about golf or something, but that's really boring. I don't know if I want to do that. And the subscriber gives the spoiled kid a look. Kind of like, okay, you find it boring, but you're not going to be the only person who watches this TV program. Obviously, they want you to have, golf information send it upstream because that's what's on air. That's what you're supposed, or radio or whatever, right? They're like, you send that upstream because that's what people at the time, they need a variety of sports. There's people who are listening to that. I know that you don't find it interesting, but there are definitely people who are tuning in specifically to listen to that, So sure enough, right, the subscriber kind of looks at the spoiled kid like, bro, like, think carefully with what you're doing here, right? And, the spoiled kid is like, I might actually help them out. And the spoiled kid is super arrogant, thinking that he knows better than the people who run this place themselves. And he's like, you know what, I might actually help them out a little bit and make their stuff less boring and send them some really cool information about some football or whatever. And, the subscriber hears this and says, hey, man, I really don't think that's a good idea. I mean, I'm sure that you have a lot of input, and I'm sure you have a lot of good subscribers being super nice here. But he's like, I'm sure you have a lot of input. I'm sure you have a lot to give. But look, this is our first assignment, and they're asking for very specific stuff. Maybe tell them about what you want to send them about football after the fact so they can, include it tomorrow. I also just think it's too late right now because the people who will be getting the information are expecting golf information, and maybe they have a football segment later. It might just mess things up. And this, the spoiled kid's like, yeah, maybe you're right, is kind of just sitting there. But he didn't say, yeah, maybe you're right, and like, yeah, okay, you're right, totally, I get it, in a way that's like, oh, you changed my mind. He said it in a, yeah, I guess, kind of in a way like, whatever, man, I'm still gonna do what I'm gonna do. Sure enough, right, the spoiled kid does not heed the subscriber's advice because eventually, 5 minutes before the deadline, he sends in the information and loudly says, done. So the subscriber knows he's done because the spoiled kid loudly says done. So he looks over, he's like, oh, so did you end up sending in the golf information? And the spoiled kid looks at him and says, nope. And the subscriber looks at him with this look of, oh man, you messed up. And the subscriber for a second is like, okay, you messed up, but does that mean we messed up? Because like they're the only two interns. Thankfully, right, the information, like each of them was given a separate, bundle of information to send, and it was very clear that the spoiled kids was the wrong one and not the subscribers. But anyways, right, they tune into the live programming, and the first, I think it was radio, right? So the first sound bite that they hear was, the subscriber's information that he sent in with some analysis and whatever by the TV host, the radio host. And then it was the spoiled kids bit. And they start saying, okay, and now in this news for golf, and then dead silence. And that's when the subscriber realized that, yep, this is basically the spoiled kid sent a bomb down the pipeline, bro. He just messed the whole thing up. And they're like, oh, sorry, we're going to come back to you in just a second with the golf information. We're going to go to commercial break. And it was an unscheduled commercial break. And literally 30 seconds later, the door slams open and says, why did we get football information? We're supposed to get information about golf. And the spoiled kid was like, well, golf is super boring, so I thought I'd make your program less boring. And literally the guy goes up to him and doesn't physically shake him or anything, but goes up to him very intimidatingly, just stares him down and is like, that's not your call to make. So the subscriber pipes up and says, hey, I can get you that information in 5 minutes. And they said, okay, good, do that right now. So sure enough, the subscriber goes, sends in the information, and the program's definitely jumbled up because the ad breaks in the wrong time and all this kind of stuff. But eventually they get all the information they need. And the spoiled kid is like, bro, they should have, while the subscriber is frantically trying to get information about this golf stuff, the spoiled kid is saying, bro, they should have totally taken my advice and did the football segment instead. Their segment super sucks. I'm listening right now. It's going to be so bad. And the subscriber's like, man, I'm sure it's better, but he doesn't actually believe that. But he's like, I'm sure you're right, but you can't do this so last minute. It's going to it messes up the whole line of production. This stuff is live. It's not pre-recorded like these videos. And sure enough, no, this is, the spoiled kid's like, yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. I just think they should have really listened to me. So an hour later, because they're all sitting there kind of awkwardly, they really don't have a job next. And I think that they might have had more jobs coming up, but obviously management had to figure out what was going on with the interns, or specifically one of the interns. So sure enough, the door opens up an hour later, and the manager comes in and is like, hey, what happened? And, instead of the spoiled kid staying silent, he immediately pipes up and is like, well, you guys wanted golf information, but that stuff was super boring, dude. So I was just trying to help you guys out, and I sent in football information instead, and it just gets cut off mid-sentence, and the manager's like, you can't do that. You're an intern here. We got a way of doing things. We asked you for some information, and it totally messed up the thing on live. Our whole program got jumbled up. People had to work extra hard for no good reason other than you thinking that you know the business better than people who've been doing this for 30 years. And there was kind of a dead silence when I think the spoiled kid kind of realized that he was in the wrong. And that's when the manager says, I'm sorry to say this. I don't know, your dad's not going to be happy, but we can't keep using an intern. We seriously can't. You're a liability. The spoiled kid's like, what? I was going to make this place 10x better. And the guy's like, well, I'm sorry.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to a brand new story. Today we have a story of a spoiled brat who doesn't get what he wants, so he decides that, oh, well, then I should just destroy the entire school. Not even kidding. Let's just jump right into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted the story Gene. And anyways, in Gene's class, there's a kid who we're going to call the spoiled kid. The spoiled kid didn't really have any friends, not because everyone there was mean to him, but because everyone there saw him as who he was, as the spoiled kid, who is a jerk to everyone because he could be. Or not just because he could be, but because he believed that he was better than everyone else. He believed that he was a god, man. I mean, that's just kind of how his parents raised him, which it's always good to raise your kid with a bit of confidence, but not like this. So anyways, one day, the teacher was handing back a pretty big test that they all did, and the spoiled kid probably believed that he didn't even need to study for this. So yeah, when the teacher was handing them back, I mean, the teacher was walking around the classroom. You can tell when the teacher's like handing back a piece of like a test, and they flip it over and they kind of like, you know, the teacher was putting it front side up for some people and flipping it over for others because, you already know the teacher's like, I know you don't want your classmates seeing this grade. And eventually, Gene is watching as the teacher goes over to the spoiled kid and hands back a test. The spoiled kid looks at it very quickly, has a look on his face, and immediately raises his hand. Look, whenever you do poorly on a test, you always hate to see it. It's not a fun sight, and I agree with that. However, sometimes, at least at a minimum, look at what mistakes you made, and if you think that you deserve a different grade, at least point out why and where you think the teacher went wrong with grading grading the test or whatever. So Gene raises his hand, and, the teacher kind of looks around and is a little confused because he's kind of thinking to himself, well, this is kind of a quick turnaround. Did the spoiled kid even look at the test, or is he just raising his hand? And the teacher, he's not going to ignore him. So he's like, yes, spoiled kid, what's up? What do you want to say? And the spoiled kid's like, you made a mistake. And the teacher looks at him and says, I don't think I did. And the spoiled kid's like, I know I deserve a better grade than this, and I will not settle for this. And the teacher's like, well, I mean, can't really change the past on this one, but you could always study harder for the next test. That's a pretty good way of changing things. And the spoiled kid's like, no, you don't understand. And the teacher's like, no, I think I do understand. You didn't study enough for the test, and I mean, here are the consequences of your actions, I guess. And the spoiled kid says, no. And the spoiled kid stands up. He says, I demand an A on this test. And the teacher looks at him, and everyone in the class, including Gene, is kind of just looking at this kid and is like, all right, spoiled kid, what's your move here, bro? You're acting kind of goofy right now, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. And, the teacher's just looking at the spoiled kid and is like, no, I will not give you an A because you demand it. I'm not going to degrade my job for you just because you want something. I'm not going to, soil the integrity of, what I am doing just to, entertain this, to give you what you want. And the spoiled kid looks at him and says, I'm going to count to 3. It's so funny, when people, start counting down, just assuming that that's going to change something. It's a classic, trick that, parents will use, and I get it because parents can actually give consequences, but sometimes people will be like, give me something, and the person will be like, no, and they'll be like, 3, 2, and it's kind of just what? So the spoiled kid counts all the way down, and the teacher's just looking at him with a look of I'm not changing what I'm doing, are you serious right now? And the spoiled kid looks at the teacher, and is like, fine, you've made your choice. You will regret this. Or he says something along the lines of that. And the spoiled kid storms out of class to who knows where, right? So about 5 minutes later, first of all, immediately after, it's super awkward in there, and the teacher's like, well then, and the class laughs a little bit, just trying to break the awkwardness, right? So about 5 minutes later, Gene raises his hand because he has to go to the bathroom really bad. And the teacher's like, okay, sure, just make it quick. So Gene gets up, walks over to the bathroom, and when he opens up the guy's bathroom, he sees the spoiled kid in there. So I guess Gene didn't really know where the spoiled kid went off to, but now he does, and he's like, oh, okay. And the spoiled kid looks at him, and Gene looks at the spoiled kid. But Gene looks at the spoiled kid, and he notices that the spoiled kid is shoving the toilets full of paper towels. The spoiled kid is just got, he broke into, he didn't only empty out the paper towels that were in the dispenser, he broke into the little cabinet underneath that was just full of paper towels, and he had taken every single one and was just stuffing them into the toilets, right? He was just clogging up the whole system. And the spoiled kid was like, get out of here, Gene, I'm busy. And Gene's like, can I use the bathroom? He's like, no! And Gene's just kind of looking at him like, dude, what? And yeah, so the spoiled kid continues to, stuff more paper towels into the toilets. And Gene's like, what are you doing over here? And the spoiled kid says, just get out of here. You don't want to know. And, he's like, I kind of got to go to the bathroom. He's like, go to the private bathroom. So Gene's like, okay, whatever. So Gene walks over, goes to, like, the private bathroom, which is technically the teacher's bathroom, and Gene would get in a little bit of trouble. Nothing crazy, right? But he'd be like, get out. Like, the teacher would be like, you can't be in here. Get out of here, right? But Gene goes into the private bathroom either way. And while he's sitting on the toilet, he hears this kind of like, or he feels this kind of rumbling, right? It's like the pipe systems are rumbling. And this is when, like, he gets off the toilet and he looks underneath and the toilet is, like, pouring water out from the bottom of it. And he's like, oh my God. And he steps out, right? And he's like, oh my God, did I do this? And then he looks around and he just sees water leaking out of everything. And that's when he hears on the loudspeaker an announcement saying that everyone has to go to the front yard, which is, like, outside in front of the school. So after that, like 30 seconds after, he sees all these teachers filing out their students in a single file line. He sees puddles of water forming everywhere. And he just does not make the connection with what Gene just did, right? So they're all standing outside and there's, like, people are coming over, like, I don't know, not the fire department, but, like, the emergency plumbers? Dude, I don't know. That's obviously not right. But, there's, like, official people coming over. Everyone's standing outside. It's been about 30 minutes, and everyone's standing in line with their class. The spoiled kid is nowhere to be seen, but Gene honestly doesn't think anything of it. And also, Gene doesn't make the connection that maybe there's a connection between the fact that the spoiled kid disappeared into the bathroom and was clogging them with paper towels and the fact that the whole piping system is going down, right? So all of a sudden, a teacher comes up, and not like a teacher like one of the teachers that would teach a class, but one of the, I should say, faculty, right? So one of the administrators comes up to the teacher, and Gene's standing in line, and the faculty whispers something or says something in a low tone to the teacher. The teacher looks at Gene and points at him, and Gene is asked to come. And Gene is really confused at this point, and the faculty is giving him this really dirty look. He's like, what did I do, right? So Gene is brought to the principal's office. And sure enough, they get to the principal's office. And you know who's sitting there in the chair? The spoiled kid. And, they're not even in the principal's office. They're standing outside of the school. Yes, the school is flooded, my fault. They're standing there. You know who else is standing there? The spoiled kid, the principal, a bunch of faculty, and the security guard. And they're all looking upset. And the spoiled kid is just looking down at his shoes, right? So they're all like, or not all of them. Gene's like, what's going on? The principal's like, don't play funny with me. We know that you were in there while the spoiled kid was in there, and we think that you helped him destroy the school. And Gene was just looking at them with this look of just complete shock, confusion, and then he started to realize that it was the spoiled kid that backed up the toilets, that broke the entire plumbing system, that flooded the school. Real quick, if you've made it this far into the video, comment spoiled down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. And then also, if you are new, subscribe to the channel and leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing. So anyways, Gene is just standing there and he's trying to like explain to the principal, like, okay, I was in there briefly to go to the bathroom, but I didn't, like, no, I didn't do it. And she's like, well, the spoiled kid hasn't said otherwise. And the spoiled kid is literally just sitting there looking down at his shoes or whatever. And he's just like, how did you even know I was in there? Like, I was only in there for a second. And she's like, while we were walking into the bathrooms, like, or one of the teachers was walking by, he saw you walk out of the bathrooms. And then, there was like a whole flooding incident. He saw the spoiled kid walk out as well. And the spoiled kid hasn't said that you haven't been a part of it. So for all we know, you two were equally involved. So, at this point, Gene turns to the spoiled kid. He's like, dude, you need to tell them I didn't do anything. And the spoiled kid just continues to look down at his shoes. And at this point, Gene is like, oh my God, they actually think that I blocked up the toilets and destroyed the school. So at this point, Gene's like, why do you think I would have done this? And the principal's like, frankly, we don't know. But we also don't know why the spoiled kid would have done this. And, at this point, Gene's like, well, actually, I was in his class, and his teacher gave him back, like, a really bad, like, assignment. And, he demanded that the teacher change the grade. And the teacher said no. and then he got up, said, "You're gonna regret this," and stormed out of class into the bathroom, which I had to go to the bathroom, and I saw him in there stuffing the toilets with paper towels. And yeah, I got up, left, went to the private bathroom, and I don't know how else to say it other than I just didn't do it. Like, I just genuinely don't know how else to say it other than just, it wasn't me. I'm innocent here. And the principal's like, okay, well, that's a very convenient story, right? And he's like, okay, well, I don't know what to say. And they say, you know what? Give us time, we'll know the truth. But until then, you two are staying here with a security guard. So apparently the school had a lot of cameras in there. So what the teacher was, or the principal was referring to, was that the truth would eventually come out from the cameras, right? But until then, Gene was deemed as guilty as the spoiled kid. And Gene just wasn't trying to have it because, you know, for all he knew, like, the cameras could have taken like weeks to get out. For all he knew, the cameras were damaged in the flood and that there wouldn't have been any footage at all to free him from like this charge, right? And that he would have been stuck getting the same punishment as the spoiled kid just because of bad luck and just how fate works. So yeah, he's sitting there, and right now it's just Gene, the spoiled kid, a security guard, and half the school is looking at them all, right? They're just staring, they're pointing, they're talking, and Gene's pretty embarrassed. And he's not just embarrassed, he's angry at the spoiled kid. He's angry at the spoiled kid for letting such a rumor circulate. And he kind of looks at the spoiled kid. He's like, bro, like, are you serious right now? And the spoiled kid looks at him, he's like, what? He's like, dude, you know what? Just like, bro, just tell them, like, just tell them I didn't do anything. The spoiled kid's like, well, no. And he's like, why? Like, you're the one who decided to do this. I didn't mean to do it. I wasn't involved in any of this. I just wanted to go to the bathroom. And the spoiled kid's like, well, that's what you get for not helping me. And Gene's like, what? Like, for me not helping you, you're gonna, like, say that I did it? But if I did it, you would have said that I wasn't, like, if I helped you, you would have said that I didn't do it? Like, what kind of world do I live in? And Gene is just not having it right now. And, you know, at this point, the security guard's like, quiet, you two. And Gene kind of looks up and looks down. He starts whispering at the spoiled kid. He's like, dude, I swear to God, there's a reason why people here don't like you. And you know what? You're just making it even more clear to myself that the reason is true. The spoiled kid looks up. He's like, the school had it coming, man. That teacher really robbed me of that grade. And Gene looks at this kid and is like, dude, you failed that test because you didn't study. I remember because I was in your study group and you spent the whole time on your phone playing Clash Royale or something. And when we asked you a question, you said that we were nerds and that he was gonna, you know, pass this test without being a nerd and that we were gonna fail and that you were gonna do so great. And yeah, look at where we are now. And the spoiled kid looks at him. He's like, you know what? I was thinking for a second that I was going to say you didn't do it, but now I'm going to say that you're the mastermind behind the whole thing. And for a second, Gene kind of regrets going off on him because now he's like, well, I guess, well, I don't think, like, he's like, dang. The truth is, I really don't think the spoiled kid was going to say anything anyways. I think the spoiled kid just wanted to, like, make Gene feel bad about it or whatever. But yeah, Gene's parents were called. And when Gene got back home, he tried explaining to them that he had nothing to do with it, but, you know, they weren't really believing him, right? Because it's like, of course you're going to lie about that. Of course you're not going to say, oh, I destroyed the school, lol, right? Of course you're going to be like, no, I didn't do anything. So he gets back home, and he is grounded, and it's not good. It is really not a good situation. He's not doing well at all. He's struggling. If we're being honest right now, it is a tough time. However, he gets back into school. His mom drives him in, super angry, even the next day. She's not cooled off yet, which, understandably, your son is accused of destroying the school. So he gets into school, and there's so many, like, boarded up walls or whatever. They were actually allowed to be back in school the next day, which is pretty impressive. I guess the water damage wasn't super systemic, but there was still a lot of water damage. So some places were, like, blocked off or whatever. There was some stuff saying you couldn't go here. And that's when on the loudspeaker, his name was called, and he went up to the front office. And so the principal sat him down, and Gene was really terrified that she was going to say, like, the footage was lost. Sorry. Now let's begin your punishment, right? But she said, hey, we reviewed the footage, and it does seem that you went in for a very short time, and you went right out. after about 2 minutes, and it also seems like the spoiled kid went in. Today, I got a pretty crazy story time that I know you'll enjoy, so leave a like to claim your free nothing, and let's jump right into it. So anyways, the subscriber, he was walking into class, and as he was walking into class, he realized something, and it's one of those realizations that it's probably one of the worst feelings of your entire life. So as the subscriber was walking into class, he realized that he had a quiz. He had a quiz in Spanish. The subscriber was not doing very well in Spanish. I mean, I've never really done well in language. It's hard, but here's the thing about language classes is especially when it comes to new vocab words, you can't wing it. Like, you can't go into the exam and just kind of be like, I don't know, I'll just like kind of pull it out of my butt. It's just like you can't like figure out what the word's going to mean in a lot of cases, especially, I mean, maybe you can figure out the root or maybe you've heard it once or twice before, but generally the subscriber realized he was completely screwed. The good news is the subscriber realized this during his kind of free block, and he had about 20 minutes till his Spanish class. So this wasn't a situation where the subscriber was walking into Spanish class and then he realizes. He actually somehow, like, it just pops into his mind. Like, it's crazy how, like, you can be thinking about something completely not related and then just all of a sudden this super important detail just emerges. But anyways, right. So sure enough, the subscriber at this point is like, oh shoot, like I actually got to get on top of this. Like I actually got to figure this out. So he's thinking to himself, okay, I have 20 minutes. I need probably more than 20 minutes to properly, study for this. So I got a better idea. By the way, I don't condone cheating on any of your exams. If you get caught, you got to suffer the consequences. And usually the consequences are worse than the good grade you would have potentially gotten. If you do the risk reward, it's definitely not worth it. Anyways, though, so the subscriber decides, okay, you know what? I'm going to go into the bathroom and I'm just going to go quickly, like, write down all kind of like the names or whatever, like the vocab words and also what they mean in English on my arm. There's about 20 words. I can definitely do that pretty small and I should be good because the subscriber was also wearing a hoodie. So he kind of felt to himself, well, okay, I'll just kind of like peek down like the hoodie or whatever. Like he might like write it either on the inside of his hoodie or on his arm or on his chest or kind of broken up all over the place. Not really sure, but either way, the subscriber's like, yeah, I'm going to be totally chilling. Like we're all good. So the subscriber walks to go to the bathroom, and for some reason, still to this day, he has no idea why he was kind of this dumb in this situation. But the subscriber, basically what he does is instead of going into, the normal bathroom, like the kid's bathroom, like the student bathroom, right? And he can just take a stall. He goes into the stall, locks it. Maybe he'll get harassed a little bit, but goes into the stall, locks it, writes all the stuff down. Honestly, crisis would have been averted. I mean, chances the teacher would have seen the writing is not zero, but crisis would have been averted basically if he did that. But the subscriber decided not to be very smart on this very, very specific day. So basically what ended up happening was the subscriber was walking by the teacher bathroom / the faculty bathroom. And if you don't have a faculty bathroom at your school or if you've never seen it, it's kind of like a one-person stall. So it's like you lock the door when you get in there, you don't lock the stall. And the thing is, students are just not allowed in the faculty bathroom. They're just not allowed to do that, right? I mean, it's not as if they're going to get expelled for being in the faculty bathroom, but it's just not allowed. But for some reason, I think the subscriber's just like, you know what, I want the privacy to do this. Also, what's it going to take? Like 2 minutes to write like all this stuff down on my arms? Like, it's really not that big of a deal. Famous last words is all I'm about to say. So yeah, sure enough, the subscriber, he has his backpack, walks into the faculty bathroom, closes it behind him, and locks it. So he sits down on the ground, takes out his Spanish notebook, takes out a pen, and starts going through. He finds the chapter where the vocab is and starts writing the stuff down. Once again, I gotta say, guys, you should not cheat in your exams, okay? I gotta say that. You gotta do what you gotta do, but I just gotta say that. And so yeah, sure enough, he's about halfway through writing down the stuff, like on his arm, and that's when he hears like the kind of like the door handle jiggle. It's like dun 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 dun. He's like, oh no. Because I think the subscriber, like, yeah, he was kind of dumb about this in retrospect. And he even says that to me. He's like, I was stupid. I should have just gone to the, the student bathroom. None of this would have happened, or at least none of what was about to happen would have happened. Maybe something else bad would have happened because he was kind of playing it risky. But yeah, if he just went to the student bathroom, he would have been totally fine. So he hears like the door, like kind of like jiggle a little bit. And, then it stops. So the subscriber's thinking, okay, well, I got like 5 minutes till class. But it's like a little bit of a balancing act, because if he walks out right then, first of all, he needs to finish writing down the stuff on his arm. But let's say he spends another minute, and immediately after he's done, he walks out. There's a chance he's going to walk out and the teacher's going to see him. Doesn't mean he's going to get into massive trouble, but it's like it would be better to be avoided, right? And on the other hand, if he waits a long time for the teacher to leave, for the teacher to be like, all right, whoever's in there is definitely going through it right now, so I might as well just go somewhere else. If he waits too long, he's going to miss Spanish class. The quiz is in the first 5 to 10 minutes of class, and you really can't be retaking it. Since this is high school, like, they can be a lot stricter about attendance, and the teacher is very, very strict about this. Like, even if you're in the bathroom, it's like, you have to really prove it, which is really weird, but whatever, right? So at this point, the subscriber is kind of just thinking about what he wants to do. So before the subscriber can make up his mind, the subscriber hears a voice say, "How long do you think you're going to be in there?" He immediately recognizes the voice. This was like his second grade teacher, or it's like one of his like older teachers. I don't know if it's specifically second grade. And now he's in a bit of a situation, because it's kind of just like, oh, well, now he's got to speak. So the subscriber immediately tries to make his voice as deep as possible, and he's like, just a second, which was, first of all, the wrong thing to say, because then he had to expose himself. But it didn't even matter, because the teacher's like, hey, like, are you a student? So the subscriber's fake teacher voice must have really not cut it. Like, I don't know if, it must have been, like, so obviously fake deep that the teacher, without even, like, pausing for a second, immediately accuses, like, the subscriber of not being a teacher. And the subscriber's like, no, like, I am a teacher. And, like, once again, the worst, like, crappiest fake teacher voice ever. And the teacher's like, come on, you're obviously a student, like, get out of the bathroom, you're not supposed to be in there, you guys got your own bathrooms, like, I got to use it right now, and you can't be in the teacher bathroom. And at this point, the subscriber's like, okay, fine, like, it's not even that big of a deal, right? It's like, she's not going to notice anything. So opens up the bathroom door, is like, sorry, like, I don't even know why I went into this bathroom. And the teacher's like, yeah, you really shouldn't be in here. And the subscriber's like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, it's my fault. And so he walks out. So the subscriber, here's another detail though. As the subscriber's walking out, right, he kind of sees the teacher take like a very long look at his arm. Like, just take a very long look at his arm, like just kind of a very long suspicious look. And he's kind of just like, okay, like, I don't really know like, the subscriber, like, he didn't have any words exposed to his knowledge. Like, he lifted up his sleeve, he put his Spanish textbook into his backpack. Like, he's like, okay, what are they even looking at? Maybe they're just looking at me, because, I was just in the bathroom and I pretended to be a teacher, and that's kind of weird. I mean, I guess fair enough. So the subscriber, he walks out of there and he walks into, not Spanish class yet, because he has like 2 minutes. So he like quickly like goes into his locker and is like pretending like he's getting something from his locker, but he's just finishing like writing down stuff on his arm. He probably should have done this in, the first place, but we're a little bit past that point at this point, guys. We're a little bit past that point. So anyways, he finishes writing down all the vocab words. He has a few on his arm, a few on his sleeve, whatever, a few in his hoodie, and he walks into Spanish class. And at this point, the subscriber is not even thinking for a second about the whole interaction he just had with the teacher. Like, he's genuinely thinking that is a thing of the past. He's like, I didn't get in trouble. I got chewed out a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal. And little does the subscriber know that the teacher is about to reappear in his life very shortly and make life very, very, very difficult for him. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment bathroom down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. And also, don't forget to listen on Spotify if you have a Spotify, link in the description. And finally, make sure to check out the animated story that I post on my second channel. I'm trying to post every single week, but trying to get that channel back up. The link will be in the pinned comment, or you can just check the Harvey account in my channel tab. Anyways, let's get right back to it. So yeah, sure enough, the subscriber kind of just forgot about the whole thing. He went to class and, I mean, understandably, it's a little bit more important stuff on his mind, such as not failing this exam and, or not exam, I guess it was a quiz, but apparently, like, the quizzes were actually pretty big part of the grade, which part of it was partly nice in a sense that the teacher would allow such a fairly easy thing to do, like a 10-question vocab quiz, to be such a big part of your grade, but also, if you just forgot to study one week or you just weren't studying that well, it could actually really mess you up. So at this point, the subscriber was pretty focused on that. So yeah, the subscriber gets in the room, into the Spanish test. He sits down at his seat. He's kind of just assessing like his positioning, like, okay, teacher's probably going to be there. Weird kid who's probably going to like grab me out sitting there. So if I'm going to be looking at my stuff, I'm going to roll down my sleeves like at this point. I'm going to look up under like my hoodie, whatever, at the other part of the notes at this point. Like, dude was doing it super tactically. Like, he was really trying to think this out, trying to make sure he wasn't going to get caught. Little did he know that the variable of him getting caught was almost completely out of his control at this point. It was totally in his control a little bit earlier, but at this point, totally out of his control. Anyways, right, the Spanish teacher starts walking around, hands out the exams, and, the subscriber gets right to it. And this is where things take a turn. Yeah, so the subscriber's in there, and he's just doing his work, thinking really not really thinking anything of it. And that's when the teacher that walked in on him, or didn't walk in on him, but basically caught him in the teacher's bathroom, like appears in the door, because the door was like open ajar, and opens up the door to go talk to the teacher. And when the subscriber looked up to see this, he was just like so confused because this teacher, the one that caught him in the bathroom, never interacts with his Spanish teacher. They're just at whole different levels. Like, it was like a really big school, and the school had a lot of grade levels, like in the same building. I know like some high schools or some kind of schools have like high school in this building, these grades in that building, but this was like one really, really, really big school, or one really, really big building. So so they might have technically ran into each other, but maybe they were friends outside of class, but other than that, there's no reason for them to be interacting. So the subscriber isn't trying to like geek out over it because, I don't know, it could be a coincidence. They could also just be friends. Like teachers can also be friends with each other, as you're usually friends with people that you work with. So the subscriber's not trying to geek out, as he's got limited time to do this vocab test. He's got to make sure that he's cheating properly. Like, there's a lot of things going on right now, and he's telling himself, like, it's just a coincidence, and if you freak out over this, like, it's only going to hurt you. Which is super true, by the way. I mean, if he kind of freaks out over this, it turns out to be nothing, then he's only going to get like 4 out of the 10 vocab words down, and then even though he cheated, like, he still failed, right? So anyways, he's really focusing on just getting like the vocab words down. He's also like quickly glancing up at his teacher to make sure the teacher isn't going to notice, like, look at him. Just like really bad timing of like looks at him when he's like looking down his hoodie and then writes something down, or rolls down his arm, looks at something, then writes something down. Like, there's a lot of combinations of just like, yeah, it's probably not a good idea. Anyways, though, so sure enough, right, the subscriber's just trying to focus on basically passing this test. And that's when he looks up and he kind of freezes because he has 8 out of the 10 words down. So either way, he's chilling. Like, he could hand this in and he'd be fine. Like, I mean, maybe 100 be cooler, but he doesn't mind taking a B. Like, that's totally fine. But he freezes because he sees that the teacher is, like, walking towards him. And he's like, no, like, I was checking. The teacher definitely didn't see me. So at this point, the subscriber's like, okay, I wonder what this is. And the teacher's like, hey, like, bud, can you come with me? And the subscriber's like, oh, I'm almost done with this exam. Like, can I just finish it up? And the teacher's like, nah, like, that's fine. And at this point, the subscriber knew that somehow, like, the teacher knew what was up. Because if it was something else, I'm sure the teacher would be like, yeah, like, fine, like, finish up the exam. Like, you got 2 questions. This should take you 1 second, right? But since the teacher said, like, nah, you're good, just come with me, the subscriber kind of already knew he was done, but he didn't know why. At this point, the subscriber is thinking, okay, well, like, this, like, did the teacher see me? Like, how's this going to go down? So anyways, he's brought out to the hallway, and the whole time, he's trying to, like, he's rubbing his sleeve against his arm. He's rubbing, like, the inside of his hoodie just to try and take some of that friction to try and, like, at least smudge the words so it's not as clear. But yeah, when the subscriber goes outside, or outside the classroom in the hallway, he sees the teacher who caught him in the bathroom standing out there as well. So at this point, the subscriber realized, okay, something's up. Like, there's some kind of connection. This is not a coincidence, because if this teacher was kind of just like friends and chilling, why on earth are they here, right? So that's when the teacher says, his Spanish teacher, I should say, says, hey, like my friend, Miss Du Bois, I don't know, let's give her a name, over here, said that, you know, she saw you leaving the bathroom with a lot of suspicious writing on your arm. So she kind of like followed you to your next class and saw that you were in my class. So she decided to come back and basically tell me that, you know, you should definitely have like, that I should check you out. And the subscriber's like, oh my God. So yeah, the teacher's like, can you roll down your sleeve? And the subscriber kind of looks at his teacher, his Spanish teacher, with kind of a look of like, you don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. But yeah, he kind of knew he was done. He tried a little bit of rubbing one more time and rolled down his sleeve, kind of with like a little bit of the far-fetched hope that, oh, well, I don't know, maybe when I roll down my sleeve, it's not going to be super clear. It's going to be all smudged and it's not going to be obvious. And then I could say, oh, I was writing down like my aunt's name. I kept something stupid, right? But no, he rolls down his sleeve and the pen barely smudged at all. And it's very obviously the Spanish words. And the subscriber's like, yeah, okay. So yeah, the subscriber, you know, he's sent to the principal's office. He's got a day of suspension. He fails the quiz. And all of this because he decided to not use just like the normal bathrooms, which is the thing that he kind of like gets most upset at himself for, because this could have all been avoided so easily.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new video. Today we have a story time of when a kid destroys another kid's car over a skibbity toilet. Yes, this generation might actually be ruined. This might actually be the downfall of Gen Alpha, bro. You guys might genuinely be cooked. I really don't know. But leave a like on the video right now to claim your free nothing. And with that being said, let's just jump right into it. Anyway, so we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Charlie. So anyways, Charlie had to babysit a kid. Or I guess he didn't have to babysit a kid. I guess he wanted to get paid. I don't think he really wanted to babysit the kid. But, you know, the parent was, you know, she needed someone to babysit her son. It kind of worked out by Charlie's mom getting, like, contacted by someone she kind of knew, being like, this is super last minute. I'm super sorry. We had another sitter planned, lined up, ready to go. But she canceled last minute. You know, we've been planning this trip for a while. We really don't want to bail on it. Is there any way that your son or anyone he knows would want to, like, babysit? We're paying really good money just because we really want this to happen. So let him know. So anyways, Charlie's mom, like, conveys this information to him. And Charlie's kind of like, well, I mean, screw it, dude. Like, I'm trying to get that bag, so I, like, might as well. And also, how bad could this kid be? I mean, literally, by saying how bad could this kid be, you are kind of asking for it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you are kind of asking for it. If you're saying verbatim, how bad could this be? Because you're basically testing the universe. You're tempting, right? To be like, how bad could this be? Yeah, it's gonna be pretty bad. So anyways, right, Charlie, you know, he drives over in his car that he just got. It's not a brand new car. It's not like some McLaren. It's not a Lamborghini. What color is his Lamborghini? It's no color, man, because he doesn't have a Lamborghini. It's some car. It's not a super fancy car, but bro, buddy's 16. Charlie's 16. It's his first car ever. It's like a really big deal. Yeah, it's got like 300 billion miles and it's probably about to explode anyways, but he's got a car. I mean, Charlie used to work like summer jobs and he never really spent his money. He kind of saved it in the bank account, and he'd both work summer jobs, and he'd also like flip trading cards and baseball cards and all that kind of stuff on eBay to make a little bit more money too. And then after 2 years of doing it and then also getting his license, he was finally able to get a car. So it was pretty big for him, and you know, he really liked driving around. And one thing I will say is if you get a car earlier than your friends, it's cool because you have a car and they don't, but you know, you're going to be getting a lot more calls from your friends being like, hey, buddy, how's it going? Completely unrelated, but I, Loki, need to get from here to there at this time. Haha, could you pick me up? You're going to get a lot more of those calls, and Charlie did get a lot more of those calls. He actually got one of the calls like, hey, like, can you bring me to this place? Like, oh, bro, do you want to go to this place with me? It just so happens that, like, they were wanted to go there anyways, but Charlie's like, nah, I got a job tonight. So anyways, Charlie drives over to this kid's house, and this kid is in a nice-ass house.
It is one of those, like, it's like the fancy house at the end of the street. You know, like the dad's some like crazy lawyer or something, and the mom's insane. You already know how that goes down. Yeah, so anyways, this family's pretty crazy, and that's probably one of the reasons why Charlie was so happy to like do this job last minute, because he was probably being paid pretty well. Charlie didn't tell me exactly how. Oh, by the way, if you guys have your own stories that you want to submit, go to Instagram, look me up. It's Connor Pugs. I actually have more followers on there because my reels do really well, but follow me on there and then message me your story. Don't message me, do I want to hear your story? Yes. I do. I tell these stories for a living. Please, like, come on, quickly. Just send them to me, man. Just send me the story. Also, like, I sometimes go through really old stories. Like, I got submitted, like, months and months and almost a year ago for one. So if I don't tell your story right away, it's probably been added to a book somewhere, added to a list. Anyways, though, so Charlie didn't tell me the exact amount, but it was, like, definitely enough for him to be kind of excited to do this job, even though he probably expected this kid's gonna be a little bit of a spoiled brat. So yeah, okay, I do want to say, just because like a kid's parents have a lot of money or they have more money than the average parent, I will say that doesn't necessarily immediately make them a spoiled brat. But I definitely, you know, in my childhood, I was surrounded by, and especially like more my high school era, I was surrounded by some kids that were crazy rich, and like, you know, my parents were never poor, right? We got around. You know, it's not like I got the new iPhone as soon as it came out or anything, but you know, I never went hungry, bro. Like, my parents did a good job for themselves, but like, I was broke compared to these kids, because it's this crazy next level. That's gonna be a whole story time for a different day. But I knew a lot of kids that had, you know, really rich parents, and they were good people, right? They were good. They were raised right. Sure, they could be out of touch at times, like, don't get me wrong, when they're like, oh yeah, like, what's the average salary? And they're like, $1 million per year. That's pretty poor, bro. And they don't even mean it like as like an offensive thing. They just literally don't know, and their life is surrounded by that. But also, there's a lot, like, I've also seen situations, and unfortunately it's more often than not, when you have really rich parents and they low-key don't care to raise you properly, you just become a crazy spoiled brat. So Charlie was like a little bit afraid that this kid was going to be an absolute menace, but Charlie was hoping, as he was driving over, that best case scenario, that he's going to pull up, this kid's going to be one of those like little polite kids, raised nice, good manners, goes to bed early, so then Charlie can get paid to sit there and watch TV in their nice house. That's the good thing about babysitting, bro, is the whole thing is like, you send them to bed early, you're paid by the hour usually, or even if you're not, you're paid for the whole job, but you're paid to stay there until they get back. But a lot of those hours, the kid's supposed to be asleep. So you're literally getting paid to be on your phone, to be doing homework, or to be watching TV. So Charlie was kind of hyped, because like, Charlie's used to working like brutal summer jobs that like, you know, sometimes like under the table, like not even allowed to be working them as the age he was doing. And they were not paying that great for the work he was putting in. And also like flipping cars, I get it. It's not labor. It's not like that tedious, but it's hard, and it's inconsistent. So this is like the easiest money he's seen on the table in a second. So anyways, he pulls up and he walks out, and he sees the door open, and the wife kind of like walks out, or presumably the wife, and she's all in this like nice dress or whatever, and she looks a little bit stressed out, and she's like, hey, Charlie, right? He's like, yeah, Charlie, like, my mom told me you guys like needed a babysitter, very happy to help out. She's like, oh, come on in, Charlie, come on in. So Charlie walks up into the door, goes through it, and looks inside. And like, the house was pretty cool on the outside, but it was like deceivingly so much cooler on the inside. Like, don't get me wrong, the outside of the house was super nice, because he like, when his mom was like, oh, you're gonna go, I don't know, go for the Flanagans. I'm coming up with random names, but you're gonna go babysit the Flanagans kids. He didn't necessarily ever meet the Flanagans before, or if he did, he was like 3 years old. Dude, I've had so many situations where someone's like, hey, like a parent, an older person, right? They're like, oh my God, Connor, do you remember me? And I'm like, and they're like, oh, well, I met you when you were 8 months old. I was like, okay, yeah, bro, I think that explains why I don't remember you. It's a little bit weird for you to come up to me and be like, do you remember me? I met you when you were like literally a sperm cell in the uterus, bro. Do you remember me? It's like, bro, just say, hey, I met you back in the day. It's nice to see you again. It takes the pressure off of me. You're expecting a 2-year-old's gonna remember you, bro. I did not. I remember playing with Legos and Star Wars. And Lego Star Wars on the Wii. That's all I remember. Sorry, I don't remember you. But anyways, yeah, just like he knew the house was nice. Like the house was nice from the outside. He knew about them, but it was like deceivingly nice on the inside. Like the houses kept going in. It was super modern. It was a super cool house. And you can kind of hear like some kids screaming upstairs. And that was like the beginning of like Charlie kind of realizing that this might be a little bit more than, maybe a little bit more than he expected. He kind of saw the dollar signs, and I'm not saying, oh, he went crazy for the money, but I'm saying like he kind of, he's like, okay, I'll do it. Didn't even think about it. He hears like screaming and like it's bad, right? But he walks in and like you can see the wife's already on edge, probably having to deal with this spoiled kid for like the last like 2 hours, being like, stop watching Skippy Toilet. We'll get to that later. Anyways, though, so she's like kind of showing around the house, and she's like, oh, and this is the living room. Like, here's a big TV, and there's like some big like $20 billion TV with 10 trillion pixels. Bro, you need the 4K Ultra HD dual monitors, bro, to watch Skibbity Toilet in 4K. Ah, hell yeah. No, but anyway, she's showing around the house, brings them to the outside. It's a summer day, so it's a little bit hot, but it's definitely towards the end of the day. But shows the backyard, and bro, the backyard is crazy. There's a big old pool. There's like a whole, like, every toy. There's a playhouse. There's a slide. There's a hot tub. Like, there's so much, like, grass to play on. It's a big field. Like, this is, like, a kid's, like, dream. But, of course, bro, if you grow up with all of this, that's the thing. Life's about perspective, dude. So when you grow up with all this, it's not super cool. It's life. It's like, when you wake up and you look at TikTok in the morning, maybe to someone who's never seen that or seen a phone before, they'd be like, bro, that's insane. Like, little funny videos that are perfect for you, that just, they're immediately there. Like, imagine, like, someone from, like, the 60s watching, like, the 2 TV channels all of a sudden sees TikTok. I mean, their brain would probably melt, but also it's all about perspective. So for this kid, it's like, yeah, it's the coolest place ever, but this has always been his life. He's kind of whatever to him, and anything less sucks, which most things are less. But anyways, go back into the house, and this kid is still screaming. And you can see the dad walks down, looks super tired, is like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. And then makes eye contact with Charlie. He's like, hey, what's up? You must be, well, whatever, son. It's nice to meet you. Like, thank you for doing this so last moment. We understand, like, that this is kind of a quick turnaround, and, we're paying you pretty good for that reason. Starts going through the list of like, hey, here's our numbers. We're coming back tonight. Not too late. We're coming back at 10. We have to go to this thing. Thank you for doing this. His bedtime is 8. And they kind of look at each other. And then they look back at Charlie and they're like, do your best to get him in by 8. Kind of like, that's a long shot for him to do what he's supposed to do. And they're like, if anything happens, like, she's like, oh, there's pizza in the fridge already. If you want to throw that in the oven, or just throw it in a pan and just heat it up real quick. It's pretty good. He likes pizza. Shouldn't be a problem. And during this whole thing, you can just hear this screaming from upstairs. And Charlie's like starting to be like, all right, this is probably more than I signed up for originally, but I'm just going to tough it out. I mean, it's kind of a situation where maybe this isn't going to be a relaxing 5 hours, but at the end of the day, he's getting paid a good amount of money. So it's like, you know what? I'm just going to like power through it and we'll figure it out. So anyways, right, eventually the parents are like, and our son's upstairs. His name is Ben, or we're going to call him Ben for this story. And that's when the mom's like, Ben, honey, your babysitter's here. And you just hear, shut up, Mom. I'm watching Skibbity Toilet. And Charlie's like, what? What? And she's like, the mom's low-key embarrassed, bro, because one thing for me, I feel like it's so uncomfortable. I mean, one, it's so cringe when, like, a kid is, like, super spoiled and disrespects their parents. And I don't mean, like, having your own opinions. Your parents say one thing, you don't have to be like, sir, yes, sir, but, like, at least be respectful with why you might disagree. And also, I will say, especially for the younger viewers here, a lot of times, sometimes your parents might say something and it doesn't make sense to you now. Dude, life experience and perspective, like, yeah, your parents, like, they've lived for a long time, bro. They've probably gone through the same things as you. So, look, I'm not gonna, like, my advice to you is sometimes trust them. I mean, depends per situation, obviously. If your dad's like, oh, do these scary drugs, like, no, okay. But what I'm trying to say is generally, they want the best for you and they've been through your position before. So you should probably listen. Like, they're like, oh, you should do your homework. Yeah, you should probably do your homework, bro. I know it sucks. Or, yeah, don't sneak out. It's probably for your own safety. I mean, have a little fun, man. But what I'm trying to say is it's always been so, like, uncomfortable for me when, like, a kid blatantly disrespects their parents. Because it just looks so bad on the parents. And sometimes a kid's literally just a menace. But also sometimes it's like, did you raise this kid? Like, did you raise him like this? Did you get stuck with, like, a terrible kid? Or is this the consequences of your actions? And that's kind of embarrassing on you. Anyways, Charlie's mad uncomfortable. The parents are looking uncomfortable, and they're kind of just like, haha, we're gonna go. And Charlie's like, well, okay. He doesn't even really know what to do. Does he go upstairs or not? So they literally just turn around. They're like, call us if you need anything. We'll be back at 10. Bye. And then they leave. So Charlie's kind of just awkwardly standing there, kind of just like, what am I supposed to do now? So now Charlie's in a situation where he's awkwardly standing there. Like, he's just hanging out. The parents are left. Because, like, usually in a situation like this, the parents, like, after calling for their son to come down or their daughter to come down, you know, they would introduce them, the babysitter to the kid. They would all kind of be there. Then the parents would go. Then it's a slightly awkward moment. And then the babysitter would be like, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to go, I don't know, play some video games or watch something or hang out outside? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat now? Do you want to eat later? Like, can you tell me when you want to eat so I can kind of prepare, like, the food then? Or if it's something, you know what I mean? So now it's like Charlie's standing there. He's thinking, do I go upstairs and try and find this kid? Do I hang out here and wait for him to come down? Like, it's low-key kind of ambiguous what he should do. So anyways, Charlie's kind of sitting there, standing there, just like, I don't know. He's there for like 5 minutes because he's like, I don't kind of want to go up to see that kid because he sounds terrible. And honestly, I feel like it's better to be here and not dealing with him than to go up there and deal with him. Yeah, sure, eventually I do got to deal with him. Like, don't get me wrong. I know that. I know I eventually have to do it. But I'm going to try and drag it out for as long as possible. So after like 10 minutes goes by, Charlie's like, okay, you know, I got to go up and see this kid eventually. It's going to be really weird if I go up like an hour later. So let me just get it over with. And let me just go up. Like, it's fine, whatever. I'll just get over it. So sure enough, right, Charlie, he goes over to the stairs, walks up. You can kind of hear a little bit of noise coming from down the hallway because he goes out, there's a hallway, and he has a sense of where this kid's room is. So he walks up to the room. It's like, he takes a second. He takes a pause because he's like, okay, there's no going back after this. So he knocks on the door. He knocks on the door and there's no response. But he can obviously hear noises. So he's like, hey, what's up, Ben? I'm Charlie, I'm your babysitter. Like, can I come in? And you hear no response for a second. Then you hear, fine, which is like, bro, just say yes. Like, by saying fine, you're just like being a bigger boo-boo about the whole thing, dude. So anyways, Charlie opens up the door and he sees some like kid sitting on his bed looking at an iPad. And he hears like, skibbity bop bop bop. He hears a stupid, okay, some of you guys like Skibbity Toilet, but you're not Skibbity Toilet kids. Some of you guys like it. I'm just annoyed. Look, you have to understand that I don't like it because of all the stories I've heard about it and have to tell you guys. So maybe it's great, right? Maybe it's great and you can like what you like, but I'm personally just annoyed by it just because, you know, of all the stuff that's gone down, like all the stories I've had to tell. So he walks in, and this kid's just looking at his iPad. He's like, oh, what's up, man? Like, nice to meet you. No response. He's like, so, like, what do you want to do? No response. He's like, do you want to at least, like, do you want to eat now? And he's like, no. So it's the first response. So he's like, okay, that's great. He's like, do you want to eat in, like, an hour? And the kid's like, okay. So, you know, Charlie's like, okay. Well, it seems like you're busy doing that, so I'm just going to be downstairs. Come get me if you need anything. And yeah, dinner will be ready in an hour. So Charlie turns around and walks out, walks down the stairs. He sits down. He's like, wait, this is actually great. Like, this kid is a big cringe lord, right? He's being a spoiled brat 100%, but he's also glued to his iPad playing that skibbity bibby wibbity whatever song, right? So it's like, this is actually great because I can just sit down here. Yeah, I got to cook some food eventually, and that's just like throwing pizza in the oven or whatever. But then maybe if I'm lucky, he'll just go back up, and then he'll go to bed, or he'll be on his iPad or whatever, and I can just sit here and get paid for very little. So Charlie thinks he's made it. Charlie thinks that he's literally cracked the code, and that he is like, bro, I escaped the Matrix. Like, this is the easiest money you've ever seen. So he sits down, and things are pretty good. And it's getting around that time. It's like 45 minutes. So he's like, all right, let me throw the food in the oven. Throws the food in the oven. Was kind of waiting around. And then eventually he's like, hey, like, Ben, like, food's ready. No response. But a couple minutes later, he hears him, like, shuffling down the stairs. And he sees Ben walking in the kitchen with his iPad, watching the Skibbity Toilet videos on his iPad. Puts the iPad on the table, is, like, sitting down. He's like, what's for dinner? And he's like, hey, your parents left pizza. They said you liked it. And Ben's like, I had pizza a week ago. And Charlie's like, okay. It's really just what your parents said for me to get for you. So I got, you know, I made the pizza. He's like, oh my God, I had that pizza a week ago. My stupid mom and dad, they don't get it. I don't want to eat the same thing I ate a week ago, a week later. Bruh. And he goes back to watching Skibbity Toilet videos. Charlie's like, haha. Because, like, yeah, you know, Charlie's, like, not going to offer to make something new because he doesn't know what he's going to make. This was nice and easy. So anyways, takes the pizza out of the oven, puts it on the table. He's like, it's probably pretty hot, so I wouldn't. And without, like, before he could even finish that sentence, the Ben, while watching the Skibbity Toilet video, so you're not even paying attention, reaches for a pizza and, like, burns his hand a little bit. Like, I mean, he doesn't get, like, 12-degree burns. Bro literally just touches something a little bit too hot. So Ben's reaction to this was, ah! Like, oh, look, I get it. If you put your hand on a hot stove, if you put your hand in, like, a vat of molten lava, look, I get it. If you burn your hand legitimately and get, like, have to go to the hospital or whatever, yes, you can have a reaction. It makes sense to have a reaction. But here's the thing. Whenever you put your hand on something that's, like, slightly too hot, it's normally like, and then you, like, quickly take away your hand. Ben was like, ah, and he wasn't, like, screaming and crying. He was literally, like, screaming, like, here's the thing. He was rage screaming at Charlie. It wasn't even like, it was like, bah! Like, it was like Charlie's trying to describe this to me, but it's like, he is clearly raging at Charlie. It's not like he's screaming, crying because he's so upset. And Charlie's like, oh my God, like, are you okay, bud? Because remember, bro, Buddy's acting like pizza can get as hot as molten lava. Bro is acting as if this piece of pizza is as hot as the surface of the sun. But in reality, it was, like, slightly too warm to, like, pick up immediately. And he's like, how could you let me do this? I just burned my hand because of you. Which, bro, this is, like, typical spoiled kid right here. Basically blaming everything. Like, you can't take a second of accountability. Bro could literally go to an exam, put down 1 + 1 = 3 and then blame the teacher. I don't even know how he'd do it, but bro, trust me, he'd find a way to he'd find a way to do that, dude. He'd find a way to do that. Anyways, right, so sure enough, right, Charlie's like, hey, bud, like, go wash your hands, put under cold water if it's really that hot. Charlie, in the moment, like, Charlie knew, even from the second, like, this kid started reacting, that one, it was a played-up overreaction, because, like, bro, pizza just can't get that hot. And also, two, the way that he was screaming was, like, angry screaming. And this kid's like, I'm telling my parents. Charlie's like, okay, do you want to put your hand under, like, cold water? Because this kid is, like, completely forgotten, like, his hand is, quote-unquote, burned off or exploded from the flames and the death and the heat. I don't even know. So, yeah, sure enough, right, you know, the kid's like, he's like, you know, you better not let this happen again. Which, like, dude, it's so funny when spoiled kids blame their own actions on other people. Like, dude, come on. Anyways, though, so sure enough, right, this kid goes back to, like, takes a piece of pizza, like, grabs, actually, like, it was a whole pizza, by the way. Charlie got a whole pizza ready. This kid literally took the entire pizza up with him. He's like, I will be going to my room to watch Skibbity Toilet. And he, like, walks away, and Charlie's like, because, like, Charlie low-key was, like, he was told by his parents, like, yeah, like, they'll have food for you to make there, you can just have some of that. And when Charlie saw a big old pizza, he's like, no way this kid is, like, no way this kid takes the whole pizza, bro. Like, there's no shot. But he's probably gonna have a few pieces and then leave. But no, he actually goes, grabs the entire pizza. It's like those comments, like, on Instagram Reels, the comments, like, just big and greedy. Just big and greedy. Yeah, so he walks upstairs, takes the whole thing with him. And by the way, just in case I forgot to mention this later, I think this is a little bit later on, Charlie sees, but he eats like half of one slice. But the spoiled kid, because he's so spoiled, just takes the entire thing just so he can have taken the entire thing. Not because he actually wants to eat the whole thing. He just wants to take it, bro. It's kind of crazy. So anyways, Charlie watches as this kid goes up to his room, and Charlie's like, okay, well, that was like kind of a disaster, but also it's only 7 o'clock. The parents are coming at 10 o'clock, and it looks like this kid's going to go up to his room and just, like, watch his dumb videos. And I can just sit, watch TV, chill, hang out, have a good time, relax a little bit, and get paid for just doing that. So Charlie thought he was really out in the clear. So Charlie goes over to the living room, grabs the TV remote, sits down, and thinks that, you know what, he's all good. Yeah, so sure enough, right, that's not the case. Charlie didn't get away so quick and easy. So basically, Charlie's sitting there, he has the TV remote, he's like, okay, finally. I'm free from this kid. I'm free from this psychopath kid. Life's gonna be okay. I'm just gonna hang out. He actually was starting to look forward because, look, it was a hot summer day. It was a nice, air-conditioned, cool house. It was like, you know, a sick TV, had all the streaming services, had every option. Charlie was like going to enjoy this. But then the worst noise ever. He hears footsteps coming down the wooden stairs. And Charlie in his head's like, why? Why is this kid coming down? And so anyways, this kid, Ben, comes in, sits down, like, says there's a couch and there's a chair. He sits down on the chair, and he starts, like, watching his videos on his iPad. He's just playing Skibbity Toilet at full volume. So Charlie's like, oh, okay, well, I guess Charlie's okay, well, maybe this kid's lonely, so he wants to watch his videos, like, here with, like, you know, just since I'm here, and he's like, okay, that's fine. So Charlie turns on the TV, and after, like, 3 milliseconds of the TV being on, the kid's like, turn that off, I'm trying to watch Skibbity Toilet. And Charlie's like, okay. So then Charlie turns it off, is like, okay, fine, I'll just go on my phone. Charlie goes on TikTok or Instagram Reels or something, and he starts playing the videos, and the videos are like, it's not that loud. Charlie's like, it's not even that loud. And as soon as, like, one video starts playing, the kid's like, I'm trying to listen to Skibbity Toilet. Turn off all your noisy things. And Charlie's like, oh my God. So Charlie's like, fine, I'll just look at posts, right? So after about a couple minutes, Charlie's like, oh my God, this is so bad. But he's like, I'm getting paid for this. I'm getting paid for this. Like, this is better than the summer job I work. Kind of, not really, but I'm getting paid. I'm almost done. Let's just make it out. So then a couple minutes later, the kid is like, do you know what skibbity toilet is? Charlie's like, no. Because he didn't. Like, I barely even know what it is. I made 100 story times about it. And the kid's like, okay. Do you want to know what skibbity toilet is? Charlie's like, I'm not sure. The kid's like, okay. So, and he like takes his iPad, he turns around, he's like, this is a skibbity toilet. It's like, and Charlie's like, and he's like, see this? It's a cameraman. Yeah, you see? Charlie's like, okay. Yep, that looks like something. He's like, do you like this? Charlie's like, I don't really know. I don't really get what's going on. He's like, wait, are you saying you don't like skibbity toilets? Is that what you're saying? You don't like skibbity? Charlie's like, well, I mean, I didn't say that. I just said, like, I don't really know what's going on. I'm, like, a little confused. He's like, well, wow. Did you really just say you don't like skibbity toilet? What? And Charlie's like, I'm not saying I don't like skibbity toilet. I'm just saying that. And the kid's like, okay. I'm gonna give you one more chance to say it correctly. Do you like skibbity toilet or not? And Charlie's like, I don't know. I haven't watched it. And the kid's like, so you're saying you don't? And then Charlie's like, yes, I don't like it. Which, okay. Should he have yelled at the kid and been like, the thing that you love is stupid gutter trash? No, okay, sure. But this kid was being really annoying. And then all of a sudden he's like, what? And Charlie's like, I didn't mean it like that. I just haven't watched it. He's like, no. You just said that you don't like skibbity toilet. Charlie's like, I've never seen it. I don't know. Maybe I would like it if I seen it. And the kid's like, no, you're trying to backpedal because you know that you've made a big mistake. And Charlie's like, oh my God. He's like, you don't understand my power. You don't understand my influence. You don't understand that you just double-crossed the skibbity toilet avenger. Charlie's like, what the fuck? What? The skibbity toilet what? Like, dude, what? I'm like genuinely so confused what any of this means. He's like, yes, you just double-crossed the skibbity toilet avenger. You don't understand what you just did, bro. You're like so messed up right now. Dude, if I was you, I'd be like, oh no, I might as well just kill myself because it's so over. You're so cooked, buddy. And he like gets up and he walks out. And Charlie in his head is like, okay, don't know what the hell just happened. I really don't know what just happened. But this kid is no longer in the room with me. He seems pretty pissed off, so he probably won't come back for a little while. Maybe now I can actually just, like, relax, have a good time. You know, maybe not have a good time, but not be under constant, like whatever the hell just went on, right? Whatever that was, that's not happening anymore. So we're fine. So Charlie sits back in his chair. He's kind of like, okay, I'm going to power through. It's 7:45. They're coming in. A little over 2 hours. I can do this. I can do this. So things seem pretty good. And he's kind of just sitting there, chilling, having a good time. Life is all right. Life is good. And he's sitting there for about an hour, a little more than an hour. He's just been kind of like watching some TV shows, you know, in a nice air-conditioned, sick-ass house. Like, things were actually pretty good for a second. He was low-key enjoying himself and being like, maybe I should, like, this might actually be worth it. Like, yeah, sure, I had a couple of moments with, like, this kid who was super annoying, but I'm really not spending any time with him. And this is pretty cool. So it's about 9:15. And before, remember, his bedtime's at 8, so, like, he went up and he kind of yelled, he's like, hey, like, just, you know, it's your bedtime. I hope you're going to sleep. Because he, like, this kid's impossible, so he's, like, not going to really be, like, making sure he's in bed. Because he knows the lost cause. He's like, okay, as long as this kid is staying upside. As long as this kid is staying up there, then there really isn't anything to worry about. Like, yeah, he's probably not actually asleep, but whatever, dude. Like, that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, so sure enough, right, he's kind of sitting there, chilling. And that's when he hears the sound of breaking glass. And he's just like, this is what startles him. He's like, because, immediately you think, did this kid just like drop a big glass vase? Did he knock over something? Could he be hurt? Right? Broken glass, it's like that can kind of cut up all your hands and that can be a problem. Like, if you got a big cut, you have to bring him to the ER. And then all of a sudden, this kind of chill, hanging out, watching TV thing could be I wasn't paying attention to this kid and I'm going to get like in big trouble. So immediately, Charlie stands up, pretty concerned for this kid. I'm pretty also a little concerned for himself because he's like, shoot, I really don't know where this kid is. And that's low-key on me. So sure enough, right, he kind of like walks up and he immediately runs up the stairs. And that's when he hears another sound of breaking glass. But he can almost tell that it wasn't coming from upstairs. Because when he was sitting on the couch, he really couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. But when he went upstairs, he was like, oh, okay, it's not up here. Because he immediately ran up where he thought that Ben was. And now he's like, oh my God, I have to go all around this big house to try and figure out where Ben is and what nonsense he's doing. And he's like, he's supposed to be asleep. If his parents come back, they're going to see him playing with broken glass and me chilling. Like, that's a bad look. Like, whether or not I get paid, just having like really rich Karen type parents after you is just not a good situation, bro. I'll tell you that. So sure enough, right, he hears the sound again. He runs down and he hears the sound again. Sounds like it's coming from outside. So he goes out the front door and he sees Ben with a big like hammer smashing his car windows. And so Charlie's like, dude, what are you doing? And Ben turns around and he's like, I am the Skibbity Toilet Avenger. If anyone speaks bad on Skibbity, they will pay the price. And he goes and he smashes another window. He's like, dude, you can't just be smashing my windows like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I thought that was kind of common sense. He's like, step back. The Skibbity Toilet Avenger is doing. So, like, Charlie starts walking towards him, and Ben's like, I have a hammer. And Charlie's like, okay, kind of pauses there because he's like, I forgot. This kid is a psychopath. Yeah, so this kid's looking at him like with a hammer raised. And Charlie's like, dude, put the hammer down, step away from the car. This is like some kind of like police scene in a movie where they all got the guns, but there's like a 15,000 police officers surrounding some guy in a car with their guns drawn or whatever. Like, dude, it's a tough situation. So anyways, they're kind of chatting back and forth for a second because the kid Ben's like, I simply avenged your words on Skibbity. Honestly, I think we're even now, but even so, I still might need to do more damage. And surveying the car, his windshields were broken, his rear view mirrors were broken, his car windows, the side window, I think the front window wasn't. The other ones were all smashed up and destroyed. He saw a bunch of dents on the side of the car where it was probably just smashing it with a hammer. Like, it was bad. It was a bad situation. And, like, Charlie's, like, he's, like, upset about this. But also in the back of his mind, he's like, wait. Super rich kids' parents are going to come back and see that their psychopath son has destroyed the babysitter's car. This could be a story that gets out. Like, they care about their reputation locally, and the fact that they have a psycho son destroying cars, probably not the vibe. So there might be a situation where Charlie gets a new car out. I don't know. Anyway, so he's like, bro, relax. And they must have, like, their event must have ended early, or they must have realized, like, we just let our crazy son with some stranger, like some random person we barely knows, like, their son, and they probably already knew it was going to be a bad outcome. So you see headlights driving closer, pulling up, and sure enough, right, this kid's parents get out of the car, and they're like, the mom's like, what's going on here? And Charlie's like, ma'am, your son is smashing my car with a hammer. I just came out and caught him doing this. And the son, instead of being like, nuh-uh, which, like, I guess also that would have been a hard situation to nuh-uh yourself out of, because you're literally holding a hammer next to a car smashed up with hammer dents in it, and also your babysitter just said that you did that versus your word, which, like, probably not going to take your word. So instead, he doubles down. So he's like, this babysitter said bad things about Skibbity Toilet. And Mom, you know I'm the Skibbity Toilet Avenger, so I needed to like make him pay for what he said. And the mom looks so freaked out, and the dad just looks so tired, bro. Like, he's like, there's no way that, like, this is like 50% my genetic material. Like, this is so, like, what happened? So anyways, eventually the mom's like, you put that down right now. And he puts down the hammer, and you see him being dragged, like, the mom is dragging Ben into the house. And he's like, but Mom, I was just doing my work as a Skibbity Toilet Avenger. Like, this is what I do, Mom, you know it. Slam the door. And so the dad walks up, kind of like a slow, calm, collected walk, a little bit of a stroll. Walks up to Charlie and is like, son, can we go inside and have a bit of a conversation? And Charlie's like, okay. So Charlie's like, oh, I don't know where this is going, but the guy sits him down. And he's like, look, you're obviously being paid for tonight. If anything, I think we're going to pay you double what we were going to pay you before. But more importantly, we understand that it wasn't your fault what happened out there and what our son did, right? We have a good sense that wasn't, on you. So here's what I'm thinking. We pay you double what we're normally going to pay you, but then we'll also buy you a new car of at least the same quality, if not better. And in Charlie's head, he's like, no way. He's like, the only thing I ask is that besides maybe telling your mom or your dad that the three of you, so you, your mom, your dad, you don't tell a soul. If any of your friends ask, say that you won the local lottery. Say that. Or say that you saved up enough money for whatever car I get you. And Charlie's like, okay. Because like, yeah, he had to deal with a crazy kid who broke the car. But I mean, at this point, you got to realize that these parents have like crazy money. And at this point, $10,000 on a car and a little bit of extra payment, to them, that's worth it just to keep their reputation locally in check, which is so crazy to me. But I guess when you got money like that. So yeah, sure enough, Charlie has to then call his mom to pick him up. But his mom's like, why are you calling me, mister? I just got a new car. And Charlie's like, trust me, like, you're going to want to come. And so his mom's like, oh, okay, I'll come. Like, her tone changed, thinking something went wrong, which something kind of did go wrong. So anyways, the mom pulls up, and she sees the car. She's like, oh, my God. At first, she's like, Charlie, what do you do to your car? And Charlie's like, nah. And the father there's like, man, or Mrs., I don't know, Mrs. Finney, let's take a random last name. Mrs. Finney, can I talk with you for a second? She's like, yeah, 100%. What happened? Goes through basically what happened, says the whole story. And she's like, oh, well, that's very generous of you guys. And he's like, look, our son's a lot of trouble. We're sorry for what he did. We're bringing him to like behavioral therapy to make this better, but it's a work in progress. We just ask you guys keep it between us. And she's like, yeah, no, I totally understand that. That can be done. And sure enough, in a couple days, Charlie got a new car. It was driven, like, he was, like, told to go to a certain car lot. Charlie and his mom drive over. And it's not like a frickin' Lamborghini, right? It's not like one of those SUV Mercedes cars. But it was a much nicer car than the car Charlie had before, dude. It was a significantly nicer car. And Charlie's mom's like, oh my God, that might be better than my car. And Charlie's just smiling the whole time, like, oh my God. He turns to his mom, he's like, Mom, if you ever have any rich parents that need babysitters for their psychopath, skibbity toilet obsessed little kids, please let me know. Today we got a story of a teacher who actually tries to sue their 13-year-old student for bullying them online. Like, imagine that as a teacher, you get so mad that some kid says something mean about you that you actually try and sue them. This is a pretty crazy story time, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, and let's jump into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Colin. So Colin was in 6th grade, and in one of his classes, he had this teacher who we're going to call her Miss Sensitive because, bro, if you're actually out here trying to sue a 13-year-old kid for calling you mean names online, then you deserve the name of Miss Sensitive. So we're going to call the teacher Miss Sensitive, bro. Yeah, so anyways, Colin, the subscriber, had a friend, and we're going to call this friend Ben. So anyways, Ben kind of self-identified as a roast god. Ben was definitely the type of guy to have no chill, as some people might say, and go after literally anyone. He was still like a cool dude to be around. I don't know. I feel like definitely in like middle school, like a lot more kids are ruthless, but they're not bad people. They just think like to be cool, they gotta be ruthless or whatever. But the thing is, right, Ben was like, at least he wasn't going up to kids and roasting them, being like, damn, bro, those shoes look terrible, bro. Or wow, man, like you should invest in some deodorant. That'd be the best investment for you, bro. Like he's not doing stuff like that. But anyways, they all have a class together and they have it with Miss Sensitive. So anyways, Miss Sensitive was a slightly larger woman. There's literally nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, you live your life, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. So on this fateful day, Miss Sensitive was going around and decided to give out a pop quiz. I've never actually received a quote-unquote pop quiz before. I've always been informed before I have an assessment. I just think it makes a lot more sense if you're gonna assess someone, like if you're gonna give them a quiz or a test, at least give them an opportunity to study for it. Like I get that you're trying to check if they've been doing the work, but at least give them a heads up. I just think pop quizzes are kind of dumb. But anyways, Miss Sensitive decided that today was the day that she was gonna give out a pop quiz. And this also happened to be the day that Ben just didn't do the reading. I know for a lot of classes, like English type classes where you have to do a lot of reading or whatever, that, look, man, you're not going to do the reading every single day. I know that I don't do the reading every single day. And it's kind of like you got to do like a little risk reward. Like if you don't do the reading, you have more time. But then again, you also have a chance of going in and getting absolutely owned by the test or quiz or whatever, right? Or just like I don't know, she'll like call on you to be like, oh, so Jimmy, what happened in chapter 7? You're like, I think chapter 7 happened in chapter 7. Like I get it, right? But, Ben kind of took the risk and he kind of got owned. So sure enough, like, Ben got probably like an F on the quiz or a 0 or just didn't like get good points on the quiz. He definitely knew that he didn't do well. And Colin was sitting next to him and Ben was like very visibly like angry. Like he was just like really like PO'd by the whole situation. So Colin is kind of like, yo, dude, like you good. Ben's like, bro, Miss Sensitive is literally the worst. And Colin's like, yeah, that pop quiz was pretty unfair. So Colin did kind of feel like, okay, that pop quiz was kind of out of left field. I don't know why she did it, but I mean, hey man, it is something. She did say that like she will sometimes pull out pop quizzes on the reading, especially if she feels like people were not or had not been doing enough of the reading, right? Like, or, so she said it was something that she might do. So in all fairness, bro, like Ben didn't do the reading and he kind of just paid the consequences, but bro was still pretty upset. Yeah, so, Ben was like, no, dude, like, Miss Sensitive is literally the worst teacher ever. Like, she sucks. And Colin's like, yeah, whatever, right? Like, yeah, I kind of agree with you. Miss Sensitive overall was kind of a mid teacher. Like, she just, I don't know, dude. Like, she would always, like, have these kind of, like, she would be, like, one of those English teachers that was, like, kind of, like, super arrogant in everything that she said. Kind of had this weird, pretentious entitlement about it. Like, she's like, oh, and what the author really meant here was insert something that just never happened. Like, I swear to God, like, English teachers will read a sentence, the book is read, and they'll be like, well, what the author meant by this is that the book has depth and perspective. Like, no, dude, maybe the book was just read. I swear to God, if you actually were able to bring back these authors from the grave and bring them back and be like, hey, man, so what did you mean by this? They'd be like, oh, well, can you not read, dummy? Like, the book is read. I said the book is read because the book is read. And the English teacher would be like, no, but I thought it meant that, like, yeah, so, this teacher was kind of like that anyways, but Colin also just was like, okay, that's like all English teachers. However, when they got home from school, they had this really big grade group chat. So people had little group chats with each other, maybe Discord messages, be along the lines of that. But they also had a really big group chat that had basically everyone in the class. So they had like a class-wide group chat. I think I said grade-wise, I meant to say class-wide. So Colin got back home, he was just kind of chilling, doing his thing, and he like picks up his phone and looks at it, and he sees that there's a new message in the, the class-wide group chat. So they made that a while ago when they started the class, just, because they're like, okay, if we have any issues or if someone forgets the homework or whatever, it's probably just a good idea to have everyone together in communication. But it wasn't used casually. Like, this group chat wasn't a group chat that you would go in and just, like, I don't know, drop, like, anyone want to play duos on, like, Fortnite or something. Like, no one was going to go and chat and say something like that. However, Ben used this chat to vent his anger. Yeah, but however, so Colin checks his phone and he sees a message from Ben. He opens it up and he's like, he gets the message. It basically reads something along the lines of like, Miss Sensitive is annoying and fat. Like, it's just, I don't know. I think Ben was just really just PO'd that day. I think Ben was just genuinely annoyed, just so, like, annoyed by the fact that, like, he got called out for not doing the reading, which he's like, everyone doesn't do the reading. The one day I don't do it, we have a quiz, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So he's like, yeah, Miss sorry, I always just Miss Davenport. Miss Sensitive is lame and fat and sucks. So, like, very childish insults, like whenever you insult someone just based on their appearance, normally that means you really just can't, you have nothing better to, like, insult them on. Like, if you go for the appearance, bro, I don't know, kind of just like, oh, so you're not creative, or maybe you just don't have anything actually bad against them. But, Ben was just mad, and, like, someone replied with, like, the skull emoji, like, bro. Another person's like, yo, chill out. Like, people were like, all right, bro, like, calm down. But, like, not a lot of people chatted. It wasn't like, oh, my God, he called her fat. It's like, okay, it's a sixth grader, a.k.a. also the kid who was known, or not was known, but was the self-proclaimed roast god, so it wasn't as if this was out of left field for him. So most of the kids were like, all right, bro, chill out, whatever. And, yeah, Colin and Ben and everyone else in the class kind of thought that it was going to end there. However, somehow the chats got leaked. You know that meme where it's like me and the boys at the gamer chat got leaked and it's like all the people walking into the courtroom? Yeah, that's basically Ben here. Yeah, so somehow the chats got leaked because, and they got leaked within a day. So someone must have snitched real heavy or real quick, because the next day they come in and Miss Sensitive is looking all angry at all of them. Even though she knew who sent it, she was somehow, like, found a way to be mad at literally everybody and was like, guys, we need to have a little talk before we start class. And at this point, Colin didn't realize that, Ben's message got leaked to her. So, like, Colin was, like, really confused. He was like, oh, did, like, everybody cheat or something? And then everyone got exposed for cheating? Or what's the word? Like, what's going on here? I'm just really confused. So Colin sits down and everyone else sits down. And she's like, guys, I want to let you know that words have impact and that everybody is a person. So at first Colin's like, oh, did someone, like, is there, like, a bullying issue? Like, I don't know, stuff like in middle school and high school, there will be a lot of, like, I don't know, a lot of, like, internal scuffles and bullying, and sometimes teachers will make, I don't know, this happened to me, actually. I didn't bully anyone, and I wasn't bullied, but I had to sit in on big meetings with the entire grade because one person was mean to another person, so I need to hear about it. Like, dude, I'm just a good individual. I'm just like a good little boy, I'm doing what I need to do, and I need to waste my time listening to, oh, don't be mean. Yeah, no, number two, Sherlock, bro. Like, of course you should be nice. Like, are you serious right now? This is how we're spending my time? Yeah, so, everyone was kind of just super confused because, Miss Sensitive was like, yeah, words hurt, whatever. And then she's like, and also, just so you know, your actions online and out of school can still get you in trouble in school. And at that point, Colin almost immediately realized what the situation was about. He was super confused, and still to this day, he doesn't know who leaked the group chat. But he was, like, super confused, like, oh, wait, I'm, like, 90% sure that Miss Sensitive is talking about what, like, Ben said because, like, Ben dropped in the group chat that she's fat, lol, or whatever, because he was mad at her. But how on earth, like, did this happen? So Miss Sensitive continues to go on to be all like, your actions out of school can have consequences in school, and, like, if, all this type of stuff, and says, like, you guys should learn to be nicer to other people. And while this was, like, kind of like a weird, awkward interaction, like, I don't know about you, but it's always just so awkward when, like, the teachers would just, like, scold you in front of everyone, especially if it's, like, a group punishment. Like, I remember this one time back in 8th grade, like, some kid had, like, peeped into another kid's, like, stall while they're taking a number 2, and they, like, got mad about it or whatever. And this guy, like, this guy's, I'm sure he was just doing his job, but he brought the entire grade together, and he's like, guys, I'm so disappointed in everyone. I'm like, dude, I wasn't there. I was doing my math homework. I don't care if someone's being a little bit too curious and mega sus. Like, that's not on me, bro. Like, why are you disappointing in me? I'm doing what I need to do. Anyway, so yeah, while that whole interaction was a little bit weird, Colin just kind of assumed that the whole thing was going to end here. Like, Miss Sensitive was going to have a whole, like I'm mightier than thou, be nice to people speech or whatever, and it was going to end there. He would have never assumed that things were going to escalate, which they did. Yeah, so basically what ended up happening was Miss Sensitive was pretty upset about this, which, I mean, look, if someone is calling you insults, and maybe it's something that you are personally sensitive about, like, I can understand why you take that personally. However, also one thing, these are 6th graders. These are little kids. They don't, okay, not little kids, but these are kids that are still growing up. They're going to be mean. They're going to be cruel. And yeah, sure, reprimand them, whatever, right? But also realize you shouldn't take it that deep. Like when I read my comment section and someone's like, yeah, your videos are trash. And then I see their profile pic of some like anime profile pic. I go in their account and they're making like Roblox shorts. I'm like, bro, they're just a kid. Like, I don't really care, man. Like, you shouldn't care. However, Miss Sensitive was like really upset about this. So Miss Sensitive takes this whole issue to like, you know, the principal's office or whatever. And she was trying to get this kid like expelled. Like apparently she was asking for some crazy punishment. Like she was going for something really insane. I think the principal's office like, oh, well, okay. This kid said something pretty mean about you outside of school. There's not a lot we can do about that, but if you want to have like him come in and we force him to apologize to you or make him do some report about how, you know, bullying is bad and saying bad things is bad, or I don't even know. And, you know, the teacher must have been Miss Sensitive, was like, no, he needs to be expelled. This is unacceptable. There's no redemption. Which, like, no redemption, bro. Dude is like 13. What do you mean? He's got all of his life ahead of him. Like, what do you mean there's no redemption? Oh, a dude says something mean when he's 13? Nope, there's no going back. He's officially a bad individual. Nope, that's done. He's done for. Yeah, but apparently Miss Sensitive was really gunning for him to have a really, really bad punishment. And she was really upset by how she didn't get what she wanted. So I guess Miss Davenport decided to take the law into her own hands, or take the punishment into her own hands. This is where the title of the video becomes kind of integral to the story. Miss Davenport decides that she wants to try and open up an actual legal case against this kid for emotional damage. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard, by the way. So the way that they all learn this is probably one of the most inappropriate way. Okay, I don't mean like sus inappropriate. I mean like inappropriate, like just to do it. Just like, it's just so ridiculous. So the way that Colin and Ben and everyone else learns, and the way that Ben learns that there's a court case going to be against him, well, it doesn't get that far, as you guys will see, is in class. Basically, Miss Sensitive's like, you know what, guys, this is like a couple days later. Guys, I want to teach you a little something. Sometimes the systems of law and governance, they don't do what needs to be done. So sometimes you need to take it into your own hands. And she then goes on to say, Ben, I know about the comment that you said to me. And Ben's like, what? Because I don't think Ben put 2 and 2 together. I think, so Colin was able to put 2 and 2 together, and he was able to realize that, okay, well, you know, I don't know, like, yeah, it was probably Ben's comment. That would make the most sense in the context, yada, yada, stuff like that. But I think Ben just was, like, completely oblivious. He's like, what? So when she literally calls him out in front of all of his classmates, he was just so stunned that he was barely able to speak. Speak will be the secret word of the day. So if you made it this far into the video, comment speak in the comment section. And while you're in the comment section, check out the pinned comment on this video. There's a link to my Spotify page in which I upload all these stories as podcasts. And if you do listen to them, if you do listen to these stories on Spotify as podcasts, it actually does help me out. And also the second link in the pinned comment is to my second channel. I upload daily stories on there, but those are from Reddit, where these are from you. So if you just want more stories and you want to help me out, subscribe to that channel and check out some videos after this one. Anyways, let's get right back to it. So yeah, the teacher is legitimately like calling this kid out right now, like putting him on the spot. And yeah, it's pretty awkward to read. Like Colin is like super like awkward. Like, this is so awkward. He's just like, oh, this is so cringe. But Ben is like, oh my God. So she's like, yeah, I know what you said about me, Ben. She said, you called me fat and I'm super insecure about my weight. Like, okay, that's totally valid. Like, I know that like weight-based insults are pretty low blows because a lot of people deal with that stuff. Totally fair, but also, is the right context to do this? Like, is the right context to call this kid out in front of all of his classmates? Is that really the best way to go about this, Miss Sensitive? Are you serious right now? Like, yeah, sure. Pull this kid aside, be like, I know what you said, and just so you know, like, this could affect a lot of people if you use these insults about other people and they hear about it, it could really affect them. But no, let's call him out in front of the entire class. But it gets even worse. It gets even worse, man. It literally gets even worse. Because then she goes on to say, and I went to the administration and, you know, I wanted a fair punishment, but they were taking your side. They were just saying that you should apologize to me, or you should do like learning about, you know, harassment and bullying. And that is just simply not enough for what you did. The entire class is like frozen right now because they knew that Miss Sensitive was well, it's in the name, man, a little sensitive and a little weird and a little strange, but they were just like, oh my God, the overreaction on this is just insane. Yeah, so that's when Miss Sensitive decides to drop the bomb that, you know, she's like, you know what? You know, what you did to me was actually personal harassment and it caused mental damage. And like, okay, like it's kind of on you how you take this comment. Especially remember, this is some kid and you're an adult, but whatever, right? And she's like, so I've decided that I will be opening up an official lawsuit against you for a mental, I forgot what I said earlier. It was what I said earlier. I don't think it was mental damage. It was like emotional stress or something like that. Like people actually have lawsuits about that. And maybe they're like legitimate circumstances, but I just feel like so many people could try and use quote unquote emotional trauma, emotional stress. Like, is that even something you can actually sue someone on? Like, I think the teacher didn't even do their research on this. So the whole class is like silent, but even more silent than before. Because at least before they were like, okay, whatever, this teacher's pretty weird. But now they're like, oh my God, like, wait, pause. You're gonna sue a kid? Huh? Like, did I hear you correct right now? Are my ears jammed? Is there something, am I hearing things wrong? Do I need to get my ears checked? Do I need to go to the doctor? Is there like a secret animal living inside my ears blocking the noise going to my eardrums? Like, am I actually hearing this? So yeah, obviously Ben was like, what? Which I mean, I totally get. And Colin, even though he was kind of saw some of this coming, did not for a millisecond ever see this coming. Not even the slightest possibility. You know how you guys kind of like think about stuff really hard and you think, oh, well, there's like a 1% chance that this will happen. Like, you know, I don't know, you know this girl, and there's like, oh, there's a 1% chance that she would actually, you know, like me. And then you know it's so ridiculous that it never happened. But this is like a 0% chance of happening. This wasn't even on the books. This wasn't even on the possibility list. This wasn't even like, I don't know, man, like how could you come up with this? Even some random number generator or some random idea generator couldn't come up with something this random and insane. So obviously everyone's like, whoa. And then Miss Sensitive's like, all right, well, we're going to go back to teaching class because enough of class time has been used to talk about this. It's like, bro, huh? Yeah, so this was pretty crazy. And I love how, like, Miss Sensitive literally is like, oh, well, we've been wasting so much class time on this. Bro, you set the class schedule. You choose what we do. You brought this up. You're suing the kid. Like, why are you blaming everyone else, bro? Like, this is 100% on you, and it's pretty obvious. But yeah, then she tries to go back to teaching just like nothing just happened. And obviously Ben is like, just like, his face is white, like all the, like he's freaking out. Which like, look, I think like now if like a teacher said, I'm going to sue you for being mean to me, I at least have, I would be like a little freaked out, but at least a lot of me would know, okay, well this has zero merit. This is like grounded in literally nothing. However, I would still be like, okay, this is at a minimum going to be a headache to deal with. And the fact that they're my teacher and control my grade is pretty annoying. But if I was in 6th grade and a teacher like heard me being like, oh, this person sucks, and then she's like, I'm going to sue you, I would actually freak out because I was pretty gullible. And also, it's a 6th grader, bro. Like, you don't think that they're going to like overreact on this? So obviously, he's pretty upset. And they all go back home. And when Colin gets back home, his mom's like, oh my God, like Colin, like did you weren't gonna tell me about like what happened with Ben today? And Colin's like, relax, I just got back. Whoa. He's like, okay, yeah. The teacher, is she actually serious about this? So basically, all the parents had been abuzz. Like they had just been talking with each other about this because I mean, understandably, bro, like this is a crazy situation. Like this is insane. Like a teacher actually says that she's gonna sue one of her students for being a mean comment. So yeah, Colin's mom's like, well, yeah, all the moms have been talking and like, we're not going to let this slide, basically. Yeah, so basically the parents all came together and said, okay, if anything happens, we're gonna band together and make sure that, Ben is fine. Like they agree that maybe Ben shouldn't have called the teacher fat. Like, yeah, that's not a good thing to do, but obviously what the teacher is doing is so like unacceptable and a billion times worse, right? So at this point, they were kind of thinking, okay, what the teacher said is pretty crazy, and if nothing else happens, we might just approach the school administration to reprimand the teacher for just really stepping out of line. But for the minute, let's hold and wait to see what the teacher does. Because they were kind of thinking, okay, the teacher says, I'm going to sue this student. It was probably a scare tactic to like show other students like, oh, you should, I don't know, like, oh, you should fear me, you should be a good person, whatever. Terrible, terrible way to go about it, right? That is the most like ridiculous teaching method I've ever heard. Like I've heard of a lot of some kind of like stranger teaching methods that are a bit more obscure. Like, there's the flipped classroom where you learn at home and do work at school. Like, bro, that sounds like the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. There's teachers that refuse to teach the subject matter. My ninth grade geometry class, the teacher would refuse to answer any questions, but that was on purpose. Like their idea was, they're gonna have to learn it themselves. I'm like, dude, I'm not some like it's 15th century mathematician genius who can just figure out like the Pythagorean theorem by myself. I'm not Pythagoras, bro. Well, I'm just some kid. But anyways, right, this is a crazy teaching. So they were like, you know what, we're just gonna hold back and wait. So the next day in school, the teacher wasn't bluffing because in class, Miss Sensitive, like in when class starts, walks up to Ben and hands him basically an official court order or whatever. I don't think it was like an official court order. I think it was like she typed up a statement pretending to be a lawyer or whatever, being like, you're being sued for being mean or something. But she tried to make it as official as possible to give off the vibe to everyone that she was actually going through with this, which is just actually so insane. Imagine being so sensitive that that your student says something mean about you, so you threaten to sue them and try and sue them and like show off. Like she's literally trying to have a power play to sixth graders. Dude, these are sixth graders. You're already in the position of power. You're the teacher. You don't need to be like, oh, well, I'm going to sue you, so you better do what I see. Dude, they're going to do what you say because you can get them in trouble. They don't want they don't want detention. They don't want a bad grade. Like, what? Yeah, so anyways, Colin gets back, and Colin's mom's like, hey, a little update. The group of parents who are tonight, we have demanded a meeting with the school administration because of what happened today in class. So yeah, apparently the parents all got together. And basically what happened was that they all got together. They demanded a meeting with the school administration. The school administration's like, sure. The school administration had no idea what was going on. So even when they just said, oh, the teacher was like calling Ben out in front of everyone else, they're like, oh, that's a little tough. And then they're like, oh, you didn't hear the best part. She's saying that she's suing him and gave him an official lawyer letter today. And the school administration's like, come again? Like, whoa, come again? Yeah, so the school administration is like, whoa, like, that's really unacceptable. So, let me just say that Miss Sensitive was no longer a teacher at that school, which some of you guys might be thinking, oh, that's an overreaction. They can't fire her over that. Yeah, dude, they totally can fire her over that. That is like a breach of like teacher-student trust. You're gonna sue a teacher? And also, you might be thinking, okay, well, she might have been fired from the school, but that doesn't mean that there's no, the lawsuit won't continue. Dude, there was no lawsuit the whole time. She made up the lawyer, she made a fake lawyer name, she made up the whole thing, and it was literally just a scare tactic to try and like prove how alpha she was and how, oh, I'm gonna get my bullies back. Dude, they're not bullies, they're your students, dummy. Like you could have just been like, look, you should be a good person. You don't have to pretend to sue them. So yeah, not only did Miss Sensitive lose like her job, she also lost the fake court case that she started by herself. What's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new story. Today we have a story of a spoiled kid who is basically just chirping kids in class the entire time. He spends the entire time chirping kids for being poor. However, thankfully, there is karma in this situation. As always, or not as always, but in good stories, the spoiled kid gets the karma he deserves. When the girl he likes overhears him saying this stuff, and let's just say it gets pretty crazy. So sit back, relax, leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's just jump right into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Brendan. So anyways, in Brendan's class, it is his first period history class. There's this kid who we're going to call the spoiled kid. And the spoiled kid had parents with a lot of disposable income. And that doesn't necessarily make you a spoiled kid at all, really. I mean, you might be like spoiled with like good stuff or whatever, but if you are genuinely a good person and you understand that your circumstances are not a product of your, I don't know, your ingenuity or your, your hard work, and then let it all go to your head. As long as you're a good, decent person who understands that, you just won the RNG luck lottery, then we're cool. We're genuinely cool if you're a good person. However, if you're like the spoiled kid in this story, then you and I, we got some problems, bro. We got a few problems. And so, yeah, this all started on what seemed like a normal day, as these stories always tend to start, when Brendan was in history class. This was the first day of history class in 8th grade. So he gets in there, sits towards the back of the room, as this was just Brendan's preference for where he would sit, right? He kind of liked the back of the room. Look, I pay attention in class, mostly, and I just also happen to like the back of the room. I kind of like the bird's eye perspective, being able to see everyone. It just makes sense to me. But anyways, Brendan was sitting there, and then this kid came into class. He was wearing the Supreme Box t-shirt, which if you don't know, goes for like $500 to $1,000 or something. He's wearing Gucci shoes, like the most blatant Gucci shoes, not like ones that are like, oh, those look nice, and then you see a little Gucci label, you're like, okay. It's the ones that just have the big Gucci logo on them. Bro, I don't know about you, but personally, I've never understood the big logos. I always feel like a little logo, maybe, or just like have it be good quality if you're gonna drop some money on it. Just have it look nice, bro. You don't need a big logo, bro. And he came in, and he sits down. He's like, what's up, guys? And kind of looks around, like my intros to my YouTube videos. No, I'm just kidding. But he's like, what's up, everyone? Like, my name's Spoiled Kid. Brendan looks over. He's like, what's good? My name's Brendan. Some other kids are saying hello. And, like, Brendan goes over to shake his hand or, like, dap him up or whatever they're going to do. And the Spoiled Kid's like, no, thank you. I don't know where those hands have been. And Brendan's just like, dude, what? Like, I'm not, like, a filthy person. He's like, I don't know. Those shoes say otherwise. And he looks down and, look, Brendan's not wearing the nicest, cleanest, fresh out of the box, fresh off the shelf type shoes. But at the same time, bro, they're just a standard pair of shoes. I don't know why he's hating so hard. Why are you hating on my guy like that? But anyways, Brendan is like, okay, this kid's a little weird or whatever. And things would only get worse. So about a weekend, this kid can't, like, they all go into, like, first period history class again. And this spoiled kid sits down, and he just, like, he looks at Brendan. He's like, yo, dude. And Brendan's like, what's up? He's like, bro, you're such an NPC.
Are you supposed to have blood come out of your asshole?
Yeah, actually, that's pretty common, man. I wouldn't worry about it. I think my friend has a problem. Anyways, where were we last? Yes. I'm gonna have to edit that, bro. Anyways, so he sits down, and the spoiled kid looks at Brendan. He's like, dude, you're such an NPC. And, Brendan's like, bro, what are you saying? He's like, yeah, you're such an NPC, bro. Because, like, I looked up your house on Google. It was only, like, $50,000. And at this point, Brendan's like, dude, what? It's a solid house. I got a bed. I got a couch with a TV. Sure, it's not 10 floors, stories tall, bro, but at the end of the day, does it really matter? And, Brendan was just kind of looking at him, and the spoiled kid was like, bro, you're such an NPC for being poor right now. Like, you're such an NPC. And everyone's like, dude, what does that even mean? Like, what are you even trying to say? He's like, bro, you guys wouldn't understand it too, because by the looks of your shoes, you're literally an NPC right now, bro. Like, I don't know what to say. At this point, Brendan's like, looks like someone found the NPC meme. How unfortunate. So anyways, the next day comes in, or like a little while later, because if you don't know, this story is very recent. Very recently, there's been a lot of hate on my boy Ohio. My boy is the state Ohio. I've never been. It probably sucks. I'm not gonna lie. But look, it's not the worst. And I don't know if you've ever been in any TikTok comment section or just any comment section. Whenever something is terrible, right? Whenever something is terrible, it's like most normal X in Ohio. So the spoiled kid must have found out about the Ohio meme, because Brendan comes in a little while later, and this is like couple weeks ago. This story's actually pretty recent. And he sits down, and the spoiled kid's like, bro, is that a stain on your shirt? And Brendan looks down, he's like, crap, I forgot I didn't wash this load or whatever. He's like, yeah. He's like, bro, typical most rich person in Ohio, guys, am I right? He like turns around and like looks at people. He's like, guys, do you get the joke? I'm saying he's the most rich person in Ohio because he's super poor. And they're all just looking at him like, bro, I'm gonna need you to shut up real quick, bro. Like, please. Like, come on now, please. Like, just, we don't need to go down like this, man. Because, like, this guy's reputation has been crumbling over the last month. Because they started class in September. It's now October. And this kid has been making, for the entire month, offhand comments about how poor everyone else is and how they're an NPC, or, oh my God, bro, look at those shoes. You're such a bot. Lol. Or just like I've spent like 7 minutes trying to explain how annoying the spoiled kid has been. This isn't even the meat of the story. I just think it's necessary for me to spend all this time to explain to you guys why this kid is so annoying and why he deserves what he's about to get, right? So anyways, spoiled kid's like, yeah, Brendan over here is the richest person in Ohio, meaning he's not rich at all. And everyone is, at this point, everyone is super fed up with this kid. They're all kind of giving him sideways looks of like, bro, first of all, jokes about someone else's like socioeconomic status, especially in situations where they have literally no control, and also you have no control over yours as well. It just doesn't seem like, look, I'm not saying jokes on, I'm not being the joke police here, but jokes are better when they're on something someone can control than something they can't control. There are situations where jokes on something that people can control aren't good. There are just sometimes jokes where things people can't control can be funny. I'm just saying, generally, I'm seeing the jokes about things that people can control are a little bit better, a little bit tamer, a little bit more broadly acceptable, right? Second of all, he's been making the same joke for the last month. Sure, at first he says, oh, Brendan is such a bot. Brendan is such an NPC because his shoes are like lame or whatever. But look, and now he's saying, oh, Brendan, you must be the richest person in Ohio. Look, the joke every single time, every single day, this kid is making the same joke about how Brendan is so poor because he's a bot NPC and from Ohio. Like, bro, at a certain point, it just isn't funny anymore. Like, it wasn't funny in the first place, don't get me wrong. It wasn't funny in the first place, but at a certain point, it just isn't funny at all. You know, especially like even if it was a really clever joke, I don't know if you guys, okay, some jokes, it's funny because it's so unfunny how much you say them, and that's the punchline. But I'm sure you guys know that person. Maybe that kid in your class who just makes the same joke again and again, because the first time it was kind of clever. You heard it and you're like, oh, he probably definitely ripped that from someone else. Like, that kid's an idiot. No way he actually could have come up with that, but funny joke, nevertheless. Like, okay, cool. And then he says it every single day, even when people don't respond anymore. People just pretend like they don't hear this kid. I don't know if you have this kid. I definitely know if you like this. People just start pretending like they didn't even hear him say anything because it's just so annoying. You're just like, bro, it wasn't that funny the first time. It's not that funny the second time. And let me just say, it's not funnier the 300th time you said that joke, right? So this is what the spoiled kid was doing. So after class that day, after he made the Ohio joke, I was about to call him Wallace. That was the subscriber in the last story. Brendan and a bunch of other kids in his class, right? They come together. Or like one kid comes over to Brendan and be like, hey, we're talking about the spoiled kid. Like, you want to come with us? And it's basically all the kids who kind of sit in the middle / back of the class. And they're all coming together because they just find this kid so absolutely annoying that they had to have they had to come together to basically find a way to humble him, right? I've actually had an experience like that. Someone in a class a long time ago was acting so poorly that the entire grade got together. I tried to be as neutral as possible because I was a little bit, no, I was kidding. They all came together to try and overthrow this person because they suck so bad, apparently. I'm not even kidding. This happened to me. Maybe I'll tell the story someday, but anyways, right? They all come together after class. They're just like, bro, this kid needs to be humbled. First of all, jokes aren't funny the 100th time, but also the jokes are just calling us poor. Because the thing is, they weren't just calling Brendan poor. He was calling all of them poor. And they're just like, dude, it's, first of all, we're fairly middle class. Like, we have a house. We're able to have, like, we have more than one pair of shoes. Like, a lot of kids are barely rocking one, you know? You know, I got two. That's pretty nice. I'm happy with that. Like, I'm very lucky for that. We're not even, like, that poor. And even if we were, that would actually make it worse, right? The fact that he thinks that makes it worse. And, yeah, at this point, they were just like, all right, we got to humble this kid. So Brendan is like, okay, do we know anything about this kid, right? And they're like, okay, we know his parents do pretty well, but I'll actually ask around. So one other kid in that group of kids who kind of came together to try and overthrow Brendan or whatever, we're going to call him Ben. Anyway, so Ben went around, and he was kind of just talking to people, be like, hey, do you know anything about whatever, right? And one of Ben's friends, who's a girl, says, oh, actually, I do. The spoiled kid has been trying to get with my friend for the longest time. She has no interest, but she hasn't had the heart to say anything, right? And so basically, the spoiled kid has been flirting, and by flirting, I mean legitimately being like, hey, let's come up with a name for her. Dude, I'm just gonna call her Audrey. I use the name either Kate or Audrey. I just think of people from my kindergarten class. Hey, Audrey, I just want to know if you wanted to take a ride on my whip this Friday. She'd be like, no, I'm busy. You know, she's like, she doesn't have the heart to say, no, I'm not doing that, bro. She's always like, no, I got something to do. I'm sorry. Instead of being like, no, I hate you. Because she feels bad. So with this information, Brendan is like, thank you. Do you know anything about the spoiled kid? And, you know, the girl that Ben was talking to was like, well, I mean, I'm not really a fan. From what I've heard, he kind of sucks. And Ben explains to her that he's been tormenting the class that he's in, first period history with Brendan, for the last month, and they need to find a way to humble him. And so, you know, the girl's like, okay, I can think of some stuff. It's going to be a little bit mean, but I definitely have an idea. So she tells Ben the plan, and Ben's like, wow, that's tough. But also, you know, maybe we're just teaching him a life lesson at this point. So anyways, Ben goes back to the group, and Brendan, or they kind of meet up at some point, maybe text message, maybe IRL, doesn't really matter. And Ben explains exactly what they're going to do. So it's going to go something along the lines of this. They're going to use the girl Audrey, right, who the spoiled kid has a crush on. And to get her, right, they're going to basically get her to blow this kid's heart up. I know it sounds bad, but please remember that he's been calling them bots, NPCs, and residents of Ohio because they've been poor, relative to his, like, $3 trillion a month allowance because he woke up every day, every single day in class for the last month. So they just need to ego check him a little bit, right? So the plan is they're going to get Audrey to basically firmly say no. And they're not only going to get her to firmly say no, they're going to get her to explain exactly why she says no. And they're not only going to get her to firmly explain why she exactly says no, they're also going to get her to say it in front of everyone, basically. Because they're going to somehow convince the spoiled kid, right? This is kind of devious, right? This is a little mean. They're going to convince the spoiled kid that he should ask Audrey out at lunch because they all ate lunch in a cafeteria. So he's going to make a big scene about it, and she's going to say it loud enough that people will hear and word will spread. I know this is devious. Comment down below if you think this is justified or not. Because I don't know if it is, but also, like, I don't know. I'm trying to be impartial here. This is a little extreme, but this kid hasn't been good either. So anyways, next day in class is when the plan is slowly set into motion. So the spoiled kid sits down. He's like, yo, Brendan, you're so from Ohio right now because, like, you probably don't have a lot of disposable income. I don't know if it was that stupid, but it was, like, something really lame. And Brandon's like, haha, okay. Hey, man, I heard you got a thing for Audrey. He's like, how did you know? Do you love her? Is she dating you? I will fight you to the death to date her. And Brendan's just like, yo, dude, chill for a second. I'm here to help you. Biggest lie of the century, but whatever, right? He's like, dude, I got some insider information. I got the insider scoop that she has the hots for you, dude. And he's like, oh my God, I totally knew it. I knew that telling her about my whip every single day for a month would totally get her to love me. And in Brennan's head, he's like, wait, you asked her every single day for the last month if she wanted to go on a car ride with you? Do you think maybe the fact that every single day she had a different excuse may or may not have indicated that maybe, just maybe, this is crazy, maybe this is a hypothetical, man. Don't take my word for it. But maybe she's not interested. I know, crazy of me to say something. Like, I should really check myself because that is definitely not the case. She is absolutely and unequivocally in love with you at the greatest proportion. Like, there's no question about it. I know I'm an absolute, I'm the crazy person here. I'm insane, right? I'm sorry for even questioning his authority on this. But yeah, Brendan's like, man, I should totally ask her out. Spoiled Kid says that. And Brandon's like, oh, actually, I have the perfect time. So I was actually talking with her friend, and she said that Audrey would really like to be asked out today. He's like, oh my God, should I do it after class? He said, no, wait till lunch. Wait till lunch. She doesn't want you to ask before lunch. He's like, why that specific? And he's like, dude, just trust me this one. Remember, very devious. Leave in the comments down below if you think this is right or wrong, because I don't know. Be the moral police down there. Anyways, and he's like, no. Gotta do it at lunch, and it's gotta be a big gesture. If you just go over to her and be like, hey, I really like talking to you. Do you want to make this a little more serious? She's going to hate that. She's going to say no, and she's going to start kissing a bunch of ladies instead of guys at this point. You're going to scare her off from guys forever. What you really want to do is you need to make a really big scene. You need to flex all your money and flex all the things that you could give to her and make sure everybody in the cafeteria is paying attention. Brendan almost, this is, which is like, it's hilarious because Brendan is giving him the opposite of the good advice, right? In reality, look, okay, you're taking an expert from someone who's not an expert. You're taking advice from someone who's not an expert. I literally clowned people in the last video I posted like 3 hours ago. Like, oh yeah, people with no play are always given the most advice. So take this with a grain of salt. But in my observations, not necessarily my vast experience in the subject matter, you're probably going to want to do option one of just very discreetly but confidently and saying it forcefully, right? That like you've enjoyed spending time together and you want to take it to the next level. And maybe I'm wrong here. I mean, I'm not the expert, clearly. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe you don't want to make a massive scene and flex all your parents' money to get her to fall in love with you and date you. Maybe. Look, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I could be very wrong. I'm not the expert here, right? So anyways, the spoiled kid agrees 100%. He's like, dude, oh my God, you are so right. I know exactly what I'm going to do. So Brendan's like, cool. They sit down, class continues, and his friend leans over to him and is like, dude, you're such a jerk. And he says it laughingly because he's in on it as well. And Brendan's like, he's got it coming. If anything, I'm just doing him a favor. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment spoiled down below. It's a lot of people are going to guess the secret word, but I've been doing them a little bit farther into the videos just because one of these days for a spoiled kid video, I'm going to say comment cat down below, and I'm going to catch all you people that are commenting spoiled without watching all the way. But in the meantime, collect your free hearts by commenting that down below. Just so you're aware, these videos are on Spotify, the shorts are on TikTok. Submit your own stories, because this is a subscriber submitted story, to my Instagram or Twitter DMs. You need to be following me. Those are in the description. And finally, the best thing you can do to support the channel and help grow the community by pushing these videos out farther in the algorithm is finish watching this video all the way to the end. And then when you're done with it, the best thing you can do is watch another one of my story videos, which you can look on the sidebar or YouTube recommended. But a really easy way is my story time playlist, which is in the pinned comment down below. Enough promos or whatever. I mean, leave a like for your free nothing, of course, but let's just jump right back into it. So anyways, it's officially lunchtime. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. So Brendan is sitting down with his friends, And they made sure that they were going to sit down near Audrey. And they briefed Audrey on everything. They told, because look, Audrey is a good-hearted girl. So they needed to explain to her in great detail why what she is doing is morally the right thing. They needed to explain to her, right? They basically had to explain to Audrey that, exactly what this kid was doing, that this kid's ego was really puffed up by something that really wasn't going to help him in the future, aka bragging about how much his parents make, because that will not help you at all, especially further on you get in life. It's not just a detriment to him socially now, it will be later on. And the fact that she will strike him down for flexing too hard will actually give him such an important life lesson that he will probably thank all of them later on and take them all out to a fancy dinner. Sure, was Brendan kind of sugarcoating the situation? Was he kind of manipulating it a little bit to be like, you would be morally doing the wrong thing if you didn't do this? Yeah, maybe Audrey was not the girl who thought about things the hardest, and she kind of just went along with anything that sounded correct. Sure, these are all possibilities. But what matters are the facts. And the facts are that she knew exactly the script to say, and she was going to follow it to a T. So sure enough, Brendan, Wallace is the last guy's name. Brendan and his friends, they sit down close to where Audrey's sitting. And they watch as the spoiled kid enters the room. He enters the room in a very interesting manner. Because the spoiled kid brings in a sound speaker system. So you already know that it's about to go down, bro. You already know. This is about to be pretty freaking crazy, dude. So yeah, sure enough, he's walking up and he has like a wheelbarrow. Bro's dragging a wheelbarrow into the lunchroom right now. And on top of the wheelbarrow, or in the wheelbarrow, I should say, or the wagon, I guess it's more of a wagon than a wheelbarrow, let's be correct here. He has the sound speaker, so a big old speaker, whatever. And attached to it is a microphone. So you already know where this is going, bro. You already know that it's going downhill. So yeah, he walks over to her, and he stops in front of her. And Audrey looks a little freaked out because she was expecting that he was about to go crazy, but they were not expecting, or she was not expecting, or I guess Brendan and his friends were not expecting this either, for him to go this psycho insane, what is even going on right now moment. So he speaks into the microphone, "Attention everyone!" The entire room goes silent. Because dude, if anyone screams "attention everyone" into a microphone that's attached to a loudspeaker that they're wheeling in with a wagon in the middle of lunch, bro, I'm paying attention. I don't know about you, but I'm shifting my head over, needing to know if I'm about to hear some crazy stuff, which normally will follow in a situation like this. But he's like, "I just wanted to list off all the reasons why Audrey should go on a date with me." And he was about to just completely shoot himself in the foot. Because he's like, "Reason number 1, I have access to really cool cars. And Audrey, I would be able to take you on the coolest rides ever, and I guarantee this. Reason number 2, I will be able to bring you to really nice restaurants. I will actually be able to bring you to restaurants that all these other guys, the ones without the money like I have, would not be able to bring you to. Reason number 3, if we were to get married, I would never have to do anything and you would never have to do anything because I live off of a massive trust fund that you would live off of too. Of course, we're signing a prenup. I mean, you can't be serious right now, guys. Reason number 4, and in the middle of reason number 4, Audrey gets up and takes the microphone out of his hand. And he says, "Oh, perfect, you're going to say yes early. I didn't even get through the rest of my 15 reasons." And when Brendan hears this, he's like, "Bro really wrote down 15 reasons about why his dad was rich, bro. Like, that's crazy." Probably reason number 13 was that he'd add him on his American Express Platinum plan or something, bro. Like, I'm sure it's something like that. But anyways, right, she takes the microphone. And, Brendan was looking at her. And you could tell that Brendan was expecting to get a positive, an affirmative, to get a "yes, Brendan. Oh my God, I'm so in love with you. I could go down on one knee or both knees right now. Oh, Brendan, I love the poor. my favorite part was when you said your dad had a lot of money, so I was like, yeah, dude, yeah. So that was not what she said. Believe it or not, that was not the quote that, came out of her mouth. I know you're probably surprised by that. But Audrey, in fact, said, Brendan, I'm going to have to say no. And the whole, there was a gasp that went around the room. Not that people were shocked by this. No, because, they probably would have gasped even harder if she said yes. But just the fact that she said that into the speakerphone, she was kind of told by Brendan that she had to say no really loudly and list her reasons really loudly. But, the spoiled kid kind of came in clutch and saved the day for not him, for everyone else but him, by bringing in, a speaker system type thing so that Audrey could just, speak normally and have everyone hear. And Audrey very intentionally said the following into the speaker system so that everyone could hear it. She's like, Brendan, the only qualities you put forward are about the money that your parents made and that you have access to. Those are not qualities that people want in boyfriends. Those are not qualities that people want in friends. Those are not qualities that people want or want alone in acquaintances or classmates. And she goes on a list like that. And she's like, Brendan, you have not displayed to me an ounce of originality, personality, anything that has to do with you. Everything that you've shown off to me as a reason why I should date you is a byproduct of your parents' work and not your own. It seems to me that your personality is completely inflated. It seems to me that your ego is inflated by the work that was done by your parents that you reap the rewards of. For that reason, I will not go on a date with you until you become a better you. She was really trying to make this a positive spin, but bro, this turned out to be a crazy burn. She could have definitely gone harder, but that was low-key a good message. But imagine this kid's reaction, or just the embarrassment when the girl that you ask out in it, because the thing is, I think the spoiled kid went really hard because, remember, let me know in the comments if this is morally good or not, when Brendan was like, dude, she's into you, and she's only going to be into you if you go super hard, right? If you really go all out. He probably wouldn't have even gone all out like that if, one, he didn't, well, first of all, he probably wouldn't have even fully asked her out instead of just asking her on a car ride if he didn't know that she was into him, quote unquote, right? It's not really. But also, he definitely would not have brought it, or maybe he would have, but it's unlikely that he would have had a loudspeaker and done such a crazy show of whatever if he wasn't told that, yeah, Audrey's only gonna say yes if you show a really insane, if you go really crazy basically and just shout out all the reasons why she should love you. That's the only reason why. So immediately after, right, she hands the microphone back to Brendan. And Brendan is just standing there. Because bro was lined up for a victory. Bro was lined up for a softball, a swing that just connects. Oh, it's perfect, it's beautiful. But no, he got played, he got owned. And immediately, he turns to Brendan, the guy who said, she's gonna say yes, and she's only gonna say yes if you make a big scene out of it and tell her all the things that you can give her, aka all the money you have. That's the only reason why she's gonna say yes. And the spoiled kid makes eye contact with Brendan, and low-key Brendan feels a little bad because you can tell by his eye contact. This kid is basically looking at him like, why would you betray me, bro? I thought we were boys. I thought we had something. Come on, man. I thought we had something. And, but no. But Brendan, after feeling bad for a millisecond, remembers the dude is the richest person in Ohio, aka he's poor lol for the last month. He's like, okay, well, I'm actually doing something good for the big picture. So the spoiled kid, defeatedly and slowly, I don't know why he wouldn't skirt out of there, bro. If I was in that position, which I hope I never will be, what? But imagine I was in that position. I would be skirting out there as quickly as possible. But the spoiled kid was practically dragging this thing behind him as he slowly walked out, defeated, head down, Jungle by Egg Boogie playing in his ear pods. I don't even know, bro. Walking out mad slow, walk of shame, bro. If I was in his position, I would be sprinting out of there. I'd be already trying to figure out how to transfer middle schools, bro, because that's it for me. Rip, GG, we're done. So yeah, actually from that point on, or it's been 2 weeks since this happened because this is a really recent story. But the spoiled kid, first of all, he doesn't talk to Brendan or the other guys in his class anymore, probably because he feels betrayed. But also, he's not gunning them. He's not saying, oh, richest person in Ohio right here. Dude, you're a bot for being poor, lol. None of that's happening anymore. So honestly, only time will tell if this actually impacted him in a positive way, or if this is going to turn him into even more of a monster than he was before. So I guess we'll find out. Moral of the story is, today we got a story time of a Minecraft kid who sinks the cruise ship. I don't even know anymore. You guys have a crazy life with these Minecraft kids. But I know you'll enjoy this story, so sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing. And with that being said, let's just jump right into it. So anyways, right, the subscriber was going on one of those like commercial cruise type things that you see, I don't know, on TV sometimes. He was going on it with his mom and his dad, and it was like a massive cruise ship with a ton of people. Anyways, though, so there's like a bunch of different like levels. There's like level 1, level 2, level 3, and you know, there's a ton of cabins. So they get on the cruise ship and they're bringing all their stuff on, and the subscriber's never been on the cruise ship. I've never been on a cruise ship, bro. Honestly, I don't know if I'd want to. It just seems like I'm not trying to go on vacation with like so many people. I'm just trying to sit in a cave somewhere by myself. Okay, that actually doesn't sound that fun. Ignore what I just said. Anyways, though, so the subscriber and his friends and his parents are bringing their stuff up, and they're walking up over to their cabin. So they also happen to be walking to their cabin at the same time that their neighbors next door, or I should say the neighbors to them in the cabin, not their neighbors back home, were walking up to their cabin too. So anyways, the subscriber's mom is like, oh, hello, like, we're your neighbors, at least for the next week. And the Minecraft kid's mom, because I'm just going to spoil it and say that they're neighbors next to the Minecraft kid. The Minecraft kid's mom is like, oh my God, like, how is it going? What's your name? Like, you have a son too? How old is he? And the subscriber's mom's like, oh, he's 14. And she's like, oh my God, my son's 13. They're going to be best friends this trip. And so the subscriber looks over at the Minecraft kid, and he's trying to be open about it, but he looks over and the Minecraft kid literally has his iPad like 2 inches away from his face, and you hear creeper noises coming from it. So bro is actually playing Minecraft on his iPad in the middle of a conversation. Anyways, though, so the subscriber's kind of just like, okay, I guess we're going to be friends, even though we're probably not going to interact at all, because Minecraft kid has got his head in the gutter, right? Anyways, though, so they kind of talk a little bit, and then they go into their rooms. So the moms exchange numbers because, you know, of course they did, and so they're unpacking their stuff, and the mom says, oh my God, like, subscriber, like, you have a little buddy on this trip too? Like, what more could we ask for? And the subscriber's like, I mean, maybe. The mom's like, what do you mean, maybe? And the subscriber's like, dude, I don't think he says dude to his mom, but he's like, mom, like, he was, he didn't even acknowledge me. He was playing Minecraft on his iPad the whole time, right? And, you know, the subscriber's mom's like, subscriber, he's probably just shy. He probably thinks you're so cool and is just really shy. And the subscriber's like, yeah, sure, mom. I'm sure that's what's up. I'm sure he just thinks I'm so cool, and that's why he's ignoring me and playing 17,000 hours of Minecraft instead. You're totally right on this one. Anyways, though, so yeah, sure enough, the subscriber and his mom unpack, they get all their stuff, and they head down to dinner / kind of like the common area, cruise deck type place. If I get some terminology wrong, I've never been on a cruise ship. I'm doing the best with what I've gotten for cruise ship terminology-wise. Anyways, though, so they all head off to dinner. And so you can kind of sit wherever you want. The stuff's served buffet style, at least for now. And so they start to walk over. And that's when the subscriber, because there's not a lot of kids his age, because it's definitely like a grandpa retirement type cruise ship. So there's not a lot of kids his age. The Minecraft kid is just like one of like a few. But there is another person on this cruise ship, and it's this girl. And this girl, in the subscriber's eyes, is like, oh my God, this is gonna be my cruise ship love or whatever. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. But anyway, so he sees this girl, and we'll we'll just call her Ava, which I know, I'm not creative. I say the same name every time. I'm sorry. Anyways, though, so Ava only becomes important later on in the story. I just wanted to introduce her now, so it's kind of like you'll get a little taste of what's to come. So, anyways, the subscriber and his parents are, they're in line and they're getting their food, and the subscriber's mom is looking around like, oh my god, where should we sit? And then she looks over at a table that is mostly empty, except for one family sitting there, and it's their neighbors, the Minecraft Kids family. And she's like, oh my god, Cheryl's over there. We gotta go. And the subscriber looks over, it's the Minecraft Kid, and in one hand, he's holding a fork, eating food, and in the other, he is on his iPad playing Minecraft. He's like, oh my god. So anyways, they walk over, and the subscriber's mom's like, Cheryl. And the Minecraft Kid's mom looks up and she's like, oh my god. Dude, I swear, look, I love moms. But the way that they interact with each other is just so funny sometimes. They're always like, oh my god, Cheryl, I haven't seen you since yesterday. Drops the knees, starts crying. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's better than like dads who just are like, hey, what's up? Haven't seen you in a year. Been too long. Or not been long enough, actually. Anyways, though. So yeah, they sit down and the subscriber sits down next to the Minecraft Kid because he kind of has to. And the Minecraft Kid is like, hello. And the subscriber's like, what's up, man? He's like, don't distract me. I'm playing Minecraft. He's like, okay, that's how it's going. Good to know. All right now. Cool. So yeah, the subscriber already knows that he's going to be in for a ton of fun with the Minecraft Kid because the Minecraft Kid is so fun. Yeah. So the subscriber's kind of just like, all right, so this kind of just what's up. Like, cool. Like, not much more I can do. That's all right. So they're sitting there. And so the subscriber, his attention is 2 tables over. Because that's where this girl who we're going to call Ava, the one that I introduced earlier, is sitting there with her parents. And she's not sitting there with her boyfriend or anything, so it's looking good. It's looking good. You know, hopes aren't dashed yet. Anyways, so, the subscriber's looking over there, and the Minecraft Kid looks over at the same direction. He's like, oh my god, she is literally going to be my Minecraft girlfriend by the end of this trip. And the subscriber looks over at the Minecraft Kid, and the Minecraft Kid is looking at the same girl as him. He's like, dude, okay, it's not like the subscriber was worried about the Minecraft Kid, because bro's social interactions are limited to interacting with villagers in Minecraft. But he was just like, oh my god. Anyways, so he tries to have a conversation with the Minecraft Kid. He's like, so, what do you do for fun? He says, Minecraft. The subscriber's like, okay, nice. Anything else? He's like, no, just Minecraft. He's like, okay. And then the Minecraft Kid's like, well, actually, I do Minecraft speedrunning, and Minecraft PvP. So I guess you could say that I do more than just Minecraft. The subscriber decides like, dude, no, you could not actually just say that because you are just doing Minecraft, just with different font. Anyways, so the subscriber's like, oh, okay, haha, cool, man, like, nice. So they end up just kind of sitting there awkwardly in silence as the parents continue to talk with each other. And that's when the Minecraft Kid brings up this girl again, because like she's literally like the only girl their age on their cruise ship. But he's like, dude, I'm gonna literally make her my Minecraft girlfriend. And the subscriber's like, okay, man, that's cool for you. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, right. The end of we'll just close up that day because nothing else really interesting happens. The next day though comes around and it's lunchtime. And lunchtime, it's kind of the same deal, but this time, like, they're actually, like, you can bring out, the type of food that they were serving, it was kind of more like, I guess, food you could eat with your hands or whatever, so they were encouraging people to go out on the deck and, like, talk to each other or just, like, watch the ocean. I don't know you do on a cruise. I feel like you just sit there and then you're done. I don't know. Okay, obviously not meant for me, but, so the subscriber at this point is like, you know what? I got 6 days left. Let's make this fun. Let's, talk to this girl, right? Because Worst case scenario, she says no very awkwardly. And yeah, I have a couple days where I have to stick pretty close to my parents, which is fine to kind of avoid her. But then we get off the cruise ship and I never see her again, right? Who cares? Best case scenario, I'm going to have a fun 6 days, right? And even if I don't get her to like me back, it's like, it's an experience, man. It's like, it's an adventure. It's a challenge. Like, I'm playing the game. Even if I win or lose, I get to play. So the subscriber's like, all right, goes over and like seeks her out. So he's kind of looking around. He's kind of going on the deck. And then he sees her, and unfortunately, she's kind of like standing with her parents. And he's like, oh my God. Because he can't be like, hey, random girl and her parents, what's up? Like, I just wanted to say, I think sir, I think your daughter is so hot, ha ha. Like, you just can't do that. But the subscriber watches, and the girl kind of like goes off on her own for a second, and is just like sitting by herself, like on her phone. Maybe she just wanted her time away from her parents. Who even knows? So the subscriber goes up and introduces himself, which, I mean, man's brave. I got a little bit of respect for that. Anyways, though, it should be noted that the Minecraft kid saw this, and if you don't remember, he was talking to the subscriber about how this girl was going to become his Minecraft girlfriend. So, I mean, this is an epic betrayal of insane magnitude, according to the Minecraft kid. Anyways, though, so the subscriber kind of like talks up this girl, gets her Snapchat, and whatever, right? That's not the important part that's not the important details. What's important is the subscriber starts to walk back. He's like, oh, because he's in a good mood. He's doing pretty good right now because he's like, oh my God, like, I just got her number. Sorry. I got her number, Snap, whatever. I'm going to like ask her to hang out tonight. We're going to like maybe sneak out and stand on the deck when it's all dark. I don't know. But as he's walking back, he sees the Minecraft kid, and the Minecraft kid is up to him. And this is the first time that he's not like engulfed in his iPad playing Minecraft. And the Minecraft kid's like, he's like angrily breathing. And the subscriber's like, did bro walk up one flight of stairs and is about to pass out? What's going on right now? And the Minecraft kid is like, you betrayed me. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment SHIP down below, SHIP. That'll be the secret word of the day, and it'll let me know how many people made it this far into the video. And also, if you're listening on YouTube and you use Spotify and you don't follow us / listen to these stories on Spotify, you totally should. There's a link in the description as well as the pinned comment. And finally, as a lot of you guys know, we have a little bit of a challenge going into the summer. It's kind of like helping the channel out, also a little community building challenge. It is the binge watch / just like watch session challenge. So what you do is you comment down below in the comment section how many videos today, or maybe this week, or whatever you want to say, how many videos you watched today or this week, right? It just really it helps out when you sit down and watch a lot of videos in a row, if you just watch a lot of videos. So comment down how many videos you watched. Here are some people on screen right now that have done so. So thank you to these people. Thank you to you. And with that all being said, let's get back to the story. And also, of course, you can specify if you watch the movie length 3-hour long videos, because, that's basically like watching 10 videos, and I do appreciate it. Anyways, though, so yeah, sure enough, the Minecraft kid is seething with rage and anger. He is so mad right now. He is so mad. And the subscriber's like, dude, it's not that deep. I need you to trust me on this. It's not that deep. And the Minecraft kid's like, you've taken away my Minecraft girlfriend, and I am angry. And the subscriber's like, okay, like, this is so bad. I don't want to deal with this kid. I have to sit next to him, or I'm neighbors with him for the next 4 or 5 days, however many days are left. Like, this is not ideal at all. So they're standing on a side of the deck, right? On a certain side of the deck. I don't really know ships that well. The Minecraft kid starts getting like super mad or whatever. He's like, He starts just like going around just like pushing stuff. And the subscriber's like, oh my God, like, okay. And so the Minecraft kid goes over to a chair and pushes it over. He's like, I'm so mad right now. And the subscriber's like, jeez, dude, I'm just so uncomfortable, bro. I'm just so uncomfortable. So the subscriber's like, dude, calm down. It's literally not that deep. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, when are we going to be my Minecraft girlfriend? And so what the Minecraft kid does next is he pushes something over. He like, so there was something like on wheels that was really heavy. I don't know what it was, but something on wheels so that something really heavy could be pushed by a Minecraft kid. And he pushes it into like the railing. So there's multiple levels to the cruise ship. And the Minecraft kid pushes this really heavy thing and it hits the railing. And this railing must have been really like flimsy or something was wrong with it, because the railing like folds over and the really heavy thing topples off the side. So the really heavy thing falls like 20 feet. So it picks up a lot of like momentum and it slams into one of the motors for the ship. So at this point, the Minecraft kid stops being angry because he's like, uh-oh. And they both look over the edge and they see like this motor, like this really big motor for the ship, like sparking and starting to catch fire. And the Minecraft kid's like, dude, I can't believe you just did that. And the subscriber's like, dude, shut up. You obviously did that. And so anyways, right, he's like, it doesn't matter. We have to go find someone. So they start running around and they find like some maintenance worker who's just like walking around, or they find someone who can talk to a maintenance worker. They tell them something fell. They didn't say that they pushed it, right? And so the guy walks over, looks at it, and like looks really scared. So they're all like, the guy's like, I need you boys to go back to your cabin. Like, I'll figure this out. So they go back to their cabins, and they're both sitting in there, and they're not saying anything to their parents, right? And that's when there's like a loudspeaker announcement, like, everyone, like, go back to your cabins. Like, we're gonna need you to go back to your cabins for the next X amount of time, right? So it's a little weird because that's not a thing that they do. It's not like you have a fire drill on a cruise ship in the middle of the ocean. So so they were supposed to be kind of like sitting out there for a while, but the subscriber looks outside and notices that they're moving, right? They're moving or something. So the subscriber's dad is like, what's going on here? Whatever. He tries to like leave, and like, not security guards, but people keep coming back and through and be like, guys, like, you need to stay in your little ship location or your little cabin. And so for the next 6 hours, they're moving, but they're not really sure where they're going. And that's when the subscriber notices that they're approaching a dock. And the dock that they're approaching is the dock that they left. So the subscriber says this to his dad, and his dad's like, what? Like, we paid good money and we're coming back now. So yeah, eventually, like, they dock, and something on the loudspeaker says, like, there was a terminal issue with one of the components of our ship. We had to redock. We understand the inconveniences. Like, you can stay on the ship for the next 4 days, but we will not be in the ocean, or you can return home. You can go to our website to request a partial or full refund, depending on your situation or whatever, blah, 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 stuff like that. And the subscriber at this point realizes that the whole reason that they had to redock was that the Minecraft kid got so mad that the subscriber was caught talking with this girl who was going to be his quote-unquote Minecraft girlfriend, that he decided went on a crazy rampage and accidentally, like, blew up one of the motors for the ship, causing it to, like, start getting water in an emergency evacuation back to the dock. Yeah, all over this girl not being his Minecraft girlfriend. Typical Minecraft kid behavior, I do say so.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to a brand new story. Today we have another story of an incredibly spoiled brat doing something absolutely insane. I know you'll enjoy this story, so sit back, relax, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, subscribe if you're new, and let's jump into it. So we're going to call a subscriber who submitted this story Johnny. And in Johnny's class, there's a spoiled kid who is also super weird. Not only was he super entitled and had like super rich parents or whatever, but for some reason he was also a very odd kid. Let me just give you an example by jumping right into the story, because this is a very long story. So make sure to sit back, relax, and get comfortable. Maybe put on something in the background while you're listening. I don't really know. But jumping right into it, this is where things start to get weird. So one day, Johnny was in class, and Johnny had class with a spoiled kid. And he gets a tap on the back of his shoulder. And he looks around, and the spoiled kid is behind him. And this is kind of unusual because, the Johnny and the spoiled kid didn't have beef or anything. They weren't not friends, but they weren't necessarily friends. So Johnny was wondering, does the spoiled kid want a pencil? Does he have a question about class? Because he's assuming it's not just a friendly, hello, how's it going?
he wouldn't have been opposed to that, but he wasn't expecting it necessarily. So anyways, the spoiled kid asks him something that completely takes Johnny off guard. He asks him, hey man, I was wondering if I could have some of your hair. Which, I don't know how you guys would react to this, but I know definitely I would just have no idea how to react if some kid came up to you who you didn't really know, who you knew was kind of weird, right? Because he had a really strange upbringing of just having everything he ever wanted. And someone comes up to you who you know is kind of weird, who you don't know, and just very nonchalantly, very casually, very just relaxed. It's as if they're asking you, what time is it? Can I have a pencil? Can I have some of your hair? Those are not the same sentence. So yeah, Johnny reacts kind of weird to it. He's like, why? Which I think is a very valid response to some random weirdo kid coming up and asking, hey man, can I have some of your hair? I think that's pretty valid. And the spoiled kid responds to him, it's for my collection. And Johnny, this response did not make Johnny feel any better about himself. In fact, this probably raised more questions for Johnny than it answered. Because if you ask someone, why do you want hair why do you want my hair? And they say, for my collection, bro, I think I'm even less likely to give you my hair than I was before. And before I was pretty unlikely in the first place. Anyways, though, Johnny kind of just looks at him, and the spoiled kid reaches into his backpack and pulls out this jar. And he puts this jar on the desk, and there's little bits of hair in it. And Johnny kind of recoils a little bit, as it's not necessarily a pleasant sight. It's not like a jar of vomit or something, but it's definitely a very strange and uncomfortable sight to see, because I don't know about you, but it's not every day that I walk into class and the weird kid comes in and puts a jar of hair down on my desk asking for my own hair to add to his collection. And, Johnny's like, dude, why do you have this? Like, why? Because, maybe the kid was just going to say, I don't know. But the spoiled kid goes on to respond with something even weirder than just, I like collecting hair, which is a pretty weird response in the first place. But he goes on to say, I needed to perform spells. Which, bro, if anyone ever comes up to me and says, hey, man, I need some of your hair for a satanic ritual I'm about to do, like, I'm going to have to pass, believe it or not. I'm actually going to have to decline the offer on that one. I don't know, man. I don't believe in those things, but just in case they're real, they're not getting any of my hair. I know that's 100% true. So Johnny is like, I don't know, man. Maybe later, which is a very weird response. But the spoiled kid takes it pretty well and literally just gets up, puts the jar back into his backpack, puts the backpack onto his back, and walks over to the next person's desk. Sits down, asks them the same question. Hey, can I have some of your hair? They basically give the same response of Johnny of like, what? And then he pulls out the jar, puts it on the desk. The spoiled kid goes ahead and does this to about everyone in the 40-person class. And he probably gets about 3 people to say, okay, whatever. And they literally just like, some people were like, how are you going to do it? And for one kid, it was pretty crazy. This one kid said, sure, I guess you can have some of my hair. He probably just said that to get the kid to go away. But the spoiled kid's like, all right, thanks. He goes up, reaches at his hair, and goes, literally rips some of his hair out. He's like, dude. The spoiled kid's like, what? You said I could have some of your hair. And the kid's like, dude, not like that. Yeah, but anyways, right, the spoiled kid goes around, and he has a hair jar collection. And this is where the beginning of the teacher versus spoiled kid arc begins. Because as you can tell by the title of the video, the spoiled kid does something pretty bad to the teacher's room to get revenge. The spoiled kid commits a wee bit of arson, which for some reason is a theme on this channel. Like, bro, y'all know a lot of arsonists. I don't know about you. I know 0 arsonists, but I guess you guys are different than me, man. I don't really know. But anyways, right, the teacher notices this kid walking around with a jar of hair and is kind of just like, yo, spoiled kid, what? He probably didn't say, yo, what? But he was like, what's that? And the spoiled kid responds, oh, this is my hair jar, sir. And he's like, your what? He's like, this is my hair jar. And the teacher looks at him kind of with this look of, you answered my question, but you really didn't answer my question. Like, you technically answered it, but your answer didn't give me any ideas of what on earth you just said. And the spoiled kid goes on to be like, sir, this is my hair jar. And the teacher's like, okay, I really don't know what that means, but either way, you can't have that out in school. Like, you can't have that in school. And, you know, the kid was like, why? Which, I mean, I guess, like, I kind of see where the spoiled kid is coming from here. I don't know what laws say, oh, you can't have a hair jar or something like that. You can't, I mean, what laws? I don't know what school laws. Maybe they might say it's a health hazard or something, or maybe they're going to say that, I don't know, it's distracting. And they probably don't let you bring a lot of stuff in anyways. So I also kind of see where the teacher's coming from. But the teacher and the spoiled kid have this super long back and forth over his hair jar. Basically just talking about, like, the teacher saying you need to, like, put that away or I'm going to confiscate it. And the spoiled kid goes on to talk about his freedom of speech, which, like, bro, first of all, what? Second of all, it's a jar of hair. What does that have to do with your freedom of speech? Like, bro's really trying to use the freedom of speech amendment in the United States Constitution to prove why he's allowed to have a jar of hair in class. It just simply doesn't add up or make any sense. So anyways, after having a little bit of a back and forth with the teacher gets kind of fed up with the spoiled kid and comes over and confiscates his hair jar. It says, you can have this by the end of class, right? And the spoiled kid is very clearly not happy about this. So this is only the first very strange occurrence that is the beginning of the saga of the teacher versus the spoiled kid. So anyways, a little while later, like about a week later, the spoiled kid collects all the cherry tomatoes from lunch. So for some reason, that day at lunch, they had a bunch of cherry tomatoes. It wasn't like by themselves. I think it was mixed up in a salad or something. But for some reason, maybe they just forgot to cut them or they chose not to cut them. I don't really know. But either way, the cherry tomatoes were not cut, which meant that, like, you know, the cherry tomatoes were whole. So the spoiled kid went around to everyone's lunch, and he went around, he's like, I'll take one of these, I'll take one of these, I'll take one of these. So spoiled kid literally walked from table to table, picking up the whole cherry tomatoes from people's trays. And, like, he doesn't know these people. Imagine going up to someone that you don't know, going to their lunch tray, and just, like, picking up pieces of their food and saying, thanks, I'm gonna need this. Like, bro, you don't know these people. They don't know you. What's good? Like, that's not normal, man. That simply is not normal. But anyways, right, he goes around and he just keeps on collecting these cherry tomatoes. And he just eventually has a big bag full of cherry tomatoes. So later on in class, the one that Johnny has with the spoiled kid, he looks in the back of the classroom and he sees the spoiled kid is very focused. He's very intent on doing whatever he's doing right then and there. It turns out the spoiled kid has a magic marker out, or a Sharpie or whatever, and he's drawing little faces on all the cherry tomatoes. There's nothing inherently wrong with this in the very beginning, and the spoiled kid basically makes a big, like, family of cherry tomatoes. Whatever, man. Yeah, they're a little bit old to be doing this, but also, who cares? Like, I know that I personally don't care if the spoiled kid wants to spend his free time making cherry tomato families. I just know that, like, I don't know, I might not be spending my free time doing that. But also Johnny, while he thought it was a little strange, because, I mean, maybe if someone did this on their own, they wouldn't be labeled as strange, but, like, the spoiled kid is already known as the strange kid. So he kind of just got lumped in as, like, the even stranger kid at this point. But anyways, right, no one really thought anything of it. But the thing that was important was today was a Friday. And the spoiled kid left the cherry tomatoes in class over the weekend. And one thing you guys might know about food is if you leave it out for a long time, especially if you don't refrigerate it, it starts to decompose. It starts to look bad, especially if it's not a Twinkie that's going to last 9,000 years. If you guys saw the movie WALL-E, you would know this is true. Anyways, though, so the spoiled kid leaves his family of cherry tomatoes just sitting in the classroom over the weekend. I don't know why they weren't necessarily cleaned up by the cleaning staff. Maybe the cleaning staff didn't go in or missed the spot or weren't doing it that weekend. Or maybe they just saw it and they're like, bro, I can't be bothered with this. Or maybe they thought it was a class project and just left it there. But when the spoiled kid got into class the next day, he walks in and he's really upset because all of the cherry tomatoes that, like, you know, used to be all, like, I don't know, used to be all normal and firm and had the nice faces on them, were now falling apart and rotting and molding. Look, I think most people would realize if you left food out over the weekend that it would decompose. That's just kind of how food works, bro. Like, I don't know how to break it to you, but food doesn't last over the weekend. I simply don't know how to, like, break such terrible news to you. Like, oh no, things happen. Life goes on as it does. Oh no, food decomposes. Yeah, but apparently the spoiled kid was not having it. And for some reason, the spoiled kid was absolutely convinced that this wasn't an act of nature, aka the food just decomposed. This was, in fact, an act of sabotage. So the spoiled kid goes around and he starts asking people questions. And eventually, he comes up to Johnny and he's like, hey, Johnny. And Johnny looks at him and he's like, what's up? Do you want more of my hair? The spoiled kid's like, no time for jokes, man. Serious business. Where were you on the 8th of November? I just came up with a random date that might have not been like a Saturday or whatever. He said whatever date the Saturday was. I don't think 8th of November is a Saturday, but for the sake of this video, it is. And Johnny's like, at home? I don't know. He's like, suspicious. Everyone else was saying that too. Well then, what do you make of this? And he takes his like big pile of like cherry tomatoes that are decomposing with little faces on them and shows it to Johnny. And Johnny kind of just looks at it and is like, what am I supposed to say? And Johnny just genuinely had no idea. Like, imagine this kid who's already asked you for your hair to cast magic spells, which for all you know, he's already cast, right? Eventually comes up to you, shows you, first of all, questions where you were on the weekend, and you say, I don't know, man, at home. And then he shows you a plate of rotting cherry tomatoes. It's like, aha, gotcha. It's like, bro, what? What do you want me to say? Like, you're basically showing me yesterday's lunch decomposing in front of me, bro. I seriously don't know what you want me to say here. So anyways, Johnny just doesn't know what to say. He looks up at the spoiled kid, is like, dude, I don't know how to respond to this. Like, I genuinely don't even know what you're trying to say right now. The spoiled kid is like, so this wasn't you? And Johnny's like, dude, what? This wasn't anybody. Cherry tomato, like, food just, like, do you not know that food goes bad? The spoiled kid's like, well, I know food goes bad eventually, but this was definitely on purpose. Someone was trying to sabotage the family. And that's when the teacher, this is, remember, a continuation of the spoiled kid versus the teacher saga. This is when the teacher notices that the spoiled kid is holding a plate of rotting food. And the teacher's like, oh my, like, is like, spoiled kid, that's disgusting. Like, throw that out immediately. And the spoiled kid looks at the teacher and is like, it was you. And the teacher's like, what? And the spoiled kid's like, you did this to them. And he's like low-key holding back tears right now. Johnny's watching this kid literally cry over the fact that his food is decomposing, and he's blaming the teacher for just like nature taking its course, which is pretty funny. But the teacher goes on to say, like, dude, what? And Johnny's like, you were the one who did this to my family. And he points at like the cherry tomatoes that are rotting away. The teacher just has to calmly explain to him that he has literally no idea what he's talking about. And Johnny doesn't want to hear it. He's like, I know you did this. I know you're behind this. I know it was you. Yeah, so spoiler, it was not the teacher. Spoiler alert to all you guys, it was actually just the food decomposing. I know, pretty crazy. I know, big shocker. I know. Yeah, so anyways, the spoiled kid is forced by the teacher to throw out his rotting cherry tomato friends. And at this point, the spoiled kid is super angry at the teacher because, one, the teacher never gave him back his hair to do magic spells with. By the way, I forgot to say that. The teacher stole his hair collection and never gave it back. And the teacher also just made him throw away his family that may or may not have been yet, like last Friday's lunch that is decomposing and rotting and causing a stink or whatever. But, you know, and the next final bit of the saga is the last thing before the spoiled kid snaps and sets the teacher's room on fire, which seems like a pretty crazy thing, which it definitely was. But this is the last thing that happened that made the spoiled kid really just lose it. So anyways, one day the spoiled kid was sitting in class and Johnny was kind of sitting near him because the spoiled kid sat next to Johnny, not the other way around. And anyways, the spoiled kid had a crush on this girl. And this girl is in the class as well. And this girl is sitting in between Johnny and the spoiled kid. They're all sitting in a row, 1, 2, 3, right? And so Johnny looks over and he sees the spoiled kid whisper like, Isabel. We're going to call this girl Isabel. He's like, Isabel. And Isabel looks over. She's not super interested in the spoiled kid, but whatever, she's going to be nice. And he's like, look at this. I'm so cool, savage, and epic. The spoiled kid takes out a vape device and he like rips it. He's like, yo, I'm so sick. Which, bro, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. It's fine if you do that stuff, but it's also like I really don't recommend it. First of all, you're gonna mess up your lungs. Second of all, you're gonna get a nicotine addiction. Third of all, you're not gonna look cool. I've never seen someone rip one of those devices or a cigarette or anything like that and be like, wow, I want to be like you. I want it to be, if I took an x-ray of my lungs, for them to look all black and cloudy. And also, I want an underage nicotine addiction. Yay. I've never seen someone like that and thought that they were cool. Obviously, if you're addicted to that stuff, my heart goes out to you because I know a lot of people that are, and it's very hard to beat. Just don't start it is all I'm trying to say. Anyways, though, Johnny rolls his eyes because he thinks it's like the cheesiest, corniest, goofiest thing ever to try and impress a girl by vaping in front of her. Like, bro, congratulations. You sucked in on a little stick. Like, that's cool. That's definitely not a little sus, bro. Like, what are you talking about right now? So, yeah, and the spoiled kid keeps on saying, Isabel, watch this. I can do vape tricks. And the kid, you know, some people can, like, blow circles or O's or whatever. And I think the spoiled kid was just getting a little bit too confident in himself because he tried to blow a circle, but ended up just breaking down into a coughing fit in front of everyone. And at this point, before he was doing it discreetly enough that the teacher didn't realize that he was, you know, on his little vape or whatever. But now he was breaking down into a coughing fit. It was super loud. And the teacher looks over because, like, some kid is coughing a lot. The teacher notices that it's the spoiled kid, and then he also notices that the spoiled kid has a vape in his hand. So the teacher walks over pretty quickly and is like, I need you to give me that. And the spoiled kid looks at the teacher, and he just has this stunned look on his face because the spoiled kid just got caught, right? And the spoiled kid thinks of the first thing that comes off the top of his head. He's like, you can't take this. The teacher looks at him. He's like, why can't I take this? He's like, my mom gave this to me for my allergies. If you took this away from me, I might die. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, bro, you're really gonna fool the teacher who's probably had to confiscate 100 vapes before. Yeah, she definitely thinks, oh, this is what an inhaler looks like. Uh-huh. So this inhaler you smoke in and you blow the inhaler stuff out, bro. Like, this teacher was not born yesterday, believe it or not. But anyways, right, so the teacher looks at him, and the teacher has the most savage comeback on planet Earth. The teacher says, okay, well, I'm going to confiscate it from you and give it back to your mom then, if your mom really gave it to you. Basically trying to call his bluff. And the spoiled kid immediately is like, well, so, about that, she doesn't know that I have it. And the teacher's like, wait, but you just said that your mom gave this to you for your allergies. He's like, yeah, but she forgot. He's just so obviously caught right now. The teacher doesn't even try and, like, continue to, like, question him. Because the teacher has a little bit of mercy. The teacher feels at least a little bit bad for the kid. So the teacher simply just outstretches his hand, it's a him, by the way, outstretches his hand just to, like, so the spoiled kid can give him the vape. And the spoiled kid, knowing that he just got caught so bad, and it's also pretty embarrassing, it's in front of the entire class, and Johnny's just watching the whole thing go down, kind of just, like, sitting there, shaking his head like, bro, you really had to play yourself like that? Like, are you serious right now, bro? But anyways, right, so yeah, the spoiled kid is sitting there as the teacher takes his vape and returns to the front of the class. And Johnny just sees the spoiled kid. and he sees the spoiled kid sitting there, looking all mad, looking all angry, with his fists all balled up. The spoiled kid was obviously very upset right now. He was very angry. And anyways, the next day in lunch, he sits down at Johnny's table. The spoiled kid walks over to Johnny's table, and Johnny turns to one of his friends. He's like, yo, is this kid like sitting with us or something? And Johnny wasn't like a jerk or anything, but he also was like, I don't know this kid. Why is he sitting with us? He's also kind of weird. And he also asked for my hair to do magic spells on. He also accused me of murking his tomato family or whatever. So I don't know if I totally want him to sit with us, but looks like he's coming either way. So sure enough, the spoiled kid walks over and he sits down at the table. And Johnny's like, what's up? What's good? And the spoiled kid's like, man, I'm so angry right now. They're all like, why? And the spoiled kid's like, that teacher of ours, Johnny, is just getting on my nerves. And he also embarrassed me in front of my soon-to-be girlfriend. And Johnny's like, what? Who? Isabel? Dude, you know that she has a boyfriend. And the spoiled kid's like, what? And he's like, yeah, she's had him for a while. But the spoiled kid, for some reason, doesn't hear the point where he says, yeah, she's had him for a while. So the spoiled kid literally just hears that Isabel has a boyfriend. He's like, no, Isabel must have not dated me because the teacher embarrassed me in front of her by taking my vape. And like Johnny's like about to correct him and be like, actually, bro, she's had this boyfriend for a while. But the spoiled kid literally isn't even paying attention anymore, so it honestly wouldn't have even been worth Johnny's time. And the spoiled kid's like, I need to get revenge. It is his fault, and I will get my revenge. You guys just wait and watch. Wait and see. It's going to be the craziest revenge ever. And like Johnny kind of asks for a second, what's the revenge going to be, bro? Like, what are we talking about here? The spoiled kid's like, you just have to wait and see. Johnny's like, okay. I don't totally know if I want to do that, but can you not just tell me? Do I really have to wait and see? And the spoiled kid's like, yep, you need to wait and see. Trust me, you'll know it when it happens. And the spoiled kid gets up and he goes to another table and he tells them about all the things that are going on in his class. Basically, Johnny spurred this kid to tell everyone that he was going to go ahead and get revenge. And little did Johnny know that the spoiled kid was about to do the most deranged, unhinged, insane revenge you have ever seen ever. Like, insane, bro. Like, the craziest revenge you've ever seen. Like, because, like, think about it. All the teacher's done at this point is just do normal teacher activities, bro. He's just done normal teacher activities. And all of a sudden, the spoiled kid's literally about to burn down his classroom and subsequently almost take down the entire school via arson. Yeah, I'm not even kidding right now. Real quick, made it this far into the video. Comment teacher down below. Yeah! So many people are going to be commenting spoiled down below. I've been warning you guys, one of these days, I'm going to make a video, and it's going to be a spoiled kid video like I do every other video, basically. And the secret word of the day is not going to be spoiled. It is teacher. So if you see someone commenting spoiled, don't be mean to them, but just politely respond, hey man, make sure to watch all the way through the video till close to the end to see what the real secret word is. Stop being an imposter. Now, anyways, though, but comment teacher down below. I'll try and heart your comment. Also, this story will be on Spotify. All my social media links are down there. If you want to submit your own story, this was a subscriber submitted story, by the way, you can submit it to either my Instagram or Twitter and then send it via the DMs on there. And finally, the best way to support the channel is, first of all, watching this far into the video has helped me a lot already. The best thing you can do is finish watching this video, and then the second best thing you can do is when you're done watching this video, literally play another one of my story videos. An easy way to do this is the Storytime playlist, which I'll be linking in the pinned comment down below. Anyways, let's get back to the video as the spoiled kid is about to burn down the school, practically. So anyways, some time goes by. It's either a couple days or maybe a week. I'm not totally sure, but some time does go by. And Johnny is in his second period chemistry class. And all of a sudden, the fire alarm goes off. And Johnny just assumes that this is like every other fire alarm in school. I don't know about you guys, but I would have these fire alarm drills and they would be so annoying because the alarms would be so loud and it would always interrupt whatever I'm doing. I mean, sometimes if it's like in the middle of math class, I'm not gonna lie, the fire alarm went off. I'm like, oh no, guys, we gotta waste 30 minutes of class. That's the worst thing ever. When secretly I'd be pretty excited for it. Because I'm like, hey man, I'm not trying to sit through this math class anymore. My brain is fried, bro. But yeah, at this point, Johnny just simply thought that this was another run-of-the-mill fire drill. So he's walking out, and he started to notice that things were different. When he noticed things were different was a group of kids that he saw walking by or walking towards him had this kind of frightened look on their face. And the teacher was looking super serious. Normally in these fire drills, no one was goofing around, no one was playing right, but no one seemed that like concerned, and especially the teachers. It's like that kind of saying, it's like if you're going on an airplane and there's turbulence and you turn to like the what are they called? Like the crew members, and they're like pretty calm and relaxed, that, you know, you're going to be fine because they know better than you. But if you're going through some rough turbulence and you turn to the crew members and they're like on their knees praying, you know that thing's going down, bro. Like, rest in peace, bro. Better enjoy the last few minutes of whatever TV show you're watching, because it's about to be the last few minutes you're about to be watching forever, right? And sure enough, this kind of concerns them, because Johnny sees like the teacher coming towards them, kind of say to the other teacher, turn around, we're going with me. And the teacher's like, what? And he's like, go with me. So all of a sudden, Johnny is being like moved with the other class. They're all moving towards one exit, and they're all standing out, and they're all walking towards the exit. And that's when Johnny passes by this hallway, and he doesn't see anything. There's no smoke or anything, but he gets a whiff of smoke. He gets a whiff of something burning. And at first he was kind of like weirded out by the fact that all those kids looked really like freaked out or whatever, and the teacher was like super intense. But when he got a whiff of the smoke, he knew for a fact that this was not a drill. There's no way they were gonna bring like fake smoke or something to a fire drill. They're not gonna be like, oh yeah, here's a bunch of fake smoke or whatever. It's always gonna 100%, like they're just gonna like, it would never do that, right? So Johnny is like escorted outside, and everyone is waiting outside, and at no point does he see flames or smoke or anything like that. So the flames or the fire is actually fairly contained. However, normally during a fire drill, which this was not, after about 20 minutes, Johnny would be told to go back inside. But instead, the principal came out and made an announcement saying that school was canceled for the rest of the day, and to subsequently call your parents, and that either if you had a phone to use that, but if you needed a phone, to form a line in front, and that she would be handing around a phone. So all of a sudden, Johnny realizes that this is a lot more serious than he first imagined. So he goes back home, and his mom is all like, oh my God, what happened? Johnny tells her, oh yeah, there's a little bit of smoke I smelled, some people look pretty freaked out, but I didn't see any actual fire or anything. And so Johnny's mom's like, okay, well, I wonder if you're going back to school tomorrow. And he's like, yeah, I'm sure I am. Turns out for the rest of the week, Johnny was told not to go back to school. I mean, not just him specifically, but school was just in general canceled, which never happened. So Johnny knew for a fact that something really messed up happened. And eventually he gets back to school. And the one person who is not there is the spoiled kid. And Johnny does not put two and two together. But one day he's sitting at the lunch table, and one kid comes, this is about a week after he got back. And, you know, Johnny and his friends are talking about they're talking about something completely unrelated, when a kid who normally sits with them rushes in and sits down and just has this look on his face like he's heard the craziest story of all time. Because this kid has heard the craziest story of all time. This kid's like, guys, you know the fire that happened a week ago? And Johnny's like, no, I do not know the fire that happened a week ago. It's not like I go to this school with you. And the guy's like, very funny, Johnny, but do you guys know what the story behind it? And Johnny's like, no. Was it not like a electrical spark or like microwave popcorn gone wrong or something? And the kid's like, no. You know the spoiled kid? And Johnny's like, yeah, the kid who's been absent in class for a week. Bro, apparently he lit a teacher's room on fire. And Johnny looks at all of his friends, and they all look at each other, and they all look at the kid who's telling the story. And that's when the kid who's telling the story is like, oh my God. Because in that moment, all of them put the pieces together. when the spoiled kid said he was going to get revenge and that they were all going to know that he was going to get revenge, this is what he meant. Another thing I forgot to say was that the class that they all had together had been moved to another classroom, but Johnny literally didn't think anything about it. He just was like, oh, the fire must have damaged the classroom. And the thing is, right, Johnny and his friends were like, okay, we got to investigate. So they walked down the hallway where, they just walked down the hallway where Johnny and the spoiled kid used to have class together. And instead of they were kind of afraid that like there's a chance there's going to be caution tape saying you can't go anywhere down there. But they walked down the hallway and there's caution tape only around one room. It is the room where the spoiled kid and Johnny had class together. It was true. The spoiled kid got so mad that the teacher told him took away his hair jar, told him to throw away his rotting food, and took his vape away from him in front of the girl he had a crush on. The spoiled kid tried to burn down this teacher's room as a form of revenge. And yeah, very clearly, or very obviously, I would hope that you guys know, the spoiled kid was expelled from the school. I hope it's obvious that if you do something insane like this, the consequences will be equally insane. The spoiled kid was expelled from the school, and Johnny had never seen from him again. And anyways, Nathan had a friend in his class called Ben. Nathan and Ben were friends outside of school, or not outside of school, they were friends outside of school, but they were friends before meeting in this class, so they were pretty close, and when they learned that they were in the same class, they thought it was pretty cool. However, in this class, they had a pretty big assessment that they had to do. It was a pretty big test coming up. So Nathan and Ben, since they were already friends, decided that it would just be logical if they came together, kind of joined forces, and studied with each other. However, one thing that was true about both of them, neither of them had good study habits. Neither of them were great students, and they both weren't doing super great in this class right now. So deciding to pair up to study together was kind of just the choice because they wanted, honestly, just because they wanted to hang out more and because it'd be easy, not because it would necessarily be like the correct thing to do, if you know what I mean. So anyways, right, the teacher is warning them 2 weeks before the test, hey guys, hey class or whatever, this is a really big test. This will be a big part of your grade. If you're not doing well in the class already, this is a really important time for you to study. And I mean, it's important for everyone to study, but especially if you're not doing well, because if you don't do well on this as well, there's a decent chance that your grade will not be recoverable, is essentially what he's trying to say. Yes, it's a little ominous, but I'd rather the teacher just give it to me straight up and tell me how it's actually going to be than try and sugarcoat it and say, oh, you'll be fine, you don't need to study, and then I guess get smacked around. That's not exactly what I'm looking for either. So anyways, right, Nathan and Ben are like, yeah, like, let's study together. And 2 weeks before the exam, they decide that they're going to be super proactive. They're going to start studying 2 weeks in advance. So you guys might be thinking, well, why did Ben, the spoiled brat, actually have to pull the fire alarm to skip the test? Well, let's just say that 2 weeks into it, right? They're 2 weeks into it, and let's just say that, Ben gets to Nathan's house. For a little, like, Nathan had all the, like, the books and stuff set up. He had his whole, like, when you get yourself ready to study just to make you feel good about yourself, and then you're like, man, I've worked so hard already, time for me to take a break. And then you take like 3 hours playing video games or watching TV or something, when the truth is you didn't actually study at all. You literally just prepared yourself to study. It's kind of the same thing as like you do one homework problem and then spend an hour on TikTok. It's like, it's not equal, dude. You're never gonna get your stuff done. So anyways, Nathan has all of his stuff set up, but when Ben gets there, he's like, hey, like, we're so good for studying so early, man. And Nathan's like, yeah, dude, like, we're actually, like, really you know what? We're doing a good thing. Like, we're actually gonna do well in this test. I'm kind of excited to see how it goes. And they were hyping each other up. And that's when Ben was like, bro, you do know that the new whatever is out, right? The new video game or something. And insert a game or something like that. And Nathan's like, wait, dude, what? No way. You're kidding me. And Ben's like, no, bro. And look who brought it. And he brought like a copy or whatever. Or he brought his, either way, Ben had access to the video game. And Nathan was like, oh my God. And yeah, sure enough, they totally forgot that the reason why Ben came over to Nathan's house in the first place was to study. So yeah, they spent the entire day playing the video game or whatever, and it got so, like, they were so into the game that they legitimately forgot why Ben came over in the first place. Because Ben left without them even being like, oh shoot, we didn't even study. Like, that didn't even cross their minds. That's how distracted they were. So the next week goes by, and they plan to study by themselves on the weekdays, and then come together that Saturday and Sunday and really grind it out. So skip ahead a week. Supposedly they've been studying every single day, right? And when Nathan goes over to Ben's house, Nathan had not done anything, dude. Like, he had, like, looked over the chapter a little bit. He had, like, looked at it. He did one practice problem, then went on TikTok for 7 years. You already know how it goes, bro. I mean, I can't really blame him, but I also kind of can. And he gets there, and Ben has somehow done even less than Nathan. Nathan has done one practice problem. Ben has done 0 practice problems. So at this point, they know the test is on Friday, and you know what they do that weekend? They barely do anything. They sit down to do it, and Ben's like, okay, let's look at chapter 1. And Nathan's like, bro, I don't know. So as you can see, they're both equally to blame for not studying, right? However, Ben is about to do something. He's about to take it into drastic measures. It is now Wednesday before the massive final exam. Wednesday. Every single day in class leading up to that Friday for the last week, they had been, like, preparing in class or whatever. So Nathan and Ben, while feeling pretty overwhelmed in the class, were like, you know what? We're doing work, we're studying. They counted their studying as the time they spent in class listening to the teacher try and prepare them. The teacher, honestly, was just trying to give them a little bit of a taste of what would be on the test so that they could study better. That didn't mean you just showed up to class, listened, and then you were good. No, no, no. And the teacher made it very clear that they should be studying along as well as attending the classes, as well as paying attention, not just paying attention, not studying on the weekend or studying in class. Like, it had to be a both type thing. It was now Thursday night, the night before the final exam. Ben calls up, what's his name? Nathan. Sorry, I had it written down across the room. Ben calls up Nathan. He's like, bro. And Nathan's like, yeah. He's like, dude, I'm screwed. And Nathan's like, yeah, I'm screwed too. And they both kind of just talk for 5 minutes about where did all the time go, what were they doing, and they kind of, like, look back at the week, and they kind of realize that it is most definitely all their fault for not doing it. They're reflecting back on the week, and they're like, yeah, that was kind of totally our fault. Yeah, we did kind of play ourselves there. Okay, so what's the plan? And Nathan and Ben kind of come to the conclusion that they're just screwed, and there's nothing they can do. So Nathan decides to do the one thing that is the least recommended thing, but I think every at least college student has done, or most college students have done, and I maybe have done once or twice, and that is you just pull an all-nighter. It is terrible for you. You probably won't perform better. Some people can pull it off. I actually pulled one off pretty good, but I would never do it again. You only do it if you have terrible time management. But sure enough, Nathan decided to do it. He really buckled in and started approaching the studying, right? He really got focused in, basically powered down his phone. And I don't know if you guys have ever had this feeling, but it is the worst feeling. It's when you're studying a little bit too close to your exam. You should have probably been studying a little bit earlier, right? You dive into the material and you realize that it is much more extensive, much more difficult. It covers a lot more material than you expected it to, right? And you realize you're not actually going to be able to study properly before this exam. And unfortunately, Nathan was starting to realize this, even though Nathan did successfully stay up the entire night, which he had to pull a few, like, pretending to go to bed because his mom would walk by, so he couldn't have the lights on too much because she would definitely be like, you need to go to sleep now. he was like under the covers with a flashlight or like the light from his iPad or whatever, just looking at the textbook and being like, oh God, dude. Because the thing is, if he had studied even just a little bit each day for the last 2 weeks, he probably would have done all right. And especially if he was paying better attention in class, he actually would have been fine. But since he was trying to cram it all before the test, let's just say that, it wasn't going so well. However, he had a very different approach than Ben, because Ben didn't study at all the night before. He went to bed almost right away after playing some video games. And the next day, they get in class. They get there, and they have their class first thing, 8 in the morning. It is right away. So at this point, Nathan is starting to be like, he just like downed an energy drink, bro. He just inhaled a line of energy drink, bro. He didn't even put water in the powder. He just snorted the whole thing, dude. He needed to just power through this class, and he didn't care if he literally fell asleep in every other class after that. He was gonna make it through this test. Ben comes in looking well-rested and not looking nervous at all, because they got there they get on the same bus, right? So Nathan's sitting on the bus, pretty nervous, looking over his notes frantically. I don't know if you've ever done that, but you're in a bad position where you're looking at basic stuff before the test, bro. You're screwed. But he sees Ben, and Ben walks on, and Nathan's sitting there. He's like, dude, are you ready for this? And Nathan's like, I don't need to be ready, because I'm not taking it today. And Ben says that. And Nathan's like, dude, what? Like, did you email the teacher? Like, no way he'd give an extension for this. And Ben's like, no, you don't understand. None of us are taking the test today. And Nathan's like, dude, I don't understand what you're saying right now. And Ben's like, look, I'm not going to tell you what, but just so you know, you're welcome. And Nathan's like, well, I guess. Whatever, dude. Like, you didn't study at all? And Ben's like, nope, because I'm not taking the test today, so I don't need to study. And Nathan was so confused. Real quick, subscribe if you're new and comment test down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I'll try and heart some comments to say that. Also leave a like on the video to claim your very own nothing. Limited time, by the way. Anyways, let's go back to it. So sure enough, Nathan's super confused. Ben isn't going to explicitly tell him what his strategy to get out taking the test is. So Nathan kind of just has to wait. And Nathan honestly doesn't even think that much about it. He's just so focused on memorizing all the terms for whatever he needs to memorize, getting that stuff done, just getting that stuff good. He's just focused 100% on that at the moment. He has no time to be like, oh, what is Nathan's or Ben's crazy master plan to get out of all this? At this point, I don't even care, man. I just got to get through this test. So Nathan walks into the test, sits down, is still reviewing this little note card he made. Eventually the teacher says, okay, guys, the only thing you can have out now are 2 number 2 pencils or whatever, and I will start administering the test right now. And Ben says, hey, can I use the bathroom? And the teacher is like, you really should have used that before the test. You really should have done that before you came in the room about to take a major test. And Ben's like, please, I really gotta go. And the teacher's not gonna hold him if he really has to go. But the teacher says, all right, but anytime you're out of here, you can't make up later. And remember, Ben still believes that he doesn't have to take this test. So he doesn't care. He says, okay, yeah, sure, thanks. So Ben gets up and he runs out. And the teacher comes around, hands out the test, and Nathan immediately digs into it, knowing that he wants to use every second he can. Immediately, the first page hits him like a brick wall, because sure enough, he can't even get through question 1 without giving an answer that he's not confident about. And the thing is, this is mostly multiple choice, so sure, you can guess. But the thing is, when you're guessing 90%, if out of a 1 out of 4, right? And most of these guesses that Nathan was doing were strictly guesses. They were 1 out of 4 guesses. Nathan was not trying to get if these are all nicely distributed. He's not trying to get a 50, he's not trying to get 25%, bro. And that's assuming that he doesn't get unlucky and get all of them to most of them wrong. So Nathan is sweating. He knows he messed up big. And he is so focused that he hears something, some kind of ambiance, right? And then he dials back in and realizes that he doesn't hear a fuzzy ambiance. He hears a loud, pitched siren. He looks up, there's a flashing light. Sure enough, the fire alarm has gone off. The teacher is like, "You cannot be serious right now, guys." He's like, "Okay, fire, okay, everyone get up, single file line. We're gonna walk out, do it like the drills." And sure enough, the teacher was mumbling to himself, "They didn't tell me we'd have like a fire drill. Those are always marked on the calendar." Because I guess the teachers don't want to have like tests or whatever during expected fire drills, which makes a lot of sense because, that kind of disrupts the whole thing. But sure enough, right, they all march outside and they're in single file lines. There's no smoke, no nothing like that, but from what Nathan heard, it really didn't seem like a scheduled fire drill because it wasn't the calendar or anything like that. So sure enough, Nathan is a little bit confused about what's going on. And that's when he sees Ben exit the building. And he remembered that Ben left to go to the bathroom almost 10 plus minutes ago. And he's like, Ben is definitely was not in the bathroom for that time. There's no way he took that long. Like, no way. And at this point, Ben comes up to the line. The teacher's like, "Ben, where have you been?" Ben's like, "Sorry, I was in the bathroom. Heard the fire alarm, so I came." And the teacher's like, okay, that's fine. I guess the teacher really can't be that mad. A student has to go to the bathroom, which is fine. And the student came outside as he was supposed to when he heard the fire alarm. You can't be mad at that. So Ben comes into the back of the line with Nathan. And Nathan looks at Ben and says, "Dude, it's such a coincidence that the day we have to take this test, that the fire alarm goes off." And he's like, "Now that I think about it, we're gonna be out here for 15, 20 minutes at a minimum." He's like, "Dude, I think we're gonna be able to take the test on Monday. That means we have tonight, tomorrow night, Sunday night. I think we'll be okay." And Ben is just looking at him. And Ben has a smile on his face. And Nathan's like, "No." And that's when Nathan realizes that this was no coincidence. This was no accident. This was no force of nature. This is a force of man. That's when Nathan realizes that Ben pulled the fire alarm to get them both out of taking the test. And Nathan turns to him. He's like, "Ben, you didn't seriously." And Ben's like, "Shh," kind of puts his finger up and is like, "Shh, don't say anything." And Nathan's like, "Oh no." Because the thing is, one thing Nathan knows is if there's a fire, if the fire alarm is pulled, and there's no fire, and there's no reason to suspect fire, and there's no fire drill, that they're going to check the cameras immediately and see who pulled it. And yeah, it wasn't too long until Nathan and Ben were standing in line, and Ben was extremely confident when two security guard type people and the principal came walking out of the school. And normally, you wouldn't have thought anything of it because sure, it's probably just them coming out to say, "All clear, you can go back," or whatever. But that's when the principal and the two security guards, they go up and they talk to some administrator, right? An administrator is looking through his clipboard and he points at a name and then he points at the line that Nathan and Ben were standing in because they were all standing in line by class. So sure enough, they come up to Nathan and Ben's teacher. And that's when Ben, his face of pure confidence and "Yeah, I just got us out of this test. We're gonna have so much time to probably goof off again and not actually study. Yeah, we're gonna be totally fine because of me. No need to thank me." Kind of that attitude completely melts away when they're just when it's just faced with reality that the principal and the two teachers, or the two, what are they called? Security guards, are walking towards his line. So the principal leans over and whispers something to the teacher, and the teacher makes eye contact with Ben, points at Ben, and then all of them start approaching Ben. And at this point, Nathan knows for a fact that Ben just got caught, and there's no way around it. And Ben at this point is trying to look the least suspicious as possible. So the principal comes up to him and says, "Where were you between the last 10 minutes before the fire alarm went off until the fire alarm went off? Where were you then?" And Ben's like, "Oh, I was in the bathroom." And the principal looks at him and just asks him straight up, did you pull the fire alarm? And at this point, Ben probably didn't know that he was caught on camera and he was caught like 100%. Because at this point, if you know that you're really caught, might as well go along with it because you'll probably be treated better. And if you're lucky, get a better punishment. However, Ben did not know this for a fact. So he still vehemently denied. He's like, no, I would never do that. I was in the bathroom and I heard the fire alarm, so I came out here. They said, oh, really? Well, then what would you say if I was to say that we caught you on camera pulling the fire alarm? And Nathan, who was standing right next to Ben, kind of felt the life just get punched out of Ben for a second. It's like he got socked in the stomach, bro. Because you just knew that Ben did not see that coming. Ben must have completely forgot about the fact that the school had like camera systems, or he must have thought that no, they wouldn't have checked it so fast. But I think immediately after they realized that there wasn't an actual fire and that it wasn't a scheduled drill, that means that either there's a faulty system or someone pulled the fire alarm. And they get a reading of like which fire alarm was pulled, so they can immediately go to that camera, check the time at which it was pulled, and within minutes figure out who it was. So yeah, Ben was just standing there. He didn't even respond to when the principal said, what would you say if I said, we had footage of you pulling the fire alarm? Ben literally just looked at her. She looked at him. The two security officers stood there kind of awkwardly. So this all happened on what felt like a normal day. The subscriber walks into school, and there's a kid who the subscriber goes to school with. We're going to call this kid the spoiled kid. The spoiled kid is notorious for lying. This kid is known for all types of attention-seeking behavior. This kid is known for saying stuff just to get the attention of other people. So yeah, it's not really a surprise when the spoiled kid came in on this day and made a little bit of an announcement. So anyways, they were in class, and the subscriber has class with the spoiled kid. Spoiled kid comes in, and he comes in all proudly. His chest is all puffed up and all that type of stuff, right? And so the subscriber's kind of looking at him and kind of just like, okay, man, like, what's up? And the spoiled kid is like, wouldn't you like to know? The subscriber's like, I mean, I don't really care, but yeah, like, what's up, I guess. Like, bro really had to say, I'm guess afterwards to just to kind of remind the spoiled kid that it's not that deep, bro. I really don't care. Anyways, though, the spoiled kid's like, I actually have a girlfriend now. And at first the subscriber's like, what? Because, this was a little bit of a jealous reaction because the subscriber does not have a girlfriend. And basically no one else in his class has a girlfriend. Meaning the spoiled kid would more or less be the first person in their entire grade to have an actual relationship. And the spoiled kid was, or the subscriber was a little bit like, wait, the spoiled kid? He got a girlfriend before me? What? I know that's a little bit of a, an entitled mentality. The subscriber admits that was not his finest moment, but he was genuinely just super, super shocked. Yeah, so anyways, right, the subscriber is low-key a little bit upset, which is kind of funny, and he does admit that this is kind of funny. But anyways, right, he looks at the spoiled kid, is just such a look of, like, disbelief and a little bit of shock. So at first, he really he's on the fence. The subscriber's on the fence if he wants to believe that the spoiled kid's telling the truth or not. I mean, he could have actually gotten a girlfriend. Like, it's not out of the question. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But anyways, right, the subscriber's like, who? And the spoiled kid's like, I want you to guess. And the subscriber, Loki, isn't trying to play these games, right? He's not trying to play these games with the spoiled kid. But at the same time, he is genuinely curious. So he's like, fine, okay, whatever. Fine, I will guess. Can you give me, a little bit of context? And the spoiled kid's like, she's actually quite famous. And at this point, the subscriber's like, what? Because he's thinking, like, in his head, he's like, okay, let me go through the list of girls in our class. Who could he possibly be, dating or whatever? And then when the spoiled kid says, here's the hint, she's actually famous, the subscriber's like, wait, what? And the spoiled kid's like, fine, I'm just going to tell you anyways. I'm dating Jenna Ortega from Wednesday. And the subscriber's like, bro, no, you're not. Just straight, no, you're not, dude. You're just straight up not. I don't know how else to put you're just not, bro. And the spoiled kid's like, dude, I am. And the subscriber's like, bro, you're so obviously not dating Jenna Ortega. And the spoiled kid's like, no, dude, I actually am. And the subscriber's like, dude, I'm not, okay, no. Nope, sorry, goodbye. The spoiled kid's like, fine, I guess you're a hater and you'll deny our love. Anyways, right, so the spoiled kid goes around the class and he starts telling people. So a lot of people have the same reaction as the subscriber, basically like, yeah, okay, bro, yeah, right. And here's the thing, like, most of the kids were not believing the spoiled kid, but, like, a few were like, oh, dude, really? That's awesome, man. Like, I watch her on TV. And so the thing is, though, the subscriber was kind of getting annoyed. Because over the course of the day, because the spoiled kid and the subscriber have a few more days together, or have a few more classes together, the spoiled kid would be like, oh, it's so crazy how I'm dating, Jenna. It's like, you guys have to say Jenna Ortega, but guess what? I just call her Jenna now because we're just on a first name basis. And the subscriber's like, oh my God, dude, shut up. And he's like, oh, are you jealous of our love? And the subscriber's like, you guys are not in love. She doesn't even know who you are. And the spoiled kid's like, nuh-uh, we're dating, so that's why she knows who we are. And at this point, right, the subscriber's getting kind of annoyed. Actually, lie. He's getting really annoyed. And so anyways, they're sitting at lunch in between classes, and the subscriber's sitting there and be like, dude, he's sitting with his friends. He's like, dude, this kid in my class is being so ridiculously annoying right now. And the other guys are like, oh, what's up? And he's like, hey, like, this kid is, like, saying that he's, like, dating Jenna Ortega, like, the famous actor from, like, Wednesday on Netflix. They're like, dude, okay, he obviously isn't. The subscriber's like, yes, I know, but he won't shut up about it. He keeps talking about how he's dating this girl and how, oh, I call her Jenna because we're on a first name basis. No, you don't. She doesn't know who you are. She doesn't know you exist, and you guys are not dating. And the subscriber's like, I just don't know what to do. And the other guys, his friends are kind of like, bro, it's not that deep. And the subscriber's like, I know it's not that deep, but it is that annoying because everywhere I go that I see him, he comes up to me and says, oh, like, I'm dating her. No, you're not, bro. Yeah, so anyways, right, the subscriber's just pretty annoyed by this. And so anyways, the next time he sees the spoiled kid, once again, the spoiled kid, without fail, is like, oh my God, dude, it's just been a crazy day because I keep getting phone calls from my girlfriend. I don't know if you know her, but she's in a little show called Wednesday on Netflix. It's just a little show, though. I don't think you'd actually know it, but, like, I just want you to know I'm still getting a lot of calls from my girlfriend. The subscriber's like, okay, dude, you know what? Guys, circle around. So there's kind of like a crowd of people walking the hallway, so they are like, okay, someone says circle around, bet I'll do it. So anyways, right, the subscriber has everyone's attention now, and he goes up to the spoiled kid. He's like, let's make a bet. The spoiled kid's like, okay. He's like, let's make a bet for $10. And okay, $10 might sound like nothing, but I think these guys were in like 6th grade, and $10 is like, dude, if I saw a dollar in the ground when I was like in 5th grade, bro, I'd be like, man, I just tripled my net worth. Let's go. Anyways, though, so he was basically saying, look, I'll give you $10 if you can prove that Jenna Ortega is actually your girlfriend, which pretty safe bet on this one. And the spoiled kid's like, okay, well, what if you win? Which you're not, by the way. And he says, if you can't prove it, that we all agree that it's proof. He said, looking around at everyone like, they all got to agree, right? If the proof is definitive, everyone's going to agree with it, right? He said, if you can't prove it to a degree that we're satisfied with, and we'll be generous, then you need to shut up about her because she is not your girlfriend. And the spoiled kid's like, I can't. I'm already thinking about what I'm going to do with my $10. I'm already thinking about how I'm going to spend your money. And at this point, the subscriber's like, okay, whatever. So he walks over to his friend and, he's like, all right, man, well, this is probably the best route through this. Like, I mean, he obviously is not going to have proof. And this is going to be the only way to get him to shut up about this, because this has been extremely annoying. So the spoiled kid said that he would bring definitive proof in tomorrow, and that after that point, everyone will bow down to him. This is his quotes, not mine. Everyone will bow down to him, knowing that he is dating the super famous Jenna Ortega, and he is actually the coolest guy ever. No cap. That is the end of the quote. That is the end of the quote from the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend. Anyways, right, so the next day in school rolls around, and not only the subscriber, it's not just the subscriber who's super interested to see the quote-unquote proof, but also everyone else is. Because everyone is pretty much in agreement that, yes, the spoiled kid is lying. I think it's pretty obvious here that the spoiled kid is not telling the truth, right? However, on the off chance that he is telling the truth, right? They're super curious about that. They know he's lying, but they just want to know. It's like when the Ghostbusters come with quote unquote proof, you watch it anyways, even though you know it's going to be fake, just because like maybe it's real, maybe, right? Anyways, though, so the spoiled kid comes in, and he walks in super smugly, and people start gathering around him, and the subscriber walks up to him. He's like, all right, man, I'm ready to see this definitive proof. I'm ready to see the proof that is basically 100% guarantees that you are in fact dating very famous superstar Jenna Ortega. Right. Let's see it. Let's see this proof. I'm ready to be blown away. And the spoiled kid said, oh, but you will. And he takes out his phone and he shows the subscriber this. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment spoiled down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I want to see how many people made it this far into the video. If you don't listen to us on Spotify, make sure to go ahead and do that. Is the link in the pinned comment and the description. And finally, I announced this last video, but now until the start of summer, we're having a binge watch tournament. Just basically to supercharge the channel up into the summer. We're having a little challenge of every single day, comment down below how many videos you binge watched today. So if you watched 4 videos, comment down below. Here are some comments on screen right now of people commenting how many videos they binge watched. So thank you to those people and thank you to you. Anyways, let's get back to it so I can tell you what the super definitive proof that the spoiled kid apparently has that he is indeed dating Jenna Ortega. Oh yeah. So yeah, what exactly did the spoiled kid show the subscriber to show him that he has definitive proof that he is in fact dating Jenna, right? So he turns around and shows the most goofiest thing you've ever seen. So basically what the spoiled kid did is he went online and like Googled Jenna Ortega, went to the first Google image. Bro didn't even look, he didn't even try and find a slightly obscure image or anything like that. He found like her headshot from like IMDb. Bro actually found the first image on Google Images. Probably used her profile pic from Instagram, bro. Anyways, he finds the most generic and probably the most popular photo of her. And then what he did is, how on Snapchat, there's like, you can like cut someone out of a photo or cut something out of a photo and put them on the Snapchat. So basically, he did like the crappiest Photoshop version ever because he used Snapchat, not actual Photoshop. He basically just like poorly cut himself out and put him next to her. But it was like the worst cutout. The proportions were wrong. The spacing was wrong. The depth was wrong. Basically, everything about it was as absolutely incorrect. So yeah, sure enough, the subscriber sees this and just bursts out laughing. And the spoiled kid's like, what? Well, what do you mean? This is a photo of me and my girlfriend. This is me and my girl, Jenna. And the subscriber's like, dude, no way, no way. Everyone come look. So obviously everyone is super interested. They all walk over and they see the very obviously fake photo. Like it is just so incredibly blatantly obviously fake. So everyone's kind of laughing at this point, and the spoiled kid's like, no, it's real, it's real. And the subscriber's like, okay, man, you know what? If it's real, get her on a call right now. Get her on the phone right now. I mean, you said you were texting her all of yesterday, and the spoiled kid's like, well, I was, but I'm not going to show you her number for her privacy. And the subscriber says, look, dude, we're all not convinced. And you agreed to the deal yesterday that, $10 if you can prove it. But if we're not convinced and we're going to be generous, which we are, that photo is the worst Photoshop I've ever seen, then you know what? You need to shut up about her being your girlfriend. So the spoiled kid's like, fine, you know what? I got a deal. I'm going to text Jenna right now. And he goes on his phone, and he's obviously just like opening and closing the calculator app. He's obviously not doing anything. But he's like, oh, I'm texting her right now. Oh, I'm actually texting her your number. She's going to call you. And the subscriber's like, what? And the spoiled kid's like, yeah, I'm telling Jenna to call you to tell you that she's really my girlfriend. And the subscriber's like, I mean, okay, I guess. So Jenna Ortega is going to call me and say that you're her boyfriend. He's like, yes, that's what I'm texting her right now. Okay, she's going to call you in like a minute or two. By the way, guys, I need to go to the bathroom, which is really awkward, but I mean, when you got to go, you got to go. Am I right, boys? Yeah, so obviously, right, the spoiled kid did not just accidentally happen to need to go to the bathroom, right? But anyways, the subscriber kind of let it happen because he kind of knew what was coming. He was assuming the spoiled kid was going to go into the bathroom and try and make a fake girl voice and be like, oh, it's actually me, or whatever, right? But the subscriber, yeah, here's the thing that the subscriber remembered that the spoiled kid forgot. They worked on a class project before. The subscriber has the spoiled kid's number saved, meaning when it pops up on his phone, it's a saved contact, bro. And the spoiled kid totally forgot. So anyways, the spoiled kid, quote unquote, goes to the bathroom, with huge quotations, right? And then, 2 minutes later, as soon as the spoiled kid's gone, he just gets a call. And he's like, oh, I guess this must be Jenna Ortega, guys. And he takes out his phone and he like shows it to everyone, and it says the spoiled kid's first and last name. So everyone starts laughing a bit, but he picks it up. But wait, before he picks it up, he looks at someone and says, look, this kid's definitely around the corner somewhere. We should definitely sneak up on him. Can someone like scout out and figure out where he is? So someone like nods their head and disappears. Anyways, picks up the phone, and the subscriber's like, hello? And then he hears the crappiest fake girl voice ever. It was like, hello, my name is Jenna. I am dating the spoiled kid. It's true. And the subscriber's like really trying not to burst out laughing right now. Like he's genuinely doing everything in his power. Every drop of willpower right now is being used to make sure that he doesn't just dissolve into laughter, bro. He's like, oh, Jenna, oh, I didn't know it was actually you. And it's like, yes, I am actually Jenna from the show on Netflix. Don't ever question if I'm dating the spoiled kid again. He's so hot and cool. You guys should really think he's really funny. He's really funny. At this point, the subscriber's like, okay. And the kid who he sent off to go find the spoiled kid, like, comes back and motions at him to follow him. So everybody, the big group of kids, including the subscriber, like, follow the spoiled kid. Follow the kid who's found the spoiled kid. And they walk out, and they see the spoiled kid crouching down behind a corner, being like, yes, so don't call me back and don't leak my number, because I'm really famous, and it would suck if you leaked my number. So please don't do it. The spoiled kid's like, the subscriber's like, spoiled kid. The spoiled kid like looks up, and it's just like he's on the phone, making the voice, and the subscriber's looking at him. He got caught red-handed. He quickly like hangs up. He's like, oh my God, like, did my girlfriend call you yet? And the subscriber's just looking at him with a blank face of like a really, bro, really, bro. And he's like, oh my God, so my girlfriend called you, right? She said cool, right? They're like, no. So yeah, eventually the spoiled kid admits, okay, guys, I'm sorry, I lied. I'll shut up now. And yeah, the subscriber got what he wanted, aka the spoiled kid shutting up, and all's well that ends well. How's it going, everyone? Today we have a story time of a girl who says, if you don't date me, you're fat phobic, and threatens to cancel the kid and get him in trouble for not falling in love with her. This is an absolutely insane story that I know you'll enjoy, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, and let's jump into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Tommy. So anyways, Tommy is in the 11th grade, right? This is his sophomore year of high school. And this all starts one day when one of Tommy's friends, who's a girl, and we don't really need to give her a name, because if I give out too many names, I'll switch them up and you guys will get confused, almost as confused as I'll be, right? So Tommy had a friend who was a girl, and Tommy's friend had a girl, and we'll call this girl Kate, right? Very standard name I use all the time. So Tommy's friend, who's a girl, comes up to him and says, hey, Tommy. And Tommy's like, how's it going? And she's like, hey, Tommy, like, are you single right now? And Tommy was like, whoa, because for a second he was wondering if his friend, who's a girl, was into him. But he kind of snapped out of it because they've known each other for like 10 years. He's like, all right, she's definitely not going to ask me this. And he's like, yeah, like, what's up? And she's like, oh, well, I might have someone for you. I think you guys would be a perfect match. And Tommy was a little bit suspicious. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, I'll just keep it $1.50. If someone says, I have someone for you, if they're the one searching and trying to find you someone, sometimes it won't exactly be someone that will be, I don't know, I don't know. I'm trying not to sound too mean, but sometimes if there's someone that you're really like into, normally you're the one who has to reach out and go and get them, right? And normally when things are given to you, it's never as good. Take that however you want, right? So sure enough, Tommy's like, oh, well, I'm interested, as Tommy was, looking for some, I don't know. He's like, he wants some fun in his life. He can't just be a bot doing SATs all day, right? He wants some fun in his life. So sure enough, Tommy's like, yeah, like, Kate, what's up? Who's your friend? And Kate's like, oh, well, I have a friend and I think you'd really like her. And so Tommy's like, oh, can you tell me who? And she's like, no. So she doesn't tell Tommy that it's Kate. And she's like, you know what? I want to put you guys on a random blind date at lunch tomorrow. Like, wouldn't that be so fun? And Tommy's like, well, can't you just tell me who it is? I feel like this would be a lot easier, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I just knew who it was. And so Tommy's friend, okay, there might be a reason why, she's putting them on a blind date. To put it bluntly, Kate was not the most beautiful woman ever, and that's okay. You don't need to hit every societal standard. But Tommy's friend kind of knew that if she told Tommy who it was, that just objectively, there was a decent chance that Tommy was just going to say no. And she didn't want that, right? She wanted her friend to have a chance. And she was probably thinking, well, he shouldn't be judging a book by its cover anyways. I'm just going to put them on a date, or I'm going to put them on a date and she'll like pull the weight with how amazing of a person she is, right? I don't know. So Tommy eventually, reluctantly, but eventually did agree to the situation, as he felt it was a little bit weird, but was up for something interesting to happen in his life. So yeah, eventually Tommy agreed to it. Tommy's friend, who's a girl, was like, oh, that's awesome. I'm so excited. Like, okay, come to lunch tomorrow, come right away, and I'll set the whole thing up. So Tommy was kind of interested. I don't know. Tommy kind of knew in the back of his head, if it was like the prettiest, most wanted girl in his class, that there's a decent chance that, his friend probably wouldn't have been so reluctant to say who it was. And I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just trying to say objectively how it goes in the world. So yeah, sure enough, Tommy was both excited, but also kind of nervous because, he was on the edge of saying yes. Like, he kind of wanted to say yes, but he also kind of wanted to say no, but he kind of opted towards yes because he's like, you know what? I need some more excitement in my life anyways. I might as well say yes. You know what I mean? So yeah, sure enough, Tommy is like, okay, whatever. And the next day comes around, and he's in class right before lunch. And this is where Tommy starts to get really nervous. He's like, oh God, I already know this is not going to go well. I really should have vetted who it was. I really should have pressed harder. Tommy's now thinking to himself, well, maybe if I, pressed a little bit harder and tried a little bit harder, that maybe I would actually get to know who it was, and then I could make more of at least maybe not make a snap decision, but at least have a bit more context going into the whole thing. So yeah, sure enough, the bell rang, and Tommy's like, all right, well, however this goes is however this goes. If it's someone I'm not interested in, I can at least have a nice conversation with them. And then just respectfully not ask for another date, which is exactly how you should go about it. If you ever go on a date and you're not feeling it, you shouldn't be a jerk right away. You shouldn't stand up and be like, I gotta go, you're ugly, bleh, or something like that. Or even if they're not the greatest person, or you guys are just not matching for some reason, maybe just finish out the date, maybe just finish out being having a conversation with them, something like that. So sure enough, Tommy gets there, and he's waiting, and he gets into the lunchroom, and that's when his friend comes up to him and says, okay, I'm gonna bring you over to the table now. And Tommy's so uncomfortable and just kind of not really nervous, but just more uncomfortable with the whole situation. He just feels really weird. And he's kind of regretting doing the whole thing, but at this point, it's really too late to back out. I mean, I guess it's never too late to back out technically, but Tommy would just feel bad and would kind of feel like, well, I promised my friend one thing and she promised her friend, and it's not really that big of a deal, so I might as well go along with it anyways. So anyways, Tommy's brought over, and that's when he realized that the person that, he's going on a date with, he actually knows who she is. We're just going to call her Kate because that's the name we gave her earlier, and that's the name I use commonly. So anyways, Tommy sits down at the table, and I think Tommy's like, I think I've had class with you before. And Kate looks at him and says, yeah, I think we've had class before, whatever, right? So Tommy's friend is like, all right, I'm going to leave you two to it. So Tommy's like, okay. Immediately, just being straight up, just being honest, Tommy's not that interested. But he's like, you know what, I'm here. I'm not going to get up and leave. I'm not going to be rude. I might as well finish out a nice conversation. Might as well just, get to meet someone new, even if I may not have romantic interest, which is totally fine. I think you should be allowed, to have your preferences. I think you should be allowed to pick that way. I don't think it's a good idea, though, to be mean to anyone. So yeah, sure enough, Tommy was like, talking with her. He'd ask, okay, what are you interested in? How's college prep going? Because at least at their school, there was a very intense college environment. Like Tommy was already spending quite a bit of his weekends studying for the SAT, even though he was only a sophomore and wouldn't be taking it till his junior and senior years. So sure enough, they talked a little bit about that. They talked about the class that they had together, and lunch at their school was kind of short. So the girl is like, so do you want to go on another date? And here's the thing. Tommy didn't necessarily mess up here, but he also wasn't the greatest here, because this was a tough situation because he didn't want to. I almost feel like this is the type of thing where on TV shows, it's like you point the camera at someone and you're like, do you want to go on a date with me? And they're like, haha, yeah, because it's on camera, but then afterwards they say no. I feel like this is almost like a similar situation. I mean, obviously besides the camera, because Tommy is like at the date, right? He's like, So he's kind of like, I don't know, like, I got a lot of stuff to do with SATs, like, I got a lot of stuff to do, like, college prep, and, I do play basketball, league on the weekend, I'm kind of busy. And so this is normally the thing you would say to kind of tell someone politely that you don't want to do anything with them. You just say that you're busy, and it's a lot nicer than just saying no, right? That's totally fine. However, right, it's not the clearest, because maybe you are just genuinely busy. Maybe you're busy at a certain period and you'll be free at another, and you're just letting them know that. But maybe it means that they don't want to have anything to do with you. It's very difficult to tell sometimes. So the girl, Kate, is like, okay, well, let me know when you're free and we'll go on a date then. And Tommy's like, okay. And basically Tommy's plan at this point was to just kind of like, I don't know, let things fizzle out, just to kind of be like, I'll get back to you, never get back to you. That's actually a decent strategy if you ever want to get out of something. Just be like, I mean, it's better to like tell them straight up so that they can start looking. You know what? You should figure out how you want to do it on your own, man. I'm not your mom. But anyways, so sure enough, afterwards, Tommy's friend comes up and is like, oh my God, isn't she amazing? Weren't you guys so good together? And Tommy's like, yeah, she was fun to talk to. And she's like, all right, when's the next date gonna be? Tommy's like, well, I don't know. I don't know if I was feeling it like that. I was definitely feeling really good friend vibes, but, I don't know if I was feeling relationship vibes. And Tommy's friend's like, oh, are you sure? Like, she's really cool, though. And Tommy's like, yeah, I agree. I think she is really cool, which is why I'd like to be friends with her, but I'm just not feeling the vibes of a relationship. Guys and girls, if you don't want to go on a date with someone, you don't need to give a justification for it. Sometimes you just don't want to, and that's good enough. So anyways, right, eventually, about a week later, so the thing is, during the day, Tommy doesn't see, Kate, right? He just doesn't have any class with her anymore. The class they had together that they shared, they had it last year. So Tommy doesn't see her during the day anymore. And so about a week later, after not seeing her, he gets a text from a random number. And the number said, so when are you free? Question mark. And Tommy made the assumption that this was the girl, and he was correct. And he's like, oh, is this Kate? Question mark. And she's like, yes. Like, I just wanted to know when you're free. And so at this point, Tommy is like, oh, God. Because it must have been, the thing was, too, that Kate must have gotten his number from their mutual friend, which is kind of on the mutual friend's kind of like, I don't know. Because the mutual friend was informed by Tommy that he just simply wasn't interested. So I feel like the mutual friend here, even though I'm sure she's just trying to like not be a part of the drama, shouldn't have given up Tommy's number. Should have maybe given her the wrong number and been like, oops. Or maybe should have just straight up said, I think he's more interested in just being friends. I mean, that's really what a good friend would do. So Tommy's close girlfriend maybe was not the greatest friend to either of them in this situation. So that's when Tommy says, hey, look, I don't know if I'm trying to date anyone right now. I had pretty good vibes on the date, though, so if you want to be friends, I'm cool with that. So after Tommy sends that, when you're texting someone and the three little bubbles pop up, and then they go away, and then they pop up and they go away. Basically, someone's typing, then they're not typing, then they're typing, then they're not typing. That's basically what's going on here. And Tommy gets no immediate response. 1 hour later, he gets a response. And this is where things start to go really south. This is where the milk starts to curdle. This is where things get bad. So basically, Tommy isn't on his phone for a little bit, and he checks his phone, and he sees he gets a one missed message notification from this girl. You might be thinking, oh, how bad can it be? It's only one missed message notification. This message was as long as War and Peace. This message was as long as the entire dictionary read out from front to back. This message was as long as the side effects on any pharmaceutical drug it seems like you get in those commercials. You know those commercials where it's like, oh, puppy dog, happy, and it's like, you will die, have diarrhea, explode, have depression. I'm like, yo, chill, bro. Like, I'm not trying to take that now. Yeah, so it was a long text message is basically what I'm trying to say. And to summarize it, it basically said, TLDR, date me or you're fat phobic and I will expose you to everybody and get your reputation ruined. Let me just say that trying to convince someone to date you in the first place, don't go around begging. Begging is a very unattractive thing. If anything, you want to make the dynamic seem as if you're the one in demand and they want you, even if it low-key is the other way around. But the worst thing you can possibly do, begging is bad, but it's not terrible. What is terrible is threatening someone into a relationship with you. You really think that you'll have a stable, grounded, well-formed relationship if it's based off a threat? I don't think so. So the thing is, when Tommy sees this, he immediately just screenshots the long message, or actually probably has to take 2 screenshots because the message was just so big. Couldn't even fit into one home screen, which just shows you how long this message truly was, right? He sends a screenshot to his friend, the mutual friend that set them up in the first place, and was like, what do I do here? And the mutual friend is like, oh my God, like, I'm so sorry. Like, I'll talk to her. So a couple hours go by, and Tommy's getting a little bit, worried. He's a little bit scared. Scared is the secret word of the day. If you made it this far into the video, comment scared down below. And while you're in the comment section, check out the pinned comment, as there's a link to my Spotify page in which you can listen to these stories as podcasts on Spotify, as well as a link to my other channel in which I tell stories on, like this channel, but I tell those from Reddit. The stories from here are from you guys, and the stories on the other channel are from Reddit. Make sure to subscribe to both my channels. I appreciate it. Anyways, so eventually a couple hours later, after getting, because this whole time, Tommy's really nervous, he's scared, he's got a knot in his stomach, because he just knows, he doesn't want to be canceled by this girl. Because, Kate was kind of cool in the conversation, but Tommy definitely got the vibes that she was, the Twitter user type, and I don't mean, the casual Twitter user, I mean the, I'm going to quote retweet you and cancel you type Twitter user, yeah. So, Tommy didn't want this girl to cancel him, because even though it was kind of oh, if you don't date me, you're fat phobic, that's a very weak argument, Tommy had a feeling that she would at least be able to rile up a small but loud group of people that would agree with her out of the 400 people that go to his school. If she even got 10 to get really mad at him and make his life a living hell, that would be bad enough. So a couple hours later, he gets a text back from his friend who set them up in the first place. And he's like, hey, I talked to Kate. I don't know how to tell you this, but she's really mad, and she really is not listening to what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell her that you're not trying to date anyone right now, and she says she doesn't want to hear it and that she knows the truth. Yeah, so the truth was Kate was a larger woman, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. In fact, some guys, that's their preference. Some guys, that's not their preference. That's literally just how preferences work. However, Kate was now basically pinpointing the rejection on the fact that she was a larger woman, and now decides that she's going to tell everyone that he is quote-unquote fat-phobic. Yeah, right? So sure enough, Tommy's a little bit worried about this. He's like, oh, geez, I don't need everyone at school being mad at me. So he goes in the next day, kind of expecting picket fences, or not picket fences, signs on picket fence poles or whatever with protesting, and his whole locker to be spray painted, calling him the worst person ever. Thankfully though, when he entered school, none of this happened. Yeah, so when he got to school, there was nothing like that at all, which was pretty cool. I mean, I don't think he really expected the entire school to protest him, but even one person being I heard you're really discriminatory or something like that, I mean, that's pretty stressful enough, especially if it's over something so untrue and false, right? But anyways, Kate eventually found him. She must have like looked up his his school schedule or whatever, because at the school, like, you could look up someone's name in the directory and find out what their classes were. And I guess she just looked up his name, found out what his classes were, and basically stalked outside of his room. So eventually, Tommy gets out of class and basically gets jump scared by this girl. And she's like, I know why you didn't want to go on a date with me. Tommy's like, enlighten me. And she's like, you don't want to go on a date with me because you're fatphobic, and that is the only reason why. And Tommy's like, well, I don't want to go on a date with anyone. Look, I'm probably not going to be dating anyone. I have a really busy schedule. I told you this before. I don't know how else to say it. I'm not dating you because I'm fatphobic. I'm not dating you because I don't want to date anyone. You seem pretty cool when we were having our little conversation, but it seems like I misjudged you. And with that, like, the girl is literally standing there almost speechless. And she's like, guys, this guy is fatphobic, and like says it loud enough so that other people in the not the high school, but the hallway, I guess in the high school too, but the people in the hallway would kind of stop and pay attention. She's like, he doesn't want to go on a date with me because of my weight. And some of the people were like, whoa, like, dude, is that true? And, you know, at this point, Tommy's literally like, dude, like, I told her I don't want to go on a date with you, or I don't want to date you because I actually don't want to date anyone right now. I was pushed into I was really strongly encouraged, if not peer pressured, into a blindfolded date with someone, and I was like, sure, why not? And you seemed like a cool person when we hung out that time, but obviously not by what you're doing right here. I don't want to go on a date with anyone. The school is stressful. I mean, you know, you go to it. I've told you my schedule. I just don't have time. I don't think I have time to responsibly be anyone's boyfriend. It has nothing to do with you. That might have been a little bit of a lie, but Tommy definitely wanted to get the point across that he just didn't want to date her. So eventually the tides turned, and people in the hallway were starting to like kind of go to the girl, be like, hey, like, if he doesn't want to date you, you know, you should leave him alone. And she's like, are you guys like complicit in his fat phobia? And they're all like, what? No, he just doesn't want to date you, bro. Like, I don't think it's that deep. Leave a like for nothing. I mean, dude, I'm honest, so leave a like. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new story. And just for a second, imagine you're just chilling in class. You're having a pretty good old time, right? And then all of a sudden, right, this Roblox kid goes to the front of the classroom and just confesses his love via a Roblox video of him doing certain things. Yeah, I can't even really get into it. I know this sounds very vague, but it's really bad. So sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, and let's just jump right into it. So anyways, we're going to call a subscriber who submitted this story Bryce. So anyways, there's this kid in Bryce's class who was always playing Roblox. Like, he always sat in the back of the class, and he always had his computer out. He was playing Roblox. I think the teacher kind of knew that this was the case, but there are so many kids in the class, and the teacher was kind of with the mindset, like, if they want to learn, they'll learn, and if not, like, I'm not going to interfere, which I don't know if that's a good mindset or a bad mindset, but either way, it just was how it was. So anyways, he was kind of known as the Roblox kid because every single day, without fail, he would be playing Roblox. Like, if you ever saw him, he would be playing Roblox, and sometimes he'd even have the sound on, which is kind of funny, but whatever, right? And occasionally he would wear like a Roblox hoodie or something, but the reason is, every single day, without fail, this kid was playing Roblox. Like, literally no matter what, he was always playing Roblox. So we're literally skipping right towards the juicy part. I mean, the whole thing's the juicy part, but we're getting to it right away. They had a presentation this Thursday, and we're actually going to jump to Thursday. This was a history class, and they were studying, the Civil War, and each of them was supposed to go up and present a slideshow of just like something that happened in the Civil War. It could be a battle, it could be a general overview, it could be a character piece, like you could do one about the life of Abraham Lincoln. These kids were given weeks to do it, right? So anyways, the subscriber Bryce goes up and he speaks about the Battle of Gettysburg or whatever. Little fun fact, in 8th grade, I actually went to go to see the Gettysburg and like the battlefields and all that cool stuff with my class. It was a really cool time. But anyways, right, Bryce goes up there, he does a good job with his presentation, and the next person to be called up is the Roblox kid. And normally I save like very interesting stuff like this for later on. I'm blessing you guys because we're jumping straight into the cringe. Actually, I don't know if I'm blessing you guys or if I'm cursing you guys, because we're jumping straight into the cringe. And when I say straight into the cringe, I mean legitimately straight into the cringe. Like, this is bad. So just prepare yourself mentally, physically and spiritually, because this is going to be quite the experience, to say the least. So anyways, the Roblox kid goes up to the front of the classroom, and everyone's kind of just looking at him, right? And he flips on his presentation, and from the very start, actually no, in the very start, it looked normal, because it was an image with text on it that says, like, the life of Abraham Lincoln by Roblox kid. He obviously said his real name, but for the sake of this, the life of Abraham Lincoln by Roblox kid. Immediately, the first slide is like the goofiest thing ever. So Bryce is looking at it, and on the first slide, it is a Roblox character with a top hat on. And there's an arrow pointing to him, and then text that says Lincoln. And then there's more text that says, Lincoln was a good guy. Lincoln was a president. And then, and the Roblox kid went up there and is literally just reading out, Lincoln is a good guy. Lincoln was a president. And then he goes to the next slide, and it is, dude, this is the funniest thing ever. It is the Roblox character of Lincoln, but his head is on the ground. It's like decapitated from his body. And the next slide says, Lincoln died. It literally just said, Lincoln died. Okay, at least he didn't say like Lincoln took the ratio, young boy's better than Lincoln. At least he wasn't like going like that, right? But he was like, Lincoln died. Literally, no context. Who was he shot by? He was shot after the Revolutionary War. Did it happen in a movie theater, or like not a movie theater, you know what I mean? A theater. Well, was like, who was the name of it? No, just Lincoln died. And then it was a photo of a Roblox character with his head on the ground decapitated and an arrow pointing to him saying, it literally, an arrow pointed to it and said died. Not here lies Lincoln from whatever, right? It just says died. So the entire class is like holding back laughter because this is like the worst presentation on planet Earth. Because like, oh look, these kids are like in 6th or 7th grade or something, so it's not like they're coming out with a college PhD thesis type things. These are not dissertations that are being dissected by other professors, right? Sure, whatever, it's a little slideshow presentation. However, most people had pictures and a lot of text, and the pictures were not Roblox characters with arrows pointing to them saying Lincoln or not Lincoln. But here's the thing. It gets so much worse. So much worse that you guys probably won't even be able to comprehend how bad it is, right? So the next slide, I don't even know if I comprehend how bad this is. The next slide is just text. So just a little recap. We've had 3 slides so far. The first one saying the life of Abraham Lincoln. The second one being a Roblox character with a top hat saying this is Lincoln. He was cool. He was chill. He was a chiller, right? The next slide was the Roblox character with his head on the floor saying he died, lol. And then the next slide says, okay, let's talk about something much more important. So at this point, Bryce was sitting in the classroom. He's like, bro, much more important. This is your presentation, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, are you trying to sabotage yourself here? Because it definitely feels like it. And, you know, everyone in the class was kind of confused. And for some reason, the teacher wasn't stopping the Roblox kid. I think the teacher was kind of hoping that the Roblox kid, like the first couple of slides were like a joke. And while the teacher didn't find it very funny, the teacher was hoping that the Roblox kid was going to make a bit of a recovery. So I bet the teacher at this point thought, oh, okay, well, the Roblox kid was obviously kidding. Like, he's saying, let's talk about something more important. He's probably going to, like, go over to talking about like the life of Abraham Lincoln. No, the teacher and everyone else was unfortunately wrong because the Roblox kid goes on to just do the most insane thing I've ever seen. And you guys, look, I told you before to buckle in for the cringe. You guys got to strap in for the cringe. Like, this is an atomic blast of the cringe. So you have to lay straight down on the floor, make sure it doesn't destroy your lungs and eyes and everything, all your internal organs don't turn inside out with this, so just prepare yourselves. So anyways, the Roblox kid clicks onto the next slide, and it is a video. So you know how in like Google Slides you can click onto a video? It is an unlisted YouTube link, so he clicks into it, and it goes over to YouTube. And all of a sudden, oh my God, I don't know if I can do it. Guys, I think I'm gonna pass away from the cringe, guys. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel to help me survive. Anyways, so all of a sudden, you know the song like What Makes You Beautiful by One Direction? Yeah, that starts playing. And everyone is super confused because Bryce knows for a fact that this was definitely not music to fit the timepiece. Yeah, I don't think this is like Civil War Abraham Lincoln music. I don't know, man. This just doesn't really seem like it. And all of a sudden, while that song, the What Makes You Beautiful by One Direction is playing, a video appears on screen of the Roblox kid Roblox character. And it's like a screen recording of him running around this map with like text appearing on the screen. You know how it's like you can have like your Roblox character have like a text bubble? I don't know if that's actually true. I don't really play it myself, but I've seen like meme images or whatever. So at first, the Roblox character is just like saying the words of the lyrics. So he's like, "You're insecure, not sure what's for." Dude, I'm not looking at the lyrics right now. Like turning heads when you walk through the door or something like that. Okay, you know the song I'm talking about. I butchered the lyrics, but in all fairness, I'm trying to get them from the top of my head, and I haven't heard that song in like a year or last night, either one. But yeah, so everyone is super confused. Bryce kind of turns to his friends. The teacher is just like, okay, like I'm gonna let this play because like I don't know where this is going. But everyone is realizing that this is going downhill extremely quickly. And no one realizes like why this, like where this is actually going. Until like after like a little bit of the Roblox characters like dancing on screen and like singing the lyrics to the One Direction song, eventually, right? Eventually, like the Roblox character, like it zooms in on him and the music's still playing in the background, but the text is no longer like the text of the song. It is, so there's a girl who we're gonna call Eve in this class, and she's sitting in the front row. Rest in peace, Eve, bro, because she's about to get slammed by the Roblox kid, completely embarrassed in front of everyone. So the text on screen of the Roblox kid's presentation turns from saying the One Direction lyrics to saying like, "I have a super important question for you," and then Eve, her name appears on screen, and everyone, dude, I feel bad for this girl, because like as soon as her name appeared on screen in this dumpster fire of a presentation, literally everyone, including the teacher, turned their heads to look directly at her, which is just such a tough situation, because like bro was just existing, bro was just chilling, trying to like live life or whatever, and then all of a sudden she just gets completely destroyed, gets a left hook to the face. Like you just simply hate to see it, right? And all of a sudden, like the text on screen turns to like, "Eve, will you go out with me?" And it says this for like 5 seconds. And Bryce, like even though it was only on screen for like 5 seconds, Bryce says that this is probably the longest 5 seconds of his life. He's never seen a 5-second duration go by any slower. And all of a sudden, right, the Roblox character on screen starts doing like a break dance, like it is the worst thing I've ever seen. I will say that there are worse ways to ask out girls, and if this video gets 1,000 likes, I clear 1,000 likes all the time, but if this gets 1,000 likes in the first 24 hours, I will tell you the worst story of how to ask out a girl, and it's from me. It is a personal story, so you better smash like right now, and I will do it. I'm a man of my word. It is embarrassing, it is terrible, it is awful, but it is funny, and if it gets more engagement on the video, then I'll sell my soul for anything anyways. So yeah, the Roblox character is like breakdancing in the background. And remember, this is during a history class presentation on the frickin' Civil War. And all of a sudden, there's just a Roblox character breakdancing while the Roblox kid, literally, I don't know if dude thinks he was asking to marry her, because the Roblox kid gets on one knee, and everyone's like, what is this kid doing? Roblox kid gets on one knee, and like, I don't know why he was on one knee, but he was. I think he saw like a movie where someone proposed, and he's like, oh, this is how it works. He's like, Eve, will you be my girlfriend? And while this is happening, like a really like poorly edited in audio, so it's really grainy audio of like What Makes You Beautiful by One Direction is looping in the background while there's a video of this Roblox character breakdancing on screen. Like it is the biggest dumpster fire anyone has ever seen. Everyone at this point is completely shocked. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment Roblox down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I'll try and heart a bunch of the comments. I can't always because, look, full-time college student as well, also trying to have a life. However, it's not that hard for me to go through and heart a bunch of them, so if you comment Roblox, I'll do my best to do that. And also, if you want to support the channel, the best thing you can do is after you're done watching this video, go ahead and binge watch a bunch of videos. And please let me know in the comment section how many videos you watched today or this week, because when you watch my old videos, it helps the channel get promoted more, which helps our community grow, and it's awesome. It's great. I just want to say thank you. So let me know in the comment section if you are doing that so I can say thank you personally. Yeah, so just a little recap of what is happening. And by the way, prepare yourself for the cringe, because it's pretty bad at this point. But anyways, the Roblox kid has gone up to give a presentation on Abraham Lincoln. The first two slides were crappily edited in Roblox characters, where the first one just has a top hat, and the second one just has his head fallen off, right? So not super great. And then it converts to like, let's talk about something more important. And then it's a video of his Roblox character running around, screaming out the lyrics to One Direction's like, What Makes You Beautiful. And then it turns to the Roblox character breakdancing while the Roblox kid goes on one knee and asks this girl out in front of everyone. So yeah, at this point, like Bryce is Bryce is just like so shocked and confused because dude, this all happened within the span of like 2 minutes. And the Roblox kid is like, yeah, so at this point, you know, I don't know, Bryce just wasn't expecting anything like this to happen. Like, he's just like, this all happened so quickly, just for context. Like, 1 second in, this happens. The next second in, like, or like 1 second in, they're all doing like Civil War presentations. The next second in, this Roblox kid is trying to ask out this girl with a Roblox dancing icon, and he's down on one knee. And it's just like a huge mess. It's just like, dude, what is even going on at this point? And yeah, it is the most awkward.
Oh my god, it's Connor Pugs. I've never seen your face in real life. You're so sexy.
Dude, how do these fans keep getting in? Security! Security! Anyways, guys. Yeah, anyways, so at this point, the teacher is starting to realize what is going on. Like, the teacher, like, is kind of snaps to it. And remember, the Roblox kid is literally is literally on one knee and is just like, will you go out on a date with me? And, poor Eve, bro. Like, everyone's just looking at her. And the teacher goes up to him, is just like, what is wrong with you? Like, the teacher full on says, what is wrong with you? Which, like, the teacher's not wrong, dude. Like, what is wrong with this kid, bro? Like, can't be going up to people in class and just, like, asking them out when you're supposed to be doing the life of Abraham Lincoln. Like, it's a little bit different. And the Roblox kid is like, you're a hater of my love. You're a hater like John Wilkes Booth, or whichever one shot Lincoln. You're a hater just like him. I'm like Lincoln. You're like John Wilkes Booth, and you're shooting me in the head metaphorically. And the teacher's like, why didn't you say that in your thing? It's like, because the teacher started to like freak out because the Roblox kid actually knew the history. He actually knew who shot Abraham Lincoln. He knew the context, but bro decided not to put it in his presentation because he was too busy doing like, dude, he was too busy doing Roblox dances to ask out this girl. So at this point, the Roblox kid is like, you can't stop me. You can't stop me and my love. And at this point, Eve just has her head down on the desk like, oh my God, dude. Oh my God. And everyone feels so bad for her, but they're also just so curious, like, what is going on with the Roblox kid, right? So at this point, the Roblox kid, like, the teacher starts walking towards the Roblox kid because the teacher's going to escort him to the front office. But the Roblox kid says, no, I must have an answer. You can't take me away. So the Roblox kid starts to run around the classroom. So the desks are kind of in a, just imagine a normal classroom. So the Roblox kid starts weaving in and out between the desks. He's just kind of like dodging in between the desks, sliding under chairs, knocking stuff over. And while he's doing this, right, because like the teacher's starting to close in on him, but the teacher's not gonna slide tackle him, dude. He knows better. But while he's doing this, he's shouting like, Eve, do you hear me? Eve, will you be my Roblox girlfriend? Eve, will you be my Roblox girlfriend? And at this point, Bryce is like, oh my God, what is going on right now, dude? What is going on? And the Roblox kid is just kind of like jumping around, jumping. And at this point, right, you know, I think Eve is starting to realize that if she doesn't say, like, this is a terrible position, and I feel really bad for her, because, like, dude, you definitely don't want to.
Thing. Oh, are you recording right now?
Yeah, my balls are actually, yeah, I got my set of balls in on Amazon. Wait, they can't hear this. No! We've had a lot of lore in today's video, like a lot of, anyways, though, so at this point, the teacher is just like, he's running after the Roblox kid. The Roblox kid is running back and forth, and I think Eve at this point kind of just knows that she needs to say something. So she kind of like stands up which is tough for her because, like, this is obviously super embarrassing. She stands up and says, I'm sorry, like, I don't think we should, like, go on a date or something, or, like, I have to decline. However, she said it very politely, she said it very nicely, and, you know, the Roblox kid stops running. And that's when the teacher catches up to him and kind of grabs him. And the Roblox kid literally slumps on the floor. Almost like he was shot with like a tranquilizer dart, dude. Like he just slumps on the frickin' floor. Like he's just down for the count. And, you know, everyone is kind of looking around because it's like, what do we do about this? And the teacher is like, come on, get up. And the Roblox kid's like, no. When my heart is broken, my legs are broken too. Like, kid is being super melodramatic. Apparently, like, he's never even talked to this girl, the one that he asked out in front of the whole class. He's never spoken to her once. He just saw her once and was like, oh, this girl's pretty. Let me ask her out during my Abraham Lincoln presentation, because that makes a lot of sense, right? And the kid's literally slumped on the floor. He's like, no, my broken heart has paralyzed my entire body. Yeah. And the teacher's like, dude, get up. He's like, no, I will get up when she says yes. And at this point, the teacher's like, hell no. Because, like, the teacher, it was already in a terrible, she's already in a terrible situation. You got some weirdo in front of everyone being like, go on a date with me now or else. And then all of a sudden, this kid decides that he is also going to pull a, if she doesn't go on a date with me, I'm just going to be collapsed on the floor forever. Feel bad for me, guys. Like, no, that's definitely, like, he's drawing the line there. We're not letting this one slide. Yeah, basically, right? So the teacher pulls him up, because the teacher, you know, he can't be too physical with this kid, because he can get in trouble and lawsuits and whatever. But he grabs the kid by the scruff of his collar and, like, yanks him up and is like, you've been distracting enough today. Like, you caused enough drama. You caused enough trouble. You're going to the front office with me. So he drags him out to the front office. And afterwards, the classroom is just dead silent. Until one guy who's sitting next to Eve kind of speaks up and says, I'm so sorry. And literally after that kid says, I'm so sorry, the whole classroom, dude, including Bryce, chimes in to say, yeah, that's so tough. I'm so sorry about that. If you need anything, like, everyone was being so nice to her, because they realized this, like, dude, like, this is day of a presentation. This is already kind of a stressful day. But everyone kind of knew that, like, yeah, no, I mean, no one wanted this, and she definitely did not ask for this. And, like, if this happened to any of them, they would have known that they would have just, like, they would have had the worst day ever. So, yeah, everyone was super nice to Eve after that point. The Roblox kid did get in trouble. He obviously, he would have failed his presentation, but the teacher said, I'm going to give you another chance to redo the presentation. And he did, and the presentation actually wasn't that bad. But the kid didn't get a great grade because the teacher's like, I'm not going to give you a great grade even if the presentation's really good, but just feel lucky I'm giving you a chance to try at least again.
From a kid who argues with the teacher over if the sun is real or not, yeah, the sun, to a kid who thinks sitting in chairs is offensive, these are the craziest Gen Z kids you've ever seen. Let's go. So we're going to call... Sorry. We're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Jesse. Anyways, so in Jesse's class, there's a kid, and we're just going to call him the Gen Z kid, right? So the Gen Z kid is sitting in class, and today they were learning about space or something. I don't totally know why this happened. So this was in 5th grade. I think they were just doing like a small unit on space or something. And the teacher was saying something about like yada yada, this planet, whatever. And then she said something about the sun. And this kid spent a lot of time on TikTok. And the thing is, right, TikTok, super addictive. You know, the algorithms are made to keep you on there. But also, there's a lot of misinformation that spreads on there because you see someone who says something and it blows up and it reaches a bunch of people and there's no real fact-checking or sources cited. And you kind of just take them at face value, or maybe not you, but a lot of people do. So this kid, the Gen Z kid, must have seen a TikTok on his For You page being like, guys, the sun isn't real because I have never been to the sun before, therefore it doesn't exist, which some kind of like backwards, ridiculous logic that makes no sense at all, but it's said with like ominous, spooky background music number 28. So anyone who sees it's just like, oh my God, you're right. So yeah, anyways, this all happened when the teacher mentioned something about the sun. And the TikTok kid literally smirks, gives a little laugh, and says out loud, the sun? Don't tell me you guys still believe in the sun.
and kind of looking around, right? So Jesse's looking at this kid who literally laughs and says, "Don't tell me you guys look at the sun," or look at the sun. Don't tell me you guys still believe in the sun, as he like looks around at all the other classmates. And believe it or not, all the other classmates, instead of being in agreement, laughing along, I bet the TikTok kid imagined in his little scenario that what was going to happen with all the other kids were going to be like, "Oh yeah, that's so ridiculous. Don't worry, man. We also don't believe in the sun. We saw that niche, obscure disinformation TikTok video as well. That's totally real." But no, everyone looks at the kid, and the teacher stops like teaching for a second because the teacher's like, "Come again now? Like, what?" And the not the spoiled kid. I'm so used to telling stories about spoiled kid. The Gen Z kid looks at the teacher. He's like, "Wait, you guys actually still believe in the sun?" And he like looks around all like confused or whatever. And everyone's kind of looking at him like, "Dude, what are you even saying right now?" And the kid's like, "Guys, do not tell me that you guys are falling for the machine and believing that the sun is real. I saw a video on TikTok yesterday that was all like, the sun isn't real because tell me, have you ever been to the sun? No." So, and I was thinking about it. I was like, dude, my mind just opened up. It's true. I've never actually been to the sun before. So it probably isn't even a thing. So you guys are really believing into the system. And Jesse's like, "Dude, like you can see it in the sky. And like if you look at it for too long, your eyes hurt. And like if you're in the sun for too long, your skin burns. Like it definitely is there, man." And then this, like the Gen Z kid looks at Jesse and he's like, "Dude, don't tell me you're falling for the disinformation. It's probably like a government thing." And Jesse's looking at this kid like, "What, your best response to me saying you can see it and like it hurts your eyes and your skin, the best response to that, which is totally logical, is it's probably a government ... thing, question mark? What? Like, dude, I thought you said the government, like the sun wasn't even real." And so the teacher kind of steps in and is like, "Hey, like Gen Z kid, the sun is real. It's like, you can even see it. I don't know where you saw this video on TikTok or whatever that kids are on, right? But that's not true. The sun is real. Trust me." And, you know, the Gen Z kid's like, "Dude, why should I trust you? Like, you're definitely in bed with the government and because of this teaching gig where you're making all this money to spread disinformation." And the teacher's just looking at this kid like, "Bro, you think I became a teacher for the money?" And the teacher starts laughing because if you guys don't know, teachers do a really important job, but they're definitely not compensated that well. You do not go into teaching because you're trying to make some fat stacks. Not a single person would do that unless they had no idea, unless they knew literally nothing about teaching, and especially teaching compensation, would they ever go into teaching to make money, right? So the teacher's like, "Look, I survive, but I definitely am not making money, and I'm definitely also not paid by the government to spread disinformation." And the Gen Z kid's like, "All right, guys, that's enough of this nonsense." And he stands up and he's like, "Okay, I'm calling it right now. We have a mass exodus from this class. Anyone who believes the sun is fake, get up right now and walk out of this class so that the truth can be heard." And the kid gets up, and the Gen Z kid legitimately looks around the classroom expecting like every single kid to rise up and be like, "Yeah, man, you're right. The sun is not real at all, dude. I believe in you. You're saying what's right." But what actually ended up happening was every single kid, including Jesse, just stayed in their seat. It was almost as if they were sitting harder than usual, whatever that means. They were just emphasizing that they were sitting. It was like sitting with an exclamation point, not a period. I don't know how to explain it. But they were all just looking at this kid like, "Dude, you're freaking embarrassing yourself right now, man. Like, what are you saying, dude?" And the kid's like, "So, you're all part of the system and believe in the sun. You know what? I'm going to take my truth with me. And if you realize the truth someday, well, it's too late for you. Goodbye." And the kid legitimately gets up and walks out of the classroom. So basically, the teacher had to go find him outside of class and have a little discussion about him, about, you know, he can believe what he wants and he can think what he wants, right? But he can't disrupt the classroom. And, you know, the teacher, like he showed the teacher the video, And apparently the teacher was almost immediately able to like point out the logical fallacies. And eventually the kid's like, okay, I guess I concede that maybe the sun is real. And I guess I concede that perhaps you're not paid hundreds of millions of dollars by secret government agents to spread disinformation. Because like the teacher showed him his car and it's like, this is not what I buy if I had $100 billion. And yeah, so eventually the kid came back to class the next day. He was kind of known as the sun is fake kid for a while, but eventually kind of blew over. And if you thought that that Gen Z kid was crazy, you're not even ready for the next one. Because we're going to call the subscriber who submitted that one James. So anyways, right, there's a kid in James's class who is the very typical Gen Z Twitter type person where, like, I don't know, it's almost like a professional sport to try and become offended by everything. And let me just set the record clear, like, there are things that people should be genuinely offended by. Like, it is totally understandable if someone does something or says something that is completely out of pocket. Like, there are instances, right? And also, maybe someone does something they don't even mean to be, like, disrespectful, right? It's better to let them know in a respectful tone that they're being disrespectful by doing X so that they don't disrespect someone else. It's good to do that, right? However, there are also people, especially Gen Z people, that almost take this like as a lifelong crusade to find a problem with everything and to minimize or to maximize every small speck into, well, what if this and then that and then this and then that and then this and that, and I may think that's offensive now. So this kid kind of took that to the extreme, and we're going to call this kid the Gen Z kid. So anyways, James was in class with this kid, and this kid was kind of just known for being a little weird, for just being a little strange, right? So one day he comes into class and he tells the teacher that he today is protesting the class. And the teacher looks at him and is like, dude, oh my God, what? So the teacher's like, okay, can you at least tell me why you're protesting the class today? Like, can you let me know why you're protesting the class? Like, can you enlighten me a little bit? And the kid was like, yeah, so you know what? I prefer to sit on the ground. I was thinking about this, and I like lying on the ground when I'm at home. It is easier for me to do my homework. It's better for my digestion. I prefer to sit on the ground. And there are no options for me to do so in this classroom. All the tables have chairs on them for the people who enjoy sitting, but my preferences of laying on the ground are not being accommodated, which I find extremely offensive. So I am protesting this class until this gets fixed. And dude, like James was in class and he was just like, dude, what? So everyone was sitting there just like, bro, Twitter as a person's going crazy again. Like, what's going on now? And they're listening in, and like James turns to his friend. He's like, this got to be a bit, right? Like, this got to be a big practical joke. And they check the calendar, and it wasn't April 1st. They're like, oh my God, it's like August 28th or like October 24th. It's not April 1st. What's going on? Yeah, so sure enough, the teacher is kind of really like weirded out by this, but they're also like, okay. The teacher realizes that they can't just like snap on this kid and kind of like be realistic with them. Like they cave a little bit, but they're just trying to de-escalate the situation. So the teacher's like, okay, I really don't think you should protest the class. I can definitely see if there's like a rug or something in the, I don't know, the closet, if you really wanted to lay on it. Like, you could do that if you really wanted to. Like, you could also just lay on the ground. And the Gen Z kid is like, what? Lay on the ground? And which is just like, I don't know why they were so like, wow, that's insane. Because didn't they just say that they like laying on the ground at home? But sure enough, they're like, I want something built for me to lay on. Which is like, bro, the whole point of laying on the ground is you're laying on the ground. You're not laying on your bed. Basically, what this kid ended up, like, because at this point, James is starting to realize that all this kid was saying was that they don't prefer to lay on the ground. They prefer to lay on a bed. And the fact that the school didn't have, like, 28 beds in a classroom for all the kids to lay on is, oh, no, that's bad, man. Because, oh, yeah, if kids are not allowed to lay in their beds in class, oh, no, good heavens, dude. They have to sit in a seat? You have to sit in a chair like everyone else? Oh, no. Yeah, so the teacher starts to catch on, too. And it's like, no. Like, you can lay on the ground if you want, but I can't do anything beyond that. And the Gen Z kid is like, starts laughing. And everyone in the class is like, did they just like, did a screw literally just fall out of their head? Like, what's going on right now? Why is this kid laughing? So the kid's laughing. The kid's like, oh, Mr. Teacher, you just made a huge mistake. You don't know what you just did. I'm going to go to the front office and I'm going to say that you were discriminating against my preferences and you're going to get fired. And then the kid laughs again. And this turns to his friend like, for a second, James is like, wait, could they actually do that? But yeah, so sure enough, the Gen Z kid storms out of class. The teacher didn't look that concerned because I think the teacher realized that he probably couldn't be, probably couldn't be fired because a kid was mad that they didn't have a bed in class for them to lay on. Most likely that was not going to result in him getting booted from his like 10-year-long position at like this, I don't know, look, unlikely. So anyways, the Gen Z kid marches up to the front office. And James doesn't know exactly what happened, but he heard bits and pieces and can assume what happened because, he wasn't like there in the office with them. But sure enough, Gen Z girl or whatever, right? Gen Z kid goes up to the front office, demands to speak with the principal, has to wait like 20 minutes because like law and order, right? The principal is other thing that they need to do. Tells it to the principal about the horrors of not having a bed personally set aside for them and how that's what they want to do. And when the teacher didn't cave to the fact that they wanted a bed in class, that they must be fired because that is her preference. She wants to sleep in a bed. And the principal, I think the principal knew that, the principal had a bit more power in the situation than a teacher does. So the principal kind of gave it to her straight and was like, dude, no. The real world, right, is not going to cave to every single preference you have. It's not going to do everything you want to. If every kid has to sit in a seat, then every kid has to sit in a seat. Just think logistically for a second what it would be like if we got 20 beds in a classroom. First of all, a lot of kids, what if they wanted to have seats? And then you'd have to have seats and beds. Also, beds are not conducive to good studying. And just a lot of stuff like that. And yeah, the Gen Z girl had to come into class the next day, completely defeated, and it was a little embarrassing for her. If you thought that those Gen Z kids were bad, this final one is the pinnacle of Gen Z. So anyways, we're going to call a subscriber who submitted this story Ash. You guys catch the pattern so far? Jesse, James, Ash, OG Pokemon people, you know what that is? I haven't watched Pokemon forever, but I used to as a kid. Anyways, so there's a kid in his class who we're going to call the Gen Z kid. So this kid, he had a TikTok account and he posted a video of his dog doing something and it got 50,000 views. And that sounds really good and 50,000 views is really cool. I'd be happy if I got 50,000 on TikTok. That sounds pretty good. But at the end of the day, stuff on TikTok will just randomly go viral. And it's not as if he gained 10,000 followers who follow him because of his dog. And he can make a branded account out of his dog, right? Build a brand around that because Doug the Pug and some other, there are legitimate brands built around dogs. But no, he just had a random video, get 50K. And this kid, the Gen Z kid, believed that he now was going to become a TikTok celebrity and drop out to pursue his quote-unquote passion of TikTok. Bro, what? Real quick, comment Gen Z if you made it this far into the video. And also, check us out on Spotify. It will be in the pinned comment down below. You can listen to these as podcasts on there, and it helps me out if you do. Anyways, so sure enough, this kid started going around telling everyone that it was so great to get to know them. And remember, they're in 6th grade or whatever, that it was so great to get to know them, that when he was rich, famous, successful, and had a 6-pack, 12-pack body abs movie star type lifestyle, right? Living with his laptop on a jet, on a plane, on a boat, on a mansion, that, you know what, he would remember them. And if they were lucky enough that they could stay at his mega yacht mansion boat jet, super cool Cobra Soar, I don't even know at this point. Anyways, he was going around telling people that he came to the conclusion that he was going to drop out to pursue TikTok, which, look, I'm actually not 100% against people really like honing in on their skills. If they get a shot of virality on a social media platform, I don't suggest dropping out unless you have a very scalable, sustainable 6-7 figure income from that stuff, because it can go away insanely fast. But I do actually suggest, if you get a short burst of attention on a social media platform, I am all for you digging in and trying to build something out of that maybe can turn into something bigger. But that's a more serious discussion for a different platform at a different time. I do not suggest you drop out of school because one of your TikTok videos goes viral by accident and you gain no traction from it. So people were immediately telling the kids, like, oh, wait, why are you dropping out? Like, do you have an account we don't know about? And he's like, no, look at this. And he like pulls out his phone and he shows them the video. And the video has like 52,000 views, which is cool. But dude, first of all, that's only 52,000 views, which, look, I remember the days when I'd be happy with 30 views, but we're talking about dropping out of school. 52,000 views is nothing. And second of all, it's on TikTok with short-form content, which is way easier to get views on. I don't know how, I haven't been able to, and I've tried a bit, but just generally, much easier to. So, yeah, eventually he comes up to Ash, gives the whole spiel of like, oh man, I'm gonna be so rich and I'm dropping out because I'm gonna be a TikToker. And Ash kind of like tells him straight up, like, dude, I don't think you should do that. Like, I get it, like you had a video do well, which like you totally could have the time to, and also they're in 6th grade. It's not like, I think you still like legally need to be in school at that point. It's like, dude, like, first of all, I don't even know if you can drop out of school. Second of all, why can't you just do both? Like, I really like think you could put in the time for both, doing both. And also, look, this video going viral is cool and all, like, congratulations, man. But this isn't enough to really stand on alone. Like, this really isn't as impressive as maybe you may think it is. And, you know, the TikTok kid immediately when he hears this is like, dude, you're just jealous of my success on this platform. Like, you're just jealous that you're not going to be able to drop out of school and live the laptop luxury safari mega jet victory yacht mansion lifestyle that I'm going to. And Ash is like, all right, bro, like, cool, live your life. And so, yeah, actually this kid stopped showing up to class entirely because Ash had 1 or 2 classes with them. And Ash was really surprised because he was sure that this kid had been known for like telling lies a lot, telling tall tales and all this type of stuff, right? But he never actually expected this kid was going to follow through with, oh, I'm going to drop out to pursue TikTok. First of all, because you can't even drop out in 6th grade. You'd have to become like homeschooled, and that's not even really dropping out. That's just being homeschooled, right? So sure enough, this kid had told nobody, but he stopped attending classes to pursue TikTok. And in all fairness, this kid was posting a lot of videos on TikTok, right? But one thing that you'll learn if you ever try to make like content or whatever is you kind of need to stick to the same niche, or maybe not the same. You need to have like a continuous theme in your content, because people will follow you to get something, right? They want to be entertained or informed or something. If I started making random vlogs and then cooking videos and the math tutorials alongside my stories, they wouldn't perform well because people came to me for my stories, for the commentary, whatever you guys came to me for, right? So this kid was posting like 12 times a day, and he was posting like random vlogs. He's like, hey guys, dropping out of school vlog, episode 1, and then he'd be like, hey guys, so this is me playing video games, and they'd be like, hey guys, all the views was like 20 views, 40 views, which is whatever, and it's fine. And if you're just doing TikTok for fun, who cares how many views you get? I don't care if you get 0 views, man, like you did something for fun. But this kid was doing it because he dropped out. Yeah, so he didn't actually drop out. All he did was he stopped attending classes. So after a couple days of not attending classes, this kid's parents got a message from the school being like, kid's about to be on probation. He's like dropping out of all, he's not attending classes. Has he been home? Like, you guys got to let us know if he's sick or he's not coming in. And the parents obviously freaked out, and they confronted the kid, and the kid's like, I was pursuing my business endeavors, which posting to like 12 people on TikTok is not a business endeavor. If you have like millions of people and you're able to convert that to a product, or maybe convert other people to someone else's product and make a commission off of that, then fair enough. that is a business, right? However, this is not a business. And his parents were like, dude, you can't just not show up to class too. Like, what? So yeah, after this kid, the Gen Z kid, was talking all this smack about how he's going to live his laptop luxury lifestyle to everyone, within 2 days, he's back in classes. And I think Ash tells me that at least most people were cool about it. Like, they weren't going to taunt this kid because whatever, like, it's just not worth the energy. But apparently one kid actually did go up to him and be like, yo, dude, did you drive in today in your Lamborghini, Bugatti? Like, what color is your Bugatti, bro? Like, I'm actually really excited to see it. I mean, I know you're still here, but did you, like, chart in on your super yacht or something? So Gen Z sometimes thinks that everything is problematic, and this story is no different. As in this story, this Gen Z kid tries to cancel Christmas. This is a pretty crazy one that I know you'll enjoy, so let's just jump right into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted today's story James. So anyways, this all happened last year, and this all happened right before Christmas when James was still in school. So it was like early December when this happened, and James had a group of friends, and I don't know, they love playing like Minecraft and Fortnite together, and they'd get together every single weekend. So they decided, in spirit of the holidays, that they were going to do a Secret Santa for each other. And they were discussing the plans to do a Secret Santa when the Gen Z kid, who thought that Christmas was offensive, was sitting around the corner. And he overheard this conversation. So just to set the scene, James and his friends, who I don't know, I'm not going to give them names, I'll just say James's friends. James and his friends were sitting at a lunch table, and the Gen Z kid was sitting with the other standard Twitter users or whatever, bots, whatever you want to call them, right, sitting at another table. And the Gen Z kid overhears this, that they are going to be doing a Secret Santa for each other. And so the Gen Z kid gets up and walks over to their table, and he looks at them with this angry look. I don't know if you guys know about Nikocado Avocado, but you know that look he gives, like the angry look? The Gen Z kid basically did exactly that same look. And James and his friends, who don't really know the Gen Z kid, kind of like look up at him and kind of just are like, hey, dude, like, what's good, bro? How we doing right now? How's it going, bro? Like, I don't know you. So they're looking at him, and the Gen Z kid is giving that look, that angry Nikocado Avocado look. And, he's like, excuse me. And they're all just looking at him like, yes, bro? Like, what's good, man? He's like, excuse me. Did my ears hear me correctly? And, James and his friends are kind of just like, bro, what? So the Gen Z kid is looking at him, and he's like, I must have heard correctly then. Huh. Did you know that Christmas is offensive to me? They're all just like, bro, what are you saying right now? He's like, I overheard that you want to have Secret Santa, and that will not be happening if I can do something about it. Did you know that Santa represents the patriarchy, and that giving some kids coal while giving other kids presents is obvious discrimination? And they're all just looking at him like, bro, what, huh? Like, just insert all the sound boom, fart effects, whatever, like on TikTok. Just all that stuff is going off in his head. He's just like, what is going on right now? So obviously, James and his friends are confused because they know that, Gen Z kid is on Twitter 25 hours a day and he's terminally online, and he thinks that, nothing, he has no problems in his life, so he's got to find problems to make life more interesting, right? But, James and his friends kind of look at each other, and then they look at him, and then they look at each other, and then they look at him, and they're like, okay. They literally just say, okay. Because, I don't know about you, dude, but I don't know how I would personally respond to all this. I would probably also respond, okay, bet, word, sounds cool, bro, have a good life, I don't know. And the Gen Z kid says, if you guys think that you're gonna get away with having Secret Santa on school grounds, then you're wrong. And they're all kind of just looking at him like, we just want to give presents. And James literally says, we're just giving presents to each other because we're friends. Like, is that really that bad? And the Gen Z kid is like, yes, it is. I've already gone over the reasons why Christmas is offensive and I will not have it. Bro's not happy, basically. I don't know if he was exactly saying that, but it's the gist of it. It's the gist of it. So James is like, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 Lois, this is not my Batman cup. And what, like, why? Why can't we have presents, bro? Like, it can't honestly be that deep. And the Gen Z kid says, you know, you have been warned, mister. You have been warned. And he goes back to sit down at the Twitter table, goes back in his phone, goes back to endlessly scrolling TikTok, turning his brain into brain rot. You love to see it. You already know, right? So James and his friends kind of look at each other, because now they're thinking to themselves, okay, are we going to do this or not? Like, now I'm kind of scared, because, like, I get it. Gen Z kid isn't going to beat me up, but bro could send the Twitter mob against me, and Twitter is real life, and it really matters. So James and his friends sit there for a second, and James kind of speaks up. He's like, boys, what are we doing right now? Why are we even considering caving to this guy? Because this guy, like, you know, we're not doing anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with giving each other presents in the spirit of the holiday. Like, we don't even need to call it Secret Santa. We just called it that because that's a common phrase that people use. It's simply not a big deal. And so they're all just looking at each other, and, you know, James is like, dude, we can't bend to the whims and needs of everyone, especially if it's not a big deal. He said, this would be ridiculous if we didn't make sure to do Secret Santa on school ground. So basically, James and his friends decided that in spite of what the Gen Z kid was screaming at them, that in fact, because they were on the edge of not doing it at all. Like, it was literally just an idea that James floated like 30 seconds before the Gen Z kid walked over to their table and blew a gasket, right? It was like a second before then. Like they didn't even know if they were going to do it. But ever since the Gen Z kid came over and proclaimed that he was not going to allow it, then, like, dude, they're going to make sure that they do it. Because whenever you tell a kid, especially like parents, whenever you like forbid your kid from something, even if it's a good reason, they're just going to seek it out even more. Like, I know that when I was a kid, for actually quite a while, my parents were like, you cannot watch South Park. You cannot watch a single drop of it. So, like, I never watched full episodes as a kid, but I would literally look up clips online and be like, OMG, this is so crazy. Honestly, kind of just because it was forbidden, right? I know my mom watches all my videos, so yes, that's how I got the inspiration for my pug animations back in 6th grade, Mom. Now you know. It's not like you didn't know, but now you know again. So yeah, they decided that just because the Gen Z kid told them that they couldn't do it because it was offensive, that nope, that doesn't mean anything, bro. That in fact, they're gonna do it even more. So yeah, the next day comes around, and sure enough, James and his friends at lunch come in with presents. And they make sure that they're so obviously presents because they come in and they wrap them up in like standard Christmas wrapping paper. They have a big bow on it, and they make a big announcement to each other like, wow, James, thanks for your Secret Santa present. Wow, Ben, thanks for your present during Secret Santa. I'm enjoying Secret Santa so much. Just to make sure that they annoy the Gen Z kid. And is it good to annoy other people? Not generally, but you know what? In this situation, I'm gonna give a pass, bro. I'll be real. I'm gonna give them a big old pass. Yeah, so the Gen Z kid notices this, and the Gen Z kid's face goes red like a tomato. He is so angry. So the Gen Z kid walks over. He's like, what? What is this? No, I said that this was not okay. You guys were warned, and you did this anyways. Yeah. The Gen Z kid cannot believe himself. Wow, they would do something offensive just despite the Gen Z kid? Oh no. So the Gen Z kid goes back to the table to consult all the other Twitter users, right? All the other Twitter users, the massive brains at the table so they could consult each other. And, oh yes, this is the most powerful echo chamber of all time. We will destroy anything and everything in front of us. So yeah, sure enough, the Gen Z kid goes back to sit down at the table, and they discuss, with their big brains, they discuss what their next move shall be. So, for now, James and his friends are peacefully enjoying a wonderful Secret Santa. So guys, the Gen Z kid is coming for revenge. As you guys can probably tell by the title and by this story so far, the Gen Z kid is angry. And like many Gen Z kids, and let me just say that I am a part of the Gen Z generation. Don't worry, I know a lot of you guys are, and I'm not saying Gen Z, meaning all of you. If you're watching this channel, you're probably pretty cool, so you're not involved in the Gen Z term. But the Gen Z kid, like many other Gen Z kids, believes that they are right, no matter how ridiculous and lack of logic their arguments may have. So the Gen Z kid is about to plot a protest. He is about to protest James and his friends for doing Secret Santa. Let's go. So sure enough, right, James and his friends, they finish up lunch and they have a really good time. Secret Santa, they give each other presents because it's Secret Santa. The secret word of the day is Santa. So if you made it this far into the video, comment Santa down below. And also, if you haven't already, listen on Spotify. It's in the pinned comment down below if you're a Spotify user. And if you're listening right now on Spotify, thank you, and rate the podcast 5 stars. Anyways, so once they were done with their Secret Santa, they went back to their class. So after lunch, James and all their friends had class together. The Gen Z kid was not in class with them. So the Gen Z kid is actually going to make an appearance in this class, but not in the way you think. So James and his friends really think that this whole saga is done because they think to themselves, okay, at this point, what else can the Gen Z kid really do? And like, genuinely, what else can the Gen Z kid do? Haha, you guys are about to see. So they don't even think about this. And oh my God, Diesel Patches just uploaded. This is Christmas already. Sorry, just got a notification. But anyways, right, so sure enough, these kids are, they go back to class and life is good and whatever, things are good. And they've completely forgotten about the incident with a Gen Z kid. They're sitting in class, probably thinking about the presents that their friends got them, in a really good holiday mood. Things are cheery, life is good. So remember, they're in class right now, and the teacher is teaching. It's a normal day in class, and that's when the door opens, and 3 kids walk in. The Gen Z kid, and then 2 other Twitter users that the Gen Z kid is friends with. And they walk in, and they do the craziest thing ever. So basically, they're holding up signs. They're holding up signs. They must have made in like the last 20 minutes in like the arts and crafts room or something. It was like, the sign says, cancel James, he supports Christmas, and then the other 2 say cancel, then the other names of the friends, right? So they walk in there and they have a little chant. It's like some really little crappy chant or something. It's like, cancel James, he supports Christmas, and Christmas is offensive. I don't know if that's actually it. That might be way too goofy to be real, but it's definitely something along the lines of just something ridiculous, something that makes no sense. But dude, James and his friends are completely thrown off guard by this because I don't know about you, but if me and my friends decided to do Secret Santa, we probably wouldn't imagine that like 20 minutes later, there would be an active protest in our classroom, bro. Like, I don't know about you, but that's just not something I would expect to happen. So the teacher is just completely thrown off by this. The teacher doesn't know how to handle this. So what the teacher does is the teacher throws out the protesters, but also throws out James and his friends. I think the teacher thinks that they're all friends or something and that they planned a little prank. And obviously this was not a prank, or at least, it wasn't a prank that they all planned together. So now, super awkwardly, the teacher tells all of them to go to the principal's office. And if she hears that they don't all go to the principal's office, they're going to be in real big trouble. So they have to awkwardly walk to the principal's office, half of them carrying signs saying, protest the other one, while James and his friends are just like, I don't know, like one of James's friends was laughing. The other one was kind of freaking out a little bit because I don't know, he doesn't want to be protest. And James himself is just like mostly confused. He's like, why would you spend your time and energy doing this? And then James remembers, oh wait, you spend 7 hours a day on Twitter minimum. That's like a light day of Twitter usage right there. So you know what? Actually, man, I understand. I can see where you're coming from. So eventually they get to the principal's office, and the principal looks at them and just looks at, the principal's just looking at them with this kind of look. because he sees three guys, James and his friends, and then Gen Z kid and the two Twitter users. And the Gen Z kid and the two Twitter users are holding signs saying protest and then the names of the kids next to them because they support Christmas, because they support Secret Santa. Santa gives out coal to some kids. That's offensive. Something stupid like that, right? And the principal already knows that he's about to have some nonsense on his hands, dude. Yeah, so the principal's like, hello, guys. How's it going? And the Twitter user's like, don't say guys, that's offensive. And he's like, okay, everyone. Come on in. Come on in. So, what is going on with you all? I see, and he looks at the Twitter user and Gen Z kid. I see you guys are having a bit of a disagreement over something. And the Gen Z kid says, so, I will tell you all about it, and I hope that they get in big, big trouble. And James and his friends are kind of like, bruh. So the Gen Z kid's like, so basically, I was at lunch yesterday, and they were talking about Secret Santa. And if you don't know, Secret Santa is inherently offensive because, and then goes on to list all the really strange reasons about why Christmas must be canceled and all this kind of stuff, right? And so, the principal is kind of looking at this kid like, bro, what? Question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation point, upside down question mark. And the kid's like, so, when they actually decided today to come in to my lunchroom, and the principal's like, our lunchroom, my lunchroom, and do Secret Santa, despite knowing that it is extremely offensive to me, I thought that they needed to be protested immediately, and I hope that you will agree with such a logical statement. And then the Gen Z kid turns to the two Twitter users. Do you guys agree with me? And they both nod their heads like, yes, yes. This person is so right. Gen Z kid is so on point. Facts, facts, snap, snap. Yes, you're so right. You're awesome. You're great. You have never been wrong ever. This is definitely not symptoms of an echo chamber right now. Yes, yes, yes. So the principal turns to James and his friends and kind of looks at them to give a look of like, what's your side to this very strange ordeal? And James and his friends are like, look, we wanted to do Secret Santa. We were talking about doing Secret Santa. And that's when, after like a minute of discussing maybe doing Secret Santa, Gen Z kid over here walks over to our table and starts screaming at us for no reason, saying that like Christmas is offensive and all this kind of stuff, and like Santa like discriminates or whatever, and I don't even know what's going on. So we decided that we were going to do it. Yes, I'll admit, it's like we decided to do it partially because we were trying to do it in spite of the Gen Z kid. Okay, fair. You got me on that. Congratulations. But also, like, we just wanted to give presents to each other because we're friends. I really don't think, I don't think there's an issue there. It's not like this was school sponsored and they could say that school is sponsoring one holiday tradition and not another. This is just a thing we chose to do on our own. And the principal's like, turns to the Gen Z kid and says, okay, so they gave presents to each other, so you did what again? And the Gen Z kid said, I did what anyone would do in the situation. And James, the subscriber James, just kind of looks at the principal with this look of, this is what we're dealing with, sir. This is what we have to deal with right now. And the Gen Z kid goes on to be like, yes, I did what anyone else would have done in the situation, obviously. And it's just kind of like, the principal's like, elaborate. And the Gen Z kid's like, so, me and my friends, points to the two Twitter users, we decided to go real quick to the craft laboratory, and we decided to make these posters real quick, just to make sure we got our point across. And we went into the school directory, we found his name, we went into the school system, we figured out what class he had, and the principal's like, what, you did this so quickly, what? He's like, yes, maybe we stalked him beforehand too, whatever, that is totally irrelevant information to the situation right now. That is irrelevant to the situation at hand. But anyways, we found his class, and we went in there, and we were just making our voices heard. Principal, man, don't you want us to express our feelings? Isn't that what you're always talking about? How we should say what we think? Yeah, so basically what happened was James and his friends were sent back to class, no punishment. The Gen Z kid and the Twitter users, they got a light punishment, no actual, suspension or anything. They had to write the teacher of James's class an apology for disturbing the the class. And after that, the principal said he doesn't want to hear any more of this nonsense from this point on from them. What's up, guys? Today we got 3 story times of the cringiest kids ever. The first story is of a kid who tries to become a Spice King and ends up, throwing up in the cafeteria. The second story is of a kid who asks out a girl in the middle of class in the most cringy way possible. And the final story is of a spoiled kid who gets a stain on his fancy pantsy shirt, and you guys will not believe how he reacts. Leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing, and let's just jump right into it. Anyways, we're going to call the subscriber who submitted the first story Ty. So anyways, this all happened on what seemed like a normal day. Ty and his friends were in the cafeteria. So there's another kid who we're going to call Ben. And Ben was kind of the kid that always tried to seek attention, and that's how he thought he was going to be liked. You know, it's kind of a sad situation because I knew a lot of those kids back in the day that they thought, you know, they maybe were self-conscious of the number of friends they had, or really the lack of friends they had, and they thought if they put on a clown show, they would be able to have more friends. Quickly, like and subscribe right now to claim your free nothing. Anyways, though, so yeah, this all started off as a normal day. And Ty and his friends, they were sitting at the cafeteria, and they had cafeteria food. You could bring in your own food, but most of the time, they just have the cafeteria food. And Ty tells me, this food's not great, bro. Like, it really is very average or whatever. It's just simply not that good. Which, you know, so they're sitting there kind of like picking at their mush or whatever. And Ben, this kid I was telling you about, sits down at their table. So Ben will kind of like float around from table to table. I've told you before, he doesn't really have a stable friend group, which is probably the reason why he's always acting out. And he's like, you know, he sits down, he's like, boys, this lunch is gonna be for the history books. So Ty looks at him, he's like, what do you mean? Because I don't know why, like, a lunchtime would be so memorable. Right, so Ty and his friends kind of look at each other a little bit confused because it's kind of like, you know, why is this kid saying this is going to be a lunch to put down in the history books? That just doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyways, though, so Ben elaborates, and he, you know, grabs his lunch bag because he brought in lunch today and puts it on the table. And Ty and his friends are kind of like looking at this lunch bag like, okay, bro, I see you have a lunch bag and you put it on the table. I'm not super sure what this means, but cool, I guess. And he's like, boys, I am going to do the spicy food challenge like the Spice Kings on TikTok. And they kind of look at each other. If you don't know, there's these people that are called Spice Kings, I think, or just people that eat a lot of spicy food in short form videos on YouTube Shorts, on TikTok, on Instagram Reels. Basically, they post videos of themselves eating, you know, spicy peppers, spicy chips, just like a lot of spicy food, allegedly in one sitting, trying to have like no reaction or whatever, and whatever, right? You can do what you want to do. I have no actual issue with that type of content. However, I think Ben thought it was such a good idea for him to do this to kind of show off to the kids or show off to like Ty and his friends and try and get their approval or whatever. Which, I mean, hey, bro, at the end of the day, like, this is not how you... The thing is, you're not going to become friends with people long-term because you're able to pull off funny stunts or whatever. You're not going to be able to become friends with people just because, I don't know, like, you're going to become friends with people because you spend a lot of quality time with them, you share hobbies, you're a good person to them, you are consistent. That's how you're actually going to become friends with people, not by pulling off stunts like this. Anyways, though, so yeah, sure enough, Ty takes out the stuff out of his bag. And in his bag, there are 3 things. There's a thing of jalapeno peppers, there's a thing of hot, spicy Takis, and then there's the one chip. If you don't know about the one chip challenge, well, let me explain it to you very briefly. Basically, the one chip challenge is this one chip that you can buy, and it's like this one black chip that is ridiculously spicy. There's so many funny videos on the internet of people trying to eat it, and just not being able to do it. So anyways, yes, Ben had both the one chip, spicy Takis, and some spicy, probably jalapeno peppers. So at this point, Ty and his friends are like, okay, we don't need this kid like causing a scene, because look, at the end of the day, they're just trying to chill and eat their lunch. The last thing that they need is a big old situation or whatever that, because of proximity, because they are physically nearby, then they are responsible, right? They're not trying to be responsible for this kid. Totally fair, totally understandable. So yeah. Anyways, right, they're kind of like, hey, bro, you really don't need to do that. I'm sure you could, but also, man, we're running low on time. Maybe you want to do that another day. Maybe you want to do that with other people so that we're not responsible. Yeah, there's a lot of things that maybe you'd rather do. And Ben is like, no, boys, like, I showed this to you. I had this up. I need to finish it. Like, I need to, like, figure this. Like, I need to show you guys. And before they could stop him, he immediately, here's the thing, bro. Normally at these Spice Kings, they'll eat, like, one thing at a time. Yeah, so instead of doing that and putting, like, eating one spicy thing at the time, because if the not spoiled kid. If Ben was to eat one of the spicy items at a time, maybe besides the one chip whatever thing, because that thing's pretty crazy. If he was able to eat a few jalapenos, he would pretty quickly realize, okay, maybe this isn't for me. Because by the way, a little background knowledge, which at the time, Ty and his friends had no idea about, was that Ben had 0 spice tolerance, bro. He had no ability to handle any heat at all. He just saw people munch this stuff on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, and he was like, all right, man, I'm in, bro. Like, I'm good, or something like that. So yeah, sure enough, right, he decides to do something pretty stupid. He takes a fistful of jalapenos, a fistful of spicy Takis, and the one chip, crushes them like all together into a ball, and just eats the whole thing. Chews it super quickly, swallows